Chapter 981 Rebuilding Yinjing City. My lord. Do you still need me to serve you? Yes, my lord. The construction of this palace is a big project, and I want to do my best. I may not have other abilities, but I still have some strength, and I can still move a stone. Entering the starlight, all warriors can feel that their training has become much easier. At the same time, they also saw that this is just a flat land flattened by soil, and the palace has not been built. Once the palace is built, the speed of training will increase. Right? The Lord's decision to rebuild the palace must be firmly upheld. Previously, the people who demolished Yinjing City were mainly the old men of Baiyun Mountain, the Grand Masters of Baiyun Mountain who surrendered in the early stage, and the officials who surrendered later. Before today, they were still full of resentment and opposed it. Now they also understand why those more than 10,000 Grand Masters were so spineless and rushed to become demolition workers. Now, they also want to become construction workers and build the new palace as soon as possible. The resentment of being homeless before has all become the motivation to build a home. They know very well that the built palace may not have a place for them to live, but it must have a place for them to work and rest. After it is built, they can also go into practice. And if the palace construction is fast enough, they can also seize the time to build the official residence area, which will be their residence. If they know which house, they will be assigned in advance. They can be more careful and use more materials when building. First, build the Forbidden City. Here are the drawings. Lu Zhua, you are the Minister of Works, so you will arrange it, Huang Rong said, and waved her hand to put 10 waist-high piles of paper on the ground. 10 drawings. Your Ministry of Works will be responsible for allocating work. When the Forbidden City is built, I still have the drawings of 432 buildings in Sifang Street. If we can build Sifang Street before the 15th day of the first lunar month, we will also build Bagua Street. Huang Rong gave a work goal, a carrot, and then drew a pie. Please rest assured, my lord, we will definitely build the entire Yinjing City to Bagua Street before February 2nd. Lu Zhua looked at the pile of drawings, knelt down excitedly, and promised loudly. He knew the planning of the entire Yinjing City. He had seen the large-scale Yinjing design when he started to demolish the palace. It was a very rigorous and amazing city design. He still thinks about it from time to time and is shocked. Outside Bagua Street are the 64 wards, and if a section of the ring road is left, it will be the city wall. Sifang Street is where the various government departments are located. Bagua Street is where officials and wealthy people live. And Lia Shizifang is where the business district and civilian area are. When Bagua Street is built, the main part of the imperial city will be built. Only when Bagua Street is built can these officials have a home. Huang Rong looked at the excited Lu Zhua with satisfaction, and smiled and comforted him. Just do your best and build to whatever extent you can. Even if the palace is not completed, it's okay. Don't feel pressured. Yes, I will do my best. Lu Zhua nodded seriously, and Huang Rong added, all warriors who did not participate in the construction work will be driven out of Yinjing City. The Dijiang Star Array has just been built, and there is not much spiritual energy. Don't waste it. I understand. Hearing Huang Rong's instructions, Lu Zhua and the civil and military officials present were first surprised and then happy. What was surprising was that if you didn't work, you would be driven away. What was gratifying was that if you worked here, you could use the spiritual energy in the formation to cultivate. This was a benefit. After Huang Rong left, the civil and military officials immediately came to Lu Zhua to ask for a job. Even moving bricks, with motivation and benefits. The entire Yinjing City immediately became a huge construction site. The warriors were like well-fed livestock. A small train equipped with a motor, and one person carried several or even dozens of large stone slabs weighing 3 or 4 tons, and ran in from outside the city at a brisk pace, delivering the stone slabs to the location of the palace. Then they walked out of the city slowly, taking the opportunity to practice their skills, absorbing the spiritual energy in the city for cultivation. They looked at the warriors who were qualified to participate in the construction of the palace with envy. Walking from the city to the outside of the city for 2 hours was equivalent to the increase in their cultivation in 1 day. This was when they practiced while walking. If they concentrated on sitting down and meditating to practice internal skills, wouldn't their cultivation increase be even greater? No wonder Huang Rong's Baiyun Mountain forces were able to sweep across Song and Jin in more than 10 years and conquer such a big country. Those warriors with skills in construction, carpentry, and masonry were all smiling. They could use their internal strength unscrupulously while working, and then practice their skills while working, which could quickly restore their internal strength and improve their cultivation. It was simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Grandmasters belong to the privileged class. They don't have to leave Yinjing City, and they can rest and practice in 3 shifts. When they are not practicing, they use their powerful true qi and strong physical strength to place various large and heavy building materials in designated locations according to the requirements of architects and formation masters. The most tired are actually the formation masters led by Lee Senator warriors are all animals. Their physical strength is much stronger than those of them who are magic professionals, and they work very fast. They must quickly place the formation materials at the bottom of the building, or in the walls and pillars of the building. They are very busy. Fortunately, the formations of the buildings on the ground are not too big or troublesome. They are basically the Vidra formation and the space stabilization formation, which strengthen the Emperor Jiang Star formation and the defense of the palace. These different formations also form a Jia Yi with Earth Spirit binding Earth Forbidden Sky formation. After activation, even the Grandmaster cannot fly. It can be regarded as a hidden killer move. The warriors are strong and flexible, and they can not only run with huge stones, but also use flying needles to carve beams and painted buildings. The Forbidden City, which is 1,922 meters long from north to south, and 1,506 meters wide from east to west, covers an area of about 2.9 million square meters, has more than 70 palaces of various sizes, and more than 8,000 rooms of various sizes. It was built in less than a month. Of course, it is only the house that has been built, and the various decorations have not been arranged yet, which needs to be arranged later. The high-level warriors will not participate in this matter, and will directly leave it to the low-level warriors and ordinary people. This kind of thing that requires patience, tediousness and carefulness is indeed a bit troublesome for warriors who are eager to practice. After the construction of the palace was completed, high-level warriors immediately started to build Sifang Street. Sifang Street is as its name suggests. It is surrounded by the Forbidden City Palace in a square shape. All the buildings are square and majestic, demonstrating the majesty of the court. Regarding this kind of architectural design, everyone from the Emperor Huangrong to the eunuchs in the court have complained about it being ugly. But Li Xin forced it to be implemented on the grounds that such a building can better exert the spatial confinement ability of the Emperor Jiang Star Array. Mainly, he thinks that government departments should be upright and should not think about making money, scheming, and being mean every day. For this reason, the stone slabs under these 432 houses all have the 6 Yao's magic array composed of right heart array plus calming heart array plus bright heart array carved by him personally. People who work and live in these buildings will gradually correct their positive thoughts, get rid of evil thoughts, and be more fair, just and open when handling government affairs. This set of arrays has been used in Longwood government units for more than 5 years, and the effect is remarkable. The construction of Sifang Street also took less than a month. It was just a 3-day holiday during the Spring Festival, and the construction of Bagua Street began. This time it was faster, and the construction was completed in just half a month. First, the warriors were already skilled, and the construction speed was fast. Second, there were only 2,880 houses to be built in this area, of different sizes, styles, and uses, so the framework was only built according to the needs of the formation. In the remaining half a month, in addition to the court being busy with Huangrong's enthronement ceremony, it was also discussing the allocation of these 2,880 houses. Chapter 982 The Enthronement Ceremony. On the 2nd day of the 2nd month, the dragon raised its head. The dawn broke, and the sky was filled with brilliant rays of light, as if the gate of heaven had opened for the new emperor. Inside the Forbidden City, it was magnificent, and the glazed tiles shone brightly in the sun. Each brick and tile contained ancient runes, and carried the powerful force to protect the imperial city. In order to engrave the runes on these bricks and tiles, millions of low-level warriors were mobilized to work together. This was another cultural gift from the Dragon Kingdom to the warrior world. On the city wall, flags fluttered in the wind, and complex totems were embroidered on them, implying the supremacy of imperial power and the prosperity of the country. Phoenix Kingdom, founded on the phoenix. All kinds of totem carvings are based on the phoenix, and other mythical beasts are supplemented, serving on the left and right. Outside the Forbidden City, Yinjing City has long been bustling with people. On both sides of the street, Vendors shouted one after another, selling all kinds of food, handicrafts and auspicious souvenirs. People were dressed in festive attire. Their faces were filled with joy and anticipation, as if the whole city was dyed with a festive color. A large amount of supplies were transported from the Bayun Mountains by space rings, and distributed free of charge to the people in Yinjing, including but not limited to various food, clothing, housing and transportation items. On the surface, it was to compensate the people whose houses were demolished. In fact, wasn't it to show the country's strength in front of other countries? Dang dang dang, as a long bell rang through the sky. All the people stood up, and people dressed in various gorgeous clothes gathered from all directions. They were in awe and joy, holding flowers and incense, kneeling outside the imperial city, waiting for the emperor to come. In the city, civil and military officials dressed in court robes, wearing official hats, lined up in rows, and walked into the palace in an orderly manner, with everyone's eyes flashing with anticipation and loyalty for the upcoming event. As the guard of honor slowly marched, drums and music sounded deafening. In the team, the warriors in distinctive armor held long spears, walked firmly, showing the power and majesty of the empire. And following closely were colorful flags and streamers, fluttering in the wind, like a flowing rainbow, adding a bit of liveliness and vitality to this solemn occasion. Inside the palace, it was even more lively. In the hall, all the officials gathered. They were dressed in gorgeous court robes, standing or sitting, talking and laughing together, forming a noisy but orderly ocean. The palace maids and eunuchs shuttled among them, busy preparing all the items needed for the coronation ceremony. Their figures seemed particularly busy and orderly in the magnificent hall. As the sun gradually rose, the civil and military officials gradually stopped talking and laughing and walked towards the Chaotian Hall. In front of the Chaotian Palace, a small altar was built. The altar was made of extremely rare spiritual stones in the warrior continent. It was surrounded by dense arrays of formations. These formations could not only connect heaven and earth, but also gather spiritual power from all directions, adding supreme majesty to the coronation of the new emperor. In the center of the altar, a dragon throne made of divine iron stood proudly, with a lifelike five-clawed golden dragon carved on it, as if it would take off at any time and travel through the 9 heavens. In order to arrange this altar, Lisa not only contributed a large amount of rare resources, but also spent 3 days and 2 nights carving arrays to complete it. Following a high-pitched voice of the auspicious time has arrived. Huang Rong, wearing a golden dragon robe inlaid with gemstones and a 9 phoenix crown on her head, stepped steadily into the altar. Tap, tap, tap. Each of her steps seemed to step on the veins of heaven and earth, causing the surrounding spiritual power to surge, forming a series of gorgeous spiritual lights, making Huang Rong look like a god descending from heaven. No, now Huang Rong is the Queen Mother descending from heaven. Noble, mysterious, powerful, and majestic. Walala. Everyone in the palace, whether inside or outside the Chaotian Palace, or the eunuchs and palace maids, who could not see the situation here, subconsciously knelt down in the direction of the altar when the third footstep sounded. In addition to the director of the Imperial Observatory, who had been standing on the altar, protected by the power of the formation, there was also a great master-level military advisor, Yuan Weizhong. Sacrifice. When Huang Rong walked to the center of the altar, Yuan Weizhong shouted and activated the Jade Words technique as the military advisor. The entire altar was instantly covered with a thin layer of jade light, which made it even more mysterious. Then he bowed and handed Huang Rong a prayer written on yellow paper with cinnabar. Huang Rong took the prayer and, under the guidance of Yuan Weizhong, kowtowed 3 times to the heaven and earth, burned incense 3 times, and toasted 3 times to show her awe of the laws of nature and her gratitude to the heaven and earth. Then she opened the sacrificial text and began to read it. Li Sun also used spiritual sense control array to help Huang Rong activate the altar array. Haotian is above, the stars are shining, I am destined by heaven, and ascend the throne as emperor today. Grateful for the vastness of heaven and earth, the long-lasting blessings of the human race, I am terrified and in awe, and vow to govern the world with a benevolent heart, and the way of hard work, and live up to the expectations of the people. I wish to use my clear mind to see through all things in the world, to open up a wide range of talents, to be unconventional, to accept loyal advice, to listen to advice, to work with all officials to discuss national affairs, to promote benefits and eliminate disadvantages, to stabilize the country. I pray that God will have mercy on me, grant me a good harvest of grains in Da Huang, and the people live and work in peace and contentment, without the threat of war in the four seas, and share a peaceful and prosperous era. At the same time, I will also remember the virtues of the ancestors of the human race, abiding by the family rules, ruling the world with filial piety, respecting the ancestral temple, and forever protecting the bloodline of the human race, and the foundation of the everlasting prosperity. May God see my sincerity, and bless my Da Huang to prosper, and all nations to come to pay tribute, and respect the light of the Yin Huang civilization. At this solemn moment, I hereby, with a pious heart, respectfully inform the heaven and earth, and hope you will accept my prayers, and pray for peace and prosperity for the country and the people, and eternal prosperity. Eternal prosperity. Eternal prosperity. Eternal prosperity. Under the influence of the altar formation, Huang Rong's voice spread throughout the entire Bianjing city, and within a radius of 360 kilometers. Everyone could hear this thunderous sound. As the sound faded in the outer areas, the sound of prayer could still be faintly heard. TSK. As Huang Rong finished reading the sacrificial text, an unexpected phenomenon occurred that was beyond Li Xin's plan. All the spirit stones on the altar instantly burned, blowing out bright red flames, and rising into the sky. TSK. The flames quickly condensed into a noble and gorgeous seven-colored phoenix 1,000 meters above Huang Rong's head, making a cry that sounded like cheering and congratulations. God bless our emperor. Yuan Weizhong was a little stunned. This didn't seem to be in the plan, but he still knelt down, cheered loudly, and used the golden bell vibration technique. God bless our emperor. God bless our emperor. God bless our emperor. Inside and outside Bianjing, civil and military officials, military people, under this magnificent vision, all knelt down consciously and worshipped the phoenix in the sky. Even the great masters, who had killed the phoenix, knelt down sincerely. They could feel that the flaming phoenix in the sky was much more powerful than the phoenix they had killed. Although Huang Rong was shocked, she was more moved that Li Xin had created such a big battle for her. She calmed down her mind, and straightened her back more, and shouted to the flaming phoenix, I accept the mandate of heaven, inherit the great throne, swear to use force to secure the country, rule the country with benevolence, and wish to build a prosperous world with all the people, and share peace. After that, the sky had another vision. Colorful auspicious clouds gathered, hundreds of birds sang, and thousands of beasts knelt down, as if even the heaven and earth were celebrating the enthronement of the new emperor. The fire phoenix chirped again, and rushed into the sky and disappeared. Chapter 983 Immortal Blessing. The ceremony is over. Stand up. Long live the emperor. Seeing that the fire phoenix had disappeared, Yuan Weizhong thought that the power of Li Xin's formation had been fully unleashed, and he said with some disdain, fancy, and announced that the ceremony of offering sacrifice to the heaven was over. Huang Rong waved her hand, and asked all the ministers under the altar to stand up. Only Li Xin looked at the sky with a puzzled look. There was no fire phoenix in the formation he designed, only the red clouds in the sky. Huang Rong broke through from level 203 to level 204 directly, which shocked the civil and military people. Huang Rong hasn't upgraded yet. But it's just a huge momentum, which feels a bit wasteful. He looked up at the cloudless, sunny sky again, and always felt that something was wrong. Something should happen. Suddenly he saw purple and golden light rushing from the horizon. And he suddenly shouted, Your Majesty. Kneel down. Kneel. There was no time to explain. Li Xin shouted again. And he had already knelt down. Huang Rong was very puzzled. But she knew Li Xin very well, and knew that he would never hurt her. So she knelt down immediately. The next second, purple air and golden light fell at the same time, falling from the sky. A majestic and ethereal voice sounded between heaven and earth. It is rare that the descendants of our human race still know to pray to heaven and earth before establishing the throne. I am the heavenly emperor of the human race, Fuxi, and I allow you to establish a country. I am the earthly emperor of the human race, Shenong, and I allow you to establish a country. Two majestic figures slowly condensed and appeared after the voice fell. It was unclear in a daze, but just looking at the light and shadow, the heavenly emperor and the earthly emperor, two of the three emperors of the human race, emerged in people's minds. It was just a little strange that Emperor Xianyuan did not appear with her. Thank you for the blessing of the ancestor of humanity. Huang Rong was so excited that she kowtowed and thanked him. The three sovereigns and 5 emperors, the ancestors of the human race in mythology and legends. She did not expect that they would really appear in front of her, and even said, You are allowed to establish a country. Now her Phoenix country can openly say that it is the orthodox human race. You are a good child. Work hard. We old guys also need more new helpers. Emperor Fushi said something ambiguous, and then waved his hand. A golden light fell on Huang Rong's head, causing her cultivation to rapidly increase. Children, practice hard. This world is not peaceful. The Emperor of Earth Shenong also sighed. And then a purple flame fell on Huang Rong's feet, and burned from the bottom of her feet. Under the infusion of the two powers, Huang Rong's cultivation level rose rapidly. 204205206. The speed of the cultivation level increase was like riding a rocket. So fast. 247248249. Huang Rong's cultivation level was directly raised to the terrifying 249th level before it stopped. Horrible. Is this the strength of an immortal? Too terrifying. Since the two immortals appeared, Lee Sin has been kneeling like a quail, not daring to move at all, for fear of being noticed. The Dragon Nation array masters and professionals in the palace also knelt down wisely, not daring to make any unusual movements. When Huang Rong reached level 249, the golden light and purple fire disappeared at the same time. But before Huang Rong could be happy, she heard Fushi's voice suddenly become majestic. Huang Rong, I feel the aura of the other three heavenly Taoists in you. Yes, I have been to Blue Star, the monster world, and the magic world, and there have been killings. Please punish me, human ancestor. Huang Rong admitted it very straightforwardly. This was impossible to quibble. Moreover, she also gave birth to Lee Sin's child, and the aura of Blue Star Heavenly Tao was even more obvious. Haha. Good kill. The Blue Star Heavenly Tao is no longer controlled by anyone. It only has a rigid program, so there is nothing to fear. The demonic world Heavenly Tao is too large, and its intelligence is low, so just don't provoke it. Only the magic world Heavenly Tao is trying its best to swallow up our Heavenly Tao, and it must be destroyed as soon as possible. The younger generation must do their best to kill the creatures in the magic world. Hearing this news, Huang Rong promised loudly. As long as it is not a war with the Blue Star world, and it is not a feud with Lee Sin, she has no objection. Children of the human race, grow up as soon as possible. Follow the teachings of the human ancestor. Follow the teachings of the human ancestor. Follow the teachings of the human ancestor. Fushi's voice could be heard thousands of miles away, and countless people knelt down and agreed at the same time. Everyone was excited. This is a real immortal, and the ancestor of the human race. Such teachings must be listened to. Lee Sin was secretly shocked. Although he knew that there were immortals in the world of warriors, but the real appearance of the immortals and the immortal oracle left behind still made people panic, even terrified. And he noticed a word annexation. It seems that, in the battle between the four heavenly ways, the heavenly way of the magic world has the upper hand. After Emperor Fushi said the last sentence, the strange phenomenon in the sky quickly disappeared. In just a blink of an eye, the golden light and purple air disappeared. Long live our emperor, 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 long live our emperor. The immortal left, making the people and officials of Bianjing even more excited. Their emperor, Huang Rong, was appreciated by the immortal, and blessed by the immortal. This is something that only happened in legends, a prosperous age that has not happened in thousands of years. Huang Rong suppressed her excitement, flew up, and sang loudly in the sky. The Phoenix Kingdom is blessed by heaven, and it has been established with great difficulty, and it is fortunate that the ancestors have mercy on us and blessed us. In order to share happiness with all the people in the world, and to fulfill the order of the ancestors, I have decided. All the people of our Phoenix Kingdom can practice martial arts, and can read and write. People under the age of 14 can study and practice martial arts for free, and the government will pay for it. The government will build scripture pavilions and martial arts arenas for the people to practice. All Xianhuang level 2 martial arts can be learned for free. And earth level and heaven level martial arts can be learned as long as a certain amount of government contribution is made. Farmers are taxed 1% of the 12-year tax, and no other taxes are collected. Merchants are taxed 3% of the 10-year tax, and no other taxes are collected. Officials are not taxed for their high salaries, but they are not allowed to do business, and they are not allowed to embezzle. Once discovered, they will be hanged. People from other courts can come and go to do business normally, but they must abide by the laws of the Phoenix country. Huang Rong directly and eloquently recited a lot of national policies, and several of them were policies that the civil and military ministers of the Phoenix country disagreed with. For example, the whole nation learns martial arts, and the techniques are made public. She now directly announced it in front of the world. The people in Yinjing City, of course, could not all be the people and warriors of the Phoenix country, among which at least 1/10 of the population were spies from the Kyushu continent. There were even intelligence personnel from overseas continents and islands on the sea. Huang Rong did not invite foreign guests to the ceremony of establishing the country and ascending the throne this time, but the 10 great empires of Kyushu. Hundreds of dynasties and thousands of tribes sent people to investigate the situation. Huang Rong's words were absolutely earth-shattering, subverting the 10,000 years of history of the Kyushu continent. It was just that Huang Rong had just been blessed by the immortal, and her strength had instantly broken through to the terrifying height of level 249. Even if they had any objections, no one dared to speak out now. The Phoenix country welcomes warriors from all over the world to exchange and discuss the path of martial arts. Huang Rong originally didn't want to pay attention to these spies, but thinking about cooperating with Blue Star to attack the magic world in the future, and trying to unite all the warriors in the entire warrior continent, she still said something. Chapter 980. For the assassin sneaked in Huang Rong's trap. Your Highness, are we still seeking revenge? In Yinjing City, outside Bagua Street, several people dressed simply, just like ordinary low-level warriors. Their temperament was no different from the peasants around them. But what they said was a bit dangerous. Observe first, find a chance to stay in Yinjing City. A young man, with a dark red face, like a rural boy who had been exposed to the sun for a long time, was calmly turning over the barbecue in front of him, and chatting about dangerous things with his subordinates, who had turned into customers. Your Highness, it is said that the residency review in Yinjing City is very strict. It may be difficult for us to get it. If Yinjing can't accommodate us, we can go to the 4 acropolises under construction. We can quickly sneak in while they are still recruiting people to work, and the flow of personnel is complicated. But your Highness will suffer from the wind, sun and rain. Compared with the family hatred and national hatred of the destruction of the clan, this little suffering is nothing? Crack, crack, the young man still lacked the heart, and broke the barbecue in his hand in excitement, and almost broke it directly with his internal force. Breathing. He quickly adjusted his mood, and only felt relieved when he saw that no one noticed him, and changed the subject. Notify those people in Japan and the Kingdom of Jin, be careful to hide, and don't show up for the time being. Also, if they want to die, don't drag us down. I understand, I will arrange it immediately. The young man looked at Huang Rong, who was still receiving the worship of all officials in the air, and rewarding the meritorious officials in front of countless people and foreign spies, and the flames of hatred in his eyes burned. There were no less than 10 forces in the entire Yinjing City who looked at Huang Rong with hatred. They had originally planned to give Huang Rong a great gift on the day she ascended the throne. However, the miraculous blessing of the immortals frightened them, and made them dare not act rashly. They all chose to hide outside the city of Yinjing. The coronation ceremony ended at noon, which was 11 o'clock. Low-level officials entered Sifang Street according to their respective functions, entered their respective government offices, and moved into their respective dormitories under the leadership of their department heads. Low-ranking officials had 8 people in one dormitory, and high-ranking officials had 2 people in one dormitory. All those who were assigned to the dormitory were excited. This was not only because they could practice in an environment that was 3 to 4 times better than the outside world, but also because they were recognized by the court and had a bright future. The 432 buildings on Sifang Street were 8 stories high at the lowest and 12 stories high at the highest. They were all office buildings in Longwa. But the interior decoration was not the rigid style. There were more styles, and it was more in line with the living habits of the warrior world. Of course, running water, toilets, and other convenient designs were added. These houses are half office area on the lower floors, and half living area on the upper floors. The effect of the 6-yam mystery array is not fast. If you want to change a person's mind subtly, it is best to let them stay in the array for a long time. Low-level officials will move in first, and the remaining rooms will be given to outstanding clerks as a competitive reward. After arranging the low-level officials, these leaders will immediately return to the palace, where there will be a grand banquet. The current Forbidden City has neither concubines nor princes and princesses. All palaces are simply decorated and can be used at will. Therefore, any warrior above the 7th level who is near Yinjing City can enter the Forbidden City with their cultivation and attend this banquet. No matter if you are a citizen of the Phoenix country, a foreign envoy, or even an assassin who is preparing to assassinate. You can enter. No one will restrict you. As long as you show your cultivation aura. The huge palace is completely defenseless. In the Fontian Hall, Huang Rong, the close grandmaster, and the minister she trusted were already seated. The Fontian Hall used for court meetings was also used as a banquet hall. Only Huang Rong, who doesn't like to follow the rules, would do this. Your Majesty, do you think there will be assassins entering the Forbidden City? Seeing that it was already 3 p.m., Tang Song couldn't help but whisper to Huang Rong, who was sitting at the same table with her. There must be assassins coming in. But I don't know if they have the courage to kill. The sudden occurrence of the Immortal's blessing will definitely interrupt the assassin's actions. But it will also waste the arrangements we have prepared long ago. Huang Rong answered with a chuckle, without any worry or sarcasm, and just calmly stated a fact. Her level soared directly from level 203 to level 249, and her strength increased greatly. She had a feeling that her strength had increased more than 1,000 times, and it was more than enough to beat 1,000 of her original selves. She was even confident that she could fight against a great master army of 10,000 people alone. This must be due to the illusion of overflowing self-confidence brought by her sudden increase in strength, but it was also a rough horizontal comparison of strength. She was really strong, and was not afraid of the assassin's challenge at all. What's more, the original purpose of this anonymous banquet was to lure the assassin in the dark to take action. Of course, the banquet will not be bad. The 7-turn warriors will have 8 traditional exquisite dishes from the warrior world, plus a medicinal dish cooked with monster meat. The 8-turn warriors will have 7 traditional delicacies, plus a demon beast and a demon beast meat medicinal dish. The 9-turn master will have a much better treatment, with 4 medicinal dishes. The Grand Master will have 2 traditional delicacies, plus 7 medicinal dishes, ensuring that everyone can enjoy a feast and be attracted by the energy in them. However, the dishes have already been served, and the assassin in the dark has not appeared yet, which makes Tang Song and other Grand Masters, who are responsible for Huang Rong's safety, feel unwilling. They not only prepared a net of heaven and earth, but also prepared 18 kinds of torture, waiting to catch the assassin and dig out the mastermind behind the scenes. Forget about those cowardly bandits. Let's eat. It's not easy to eat this table of delicious food. If you want to eat it in the future, you have to wait until we go to Blue Star again. Huang Rong smiled indifferently and invited everyone to eat. It was just a simple meal. If you want to drink, you can go out to the big square after the meal. Don't waste these medicinal foods that can improve your cultivation. As for Huang Rong, eating these medicinal foods now is just a delicious treat, which has almost no effect on improving her cultivation. However, if she doesn't move her chopsticks, no one dares to move. After she tasted each dish, the entire Forbidden City started to show off their food with praise. Damn it! This is the secret of how the Bayun Mountain soldiers and civilians can quickly improve their strength. And even the Grandmaster can quickly break through. Right? We must find this secret. As long as we get this secret, our country can quickly become stronger. Many spies secretly hid some of the medicinal foods cooked with the monster meat, preparing to go back for research. As for the assassins who wanted to assassinate Huang Rong, they felt the obvious improvement in their cultivation, and were full of bitterness and despair. The enemy was so powerful, and there was this kind of food that could quickly improve cultivation. The gap in strength would only get bigger and bigger. How could they take revenge? The dishes were served in half an hour, and the meal took 10 minutes, only 10 minutes, except for a great master in Fontian Hall, who was not uncommon for this kind of medicinal food. The warriors who finished their meal did not leave, but chatted with the warriors at the same table who they did not know, trying to find out from each other the origin of these special dishes of Huanghua. With Huang Rong's advanced instructions, they knew that this was the product of cooperation with Blue Star. This made many interested people excited. Chapter 985. Lose levels and attributes together, consolidate the foundation. It's the hour of you, and no one has come to assassinate, so let's end the banquet. Your Majesty, why don't we take the initiative? Looking at the weather, Huang Rong had someone announce the end of the banquet with a little regret, and Tang Song and others were even more unwilling. For this luring the enemy into a trap, they not only took out a lot of monster meat, but also deployed a lot of elite soldiers, and it's a pity to waste it in vain. Li Sin, who was beside Huang Rong, looked up and reminded, recently, remind the people of the Household Registration Department and the Jinui to focus on monitoring those who come to handle household registration, but are unwilling to register their real cultivation. Such people are probably spies. Well, this is a simple way to distinguish. I'll take people down to arrange it later. Do you? Who is at the next table? Heard Li Sin's reminder, turned around and responded, and now the Jinui is led by him. Also, relax the staffing requirements for the 4 acropolises. And let the spies gather there on their own initiative. That's good. It's convenient for unified monitoring. And it's also convenient for catching them all in one fell swoop. Tang Tsung nodded and took on the task. Li Sin only made 2 suggestions. And the rest were naturally handled by the civil and military officials of the Phoenix Kingdom. The people under Huang Rong were selected from the officialdom and talent pool of the Song and Jin kingdoms. Even if they were not particularly outstanding, they were all talented people with various abilities. After the banquet, the palace became quiet. The only couple in the entire palace were Li Sin and Huang Rong, and the others were eunuchs and palace maids. At present, there are more than 160,000 eunuchs in the Forbidden City, which are eunuchs from the imperial palaces and royal palaces of the Song and Jin countries. When she swept across the world before, Huang Rong was quite tolerant of these eunuchs. Those who were willing to surrender stayed, and those who were unwilling to surrender were dismissed after being paid some money. The remaining eunuchs were managed by Lukashi, and all eunuchs can practice the Earth-level martial arts Sunflower Manual. In addition to many other policies that treat eunuchs well, 80% of the eunuchs from the 2 countries gathered together, becoming the nearest line of defense to protect Huang Rong. In addition, there are all kinds of palace maids. The young ones, those under 55 years old, and those who are still able to bear children will all be given money to be dismissed, including the concubines in the palace. The old ones, those who are infertile, will still be taken in, just as a place for them to live in their old age. After all, Huang Rong is a woman. It is natural to treat women well. Li Sin is actually opposed to this. There must be many people who love leisure and hate work among those palace maids and concubines, and even those who have relationships with the emperor, princes, and princes. They may even seek revenge on Huang Rong at that time. But Huang Rong was very confident. She had the confidence to influence those people, and she had the confidence to kill them when necessary. So she stayed. After a busy time, the 2 returned to Wantian Palace at the beginning of the high hour, which was about 9 o'clock in the evening. It was still early. Husband, maybe we can have another child. Has the immortal blessed me and rejuvenated my body? Really? Then we have to work hard. The red candle swayed, and the red waves rolled over it. The phoenix danced all night. At dawn, Li Sin looked at his new attributes and was a little amused. Name, Li Sin LV 120 100% age, 41. Lifespan, 900. Occupation, 2nd level farmer 0.2, 2nd level chef 0.4, 6th level spirit master 45 strength, 6,000. Physique, 6,000. Spirit, 6,000. Agility, 6,000. HP, 600,000. Stamina, 10,000. Mana, 1.2 million. Combat power, 9,000. Talent, 10,000 times proficiency myth. Every time a professional completes a skill, he can gain 10,000 times proficiency. Skills, Digging Epic LV 34, Fertilizing Perfect LV 63, Mutation Legend LV 31. Big Pot Rice Normal LV 25, Medicinal Diet Legend LV 39, Heat Control Epic LV 18. Drawing Array Legend LV 50, Carving Array Perfect LV 50, Arranging Array Perfect LV 50, Exploding Array Perfect LV 39, Controlling Array with Divine Sense Perfect LV 42, Carving Array with Divine Sense Legend LV 42, Precision Epic LV 21. Spirit Eye Identification Epic LV 35, 9 Martial Arts Epic LV 42, Palm Thunder Epic LV 22, Prosperity Epic LV 33, Yin Yang Mutual Aid Myth LV 20, Return to the Hidden Realm Myth LV 20. His attributes were adjusted and balanced again, but too balanced, which directly reduced his combat power by half, however. His 2 mythical skills Yin Yang Mutual Aid and Return to the Hidden Realm were directly upgraded to level 20. And his lifespan was directly upgraded from 600 to 900. My husband? I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be like this. I seem to have absorbed your strength to consolidate my own strength. At the same time, my level has dropped from 249 to 241. I can clearly feel that my foundation has become more solid. Li Sin's strength has declined, while Huang Rong's level and strength have declined. but her foundation has become more solid. The actual combat effectiveness of the two should have been improved to a certain extent. After hearing Huang Rong's description of her situation, Li Xin immediately understood that it was definitely not just a simple decrease in combat effectiveness, but that his foundation should have become more solid. Then he put on his clothes and left the palace, and began to practice various skills, as well as martial arts. The results of the experiment made Li Xin a little confused. First of all, there was no improvement in various magic skills and spell skills, even the skills of the chef and farmer professions. Of course, the various skills were not affected by the decline in attributes, and they were still the same. What really improved was his body, and the ability to use martial arts. His physical attributes seemed to have decreased, but his coordination, explosive power, and endurance had slightly improved. He was more comfortable using martial arts, and his proficiency in the skill 9 martial arts increased by 2 times. After careful consideration, it was to reduce his spiritual attribute by 1/3, level out other attributes, and improve his overall physical fitness by more than double. It was definitely worth it. With improved physical fitness and a solid foundation, his future development potential and growth ceiling will also be greatly improved. After the experiment, Li Xin was also very excited. He found Huang Rong and proposed his plan. "Ronger, arrange a quiet room for me. I want to break through my professional level." As he said that, he took out a silver-white crystal, which was the proof of transfer to 7-turn spiritual array master that he always carried with him. "Don't worry, my husband. I can feel that you are full of vitality. We should take this opportunity to have a child." "Are you sure?" "I am absolutely sure." Huang Rong nodded seriously, and Li Xin no longer objected. In the next 20 days, they were busy with their own things during the day. Huang Rong handled government affairs, and Li Xin continued to build and arrange the 64 districts in Bianjing City. They continued to work hard at night. Ugh! 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 On the 21st day, Huang Rong actually had morning sickness, and she was really pregnant. Ha ha ha! I am really blessed by God. Huang Rong laughed excitedly and then cried. The political environment of the warrior continent is a feudal era, so most people believe that only men can become emperors. It is not difficult for women to become emperors, but it is extremely difficult for women to inherit the throne. As long as she gives birth to a son, she and Li Xin's Phoenix Kingdom can be truly stable. In fact, Li Xin does not attach much importance to the throne. Whether future children will inherit Huang Rong's throne depends entirely on their own wishes. But it would be good if there is really a child to inherit his bloodline. Chapter 986 Carving a Formation for the Palace, Optimizing the Skills for Warriors. Romer, you are pregnant now. Just take a good rest. Let Zheng Jinbao and others handle the affairs in the court. Okay, I'll listen to you. From now on, until the baby is born, I will work 5 days a week and rest 2 days a week, only attend the morning court, and at other times. Unless it is an emergency, I will leave it to the people below to handle. The child is the most important. Huang Rong had a loving face, and caressed her belly, which was still unresponsive. With a firm tone, Li Xin looked at her, and said with a little more expectation, I will continue to optimize the formation of Bianjing City to the strongest, to give you and the child the greatest protection. Okay. I believe that my husband will be able to protect us. Even if he is not with me, I will. Both of them understood that Li Xin could not stay in the warrior world for a long time. Huang Rong would not tie Li Xin up, and Li Xin would definitely do his best to set up the formation and protect Huang Rong. The next day, Huang Rong sent a delegation of 1,000 people led by 100 great masters to the northwest, and swaggered to establish diplomacy and alliance with Longhua. It was just that they had just left, and nearby major forces also sent out delegations, following the Phoenix delegation, preparing to go to Dragon Country together. In the Phoenix delegation, there were 100 dragon people, including not only dragon official personnel, but also 10 family chaebol. After they returned, they would report back on the situation in Phoenix and bring some support to Li's senator, as for whether other national forces could establish diplomatic relations with Dragon Country after arriving in Dragon Country. It would be up to the Dragon Country's top leaders to screen and consider. I believe that those who are not strong enough and have incorrect values will not be able to establish diplomatic relations with Longhua. If they get involved with the family chaebol, it doesn't matter. It can just uproot those disobedient family chaebol. The government is worried that there is no legitimate excuse to take them in. After the personnel are sent out, What resources they can bring back depends on whether the situation on Blue Star is tense or not. After half a year, we can see the support set by Longhua and judge the situation on Blue Star. After the arrangements are completed, Lee Sin will focus on the formation, which is what he is good at. He only needed to review the blueprints from time to time for the construction of the market outside the palace, and no longer care about it, and concentrate on carving the formation in the Forbidden City of the palace. The original formation of the palace was the Emperor Jiang Star Formation, which was a small formation inside the large formation outside, and served as the formation center and control core of the entire 12 ancestral, which star formation. Now, for the sake of the child who was about to be born, he decided to carve a small 12 ancestral, which star formation inside the palace. The small formation was still inserted into the large formation outside, forming the Emperor Jiang Star Formation and the formation center of the large formation outside. However, this would mean that 1/5 of the palaces would not be able to be arranged with formations, and would have to be left empty, which would also become loopholes in the palace. It's okay, my husband. It's okay to abandon those corners, and they will be used as cold palaces in the future. After hearing Lee Sin's reminder, Huang Rong didn't care. The Forbidden City of Phoenix Country is twice as large as the Forbidden City of Blue Star Dragon Country. Although the layout of the palace rooms is the same, the actual usable area is twice as large, so it's not a problem to squeeze in 1,000,000 people. Giving up 1/5 of the palace rooms, I don't feel bad at all. It's not the rooms, but we need to strengthen the defense of these houses to prevent the enemy from sneaking in suddenly. Lee Sin supported Huang Rong, who was beginning to show her pregnancy, and took her around the palace, pointing out the palaces with loopholes to her. My husband, it turns out that these palaces are not all on the periphery. Some are even not far from Fontian Palace. No wonder you were worried. But the main palaces, and the palaces that need to be lived in the future are all protected by the formation, so the danger is not great. Besides, the entire Bianjing city itself is a huge formation, and it is very difficult for the enemy to break through. Rong, you are so arrogant just because you became the emperor. Have you forgotten the poisoning incident in Baiyun Mountain? We are not afraid of real swords and guns face to face, but we are afraid of those sneak attacks. Poisoning, sneak attacks, and other secret means. Lee Sin knocked Huang Rong's head forward and reminded her slightly seriously. Yeah, I know. I will strengthen the defense and patrol of these palaces. After a circle, Lee Sin also found that the palace was old and dull. There were old eunuchs and maids everywhere. It was hard to see 1 or 2 young people, and even young eunuchs were few. Romer, how many eunuchs and palace maids are there in the entire Forbidden City? There are more than 218,000 eunuchs in total. Some of them have already fled back home. They were ostracized and unsuitable in their hometowns, so they came here to work. There are more than 93,900 palace maids. Some of the palace maids, who were released before, were homeless and have returned. I felt sorry for them, so I took them all in. I see. Lee Sin nodded to show that he understood. He understood that this was Huang Rong's kindness. Huang Rong, who had been beaten by society and had almost given up on society, still had kindness. Although he was strongly opposed in his heart, he finally let Huang Rong's kindness run wild, as long as he kept a safe distance. When Huang Rong encountered betrayal, she should be able to harden her heart and kill. However, for the sake of the future child and Huang Rong's safety, he decided to do something. Rong, have someone collect the cultivation methods of the eunuchs and palace maids, and I will help them optimize them and arrange suitable cultivation formations for them. This is easy. Lukashi, you go and collect and count them later. Huang Rong turned around and gave an order to Lukashi, who had been following them. The latter immediately turned around with a look of surprise and notified his trusted eunuch to carry out the order. He still followed Huang Rong and the others closely, protecting them more attentively. Lee Sin still trusted Lukashi and other old acquaintances from the former Song state. They were a group of good eunuchs who sincerely devoted themselves to the country and were responsible for the people. Many of them also wanted to leave their names in history and were worthy of trust. Therefore, Lee Sin's idea was to win people's hearts, optimize their skills, arrange formations, and give them some big benefits instead of small favors, so that they would be truly grateful. Lukashi was very careful and quick in his work. That night, 83 handwritten secret books were delivered to him. If it was before, Lee Sin would not dare to say that he wanted to optimize his martial arts. But this time, After practicing yin-yang mutual aid with Huang Rong, the attributes were adjusted, which made him inexplicably have a strange understanding of martial arts. It's not that he can learn it right away, but he can see the mistakes and loopholes in the martial arts at a glance. 83 martial arts were sorted out by Lukashi and arranged from low to high. Lee Sin called a eunuch to help grind ink and took out paper and pen to write it himself. There are too many mistakes and omissions in the yellow level martial arts, and it is time-consuming and laborious to optimize it again. And the effect is limited, which is not worth it. He just wrote down all the mistakes and omissions. 37 yellow level skills were marked in one night. There are fewer mistakes in the Xian level skills. Lee Sin reads 3 books a day. While marking the mistakes, he writes down the ideas for improvement. It took him 19 days to mark 41 Xian level skills. During this period, he had to go out from time to time to guide the construction of the 64 squares, and was also invited by ministers and grand masters to study the decoration of the house. So he wasted some time. Finally, there are 5 local level martial arts, which are also the best skills that eunuchs and palace maids can access. These skills are Sunflower Manual, Han Yuan Boy's Skill, 6 Roots Purity Secret, Shi Yang Gong, Shanin Treasure Record, for eunuchs practice skills, and 1 palace maid's practice skills. After studying these 5 skills, there was an unexpected surprise. Chapter 987 Breaking Through the Shackles, Self-Cultivation 9 Martial Arts Styles Legend LV51. Can use fists, legs, knife, sword, gun 5 kinds of weapons to perform martial arts. Play 300% combat power attack. Use other weapons to master the skills, and play 100% combat power attack. His skill 9 martial arts styles soar directly from level 42 to level 51, and evolve from epic quality to legendary quality. The martial arts performed by the 5 kinds of weapons: fists, feet, knives, swords, and guns can play 300% combat power attack. More importantly, through martial arts training and martial arts performance, his attribute points can be increased. With the coming of the Heavenly Tao, only when you change your job to a professional will you have attribute points. However, only by upgrading, taking special attribute fruits or pills, and the more rare attribute book can you increase attribute points. All professionals, cannot improve the 4-dimensional attributes by practicing martial arts, and can only increase blood volume and magic power. Now, Lee Sin has broken the shackles. He is definitely the first Blue Star professional who can practice to increase the 4-dimensional attributes. This time, the attribute dropped significantly, and the benefits he got were beyond his expectations. This was the benefit of the Immortal's blessing. It broke a certain limitation of the Blue Star Heavenly Tao. 2 hours of martial arts training in the morning increased his strength, constitution, and agility by 2 points each. It doesn't look like much, but over time, it accumulates more than the attributes increased by professionals when they upgrade. And it's faster. Wait, martial arts training can increase attributes. And what about practicing meditation? Thinking of the excitement, he quickly sat cross-legged and began to practice the yin-yang cooperative technique. Although this technique was given back to Lee Sin by the God of Wisdom, it was synthesized from the knowledge and techniques of Blue Star, and is a restorative fighting technique. After practicing with the female warriors in the warrior world for several years, this technique has undergone a complete transformation, and has basically been transformed into an internal technique. Now that the shackles have been broken, Lee Sin has practiced with more internal characteristics. His 1.2 million mana is like a river flowing rapidly in the meridians, and it can circulate once in just 18 minutes, absorbing the energy between heaven and earth and quickly integrating it into his body as the mana circulates. Under the transformation of the technique, these energies of heaven and earth became a magical and ethereal energy with spiritual power, the heaviness of internal power, the mystery of magic power, and the active new energy of fighting spirit, which began to continuously strengthen his body. I can't run it anymore. After practicing for 9 weeks, Lee Sin felt pain in his meridians, and there were signs of tearing. This is also one of the characteristics of martial arts practice. Generally, the technique cannot be run more than 9 times. Otherwise it will not only fail to increase strength, but also hurt the body. After 9 cycles of practice, each of the 3 attributes will increase by 9 points. Great! Lee Sin stood up and laughed excitedly in the martial arts arena of the Phoenix Palace. In less than 3 hours, another 27 attribute points were added. If the professionals on Blue Star knew about this, wouldn't they be so envious that their eyes would turn red? In addition to martial arts practice, in 5 hours, he can gain a total of 33 attribute points. In one day, this strength growth is definitely rocket level. Military advisory. Have the earth level skills been modified? Hearing Lee Sin's laughter, Liu Kexi outside the martial arts arena ran over nervously. The revisions are done, all of them are earth level masterpieces. Thank you, military advisor Lee. Before Lee Sin finished speaking, Liu Kexi thanked him first, and then looked at the ring on Lee Sin's hand expectantly, expecting Lee Sin to take out a large stack of papers. He smiled and said, "The revised draft of the skills is in Romer's Imperial Study. She is reading it. You can go back and ask Romer for it. But you can find a few warriors who practice these 5 skills to come here later. I will check and observe, and see if the skills can be upgraded to heaven level." Heaven level? No problem, I will go find someone right away. After saying that, Liu Kexi jumped up directly, turned around and ran away. He wanted to fly when he jumped, but was suppressed by the Forbidden Sky formation of the Forbidden City Palace, so he could only run. After Liu Kexi's play, Lee Sin's excitement calmed down a lot. Seeing that it was past lunchtime, he simply didn't go to lunch and sat down again. This time he used returning to the hidden ability, another mythical skill, which was also a fusion skill fed back by God of Wisdom. It was also a meditation type skill for cultivating the spirit. When the technique was running, Lee Sin was a little nervous. He didn't know if the power of the Immortal's blessing would break the restrictions of the magic-based technique. You have to know that the last 2 times he practiced were martial arts-based, and the attributes that were increased were strength, constitution, agility, and spirit, but there was no increase at all. However, Lee Sin, who had experienced all kinds of ups and downs, quickly stabilized his mind and began to immerse himself in the practice of Guizhong Gong. After an hour and a half, he opened his eyes. TSK. I can only practice 3 cycles. Feeling a slight pain in his head and a tearing pain in his meridians, Lee Sin naturally woke up from the practice. He frowned in dissatisfaction, and then quickly relaxed in surprise. 9 points of spirit were added. Guizhong Gong. I switched to spiritual cultivation, although the number of cycles was reduced, but the spiritual attribute points increased by 9 points. So it is balanced now. Now the speed of cultivation is definitely faster than the speed of upgrading. Then, change your job. Standing up, he took out a silver crystal from the space ring and was about to press it on his forehead. Husband. Wait! Before the silver crystal was pressed on his head, Huang Rong's slightly anxious voice came from the side, and Lee Sin quickly withdrew his hand and looked at Huang Rong in confusion. Husband, you haven't eaten for a day. Eat first, and then change your job after you're well adjusted. In addition, I'll find a few more people to come over to protect you. Your job change will fail. Once it fails, not only will the difficulty of changing jobs again double, but it may also affect the foundation of your career. Well, I was too impatient. Thanks to Romer for reminding me. Lee Sin smiled awkwardly and nodded, and walked over to support Huang Rong, who was pregnant. From morning till now, it has been more than 8 hours, and it is almost time for dinner. Moreover, he is still practicing martial arts. Lee Sin is really hungry. If you use the job transfer certificate in this state, there is a high chance of failure. You should know that the more knowledge you inherit, the more complicated it will be, the more energy and physical strength you will consume, and the higher the failure rate will be. Husband, this is the top grade 9 flower jade dew pill. You should take it with you just in case. I will let Tang Song, Wu Daofeng, and Li Tianyu lead the team to protect you outside the Nanyang Palace. After dinner, Huang Rong reluctantly sent Lee Sin to the Nanyang Palace, a relatively secluded palace in the yang position of the formation. Don't worry, Roma. I've already become a 6th level spirit formation master. I've changed my job 6 times. I know everything about changing my job. Don't worry. Yes. I'll wait for you. Huang Rong said nothing more. In order not to add psychological pressure to Lee Sin, she turned around and left here, and told Tang Song and others to protect him well. Lee Sin entered the palace, sat cross-legged, and put the silver crystal on his forehead, silently saying use in his heart. The dazzling silver light instantly enveloped him, and countless jade stars danced in the silver light, rushing to merge into his head, and a huge amount of knowledge quickly poured into his mind. In less than a minute, Li Sin's body began to tremble, and his clothes were soon soaked with sweat. He forced himself to put the top grade 9 flower jade dew pill in his hand into his mouth, swallowed it with difficulty, and immediately concentrated on absorbing the knowledge. The difficulty and intensity of the job transfer to the 7th rank spiritual array master far exceeded his expectations. Chapter 988 7th Transformation Success. Autumn outing. The sun rises and the moon sets, and 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. Squeak Huang Rong still couldn't hold back her worries, and gently pushed open the door of Nanyang Hall. In the center of the hall, which was less than 10 meters wide, Li Sin was still shrouded in silver light, and the jade-colored stars flying around him were almost gone. Seeing this, Huang Rong, who had been nervous for 3 days, breathed a sigh of relief and retreated. She had also seen several professionals change their jobs, and as long as the stars of different colors were absorbed, the professional's job change would be successful. Although Li Sin was much thinner than 3 days ago, his complexion had regained its rosy color, and his spirits had improved a lot. Squeaky. Another hour passed, and Li Sin opened the door and walked out. He walked towards Huang Rong, supported her, and smiled gently. Rong, I succeeded. Thank you for your worry. It's okay, as long as you succeeded in your job transfer. Then he looked at the military formation on the roof of the hall that had not yet dispersed, and thanked loudly. Thank you, General Tang, and all the generals. Military advisorly. You don't have to be polite. Since Li Junshi succeeded in breaking through, we will leave first. This is the Imperial Palace after all, and it is not appropriate for a group of men like us to stay here. General Tang, you are too polite. I will treat you all to a drink later. Haha. I will give Junshi a meal. Don't even mention 1 meal. 3 meals will be fine. Then it's settled. Tang Tsung and others greeted them warmly, turned around, jumped off the nearby roof, and ran out of the Imperial Palace. After they left, Li Sin helped Huang Rong back to their bedroom-facing palace. Husband, what skill did you comprehend this time? Is it the spiritual consciousness formation you have been looking forward to? It's not the spiritual consciousness formation, but it is also a very practical skill. Formation Heart Epic LV1. Increase the formation comprehension by 10%, increase the formation success rate by 10%. Passive skill. Another passive skill, added 2 abilities, and it was 10% at the beginning. The formation success rate is simple and clear for Li Sin, who often arranges fusion formations. It is simply a magical skill, which not only reduces the mistakes in formation, but also reduces his trial and error costs. With the skill Array Heart, he could try to set up some dangerous arrays. As long as he was careful and meticulous, he could set up some conflicting arrays. It also increased his comprehension of arrays, allowing him to learn more and stronger arrays faster. The overall strength improvement was even greater than Spiritual Sense Array. However, Li Sin still felt a little regretful. He had seen many Spiritual Array Masters perform Spiritual Sense Array. In the blink of an eye, thousands or tens of thousands of array materials flew quickly within a radius of 1 or 2 kilometers, landed accurately, and formed an array in an instant. The scene was extremely spectacular. The efficiency was extremely fast, and the power really made him dream about it. In addition, the new formation he had comprehended was indeed a high-level thunder formation. The power was unknown, but the name was Domineering 9 Heavens Demon Slayer Formation. This skill is powerful, and it is a passive skill. My husband, as long as you set up the formation, you can continuously upgrade it. The speed of improvement is definitely very fast, and the power will definitely be stronger in the future. Seeing the regret in Li Sin's eyes, Huang Rong smiled and praised Li Sin. Yes, this skill becomes more and more terrifying as you progress. I'll take a short break for a day, and continue to perfect the 5 local level skills tomorrow. No hurry, let's go out of town tomorrow, which will give you a chance to relax your mind, and then we'll perfect it in 2 days. Okay. Li Sin looked at Huang Rong's belly, and calculated that it had been 8 months. It was still easy for her to move now, but she would not be able to walk in a while, so it was a good opportunity to accompany her to relax. Even if they didn't want to make a big fuss about their trip, many people would still make arrangements in advance. While the two were having lunch, Lukashi informed Tang Tsung, Zheng Jinbao, and other grandmasters close to Huang Rong of the news, and also discussed with Du the itinerary for Huang Rong and her to travel the next day. After all, there were many people who wanted Huang Rong's life. In late autumn, the sun became soft and warm, slanting down on the winding banks of the Luo River, giving this ancient land a faint golden glow. On both sides of the river, the trees put on colorful autumn clothes. The maple leaves were like fire. The sycamore leaves were golden, and they contrasted with the vast lush plain in the distance, as if it was the most carefully arranged palette of nature. The farmland on the plain has just been harvested. There are no busy farmers in the empty fields. There are only haystacks that have not yet dried, showing this year's harvest. Walking along the river in autumn, there is soft sand and pebbles occasionally exposed on the water. They are washed round and smoothed by the river, recording the stories of the years. The river is gurgling, not as turbulent as in spring, nor as turbulent as in summer, but flowing slowly in a steady and profound manner, occasionally rolling up a few waves, beating against the shore, making a low and long sound, as if whispering the vicissitudes and changes of thousands of years. The guards of the Phoenix Kingdom protected their empress and military advisor from afar, not letting any danger affect them, letting them enjoy the tranquility of the years. Looking up into the distance, the river water meets the sky, and the mist is lingering, giving people a feeling of both grandeur and mystery. A few water birds fly low and circle over the river, sometimes diving into the water, causing ripples, adding some vitality and vigor to this quiet picture. On the shore, several fishermen are busy collecting their nets. Their figures are elongated in the reflection of the setting sun, looking particularly tough and hard-working, and their faces are filled with the joy of a good harvest. At this moment, the air was filled with the fresh smell of soil and grass, mixed with a faint fruity aroma, which was the smell of ripe apples, persimmons, and other fruits in the nearby orchard. It made people take a deep breath involuntarily, as if they could breathe in the full autumn and the gifts of nature. Rong, have an apple. This apple is big and red, and it must be sweet. Very sweet. Huang Rong's face was red, redder than the apple in her hand. The smile on her face was sweeter than the apple. The two of them stepped on the afterglow of the setting sun, warmly and sweetly got on the gorgeous carriage waiting on the side, and went back to Bianjing City. But in several villages on the riverbank, several groups of people were so angry that they watched the carriage go away from afar. Bang, Prince. Prince, calm down. The enemy is powerful. Don't be impulsive. Damn Huang Rong. Is she showing off her power? The prince, who was preparing to assassinate Huang Rong on the day of Huang Rong's enthronement, prepared again, and was unable to perform it again. Behind him, an old man with gray hair and coarse cloth clothes smiled bitterly and comforted. Your Highness, Huang Rong is not showing off his power. He is fishing. Once we make a slight move, it may be noticed by the Jinui, and the people arranged in the palace will also be picked out by the inner factory. We must be patient for now. Master Hu is right. I understand. May I ask, Master Hu, how many grandmasters are there to protect Huang Rong this time? Uh-huh. The prince is much calmer. That's great. Just now I carefully counted them. There are 260 grandmaster level eunuchs, 120 grandmaster level palace maids, and 820 grandmaster level teams. A total of 1,200 grandmasters. So many? Hee hee. Huang Rong has killed too many people. There are too many people who want her life. She is pregnant now. She can't do it herself, so she will be very careful. But her trip this time also exposed her defense strength, which is a good opportunity for us to make some arrangements. Then I'll have to trouble Master Hu to contact friends in the Jin, Yuan, and Ming countries. Those great masters in the martial arts world should not reveal too much information for the time being. I don't need to do that. The two discussed and began another day of visiting neighbors as usual, actually exchanging information with allies. Chapter 989 Preparations in the Palace, studying the pros and cons of 5 kinds of martial arts. Old Lu, did you find any clues during this autumn outing? Haha, you are worthy of being the military advisor. I can't hide anything from you. At noon on the 3rd day, Li Sun saw Lukashi again after he disappeared for 4 days, and asked directly. Lukashi did not hide it, and said directly, at present, we have confirmed that there are 1,877 foreign spies in Bianjing outside the palace, from the 10 great empires and the 100 great dynasties. There are also spies from small tribes, who have no chance to get in. Among them, there are only 6 grandmasters, and they dare not send in those who are too strong. These people have secretly united and are preparing to assassinate your majesty. In addition, we have locked 329 grandmaster warriors outside the city of Bianjing, and are monitoring them from a distance. Hearing this, Li Sun showed a disdainful smile. Haha. Only 335 grandmasters? No one else needs to take action. And your people in the inner factory will not be able to share enough. Ha ha ha. Military advisor. You are too kind. We have 431 grandmasters in the inner factory. And Li Xiui also has 52 grandmasters maids. Once a fight breaks out, we will be outnumbered. Ha ha, Li Sun also laughed. This is still inside the palace. There are more than 6,000 grandmasters in Bianjing City outside the palace, hiding at home to practice. With the completion of the construction of Bagua Street, all 2,880 houses were allocated before Huang Rong's coronation ceremony. There are 8 first-rank officials in the court, and they are allocated 8 3-entry courtyards covering an area of half an acre, in addition to their own relatives. Each family also has close friends living in the house. There can be more than 20 grandmasters practicing in one courtyard. There are 24 second-rank officials, and they are assigned a small courtyard with 2 entrances, which can basically have 7 or 8 grandmasters. The third-rank officials are assigned a 5-story large flat, with 4 households on each floor, and 240 square meters per household. There are about 20 grandmasters living in one building. Officials below the third rank, who have good relationships, are assigned a 200 square meter large flat, while those with poor relationships can only live in a 150 square meter flat. The grandmasters who did not join the court were also assigned these 2 types of large flats, each with 10 floors. Now all 2,880 houses have been allocated. Some officials have been sent out, and they will also rent out the houses in Bianjing at high prices. It's not that these officials are looking at the gold and silver, but that the people who rent are all high-level warriors, at least 8th-level master warriors, who dare to rent houses. Those with weak strength are not qualified to come in and live in. Practicing in these houses is at least 3 times more efficient than practicing in the outside world. And the increase in practice in the 8 3-entry courtyards is as much as 6 times. Such a practice environment will attract any warrior. The 64 squares outside Bagua Street have also been completed, except for the 4,096 buildings that serve as the nodes of the formation, which are handed over to the Grand Master family, who knows everything about them. All other houses are rented out directly. No house in the entire Bianjing City is for sale. Nominally, they all belong to the royal family of the Phoenix country. The Grand Masters only have the right to live in them, but not the right to own them. After all, these houses are related to the entire Bianjing, and the huge 12 ancestral which star formation on the entire Luonan plain, so we have to be careful. Although Bianjing City is already a mixed bag, the central area is still firmly controlled by the Phoenix Kingdom Court. It is normal for Lukashi to control so many great masters. The two chatted for a while, and came to Nanyang Hall, where 5 great masters were already waiting. Meet Li Junshi, and Lu, general manager. Seeing the 2 people coming, the 3 great masters knelt on one knee to salute, with respectful expressions. Even when facing Li Sun, a weakling with only a 6th level aura, they were respectful and humble. This is the slaves cultivated by the palace. The slavery was constantly educated and instilled by their predecessors when they entered the palace, and the concept of obedience was instilled in them until they died. After the death of the previous emperor, when they came to the new palace, the slavery in their bones would not change much. This is the result of the domestication of eunuchs and palace maids by all the palaces on the warrior continent for tens of thousands of years. Li Sun is happy to see this happen, and will not think about changing anything. He can be said to be a vested interest. There is no need to destroy his own stage. After walking to the main seat in the hall and sitting down, he said to the 5 people who had their backs to him in a calm voice, "Get up." "Thank you, Li military advisor." The 5 people bowed and thanked him before standing up, turning to face Li Sun sideways, still a little nervous and humble. Li Sun did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "You should know that I am optimizing the exercises you practice. The exercises below the earth level have been revised. I just point out the mistakes and omissions of those rubbish, guide the direction of practice, and the practitioners can adjust themselves. Next, I will optimize the earth level exercises to heaven level exercises, and further solve the defects in the exercises. This requires you to cooperate, but you don't have to worry about it. I guarantee that there is no danger of life." Slave obeyed Li Jun's arrangement, West Death. 5 people kneeling down again, quite humble. This attitude, Li Sun was very satisfied but a little disgusting. There is no opinion. Cooperate with optimization skills. It may be difficult, but it has been decided to start. Don't worry. Come first. I wait for the internal force into your body, you bring that internal force operation method, I want to fully understand your exercises. Slaves or norm. He ordered a eunuch closest to himself, let him start cultivation. This is a great master who practices Huan Yuan Tong Zigong. When the technique is in operation, it quickly produces yang qi like the rising sun, which is neutral and peaceful, without a strong tendency to attack, and even less a strong tendency to defend. Li Sin's magic power is attached to his consciousness, and it keeps running in the body of this great master, while comprehending the properties and characteristics of the technique. He gradually discovered some defects. For example, eunuchs have no lower body, and yang qi cannot be stored there, but can only be stored in the dantian. There is no normal balance between yin and yang, which causes yang qi to accumulate and become yang poison, affecting the lifespan of eunuchs. Afterwards, he checked the grandmasters who practiced sunflower manual, and found that the situation was even more serious. Sunflower qi is like the sun at noon, warm and overbearing. Although the attack power is extremely strong, the qi flowing in the body will not only burn the meridians, but also the source of life. No wonder there are so many grandmasters who practice sunflower manual. But it is almost unheard of that they can live to 180 years old. This is a quick learning method. The situation of Ji Yang Gong is the same as that of sunflower manual. But the practice of Ji Yang Gong is slower, and the damage will also be slightly slower. 6 roots purification technique. The qi cultivated is the most vicious. It is a kind of yang qi like the setting sun. Although it is also yang qi, it has a strong smell of decay. The grandmaster who practices this technique cannot live beyond 240 years. Such a lifespan is not even a fraction of the normal grandmaster's lifespan of 600 years. After the 10th cycle, the Shanin treasure record practiced by the palace maids is relatively better. The yin qi is like the full moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival, cool but not cold. It is no problem to live to 300 years old after normal practice. It is just that the difficulty of practice is relatively large, and the practice speed will be much slower. So there are 431 Grandmaster eunuchs in the palace, and only 52 Grandmaster palace maids. And when practicing the skills, they will naturally emit an unpleasant smell, which is completely like the body odor of pickled food. And it is completely impossible to conceal that kind of smell. I guess everyone will subconsciously hate it. Li Sin guessed that it was a deliberate door left by the creator of the skills to prevent these eunuchs and palace maids from leaving the palace. I roughly understand your problem. Next, I will guide you to practice the skills. I can guarantee that you will not die, but you may lose your current martial arts. Those who are willing to stay. Those who are not willing to leave now. I am willing, Li Sin asked unnecessarily, and the 5 people knelt down and agreed. Chapter 990. The optimization of the technique is complete. The magical Ji Yang Gong MMM. Ah. Cough 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 cough. Ouch ouch. In the Bianjing Palace, in the Nanyang Palace, for creepy screams were heard from time to time. Even in the daytime, eunuchs and palace maids did not dare to approach, afraid of hearing these weird screams and peeing directly. Amid the screams, Li Sin Huan was full of smiles. The first technique was successfully optimized. Meow, how do you feel now? I feel relaxed and clear all over. I won't feel like going to the toilet when I start practicing the technique. My stomach is still warm. I feel that the vitality of my body is slowly recovering. It couldn't be better. The old palace maid with white hair and wrinkled face had a faint silver blue chi glow rising from her body, and the thin frost on the floor beside her was getting thicker and thicker. Keep the speed of cultivation steady, and circulate for 9 cycles. Yes. Meow suppressed her surprise, and glanced at her companion, who was still screaming, and her mouth rose unconsciously. Sometimes, happiness is so simple, it's just a simple comparison. This Meow might not be familiar with the operation of the improved Shanin Baolu, and it took her 6 hours to circulate for 1 cycle. Li Sin then stood behind her patiently for 6 hours, observing and feeling the operation of her qi. However, the effect of slowly circulating the true qi is really good. In this way, some hidden meridians are discovered. Some will hinder the circulation of true qi, some can open up the meridians, and some can stimulate the body's potential. There are many wonders. He recorded the characteristics of these meridians, and combined them with the exercises, and continued to improve. After 9 cycles, a relatively perfect exercise operation system was finally successfully completed. Auntie Meow, you are now running the last version of Shanin Baolu. Run it once at your normal practice speed. Understood. Auntie Meow's face was serious, with a gleam of expectation in her eyes, and she began to practice the exercises. The next moment, a breeze blew from all directions, and a large amount of spiritual energy gathered to form a small whirlwind. So fast, the 4 eunuchs who were groaning from time to time couldn't help but admire it. The pain in their bodies seemed to have eased a lot. Although there were some problems with the modification of their own cultivation method, they had more confidence in Li Xin with such a successful case in front of them. Li Xin's magic power couldn't keep up with the speed of Aunt Miao's magic. In just 3 minutes, his magic power was wiped out by the fast-moving true energy. He simply stopped tracking the route of the qi circulation, stepped back 2 steps, and waited for Aunt Miao's final effect of the technique. 36 minutes later, the whirlwind dissipated, and Aunt Miao completed a new technique. "How is it?" replied to Li Junshi. "There is no discomfort. I feel a slight tingling in my muscles. But after the tingling, I feel relaxed all over, as if my body is nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is much more comfortable than the initial Shanin Balu practice. Moreover, I can feel that the speed of this qi circulation is 3 times that of the original technique, and the gains from the practice should be 4 times the original. Very good. Your technique has been optimized, and you will continue to practice in Nanyang Hall for the next period of time." As ordered, Aunt Miao agreed excitedly, and went to the room next to prepare dinner. Under the expectant eyes of the 4 old eunuchs, Li Xin found a pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and copied out the perfect version of new Shanin treasure record. After that, he began to adjust the operation route of the 4 eunuch skills. With the previous experience, the adjustment of these 4 skills quickly got on track and achieved an optimal effect. Sunflower Treasure Book maintained the quick learning effect, and circulated the violent sunflower true qi more in the skin and muscles of the body. Using this violent true qi to temper the body, the movement speed and attack speed of the practitioner are enhanced again, and the attack is just like a flash. The optimization effect on the body is immediate. The old eunuch, who is said to be 80 years old and looks like he is about to die, has white hair and black hair in one day, and his thin body has swelled up a lot, looking much healthier. 6 Roots Purification Technique. The practice speed is still the slowest, but the sunset-like twilight yang energy has a little more pure yin energy, achieving an effect of extreme yang giving birth to yin, allowing practitioners to achieve a health-preserving effect of prolonging life. Han Yuan Tongzi Gong. After modification, the true qi becomes more refined, a kind of pure and spotless yang energy, which is finally tempered into the bones. While solving the problem that eunuchs cannot store yang energy, it makes the practitioners become ironclad, and their defense is greatly increased. When fighting against the enemy, the true qi can be released and condensed into a powerful defensive shield outside the body. The old eunuch who practiced Jiyang Gong knelt down on his knees after the successful modification and pleaded guilty in fear. "Military advisor, I deserve to die. Please give me a whole body." "Hey, what's wrong with your skills? It shouldn't be. Military advisor, I ask you to let me talk for a moment. Let's go." Li Xin was very curious why this person reacted so strongly. He directly found a remote room and walked in first. The eunuch came in and lit 2 candles, and then closed the doors and windows, and then he came to Li Xin and tremblingly untied his belt. "Military advisor, I have grown something that shouldn't have grown." He pointed to his crotch. "Shh! It actually grew out." Li Xin couldn't help but exclaimed, "The thing that was cut off from the eunuch actually grew out." "Yes. So I ask you to grant me death. I shouldn't be in this palace, and this skill shouldn't appear." The old eunuch knelt down again. "Hurry up. I'm not that intolerant. And you shouldn't be in the palace. Just leave the palace. Not only that, after you leave the palace, find a woman to see if you can still have children. As for you, how old are you?" "I'm 137 years old this year. I don't dare to leave the palace." "Don't worry. Aren't there many imperial farms outside Bianjing that need to be managed? You go and manage one. You and Lukashi will meet His Majesty later and explain the matter. But, go. His Majesty won't kill you. You are now a precious test sample." Li Xin sent the man away. Then read the optimization record of Ji Yang Gong several times, memorized it, and burned it. From now on, apart from the eunuch just now, he is the only one who knows this skill. If this skill is leaked, it will definitely cause a terrible bloody storm. As expected, Huang Rong and Li Xin had the same idea. They sent the eunuch out of the palace that day and arranged him to manage a royal farm. They also assigned him 3 old palace maids around 50 years old to keep him company. She also wanted to see if the eunuch's regrown things could still be used. Li Xin stayed with the other 3 eunuchs for a while to study them. After confirming that they could not grow anything again, he let them go back and selected suitable eunuchs to practice the new skills. The palace maids also began to improve at the same time. Huang Rong personally supervised and selected 3,000 palace maids with good character and good servility to start practicing new Shanin treasure record. When these palace maids were improved, the safety of the Huang Kingdom's palace would be improved. With this, Li Xin's martial arts optimization plan was completed. The rest of the time, he would quietly accompany Huang Rong and wait for her to give birth. Chapter 991 Huang Rong's output is coming. Game start. Xianggong, isn't I pregnant? Ha ha, my Jiarong is pregnant with Aneza, we are his father and mother. But 12 months, he just can't come out. Huang Rong cried, how can you coax the kind? Li Xin comforted her with Neza, but the outside world has long been passing Huang Rong. Will give the world, bring a disaster to the Kyushu mainland. Although they all knew in their hearts that it was a rumor made up by other countries in Jojo. Huang Rong's psychological pressure was still increasing. Don't worry. We can all feel that the child in your belly is not only full of vitality, but also has simple thinking rhythms, which proves that he is really healthy. I guess the immortals blessed you with a lot of immortals. And we used yin yang mutual aid to breed this little guy, so that he also has a trace of immortal energy. He is naturally extraordinary before he is born. Li Xin explained to Huang Rong again the reason he had said several times in a gentle tone. This is the explanation he thinks is closest to the truth. Otherwise it is really hard to explain the phenomenon of pregnancy for 12 months. Well, I am pregnant with Neza, a god, not a freak. Huang Rong silently recited a few sentences, and her emotions gradually stabilized. After coaxing Huang Rong to sleep, Li Xin took out some mythical demon pills and high-level array materials, and set up a spring breeze array for replenishing essence in the Faithing Palace. He had a hunch that Huang Rong's due date would be these 2 days. It made no sense, but when he sensed the baby in her belly, he sensed it naturally. Military advisor Li, Bianjing City has not been peaceful these past 2 days, and many grandmasters have come from outside the city. When Li Xin finished setting up the formation, Lukashi came running over nervously to report a bad news. Are they here? Notify Tang Song and Tiu. Tighten the outside and loosen the inside. Let those grandmasters enter Bianjing City. Remember to let those grandmasters who are practicing in the city keep a low profile and hide well. Military advisor Li, aren't you worried? The emperor is in a very unstable mood now, and can't stand any stimulation. Don't worry, Rongwu won't go to court during this period. She will stay in Faithing Palace to take care of the baby. I have set up the formation here, and the sound from outside can't come in. Oh, that's why. Then military advisor Li, you must keep an eye on the emperor. Don't let her go out. Don't worry, she doesn't have the energy to do that now. By the way, have you checked the eunuchs and maids in the palace? Hee. Don't worry. Those who have second thoughts are arranged on the periphery. When the time comes, they will have no chance even if they want to enter the inner palace. In addition, with your formation, those people who want to sabotage, they can't do it even if they are insiders. Well, prepare for the battle. Yes, I will go down and prepare first. Lukashi left with a smile. And she was no longer nervous. This time when Huang Rong gave birth, someone would definitely come to sabotage her, and even go all out. But this is also a good opportunity to catch all the enemies in the dark. Next, let's see who is more skilled in this game. Zuoxian City, it is exactly 100 kilometers away from Bianjing City. It is not one of the 12 ancestral witch-star cities. It is approved by the court and built by various original forces near Bianjing. Here, the administrative configuration of a county was set up in the Phoenix State, but the prosperity of Zuoxian City is not inferior to that of a prefectural city. The largest mansion in the city is not the county government, but the courtyard of the prominent Liu family. At this time, the underground palace of the Liu family compound was already full of guests. Liu Junyi sat in the main seat, but his face was cautious. He would look at the faces of the people around him from time to time, and cold sweat would appear on his forehead from time to time. There were too many masters here. So many masters that he had no power to resist. Although there were more than 100 people sitting here, no one spoke, but just practiced quietly, silently waiting for more people to come. Time passed little by little. The sun outside gradually set, and the underground palace was gradually filled with more than 500 people. Mr. Liu, are almost all the people here? A young man in an orange-yellow python robe couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere and couldn't help asking Lu Junyi, who was sitting in the main seat. Replying to Prince Zhe. All the forces that are qualified to participate in the event have sent representatives. Some of the lower-level forces that knew the news and wanted to come have not arrived yet. So let them listen to the command later. Lu Junyi stood up and carefully looked at several big men before answering the question of the Prince of Song. However, when he answered, he looked at an old man who looked like an old farmer on the other side. When Prince Xiaozhe heard Lu Junyi's answer, he didn't care that the other party was disrespectful to him. And he directly said then, "Let's start discussing business. Our secret guards have sent accurate information that Huang Rong's due date is within 3 days. How reliable is the information?" The old man, with a long beard holding an unsheathed long sword and a sword-like aura asked unceremoniously. Xiaozhe bowed to the other party and said, "Meet the Lord of Wushuang City." The one who brought the news was the imperial physician of Huang Country. His only grandson is in our hands. Yes. The Lord of Wushuang City just nodded and stopped talking. He continued to look down at the long sword in his hand, as if the long sword in his hand was more important than discussing the assassination of Huang Rong. Xiaozhe was not surprised. The other party was a high-level grandmaster. It was normal for him to ignore him. An 8th-turn master. If he had not held the title of the Crown Prince of Song, he would not have been qualified to enter this underground palace. He continued, "According to the on-site investigation by the experts we invited, who were good at Qimen Duangjia and had studied the Blue Star Formation, it has been confirmed that the Bianjing city was arranged with the 12 ancestral Witch Star Formation of Baiyun Mountain, which has extremely strong defense. But as long as we can enter Bianjing city before the other party opens the Starlight Barrier, no matter how strong the defense is, it will be useless. Phoenix Country, the 19 countries nearby, including Mongolia, Liao, Yuan, Xixia, Great Snow Mountain, Xingqiu Sea, and Tubo, have completed the border troop deployment work as agreed, and successfully mobilized 80% of the Phoenix Country's army. There should be 14,000 grandmasters in the Phoenix Country at present, 10,000 of which have been assigned. Even if there are hidden grandmasters in Bianjing City, the number will not exceed 5,000. Sad and soft breeze, 10 fragrance softening powder, and 3 bone-dissolving incense have been sent to Bianjing City, and can be used at any time. We have dug out 5 secret tunnels in and out of Bianjing City. And Xiaozhe kept reporting on the preparations he and his allies had made, and his face could not help but be more proud. The representatives of various forces present nodded repeatedly. This prince of the fallen country is still quite capable. He has obtained all kinds of intelligence clearly, and has made all kinds of preliminary arrangements properly. He was a good prince. But unfortunately, his country was destroyed. After he finished his report, he listened to the compliments of representatives of some small forces. But an impatient voice interrupted the praises and said in a deep voice, "Where are the reinforcements that Phoenix Country asked for help from Blue Star? Meet Senior Xian Yuan Depan. The reinforcements from Blue Star can't come. Senior Ding from Xingqiu Sea has already arranged a variety of deadly poisons outside the Hanhai Desert. It's okay if the reinforcements from Blue Star don't come. If they dare to come, they will only become a pile of dry bones." "Very good. We can kill them in this round." "Yes." "Good." After listening to Zhao Zhe's various arrangements, the bigwigs at the meeting nodded with satisfaction, indicating that they could take action and were truly willing to participate in this adventure. Chapter 992, The Strongest Man. Determined to win. Oh. The sound of cocks crowing outside came into the underground palace. It was already dawn. Xian Yuan Depan, who was at the top, looked at the eyes of several big men who were still resting with their eyes closed, and gave an order in a deep voice. "Follow your plan. Start creating chaos around Bianjing today, and raid the palace the day after tomorrow." "Yes, I'll take my leave." Zhao Zhe still had a lot to say, but he had to hold it back, not daring to talk too much nonsense, and left quietly and orderly with most of the people. In the end, there were only 15 silent people, and Xian Yuan played left in the whole underground palace. Even Lu Junyi, the owner, left obediently. Until then, the swordsman who had been sleeping with the sword in his arms opened his eyes, and stared at the old farmer, who was leaning against the wall and pretending to be invisible in the hall below. "Xiao Heng, you, the ancestor of the Song dynasty, are really patient. Such a great empire was overthrown, and you still pretend to be dead and don't come out. Zhao Heng, the third emperor of the Song Empire, who was said to have died 1,000 years ago, was actually here. A few people still had their eyes closed, but most of them looked at the old farmer in the corner in surprise. There was still surprise and curiosity in their eyes, but they did not doubt the words of the speaker, because his identity was even more magical. The Marquis of Chongqing in the Qin Empire, Lao Ai, a ruthless man who almost rebelled against Emperor Qin Ningzheng and is still alive today. A man who has lived for at least 2,800 years, and whose strength has reached level 249, belonging to the legendary level. If he goes further, he may become a super master of the immortal. He is also the strongest person in the underground palace. No one will doubt what he says. Hello, Senior Lao Ai. I am now devoted to Taoism and only hope to break through to the heavenly man realm as soon as possible, and then pursue the immortal way. Zhao Heng, who looked like an old farmer, stood up with a little helplessness, respectfully saluted Lao Ai, and answered respectfully, making it hard to tell that he was once an emperor. Haha. Immortal way? Since the great change of the heavenly way 300 years ago, the immortal way has disappeared. You'd better tell me your real purpose, otherwise I don't mind killing you first. Lao Ai sneered disdainfully, and the murderous intent in his body suddenly broke out. In just a moment, the whole underground palace was covered with a layer of white frost. The other 14 people burst out their true chi one after another, forming a true chi shield outside their bodies to resist Lao Ai's murderous aura. No one spoke, but they all looked at Zhao Heng, waiting for his explanation. I want to make sure that Huang Rong is really blessed by the immortals. And I also want to break through the realm of heaven and man. Zhao Heng was stimulated by this murderous aura, and not only did he not shrink, but he straightened his body and exuded the aura of a strong man. And his answer was even more sonorous and powerful. Not bad. Hearing this answer, Lao Ai nodded with satisfaction and put away his murderous aura, looking at other people, and finally focusing on Xian Yuan Depan. Xian Yuan Depan. After the great change of the heavenly Tao, your early kingdom has burst out a large number of masters, and even many masters in the realm of heaven and man. You have 3 masters above level 241 this time. What is the purpose? Reporting to Senior Lao Ai, the Li Emperor also wants to obtain the blessing of the immortals, so he sent me to take a look. Xian Yuan Depan answered carefully, fearing that he would be killed directly by this person. Lao Ai nodded without comment, and then looked at the other people. Wu Shuai Fan Han, your master's throne is still unstable. How can you bear to let you, a great master, come out? Senior Huiyin. But my majesty also wants to use the immortal fate to stabilize the throne. King Jinluan, your dragon elephant Prajna is already at the 13th level, and if you break through again, you will reach the heavenly realm. Why do you want to wade into this muddy water? It is said that the Taoist immortal descended this time, not the Buddha of Buddhism. Amitabha, I can't break the last life and death barrier, and I want to try to face the immortal directly. Bai Xian. Fu Kailan, you have just entered level 241, and you dare to come? In a few words, Lao Ai called the names of the 15 people present, and lectured them all with the attitude of an adult lecturing a child, and immediately took absolute control of the scene. The people below did not dare to have any opinions, and could only listen obediently. It was really that Lao Ai could kill them all by himself, and he could also ensure that he would not get hurt. This was the strength of the 249 level Grandmaster, the powerful man known as the Heavenly Man. More importantly, the combined forces of all the forces present were not enough to defeat the Qin Empire alone. Of course, Lao Ai only asked briefly, and after confirming his command and control, he did not attack these people more. He changed the subject and said, today, we will sneak into Bianjing City first. And if we can catch Huang Rong, we will catch her alive. And if we can't catch her, we will kill her. The corpse, I want it for the great Qin Empire. Do you have any opinions? This. The group of people below did not want to agree, but under Lao Ai's gloomy gaze, no one dared to object, and finally they had to acquiesce. After the big stick, the next step is naturally to give sweet dates. Lao Ai's gloomy face instantly changed to a warm smile and said, everyone can copy all the martial arts of the Phoenix Kingdom, and the formations and Chiman Duinjia can also be copied by each person, and everyone can share this harvest. Thank you, Senior. Everyone hurriedly bowed their hands to thank him, otherwise, even these 2 harvests would be deducted later. Let's not talk about other things first. according to the intelligence sent back by their insider. The Phoenix Palace currently has 6 heaven-level skills, which have a very wide range of applications: fast cultivation, fast breakthrough, and high growth. These 6 heaven-level skills alone are enough for any small country to quickly develop into an empire. The example of Phoenix is right in front of us. As for the formation, it is not easy to learn it after getting it. Among the many forces present, which one has not stolen the formation of Phoenix since the Phoenix or Bayan Mountain period? But even if they have learned it, it is difficult to arrange a formation with 1% of its power. Many of the key points of the formation cannot be learned by just getting the formation secret book. Let's go, those little things should start to move, and we should make some arrangements. That's right, Senior. A group of super grandmasters with a level of more than 240 walked out of the underground palace, and a conspiracy net enveloped Bianjing City. In Bianjing City, Lee Sin looked at the red morning glow in the sky, and always had a fatal sense of crisis. But when he felt it carefully, that sense of crisis turned into a new sense of expectation. It was very strange, and made him feel uneasy. Who cares what the crisis is? Once I start the formation, all dangers will be blocked. The formation is up. As Lee Sin pinched the seal in his hand, his magic power was madly injected into his feet, through a thick layer of stone slabs, and fell into the eye of the formation underground. Buzz. Very subtle vibrations. Very faint silver-gray light. If you don't pay attention, warriors below the 7th level will not be able to find that the formation is activated. The fluctuations of the formation quickly spread to a radius of 99 kilometers. And the 12 ancestral witch-star cities lit up the formation light almost at the same time. And the 12 starlight shields lit up at the same time. With the help of the formation, Lee Sin's voice rang out in the 12 cities at the same time. The Phoenix country has been established for more than a year, but the household registration system has been slow. Now, according to the order of our emperor, a starlight barrier is set up. Anyone entering or leaving must carry an identity token. Those who do not have a token should apply for one immediately from the local government. There are also temporary identity token application offices for outsiders. His voice, under the effect of the formation, can be heard not only in the 12 cities, but also within a 12-kilometer radius outside the 12 cities. After saying this, he began to adjust the strength and recognition sensitivity of the starlight barrier, and his actions made some people move much faster. Chapter 993 Undercurrent Surge, Tide Arrangements. The actions of those useless people have been noticed by the Phoenix Kingdom Court. Swishian City outside, 16 top grandmasters had just left the city not long ago, and some men came to report the sudden change just now. Xianyuan Depan couldn't help but complain, but no one responded to him. He turned his head and saw that everyone else had a smile on their faces, which made him a little puzzled, and even felt a sense of loneliness and being excluded. He wanted to ask, but he was too embarrassed to speak, for fear of being called stupid, so he had to endure it. Let's disperse. We'll act according to the signal the day after tomorrow morning. Lao Ai looked at Xianyuan Depan like an idiot, and was the first to leave. The others also nodded slightly and dispersed, walking towards Bianjing City. No one flew, all used Qigong to hurry on their way like ordinary 5th and 6th turn warriors. After the crowd dispersed, the 2 Ligua grandmasters who were with Xianyuan Depan asked him softly, "Brother Xianyuan, you haven't applied for a temporary pass to Bianjing City yet, right?" "No, why should I apply for that thing?" "Well, it's a pass to enter Bianjing City. It only costs 3 copper coins to apply for it once, and it can be used for 7 days. After 7 days, the true chi on the wooden sign will naturally disappear." A thin middle-aged man took out a palm-sized wooden sign that was gray and ordinary in workmanship. There was also the true chi of this grandmaster on it, which was faintly floating. Xianyuan Depan took a look and was even more disdainful. "This thing is useless. Your true chi is different from your original true chi. Besides, your name is Zhao Yu, not Zhao Ke. Yes, this temporary token can be forged. The clerks of the Phoenix Kingdom don't care whether you forge it or not. As long as you have this token, you can pass the inspection at the city gate, and they are not responsible. However, the handwriting on it cannot be modified. If you change it, the whole token will be broken." Zhao Ke was still good-tempered and explained it to him clearly. But Xianyuan Depan still didn't care much. He was a little helpless and had to say, "Brother Xianyuan, we are going to sneak into Bianjing City now, without alerting the court army, and go in directly. It is most convenient to have a temporary identity token. You should go and get one first. About 30 kilometers east of here is Shaoxian City. There is a place to apply for it outside the city. We'll leave first, bye. Speaking of this, Zhao Ke and another grandmaster bowed to Xian Yuan Depan and said goodbye and walked away, too lazy to talk nonsense with him. This idiot, does he want to force his way into Bianjing City? Damn these bastards, do they think I'm an idiot? Xian Yuan Depan's face turned red with anger, but he could only obediently go to apply for the identity token. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Xian Yuan Depan left, 3 figures rushed over from a distance, and after standing still, they looked at each other and nodded, looking sharply at the green farmland around them. The 3 were Qin Poison Sword Lao Ai, Wushuang City Sword Master Duguli, Song State Third Ancestor Zhao Heng. No one, it seems there is a surveillance formation of the Phoenix State. Let's go, be careful. Duguli and Zhao Heng greeted each other, and then disappeared again. Only Lao Ai, like an ordinary warrior, walked slowly towards the direction of Bianjing City. 5 hours later, the sun was blazing in the sky, and in the rice fields nearby, a figure in the uniform of the Jinui slowly appeared. Wow! These top grandmasters are really terrifying. I have the breath-concealing stealth suit given to me by the military advisor, and the invisibility cloak I got from the monster world, but I was still detected. Fortunately, I kept my composure, and was not exposed. This is a commander of the Jinui. He received news that a great master might appear here, and rushed to investigate. However, before entering the city, he found that the atmosphere in Zhuxian City was not right. So he hid on the road outside the city. Unexpectedly, he really saw some legendary figures. He was very patient. He first swaggered into Zhuxian City, summoned the Jinui to patrol Zhuxian City with great fanfare, and accepted bribes from some people with guilty consciences, and then flew back to Bianjing City. From the beginning to the end, no one doubted that he had really investigated the news, and they just thought he was taking advantage of the opportunity to get something for free. Soon he found Du Yu, and they went to the palace to report the news to Li Xin and Lu Keqi. 1 Tianren Realm. 15 Tianxiang Realm top grandmasters? They are all legendary existences. We are afraid we are in trouble. When Lu Keqi heard the news, he felt very bad and almost cried. Tianxiang Realm is a description of the realm of grandmasters above level 241. Grandmasters above level 241 can sense the power of heaven and earth, borrow the power of heaven and earth, and increase their martial arts by 10 or 100 times, which is no longer comparable to ordinary grandmasters. Heavenly Man Realm is a special description for the 249th level grandmaster, which describes him as if he were an immortal in the sky. With every move, he can mobilize the power of heaven and earth, and breaking through to level 250 is said to be the legendary immortal realm. But no one has become an immortal for thousands of years, and immortals are just legends. Even the Heavenly Man Realm has not been reached for nearly 300 years. After listening to Lu Keqi's additional explanation, Li Xin was a little worried. But thinking about the aura he felt from Huang Rong, and then comparing it with the aura of supreme majesty leaked from the fish god and the god of wisdom, then think about the appearance of Fuxi, the ancestor of mankind and the emperor of heaven, and Shenong, the emperor of earth, who appeared last year and had the aura of suppressing heaven and earth. The whole person was calm again. Don't worry. Notify our grandmaster to quietly enter the 12-star city and prepare to use the true energy to activate the formation. The time should be the morning of the day after tomorrow. Do you? You work hard. Let a few generals mobilize the army, and secretly withdraw the grandmaster. Bammy. You take the Jinui to bully the 12-star city. Blackmail all the shops that have been confirmed to have spies, and blackmail those who are suspected. Strengthen the image of the Jinui as greedy and cruel officials. Lu Keqi, send some unreliable people out of the palace, catch some famous midwives and gynecologists. Make sure to give people the impression that His Majesty may have a difficult delivery. Yes, sir. Lu Keqi and the other 2 bowed at the same time. Although they didn't quite understand Li Xin's purpose, they also knew that they had to confuse the enemy now, so that the enemy couldn't accurately judge the situation in the palace. Soon, the whole palace, the whole city of Bianjing became nervous. Even ordinary people could feel the tension of a storm coming. Under Li Xin's deliberate letting, the grandmasters of various forces entered Bianjing City one after another. But they could only reach the 64 squares. Anyone who dared to enter Bagua Street, no matter who they were or what their status was, would be warned once, expelled twice, and killed on the spot if they dared to talk too much again. As for sneaking in, It was even more impossible. The starlight barrier had been opened, and master warriors above the 7th level could not pass through the starlight barrier of Bagua Street. Anyone who dared to force his way in would be killed. After hanging 8 corpses on the 8 main roads of Bagua Street, no one dared to challenge the bottom line of the Phoenix Kingdom. Killing a chicken to scare the monkey? A childish method. A game for the weak. On the 18th floor of Tai Bai Wine House, near Bagua Street, Lao Ai leaned against the window to taste wine, watching the undercurrent below, his eyes full of disdain. Chapter 994 Huang Rong gives birth, strong enemy attacks. Husband, it hurts. It seems that the energy of heaven and earth is pulling her. Early in the morning, Huang Rong woke up and cried, and hugged Li Sin's arm, and shouted in pain. Haha. Good news, our little Neza is coming out. Come here, immediately let all the prepared female doctors and midwives come here. Yes. Miao Dinyang, who was serving in Feifeng Palace, responded and ran out immediately. Soon, 6 female doctors and 12 midwives were brought in together. These were not female doctors and midwives captured from Bianjing City, but elderly people who had followed from Baiyun Mountain. The leading female doctors were Sun Area and Cheng Lingsu, 2 people Huang Rong trusted deeply. Then the 2 sisters Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying, who had broken through to the Grandmaster realm, came and entered Feifeng Palace to protect Huang Rong. Military advisor. You go out first. It is not good for men to stay in the delivery room for women to give birth. Eunuchs should also go out and leave the palace maids outside to serve. Cheng Lingsu checked Huang Rong's physical condition and directly ordered Li Sin to leave. It seems that she is really going to give birth this time. Okay. Li Sin patted Huang Rong's slightly cold little hands, smiled and comforted her for a few words, and then left Feifeng Palace. He was already the father of 5 daughters, and knew that men were not allowed to enter the delivery room, mainly because they were afraid that some bacteria would infect pregnant women. And they were also worried that pregnant women would be emotionally unstable and affect the delivery. Bang! The palace door closed. Li Sin's spiritual consciousness shot out, and he quickly pinched the hand seal to activate all the defensive formations of Feifeng Palace. Then he adjusted the soundproof formation to completely isolate the outside sound, but let the sound inside be transmitted, so that he could know Huang Rong's situation in time. At this time, the sun in the sky had completely jumped out of the horizon and was rising slowly. Military advisor. A midwife is going out under the pretext of buying medicine. What do you think we should do? Of course. Kill her. Do we have to keep her for the new year? Such a low excuse. Such a stupid person. Must be a chess piece used for testing. Lukashi. You only need to remember one principle. We are all very worried about the safety of His Majesty now. Any action that may threaten the safety of His Majesty can be regarded as improper and killed directly. Yes, I understand. A real enemy wouldn't use such crude means. Lukashi nodded in agreement, and was about to turn around and leave. But Li Sin smiled and shook his head and said, No, no, no. The real smart enemies are now using this crudest strategy. We just need to use simpler and more brutal means to directly interrupt their strategies. I understand. I will go down and kill them now. Yes. Li Sin nodded, looked at the sun in the east, felt the vitality of the sun, used his body as a guide, and drew all the sun's star power over, landing on the entire 12 ancestral, which star array, on the 12 star cities. The colorful and different starlight barriers all lit up. What a domineering formation, directly plundering the sun's essence, increasing the defense of the entire formation. On the roof of Tai Bai restaurant, Lao Ai looked up at the sky, and for the first time, his face was solemn. Unfortunately, we are inside the formation. Degushi just glanced at the golden sky, and then looked down at the sword in his hand, with a look of disdain on his face. Lao Ai glanced and asked directly, Degushi, can you break the starlight barrier of the 8 monster street with one sword? Yes, with 70% of my strength. Degushi's voice was confident and cold. Nod, too much in my heart, a little more confident in the next battle. He turned his head to look at the other side of the roof and ordered, Go to Chendong to send a signal, let the outside start. Yes. Immediately there are fast-growing masters. Quickly go to the east of Jingjing City. Bang! A purple fireworks lift and explode near the gate of the east city of Jingjing, then condense into a purple arrow, point out the direction of the palace. Enemy attack. Close the gate, open the forbidden air array. The next moment, a loud voice sounded over the East Bagua Street on the east. Then Wu Daofeng's figure stood on a 10-story high-rise building, staring at no purple fireworks. Boom! A Grandmaster of the Phoenix Kingdom on the east gate slapped out his palm and directly extinguished the purple fireworks, not giving the enemy a chance to guide the direction. Boom boom boom. The next moment, the 4 gates of Binjing City were closed at the same time. No one was allowed to enter or leave, and people outside the city were required to stay away from the city walls. Buzz! A ray of earth-gray light rose from the ground, and quickly merged into the golden starlight barrier in the sky. Their reaction was quite quick, which made the people on Tai Tower nod with satisfaction. They were worried that the Phoenix Kingdom Court had discovered them before, but they set a trap for them, so they pretended not to know. Seeing the reaction of the Phoenix army and the sudden heaviness in their bodies, they felt relieved. Hill! 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 More than half of the merchants traveling outside Binjing City tore off their disguises instantly, took out weapons from the cargo vehicles, and hacked at the merchants and civilians on the side. Hill! 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 In nearly 1/5 of the shops in the city, the shopkeepers and clerks instantly transformed, picked up weapons, and destroyed the houses they were in at the first time. When they rented these houses to open shops, the government officials told them that these houses were part of the entire Binjing City formation and must not be damaged. Now that they are fighting, they will naturally destroy everything as soon as possible. Bang! 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 Most of the shops are real merchants. They close their shops as soon as possible, hide in the rooms they think are safe, and wait for the war outside to end. This is the normal state when a war breaks out in the warrior world. Boom! 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 Heavy horse hoof sounds can be heard outside the city, coming from far away, like thunder, gathering towards the east of the city. 1,000 bull guards, 1,000 tiger guards, gather at the east city wall. 40,000 warriors gathered quickly in Sifang Street, and rushed to the east of the city under the leadership of 2,000 grandmasters. These 2,000 grandmasters did not walk, but flew. The forbidden air formation of Binjing City did not work on them. Right now, kill! When the army rushed out of Bagua Street, suddenly, a large number of warriors rushed out of Binjing City, nearly 10,000 in number, and more than 3,000 grandmasters, and rushed towards the army. For a moment, the colorful light of martial arts made the originally bright sky dazzling and weird. Puff puff puff. Many Phoenix Country warriors were killed on the spot before they could react, and even several grandmasters died on the spot. Sword 22. With a cold and low shout, a huge long sword with a faint glow crossed the sky, and pierced the golden starlight barrier. Crack, crack, crack. The starlight barrier on Bagua Street that could directly freeze ordinary grandmasters was directly broken. Go in. Retreat, retreat to the palace, protect the Empress. A shrill roar was heard, and all the grandmasters of the Phoenix Kingdom in Binjing City immediately flew to the palace, and rushed into the faint silver shield. Chase! Seeing that the battle was completely one-sided as expected, Lao Ai could not help but raise his mouth, and while giving the order to pursue, he jumped up. But the corners of his mouth were suppressed instantly. No-fly. The no-fly formation was also effective for him. A celestial being. He couldn't fly, but he adjusted his body shape in an instant, borrowed strength from the houses, and used his peerless lightness skill to rush to the defense shield of the palace in the blink of an eye. Stab! He concentrated all his energy into one point, and stabbed the silver shield with a seemingly light sword. Dang crack! Another layer of defense was broken. Lao Ai raised his mouth again, and rushed into the palace. Help! Help! In the palace, the sharp voices of eunuchs came out one after another, incomparably panicked and terrified. Chase! Kill! The other 15 top grandmasters of the celestial realm also immediately chased forward. The grandmasters on the ground did not entangle with ordinary warriors, and they all shook off their opponents and rushed to the palace at high speed. The warriors of the Phoenix Kingdom were even more panicked, and they rushed to the palace desperately. However, among these warriors, there was no grandmaster. In 1 minute, all the invading grandmasters rushed into the palace. The warriors who could not dodge in time were directly hit into blood mist, and then these grandmasters hit a layer of colorful shields. You are all here, then stay. Until then, Li Sen's slow voice sounded. Chapter 995 condensing the phantom of Emperor Jiang, trapping all enemies. Buzz buzz buzz. Inside the palace, silver-white ripples spread out from Feifeng Palace and covered most of the palace. Emperor Jiang star formation activate. The silver phantom of Emperor Jiang Zuwu fell quickly from the sky. Countless star powers continuously fell from the boundless sky into the phantom of Emperor Jiang, constantly solidifying the phantom of Emperor Jiang. At the same time, in the city of Bianjing, houses after houses emitted silver light, and 6,000 grandmasters simultaneously input all their true energy into the formation, strengthening the phantom of Emperor Jiang. In the shadow of Emperor Jiang, the grandmasters were pressed to the ground one by one. Only 16 people could still stand upright on the ground. Haha. A trifle. Lao Ai laughed disdainfully, and his aura burst out to separate the silver star power. It's interesting, but it's not enough to trap us. The other 15 masters of the Tianxiang realm also burst out their true qi, drawing the power of heaven and earth to force the silver star power away. The biggest feature of Tianxiang is that it can draw the power of heaven and earth, infuse it into itself, and resist attacks and restrictions from heaven and earth. Li Xin was not surprised. After knowing the name Tianxiang, he had studied the characteristics of Tianxiang realm. He quickly made hand gestures with both hands, and continued to activate the formation. The 12 ancestral witches star formation is condensed. The 7 star cities, and the 4 star fields with formations burst out with silver light at the same time, drawing more starlight from the air, and pulling more starlight to Bianjing City, and then through the Emperor Jiang star formation of Bianjing City, pulling all of it into the palace. In the palace, Lao Ai's figure had slowly flown up, and he looked at Li Xin with a disdainful smile from a distance of 300 or 400 meters. A magical blue star formation. But is that all? Yes, that's all. I almost forgot that when the Emperor Jiang star formation is fully activated, it will cause the forbidden air formation to fail. Li Xin shrugged helplessly, not nervous at all. Since this is the only way, you can go to hell. Lao Ai's voice was gloomy. He drew out his long sword, pointed it directly at Li Xin, and a stream of iron-gray sword energy fluctuated. The next moment, the sword energy shot out and rushed straight to Li Xin at her Emperor Jiang turn. Without making hand gestures or speaking, Li Xin directly controlled the formation with his spiritual consciousness, and the silver Emperor Jiang instantly flashed and deflected the iron-gray sword energy, transferring the sword energy to high altitude. Well, stop watching the show, and attack together. Seeing his true energy being transferred, Lao Ai was a little surprised, but more worried. He stared at Li Xin, but gave orders to the unreliable comrades around him in a cold voice. We have to take action. Otherwise there will be more trouble. 6 paths sword art evil ghost out of prison 8 wonders free hands heavenly sword 15 celestial realms simultaneously displayed powerful martial arts. And the sky and the earth suddenly changed color. And countless spiritual energy of the sky and the earth was drawn to form powerful martial arts. The phantom of Emperor Jiang began to dissipate. Wow wow wow. Just when Li Xin was about to launch the 12 ancestral witch star formation to explode, a loud cry came from behind him. Li Xin was startled at first, but then his mouth corners lifted. At this moment, the endless star power in the air seemed to be strongly attracted, and fell on the phantom of Emperor Jiang faster and stronger. The dissipation of the phantom of Emperor Jiang stopped immediately. Emperor Jiang sucks. What's going on? Lao Ai was surprised, but Li Xin still didn't speak, condensed the phantom of Emperor Jiang again, and began to shrink slowly. As the shadow of Emperor Jiang shrank, it absorbed all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth drawn by the masters of the celestial realm into the shadow of Emperor Jiang, further solidifying the shadow of Emperor Jiang. It was not known whether these masters of the celestial realm were too rubbish, or the rules of the heavenly way of this world. They drew the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but the connection between their consciousness and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was not close enough. Li Xin could not interrupt their martial arts, but it was not difficult to draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth away. These great masters of the celestial realm were just making wedding clothes for him. Originally, the spiritual energy of the world in the warrior world was not only thinner than that of the world in the monster world, but also very inactive. Li Xin's defensive formation was good, with half the power of Blue Star, and about 1/3 of that in the monster world. The offensive formation was less than 1/30th of the power of the formation in the monster world. Now it's better. After the great master of the celestial realm drew the spiritual energy of the world, the power of the Emperor Jiang star formation was directly doubled. Quick! Increase the attack and break out. Lao Ai also saw something wrong, and swung his long sword with a brilliant sword energy, trying to cut through the silver giant shadow that trapped him. However, his sword energy was transferred to the sky again, and a black space crack was cut in the dark blue sky. The heaven realm is really so terrifying. Li Xin was shocked, and he also rushed to attack. Emperor Jiang is trapped. His spiritual consciousness spread and transferred all the hostile grandmasters who rushed in and threw them all in front of Lao Ai, interrupting the new attack he wanted to launch. The grandmasters carried weak space power, and they were completely unable to cause harm to Lao Ai. But that weak space power could affect Lao Ai's control of the power of heaven and earth, interrupting his sword moves. Die! Being interrupted continuously, the irritated Lao Ai swung his sword and cut the hundreds of grandmasters in front of him in half with one sword. The sword energy continued to spread outwards and rush towards the silver star power. Unfortunately, this time his sword energy did not carry the power of heaven and earth. After flying a distance, it was directly absorbed by the Emperor Jiang star formation and turned into a force to suppress him and press back. Before Lao Ai could swing the sword move with the power of heaven and earth again, a new grandmaster, with a weak force of space, hit him, breaking the sword move. Damn it! Form a military formation, a round protective formation. Lao Ai was also helpless, and quickly ordered the great masters who were teleported to form a military formation, to use the military formation to protect him, so that he could perform more powerful sword moves. Unfortunately, it was too late. Li Sin's Emperor Jiang's phantom had already condensed to be strong enough. Go away! Lao Ai was directly teleported by Li Sin to the head of Emperor Jiang's phantom, and was surrounded by the red and yellow space force. In the Blue Star mythology, Emperor Jiang is shaped like Huangwan, which is like a yellow and red cloth bag. But in the world of warriors, Jiang was condensed into a giant with 6 legs, 4 arms, and 4 wings when he was first condensed. The spatial force was the strongest at his head. The original silver starlight aura shadow was condensed into yellow-red by Li Sin for the first time, and the spatial force became more solid and powerful. Despicable villain, let me out if you dare. In the strange light of yellow and red in front, behind, left, right, up and down, Lao Ai danced with a long sword in his hand, and the iron-gray sword energy shot into the light around him, but there was no reaction at all. Li Sin's mouth grinned even wider. This yellow-red spatial force can actually directly devour the true chi of the heavenly man realm with the power of heaven and earth, strengthening the formation. Let's go! When Lao Ai had almost charged the Emperor Jiang's phantom, Li Sin attacked again, locked 14 Tianxiang realm grandmasters into 6 feet, for hands, for wings, and then teleported the grandmasters to various places of the Emperor Jiang's phantom. Lu Yun Jue Palm, Shattering Yu Jingtian Fist, Feng Huishua Wujian, Longing Tiger Roaring Stick, Nether Ghost Shadow Knife. All the trapped grandmasters used their own tricks, continuously attacking the spatial forces of different colors around them. These attacks were very powerful, making the strange light around them flicker, making them feel that as long as the attacks were stronger, and a few more attacks, then this strange siege space could be broken. Ha ha ha. These attacks, but made Li Sin laugh happily. Chapter 996. Complete Victory, Lao Ai's Threat. Tang Tsung, don't worry about the grandmasters in the palace. Throw those who can be caught outside the palace here, and kill those who are not enough. Yes. Tang Tsung and other grandmasters looked at the starlight giant that was shaking in the air, and then stared at the hostile grandmaster who was bombarding the silver starlight giant. They turned around and rushed out of the palace with full of worry. In the battle just now, they could only resist with difficulty, and were beaten back step by step, and just barely avoided being killed. Now they can't help, so just go outside the palace to arrest people. Li Sin saw Lu Kishi and others still nervously guarding outside Feifeng Palace, protecting him, and he was satisfied, but he still ordered, Lu Kishi, you guys hurry up, get out of Bianjing and capture the Grandmaster outside the city, and throw it into the Starlight Giant. I need more Grandmasters to enter the formation, to share the attack of 15 Celestial Realm Masters. Hurry up. But my formation protects the palace. Any more people come to help me share the pressure of the formation? Yes. I understand. Grandmasters, follow me out of the palace. The others protect Feifeng Palace. Don't worry about other palaces. Yes, sir. The 483 Grandmasters rushed out immediately. When they met warriors who broke into the palace on the way, they killed them directly. Li Sin just moved away all the Grandmasters who broke into the palace. There were still thousands of warriors above the 7th level who had not been taken care of in time. In the city of Bianjing, there were more warriors rushing towards the palace, including flying Grandmasters who flew quickly. Tang Tsung and others went to meet them as soon as they left the palace. They directly fought 10-1 or even 20-1. They focused on the bully and quickly resolved the battle. In less than 3 minutes, All the Grandmaster enemies were subdued. Without the Grandmasters, those high-level warriors were just fish to be slaughtered. Kneel down. Put your hands on your head and surrender. Or you will die. No killing for surrender. No killing for surrender. No killing for surrender. Thousands of Grandmasters shouted in unison, making those warriors who still wanted to resist kneel down one after another, and dared not resist. Some of them were too angry and took poison to commit suicide. And the battle ended quickly. Tang Tsung and others quickly restrained the cultivation of these warriors, and immediately returned to the palace to nervously watch the Grandmasters, who were still launching attacks. Relax your bodies. I will take you into the Starlight Giant later. Once you enter, use your martial arts from all directions until your true energy is exhausted. Okay. Seeing Tang Tsung coming back, Lee Sin didn't hesitate to greet them, and pulled them into the Starlight Emperor River. Powerful martial arts were performed violently one after another. The pure true energy was guided by the power of the formation to continuously bombard Xianyuan Dapan and other Tianxiang realm masters, forcing them to continuously use powerful martial arts, and constantly mobilize the power of heaven and earth to fight back. Under Lee Sin's guidance, all these attacks were directed at Lao Ai, and Lao Ai's attack was the last force that Lee Sin absorbed with all his strength. A cycle, a perfect closed loop. The shadow of the Starlight Emperor Jiang was constantly solidified, and the huge figure like a god stood between heaven and earth. Majestic and mysterious. Squeaky military advisor. His Majesty gave birth to a prince. At this time, the Feifeng Palace behind Lee Sin was pushed open, and a palace maid excitedly announced the good news to Lee Sin and her prince. Great. Can I go in and see Ronger now? Sorry. Military advisor. Wait a moment. I will inform you later. It's okay. You clean up first. Lee Sin was so excited that his face was full of chrysanthemums. He also has a son, excited in his heart. The formation in his hand also speeded up a bit. The various energies in the body of Starlight Emperor Jiang flowed faster. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was sucked together to form a large whirlwind. Military advisor, there are only 6 Grandmasters outside. I and others failed to catch them, and they committed suicide. Please punish them. Military advisor. Lukashi also quickly brought the eunuchs and palace maids back, and as soon as he came back, he took the initiative to kneel down. If you didn't bring them back, you didn't bring them back. Now you have to work harder, enter the Starlight Giant, and launch a full-scale attack. Yes. Lukashi and others also saw Tang Tsung leading thousands of Grandmasters, and attacking in the Starlight Giant, and naturally understood that the battlefield had moved to the Starlight Giant. With their joining, the Grandmasters of the celestial realm of Xianyuan Dapan were exhausted and completely bound by the formation, and they couldn't even circulate their true energy. Then all the Grandmasters' attacks were directed at Lao Ai, and more than 5,000 Grandmasters besieged him together. But the attack effect of 5,000 Grandmasters was not as strong as the attack effect of 15 Celestial Realm Masters. Lao Ai began to slowly recover his attack strength, and his mental state also improved. Heavenly Realm. It's really not a lie. Lee Sin was secretly surprised, but he was not very worried, but full of expectations. Tang Tsung. Lukashi. Get ready. I'll send you out. About 10 minutes later, Tang Tsung and the others were already out of breath. Lee Sin felt that it was almost time, so he sent them out. You should have a good rest. I guess you will have to go in a few more times. Understood. We can suppress a heavenly man realm with the cultivation of a junior Grand Master. I'm excited just thinking about it. Although Tang Tsung and the others were out of breath, they all looked excited. They had never thought of such a thing before. Of the gods, after the immortals disappeared, the gods also went into hiding, and the people near Song State had not heard of the gods for 1,000 years. When they saw Lao Ai, they knew that the gods were coming, and everyone was terrified, but they didn't expect that they would suppress the gods in the end. It was Lao Ai, who was said to have lived for more than 2,800 years. Huang Rong. Let me go otherwise. The Qin dynasty will not let you go, and the Phoenix State can only wait to be destroyed. Yingzheng asked me to come to the Phoenix State, because he wanted to use me as an excuse to destroy the Phoenix State. You must not make a mistake. After fighting for a long time, he still couldn't find a way to break through the strange yellow-red light, and Lao Ai panicked, and finally started to threaten Huang Rong. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Huang Rong had just given birth, and Feifeng Palace was protected by a soundproof array. So no matter how loud he shouted, it would not reach Huang Rong's ears. Military advisor Tang Song and others immediately looked at Li Xin with a change of expression. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes meant to let him go. The Great Qin Empire, since the Qin Emperor Yingzheng more than 2,700 years ago, has been rising in strength. And its strength has been unpredictable. The most shameless thing is that for 2,700 years, the Great Qin has always claimed that it has only 9,980 grandmasters, and has never exceeded 10,000 grandmasters. But as we all know, every year, at least 50 students graduate from Jixia Academy. And the basic condition for graduating from Jixia Academy is the cultivation of a grandmaster. There are not many grandmasters cultivated by other forces in the Qin Empire, so let's count them as 10 a year, and count the grandmasters who died in Qin every year as 10 people. So far, there are at least 30,000 grandmasters in the Qin Empire. At least, if the Qin Empire really attacks, the Phoenix Empire will definitely not be able to stop it. Li Xin understood their eyes, nodded to them, and gave them a reassuring look. Mr. Laoai. Right. Please write a letter to prove your identity, and I will immediately send someone to the Qin Empire, and ask the Emperor of Qin to send someone to redeem you. Li Xin deliberately opened a corner of the formation, so that Laoai could see his sincere eyes. It's a pity. Die. Chapter 997 Blood Letter, Sun Li Qian. Poof. Laoai's confident killing blow stopped 3 feet in front of him. The silver-gray sword energy trembled violently in front of him, and then slowly dissipated. What kind of magic is this? Laoai's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. Mr. Laoai, Marquis Chongqing, please rest assured. Nothing will happen to you. As long as the Emperor of Qin pays the ransom, you can return to Qin. Li Xin still smiled warmly, as respectful as if he was facing an elder. But he was already thinking about how to squeeze Laoai dry. He was not the kind of person who would not fight back. Seeing Li Xin's attitude, Laoai was so angry that his teeth itched, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Send in the pen. Ink. Paper and ink stone. Sorry, I am incompetent. This formation cannot be opened at will. Please trouble Lord Chongqing to use blood as ink, and clothes as paper to write a letter. This will be more convincing." Humph. Laoai's face became even more livid. He glared at Li Xin, but finally gave in, and really wrote a letter in blood. The sword strike just now was his strongest attack. The yellow-red light also dispersed. But he still couldn't break through the giant starlight. He knew he couldn't escape. In this case, he should cooperate a little, and make himself feel a little better. Of course, he would not simply surrender. When he wrote the blood letter, he left his sword energy and spiritual consciousness. As long as this Li Junsher got it, he could turn the blood letter into a sharp sword to kill people. However, he didn't know much about the formation. And he didn't know the magic of this Starlight Emperor Jiang. When he quietly integrated his sword energy and spiritual consciousness into the blood letter, Li Xin saw it clearly. Therefore, before Li Xin sent the blood letter out, he had already absorbed all the power in it with the power of the formation. After getting the blood letter, Li Xin unfolded it and read it in front of Laoai. Then, under Laoai's surprised and disgusted expression, he folded it easily, put it in a wooden box sent by a eunuch, and sent someone to deliver the letter to Qin in front of Laoai. Mr. Laoai, I may have to wrong you for a while. What are you going to do? Hearing Li Xin's words, Laoai became nervous again, and the long sword in his hand shook again. Nothing. Just sealing Mr. Laoai's 5 senses. After saying that, Li Xin didn't waste any words, and used hand seals to strengthen the power of the Starlight Emperor River Array that trapped Laoai, completely cutting off the spiritual energy connection with the 10,000 worlds, making him completely unable to borrow the power of heaven and earth. Not only Laoai, but also 15 Tianxiang Realm Grandmasters, and 1831 low-level Grandmasters, are completely sealed. Among them, 1831 Grandmasters fell into coma directly under the powerful array power. The 15 Tianxiang Realm either cursed, or begged for mercy, but no sound could be heard. Ahem. Li. Military advisor. Those Celestial Realm Masters. Don't you want them to write letters? Ning Xueli, who was in charge of foreign affairs, looked at the quiet Starlight Emperor River, and couldn't help but speak curiously. He was a little worried that Li Xin would kill them directly. It's okay. Lock them up for 10 days first, and then ask them for letters when they are obedient. Now they are put on display first. Li Xin smiled and controlled the Starlight Emperor River to move outside the city of Yinjing. Well, military advisor, we'd better not show them. It's too offensive. Especially the forces behind these celestial realm masters will be very embarrassed. Ning Xueli still knew Lee Sin a little bit. Looking at his actions, he knew that he wanted to show those celestial realm masters, and other great masters, like monkeys, to make these people lose face, and also to slap the faces of the forces behind these people. However, the same thing applies. The Phoenix Nation has just been established. It is not advisable to make enemies everywhere. After listening to Ning Xueli's careful reminder, Lee Sin could only nod helplessly and said, "Okay, I will hide them, so that outsiders can't see them." As the Starlight Emperor Jiang moved, the translucent silver body gradually changed. The silver starlight condensed on the surface, making the Starlight Giant become a huge silver statue 360 meters high. Boom! The earth trembled slightly, and the Starlight Emperor Jiang fell in an open space outside the west gate of Bianjing. It not only shows the victory of this war, but also shows the strength of the Phoenix country. This sneak attack war that both sides had planned for a long time has officially come to an end, with the Phoenix country paying a small price and winning a big victory. Grandmasters such as Tang Tsung took the time to recover their true energy to prevent the enemy from launching sneak attacks again. 9th level Grandmasters such as Su Baosong led 50,000 troops inside and outside the city to suppress the ordinary warriors in the city who had no power to resist. Although the main force of the Emperor Jiang Star Formation suppressed the Grandmasters, it was easy to extract a little power to suppress these ordinary warriors. These warriors will first interrogate and find out the forces behind the scenes, and then kill those who should be killed, release those who should be released. And of course, they will not be soft-hearted when extorting. Lee Sin has entered Feifeng Palace, holding a meatball in his hand. It is plump, white and tender, and although the face is a little wrinkled, it is still very cute. A child born at full term in 12 months does look more regular than a child born at 10 months. He looking at his own son. Lee Sin couldn't help but giggle. Although he would not favor boys over girls, he couldn't help but be happy about his first son. The follow-up reinforcements from Longwa have brought news of Yang Ni's 4 daughters, and the 4 wives gave him 4 little princesses. So, this child is his first son and his only son. Husband. Xian'er is very healthy. On the bed beside him, Huang Rong had recovered a lot of her spirit, with a happy and proud face. Yes, the little guy is very healthy and energetic. Lee Sin smiled and walked to the bed with the child in his arms, and carefully brought him to Huang Rong. Qian'er is so beautiful. Yeah, Qian'er is very handsome, and his eyebrows and eyes are exactly the same as Ronger. The child was named Li Qian, named after Qingquan, implying that Li Qian is the future emperor. Lee Sin and Huang Rong had already decided on the child's name when the child was still in the belly. Both of them had high hopes for the child. The two teased the child for a long time, until little Li Qian fell asleep. And then, they handed the child to Aunt Miao beside them, asking her to take care of him with a group of palace maids who were completely trustworthy. It was not until then that Huang Rong asked Lee Sin about the war outside. "Don't worry. I spent a lot of money on setting up the formation this time, and it is naturally powerful enough. There came a Lao Ai of the Heaven Realm, and 15 masters of the Celestial Realm, and they were all suppressed by my formation." Lao Ai? That old monster is said to have lived for 2,800 years. And you actually suppressed him with your formation. Awesome. Huang Rong couldn't help but brighten her eyes, and gave Lee Sin a big thumbs up. However, Lao Ai may have to be released. We can't afford to offend Qin. Well, I have asked someone to send Lao Ai's blood letter back. Blood letter? Lee Sin quickly recounted the previous war from beginning to end, and also gave some of his own suggestions. Well, my husband's idea is not bad. You just go ahead and do it. Except for the 9 empires and the weird Dali country, we can destroy all other dynasties. Okay, if my plan succeeds, we will soon be able to launch a new war of annihilation against the other 9 empires. Chapter 998 Attributes Sword to the Bottleneck. Huang Rong was wronged. After coaxing Huang Rong to sleep, Lee Sin slept in the outer room with clothes on. If Huang Rong and little Li Qian made any movement, he would get up in time to take care of them. He didn't sleep well all night, but he felt at ease. The next morning, he looked after the children, comforted Huang Rong, and took the initiative to deal with the court affairs of the Phoenix Kingdom. This was his first contact with the government of the Phoenix Kingdom. For major matters, he let the ministers discuss, and for minor matters, he didn't let them argue and decided directly. In the morning, he had dealt with at least 3 days of government affairs. After finishing the government affairs, he walked out of Bianjing City and stepped into the Starlight Emperor River. The silver starlight was covered with a layer of golden light, so that people outside could not see what was going on inside. With a thought, he came to a female grandmaster. Military advisorly. Please let me go. I am the General Zhendong of Jiuli country. Once I die, Jiuli country will definitely send troops to avenge me. Well, I believe it. So I will not kill you. But I will take you as my slave. Li Sun had a faint smile on his face, and he threw out a handful of medicine powder. This is yin-yang harmony powder. The female general of Jiuli widened her eyes in disbelief, but the fear in her eyes had turned into surprise, and her face also changed to a charming expression. Hee. So military advisorly has this need. I will definitely make military advisorly happy. Really? I am looking forward to it. The smile on Li Sun's face disappeared, with deep disgust. He waited for the drug to take effect, and then used the yin-yang cooperative skill on the female general, and directly sucked her cultivation level from the Grandmaster level 204 to the 161 level. If he was not worried that if he continued to suck, the female general's cultivation level would drop below the 9-turn Grandmaster, he would not let go. Of course, the cultivation level that Li Sun gained this time was more and better than the previous times when he used the yin-yang cooperative skill. All 4 attributes increased by more than 1,600 points. And this was the result of him deliberately suppressing the attribute improvement and consolidating the foundation with all his strength. At the same time, he also planted the slavery mark when the Jiuli female general was in great joy. I am Shan Lianxia, the last general, to see the master. Well, you should practice well in here and strive to recover to the Grandmaster level as soon as possible. I obey your command. Li Sun nodded and took a step forward, and came to the outside of Xinguang Emperor River. It is enough to absorb the cultivation of a Grandmaster a day, and the foundation is more important. There are many female Grandmasters who came to attack the Phoenix Kingdom this time. A total of 492 people, and many of them were dispatched to cooperate with other Grandmasters to lurk in Bianjing City. All of them benefited Li Sun and Huang Rong. After a month, when Huang Rong recovered, Li Sun would give half of the absorbed cultivation to Huang Rong, while stabilizing his attributes. He could also speed up the absorption of cultivation, reaching a speed of 3 per day. After absorbing all 492 Grandmasters' cultivation, Li Sun looked at his own attributes and said they were abnormal. Name, Li Sun LV 121, 27% age, 43. Lifespan, 1500. Occupation, second turn farmer 0.2, 2 NDE turn chef 0.4, 6 TH turn spirit formation master 54 strength, 29999. Physique, 29,999. Spirit, 29,999. Agility, 29,999. HP, 3.6 million. Physical strength, 10,000. Mana, 7.2 million. Combat power, 44999. Li Sun's lifespan has now increased from 900 to 1500. The 4-dimensional attributes have reached a bottleneck of 29,999 points. He has no idea how to break through. He needs to upgrade to see if he can improve the attributes. Huang Rong's cultivation level only increased from level 241 to level 242. That is to say, the cultivation level of about 1/3 of the 492 Grandmasters is only equivalent to that of a Master of the Celestial Realm from level 241 to level 242. The gap is really huge. Seeing that the attributes could not be improved anymore, Li Sun thought about killing a few Grandmasters to quickly upgrade, and then asked Huang Rong, Romer, have those empires and kingdoms sent people to negotiate for ransom? It has been half a year. If they don't come to ransom, we will see a few people sacrificed. The 5 great empires of Qin, Han, Yuan, Ming and Qing have all sent people, but their attitude is not to ransom, but to raise an army to punish the crime. The other 37 dynasties have also sent people, and they were originally discussing the ransom, but now they want to follow the 5 great empires to wave the flag and shout, TSK, TSK. These guys are very arrogant. Then I won't be polite. Hee, husband. Just do it. I know your mental control skills are very powerful, but isn't it a bit disgusting? Pa. Hearing Huang Rong's words, Li Sun knew that she was thinking wrongly, knocked her forehead and said, those Grandmasters have been starved for more than half a year, and they don't have enough spiritual energy to practice. Their spirits are exhausted to the limit. I can press their foreheads and directly plant the slavery mark O. I thought it was necessary to do that. Pa, I'm not plundering the cultivation of those grandmasters. What are you thinking? Glazing at Huang Rong, Li Xin, who was angry, pushed her down, and spanked her hard a few times before letting her go. In fact, if he just wanted to plunder the cultivation, Li Xin could press his hand on the opponent's dantian to activate the yin-yang mutual aid skill, and forcibly plunder the opponent's cultivation. However, after plundering the cultivation with such a rough method, the opponent's cultivation will be permanently lost and cannot be cultivated again. Unlike these female grandmasters, they can quickly recover their grandmaster cultivation after a period of cultivation. He also wants to subdue these grandmasters. Huang Rong continued to argue with the people of the 5 empires. Li Xin spent 10 days planning the slave mark on all the more than 2,000 male grandmasters. And as this method was used continuously, he continued to adjust the details of the slavery mark to make it more stable and more secretive. Next up were the 15 great masters of the celestial realm. These guys had very strong mental power, and were able to draw the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even if they couldn't use their mental power as well as Li Xin, their total mental power and consciousness would not be much worse, and they wouldn't be much weaker than Li Xin now. He didn't dare to rashly plant the slavery mark on them, or he might be backfired if he wasn't careful. Husband, why don't you just destroy the cultivation of these great masters of the celestial realm? The forces behind these guys are getting more and more arrogant, and they're clamoring that if I don't apologize, they'll send troops to fight me. That day, Li Xin was still thinking about how to subdue the masters of the celestial realm, and Huang Rong came to complain to him angrily. Haha. Don't be angry. You'll become ugly if you're angry. Li Xin gently stroked Huang Rong's brow, and comforted her in a gentle voice, just like coaxing a child. So, when you go to court tomorrow, release all those ordinary grandmasters. Release them directly in front of the civil and military officials and foreign envoys. Haven't you learned how to control the seal? You can show off yourself tomorrow. Release them? No. They still haven't paid the ransom? Do we have to be beaten for no reason and scolded? Haha. Those grandmasters are no longer their grandmasters, but our grandmasters. Still no. We can't let this go. I obviously won the fight, but I have to endure their humiliation. Absolutely not. Li Xin also knew that Huang Rong was angry, and said with a smile, let's kill that Xianyuan Dapan again. I have learned that Xianyuan Dapan's cultivation is the most superficial. Although the Li kingdom behind him is strange and powerful, it has many internal conflicts. There are no more than 2 people in the Tianxiang realm who can avenge Xianyuan Dapan. If they come, we will kill them and not bury them. This, is it to kill a chicken to scare the monkey? Okay. I will go kill people tomorrow. Chapter 999, Double Ninth Festival. The Double Ninth Festival on September 9th is a festival to respect and love the elderly. It is also a festival for sacrifice. In ancient times, there was a saying, the most important affairs of a country are sacrifice and war. It means that for a country, there are 2 most important things, sacrifice and war. War comes after sacrifice, and even war is for the purpose of obtaining spoils of war. Huang Rong chose the 9th day of September to hold a grand sacrificial ceremony. Inside and outside the city of Bianjing, colorful flags fluttered, drums and music sounded, and the whole imperial city was enveloped in the festive atmosphere. In the early morning, the sky was just beginning to light up, and the Forbidden City was already bustling with people. Officials dressed in court robes, wearing tall hats, holding tablets, hurriedly gathered in the direction of Chaotian Hall, ready to participate in this solemn and grand court sacrificial ceremony. In front of Chaotian Hall, the square was wide, and the center had been well arranged. A high platform stood tall, on which tablets of the gods of heaven and earth were enshrined, surrounded by green pines and cypresses, adding a bit of solemnity and sacredness. Under the high platform, incense tables were lined up, and incense smoke curled up. The air was filled with the faint fragrance of sandalwood and chrysanthemums, which made people feel relaxed and happy. With 9 long bell sounds, the sacrificial ceremony officially began. Huang Rong, wearing a 12-chapter dragon robe and a crown, walked slowly out of the Chaotian Hall and into the square. The officials followed, arranged by rank, and stood solemnly on both sides, waiting in silence. She first went to the incense table, lit 3 incense sticks with her own hands, and worshipped heaven and earth devoutly, praying for good weather, peace and prosperity. Afterwards, the minister of the Taichung temple read the sacrificial text, his voice resounding in the square. and every word and sentence was awe and gratitude to the gods of heaven and earth. After the sacrificial text, music and dance began. The court musicians, dressed in gorgeous costumes, holding various musical instruments, played solemn and melodious music. The dancers, dressed in colorful clothes, danced gracefully, as if fairies descended to the earth, adding a bit of agility and vitality to this solemn sacrificial ceremony. In the music and dance, there are praises for the gods of heaven and earth, as well as prayers for harvest and peace. It stands to reason that the Phoenix Kingdom should have held a sacrifice on the Double Ninth Festival or New Year's Eve last year. However, Huang Rong was pregnant and could not preside over the sacrifice. Even participating was regarded as disrespectful to heaven and earth and the gods. So naturally no one dared to mention it. 2 days ago, Huang Rong proposed to kill Xian Yuan de Pan. And after discussing the pros and cons and feasibility, the officials of the Taichung Temple and the Ministry of Rites took the opportunity to propose a sacrifice. Everyone, including Huang Rong, immediately applauded, and even Li Sun agreed. After all, Huang Rong was blessed by the immortals last year. If she didn't express her gratitude and offer sacrifices, the immortals in the sky would be angry. Right? Blood sacrifice flagged the joyful, harmonious, and elegant sacrifice is over. And now it's time to offer sacrifices to the immortals. Woo-woo. Dong dong dong. Amid the low sound of horns and heavy drum beats, 9 nine-turn grandmasters, who were tied up and decorated with chrysanthemums, were pushed onto the altar first. Thing thing thing. All the officials cheered in unison, as if they were showing their sincerity to the gods in the sky. Array start in the dark. Li Sun activated the array with his spiritual sense, and the combination array he named Prayer to Heaven Array, which was exactly the same as when Huang Rong ascended the throne, was activated. 9 nine-turn grandmaster level executioners, holding incense in both hands respectfully, carrying ghost head knives on their backs, walked onto the altar, first kneeling to burn incense towards the east, and then, under the order of the minister of the Ministry of Rites, they raised their knives and fell. The 9 heads were led back by them with a knife before they flew out of the altar, and fell in the place in the center of the altar that was designated at the beginning. Huang Rong, are you going too far? At this moment, one of the foreign envoys, who were watching the ceremony, angrily rebuked Huang Rong. Unfortunately, his mouth was immediately covered by someone, preventing him from speaking any more. The masters of 9 small countries, who just died, were not important characters. Many people wanted to see. Huang Rong invited people to watch the large-scale sacrifice under the joint pressure of multiple empires. What was she trying to do? If she wanted to scare them with just 9 nine-turn masters, it would be a fantasy. Sure enough, the next moment, 3 grandmasters with dogwood branches and strong liquor and spices were carried to the altar by 3 executioners with the same level of grandmaster cultivation, and knelt in front of 9 headless corpses. Huang Rong, stop it! Your Majesty, our Dali Kingdom is willing to pay the ransom. Please release the people. Huang Rong, do you want to go to war with my Tubo? In an instant, 3 angry voices rang out in the audience. Some exclaimed, some begged for mercy, and some threatened. But not only did Huang Rong ignore them, but even the officials of the Phoenix Kingdom ignored them. This is a sacrifice, and it cannot be interrupted. If these 3 envoys dare to leave the viewing area, the people of Phoenix Country will not mind adding 3 more sacrifices. These 3 envoys are also smart people. Seeing the encouraging eyes of other envoys beside them, they immediately stood up. But they sat down again immediately after seeing the expectant eyes of the Grand Master of Phoenix Country not far away. They dared to shout, but they dared not stand out. The next moment, 3 heads flew high and landed accurately in the center of the altar. On the 9 heads, Huang Rong, stop it! Seeing that things had come to this point, Wang Ben, the general of Qin State, who thought the sacrifice was completed, could not help but scold Huang Rong in a deep voice. General Wang, please don't disturb the sacrifice of my Phoenix Country. Huang Rong didn't say anything, but the minister of the Ministry of Rites had already shouted back. It's not over yet. You want to? Xian Yuan de Pan. Before Wang Ben could finish his words, he stood up with a cry. The master of the celestial realm, Xian Yuan de Pan, was dragged to the altar by 3 great master executioners. At this time, Xian Yuan de Pan was not like the 12 people in front, who had no power to resist and couldn't even speak. He kept shouting with a cloth tied in his mouth, and his expression was threatening and cursing. His feet plowed 2 shallow marks on the bluestone floor. But he was still dragged to the altar. Woo woo woo. When he stood on the altar, Xian Yuan Depan had been shaking his head repeatedly, with a look of horror on his face, and he kept nodding in the direction of Huang Rong to show his submission. Unfortunately, he was a chicken to scare the monkeys, and he must die. Your Majesty, you can't do that. Empress Huangtian, please show mercy to my Dali dynasty and admit defeat. Empress Huangtian, are you going to be an enemy of the whole world? Bang bang bang. The executioners didn't care about these people shouting, and faithfully carried out their tasks. However, the body of the Grand Master of the Celestial Realm had been cleansed by the power of heaven and earth. The 3 executioners could not cut off Xian Yuan Depan's neck with 3 full-strength strikes, but only made him bleed. Huang Rong. The executioner never made a second strike. Let him go. Ha ha ha. The envoys of the Li Kingdom laughed excitedly when they saw the scene. And the other envoys also laughed softly. Huang Rong glanced at the viewing platform lightly, and ordered in a deep voice, sacrifice. All the blood on the altar gathered together, and merged into the altar under the 12 heads. At the same time, blood from the wound on Xian Yuan Depan's neck spurted out more than 3 meters, and was directly sucked to the center of the altar. His body quickly lost weight as the blood quickly drained away, and his vitality quickly faded. In order to kill Xian Yuan Depan, Li Xin specially prepared a formation, and used the power of Emperor Jiang to carve a formation on Xian Yuan Depan's body. Soon Xian Yuan Depan's vitality completely disappeared. The ceremony is over. It was not until then that the minister of the Ministry of Rites proudly walked up to the altar and proudly announced the end of the sacrifice. However, Li Xin and Huang Rong looked towards the eastern sky expectantly. There, a touch of purple air was floating. Chapter 1000. Seeing the blessing again, foreign envoys panicked. The purple air came from the east. It was only 300 miles away. But the ground was full of mortals and warriors kneeling. Even the great masters who were usually high and mighty knelt upright. Tick 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 tick. The purple air came over the sky above Bianjing City, and turned directly into a fine spiritual rain, nourishing the land within a radius of 300 miles, as well as the people and things on this land. It was already mid-autumn, and the yellow leaves of many trees turned green in an instant, and even some buds emerged. Many small animals came out of their nests, bathed in the drizzle, and gradually their eyes brightened. They even imitated people, kneeling on all fours, as if they were worshipping. Ordinary people felt the vitality after bathing in the spiritual rain, and then called their friends to carry the sick people at home out to get wet in the rain. The seriously ill people recovered miraculously. All warriors could feel the loosening of their cultivation bottlenecks when the spiritual rain fell, although their cultivation had not broken through or increased. They all clearly sensed that the next bottleneck of their cultivation had loosened, and it would be much easier to break through next time. Some martial artists with good talents can even feel that their 3 or 4 cultivation bottlenecks have been loosened in a row, and their future cultivation will be smooth. Even Huang Rong, a 242-level Celestial Realm Grandmaster, can feel that the 243-level bottleneck has been loosened. Li Xin was also bathing in the spiritual rain, but he did not feel the bottleneck loosening, nor did he feel the loosening of martial arts practice. He just felt a lot more relaxed, as if the 4-dimensional attributes were further adjusted harmoniously. However, when he opened the attribute panel, he did not see the increase in attribute points, and it was still 29999. Maybe the spiritual rain is not light enough? After all, it's only 300 miles of purple air, and it's not dense. He quietly looked up at the sky, and had a rough guess in his mind. The next moment, his face changed slightly, and he looked at the Silver Starlight Emperor River that still stood between heaven and earth outside the city. He could feel that the spiritual rain penetrated the starlight barrier and the power of the formation, and fell directly on Lao Ai and the 14 great masters of the Celestial Realm. They also received the blessing of the spiritual rain. These guys are also a blessing in disguise. I'm afraid that Lao Ai will really break through level 249 in a short time and become a legendary immortal. Right? Sighing in his heart, Li Xin knelt down honestly and used all his strength to operate Yin-Yang Mutual Aid and return to the hidden realm. His biggest gain this time should be the miracle of 2 techniques running at the same time when he switched techniques just now. At present, in the 3 cultivation worlds that Li Xin knows, whether it is a warrior or a fighter, whether it is a chief priest or a magician, or a professional in Blue Star, no one can run 2 techniques at the same time. They all learned to run several techniques before switching. Just now, with the blessing of Ling Yu, Li Xin accidentally ran his 2 techniques at the same time, which can restore health and mana at the same time. As for the improvement of cultivation and attributes, the effect has not been seen yet. A quarter of an hour. 15 minutes. The purple air suddenly dissipated. The spiritual rain stopped. And the blessing was completed. The ceremony is over as everyone was immersed in the afterglow of the loosening of the bottleneck of cultivation. The Minister of Rites once again shouted out the words that belonged to his job. Ning Xueli, the Minister of Rites, glared at him in dissatisfaction. Then stood up and shouted out the words that belonged to his task. Your Majesty, please give a banquet. The eunuchs and palace maids who were still in a daze in the palace immediately came to their senses and began to set up the banquet scene in each palace. Outside the palace gate, the Grand Masters and officials of all levels and their relatives, who were not qualified to participate in the sacrifice, but qualified to participate in the banquet, had long been waiting. They quickly lined up in 2 teams and entered the Forbidden City under the inspection of the eunuchs and palace maids in charge of security. At first, they were interested in the medicinal food that could increase their cultivation. But now they were more curious about their Majesty, who could trigger the blessing of the immortals twice. At the banquet, there were delicious delicacies, a dazzling array of food, the aroma of wine, and laughter. The officials of the Phoenix Kingdom raised their glasses to celebrate this rare, peaceful, and prosperous era, and also prayed for greater prosperity in the coming year. The foreign envoys, however, were not able to eat and were on pins and needles. They wanted to discuss the redemption with Huang Rong, but Huang Rong brushed them off with a sentence. Today is a festival, and we will not discuss state affairs. Now, she was not in a hurry. At the court meeting the next day, Huang Rong said very generously, to show sincerity, all the Grandmasters can be released first, and the ransom will be paid later. But the Grandmasters of the Celestial Realm cannot be released. If the ransom is not in place, nothing can be discussed. At the end, she added a sentence. It is said that the effect of worshipping the sky on the 9th day of the first lunar month will be better. Your Majesty, Queen Huangtian, please calm down. We will report to the court and my Majesty immediately, and we will give you a satisfactory answer. Wang Ben was the first one who could not sit still, and he quickly bowed his hands to promise. He went back last night and took a pill, and his cultivation level broke through from level 227 to level 228. He believed that Lao Ai, who was trapped outside the city of Bianjing, must have also made a breakthrough. If Lao Ai could really make a breakthrough, Qin would have a master of the immortal realm, and unifying the 9 provinces would not be a dream. Your Majesty, the Queen of Phoenix, I am willing to pay a sufficient price for my country, and please release our 2 great masters of the celestial realm first. Your Majesty, please think twice, and causing a war in the 9 provinces will only cause great suffering. Huang Rong's words made the forces that sent out the great masters of the celestial realm panic. The expectation in her tone clearly showed that she wanted to kill another celestial realm person to offer sacrifice to the heavens, and to receive the blessing of the immortals again. No hurry. No hurry. There are still several months before the 9th day of the first lunar month. We can talk slowly. No hurry. Huang Rong was really not in a hurry now, and she really wanted to offer sacrifices again. In one night, she successfully broke through from level 242 to level 243. With a few more sacrifices, she really had the hope of quickly breaking through to level 249, or even directly breaking through to level 250. The legendary realm. Unfortunately, in just half a month, the Qin state sent a heaven-level technique and 2 magic weapons as ransom to redeem Lao Ai. Li Xin didn't want to let him go, but after Lao Ai was bathed in the spiritual rain, his aura had a more ethereal and carefree meaning. Before he was sure of killing Lao Ai, he had to let him go, in order to avoid really offending him. There would be no room for maneuver in the future. After all, he could return to Blue Star. But Huang Rong and his son Li Qian still had to stay in the world of warriors, so he had to consider their safety. Military advisor Li, will we meet again? Lao Ai, who was released, looked at Li Xin with a complicated expression. He did see a glimmer of the door to break through the immortal realm this time, which was definitely a blessing in disguise. Thanks to Li Xin. Marquis Chongqing, we will definitely meet again, but I hope we will never see each other again in the future. Ha ha ha. Military advisor Li, you are so witty, I hope to see you again soon. Li Sin felt a hint of murderous intent in Lao Ai's hearty laughter, and felt terrified. His mind raced, and he thought of something, and took out two things from his space ring. Marquis Chongqing, this is my apology. One is the magic crystal core of a magical beast in the magic world, and the other is the scales left after the fall of a god in the magic world. Well, your apology is weird. What is your purpose? Lao Ai did not take Li Sin's things, but looked at Li Sin vigilantly with his sword in his arms. These two items are called the opportunity to become a god in the magic world, and they are very rare treasures. I only ask that after Chongqing becomes an immortal, please do me a favor and don't kill me. Hee hee. You are a smart man. As long as you don't give me an excuse to kill you, I probably won't take the initiative to kill you. Lao Ai answered ambiguously. After taking the two items, Li Sin could only honestly accept this agreement without much guarantee. Chapter 1001 Collecting the ransom and releasing the insider. The plan went smoothly. Sir, are the two things you gave Lao Ai useful? Yes, they are useful. They are useful for breaking through the god level. They are very useful for breaking through the god level. But it is hard to say whether they are useful for breaking through the immortal level. Looking at the Qin envoys going away, Li Sin's mouth curled up. He engraved 9 god sealing arrays on the god-level magic beast crystal core, sealing a wisp of the soul of the fishman god, who had smuggled to Blue Star. When he killed the fishman god clone, he realized that something was following him. Until the construction of the teleportation array, he caught this wisp of soul on his soul when engraving the space stabilization array, and sealed it into the god-level magic core. This time he conveniently threw this trouble to Lao Ai. If Lao Ai can break through to become an immortal, then destroy that spirit. If he fails, just die. I knew that my husband would have a backup plan. Then what do you think of the remaining Tianxiang realm? Hee hee. Collect the ransom and release the person. After being hungry for so long, they can only drink water. Their physical strength and spirit have declined to a certain extent, but on the Double Ninth Festival, their physical strength was restored to a certain extent under the nourishment of the spiritual rain, but their spirit became weaker because of the loosening of the bottleneck of perception. I have already planted the slavery mark on them. Li Sin smiled even more happily. Misfortunes often come with blessings, and blessings often come with misfortunes. This time, the bottlenecks of the cultivation of those great masters have been loosened, but it takes a lot of energy to comprehend. Even Lao Ai, who is in the heavenly realm, after comprehending the opportunity of loosening the bottleneck, although his whole person has a stronger momentum, Li Sin can see his mental fatigue at a glance, and that's why he gave those two treasures to apologize. Romer, you ask someone to negotiate the ransom, as long as it's about the same. We'll agree to it. Okay, then it's settled. Things were agreed. Li Sin entered the Starlight Emperor River again, and it went smoothly this time. He acted in time and planted slavery mark on all 14 Celestial Realm Grandmasters, not giving them a chance to recover. At the same time, he also found an interesting big shot. Xiao Heng, the third Emperor of Song, you are really patient. If I hadn't planted the slavery mark on you, I wouldn't know your identity. I would have always thought you were a wild Celestial Realm Grandmaster. Alas, I just want to live, that's all. Xiao Heng smiled bitterly and lowered his head, not wanting to look at Li Sin. He was a dignified Celestial Realm Grandmaster, who was only one step away from entering the 249th level Heavenly Man realm. Now his fate was completely in the hands of a small 7th-turn warrior. It was so ironic, so unlucky. He had been pretending to be dead, and had never dared to show his presence. But he did not expect that Li Sin had the ability to plant the mark of slavery in his soul, and read the shallow memory. Although Li Sin did not dig out all his memories and secrets, just reading the shallow memory was enough for him to be exposed. Li Sin looked at this man in surprise. It was okay for him not to show up when Song was invaded by Jin, but he could even bear not to show up when Song was overthrown by Huang Rong. It was not until Huang Rong was blessed by the immortal that he saw the hope of breaking through to become an immortal, and then emerged. Duan is a selfish and ruthless person. However, such a person is easier to use. After thinking for a while, Li Sin said, I will let you go. You help me find the remaining forces of Song State in the current Huang State. You can send away those you want to send away, and send those you want to give up to Bianjing. I will give you 1 year to complete a heaven-level skill that is very suitable for you, and I will help you perform a sacrifice. There is a certain chance to get the blessing of the immortal. I obey your command. Looking at Xiao Heng, who agreed straightforwardly, Li Sin suspected that the conditions he gave were too generous. Finally, he simply waved his hand, and sent him out of the Starlight Emperor River. After that, Li Xin read the memories of the remaining 13 great masters of the celestial realm, and then made a big promise to negotiate terms, and initially recruited them. From the memories of these great masters of the celestial realm, Li Xin knew why they usually hid themselves from the world and did not take action easily. It turned out that when they reached the celestial realm, they had a vague sense of heaven and man, and they received a warning from heaven and earth more than 300 years ago, telling them not to mobilize the power of heaven and earth at will, so as not to cause the collapse of the world. From then on, every time they used high-level martial arts and mobilized the power of heaven and earth, they would be suppressed by heaven and earth, and would owe heaven and earth a cause and effect, which would be detrimental to their future breakthroughs. This made these top grandmasters usually retreat from the world. This time, their goal of coming out was very clear, which was to gain the immortal fate, and to obtain the blessings of the immortals to break through to the immortal realm. Moreover, not only did they directly attack the Tianxiang realm of Bianjing, they also discovered at least 30 Tianxiang realms hidden in the dark, and secretly observed. It is estimated that after today, those masters of the celestial realm will establish diplomatic relations with the Phoenix Kingdom in an open and above-board manner, gain Huang Rong's trust, and then obtain knowledge related to the immortal fate. After all, Huang Rong was able to kill Xian Yuan Depan in public today, and she can kill any of them tomorrow. Didn't you see that Lao Ai, a veteran master of the celestial realm, was trapped and unable to move? After telling Huang Rong this news, her heart finally settled down. Although she didn't show it on her face for the past 6 months, she had been worried in her heart. Worried that other empires would send troops to invade, and even more worried that those hidden celestial phenomena and celestial beings would come out to assassinate and attack. Now, she can finally rest assured. After Lao Ai was released, other countries also quickly sent ransoms and took back the grandmasters of the celestial realm. Huang Rong did not ask for skills and magic weapons, but only asked for a few top-quality weapons and some top-quality medicinal materials. At the same time, she asked the other 9 empires and 100 dynasties to check all the world channels connected to Blue Star and find them out, and inform them of their locations. This was Li Xin's request. He planned to find all the tunnels, seal those that should be sealed, block those that should be blocked, and open and maintain those that should be opened. His second mission in the warrior world was to promote cooperation between Blue Star and the warrior world. Controlling the tunnel was absolutely the top priority. Huang Rong knew very well that if she wanted too high conditions, the empires would never agree. Appropriately lowering the conditions to show weakness would be conducive to some subsequent cooperation. Sure enough, after she lowered the conditions, the 4 empires and the 8 dynasties immediately agreed to her conditions and sent weapons and medicinal materials. As for the location of the tunnel, it would take a lot of time to check it out, and there was no rush. Dali is far from Song, and they have 2 celestial realm masters captured, so the price they need to pay is even greater. So they naturally come the latest. But the person who came to redeem the people made Li Xin a little confused. Su Fengyan, the Prince of Bailong. He is also the protagonist of the novel In the Snow that Li Xin is familiar with. When he saw the person, he asked directly, Su Shitzi, didn't you almost kill the 3rd prince of your country? Why did you send you to redeem the people this time? Haha. That's my Dali internal affairs. It has nothing to do with Li Junshi. Now please let Li Junshi release the people. I don't know where Su Fengyan got angry, but he was very rude to Li Senator since you were rude. Let's do it according to the rules. Chapter 1002, There is something wrong with the ransom of the Li Kingdom. Prince Su, 2 people, the ransom is 200 top-grade weapons, 2,000 kilograms of top-grade medicinal materials. Bring them here. Humph. Follow me. Su Fengyan still had a stinky face, turned around and walked out of the palace, not even saying goodbye to Huang Rong who was sitting on the dragon throne, looking arrogant. Li Xin's face darkened even more, turned to Du, the commander of the Jinui, and said, General Du, please bring a team of elite Jinui, bring our Baiyun sword, to check whether the quality of the top-grade weapons of the Dali Kingdom is up to standard. Yes, I understand. Du also bit his back teeth. His face was also a little unhappy. If the Phoenix country had not been established, and was still the power of Baiyun Mountain, he would definitely have killed Su Fengyan on the spot. Now that it has been established, there are more things to be cautious about. But Su Fengyan will not be so arrogant and unreasonable. The elite Jinui's full body equipment is at least of the best quality. They carry a knife box with 18 long and short knives of the best quality. Among them, the main weapon Baiyan knife is the best of the best. Under the protection of a squadron of 100 Jinui of the 9 Revolutions Grandmaster level, Li Sun led his men to the outside of the city, and Su Fengnian was already waiting at the foot of the Xinguang Emperor River. Li Sun expressionlessly made hand gestures, and passed the remaining 2 people in Xinguang Emperor Jiang to the 2 big toes of Xinguang Emperor Jiang. The people are here? Where is the ransom? Look! The carriage over there. Go pick it up yourself. Su Fengnian's attitude was still as contemptuous as before. He just raised his chin and pointed to the rows of carriages not far away. Li Sun believed that he had never offended this proud child of heaven. His attitude was obviously that he had been wronged elsewhere, and he vented his anger here. That is, this Su Shitzi should be around 30 years old this year, and his temper is still so unstable, really reckless. Of course, it is also possible that Su Fengnian deliberately showed it, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. But no matter what the reason is, Su Fengnian must pay the price for his rudeness. Su Shitzi, we will test those top-grade medicinal materials, and ask your people to test the top-grade weapons themselves. Our requirements for top-grade weapons are very low, as long as they can cut off our Jinui sabers. Without Li Sun saying anything, Du on the side put forward the requirements of the Phoenix Kingdom. As soon as he finished speaking, 100 Jinui behind him drew out the autumn-like Jinui white cloud sword at the same time. Haha. The name of the embroidered spring knife of the Jinui is well known. Today I am lucky enough to see it. Prince Su, be careful with your words. This is the Baiyan knife, not the embroidered spring knife. Du did not wait for Su Fengnian to say anything else, and interrupted him directly, and his face became more and more angry. Oh, I'm sorry, I remembered it wrong. But I remember that the embroidered spring knife used by the Ming Empire's Jinui was the embroidered spring knife. Right? Du looked at Su Fengnian like a fool, and suddenly sighed and shook his head, and stopped talking to this fool. He turned around and asked the 100 Jinui to draw their swords, and stick them on the ground in front of him, and then turned around to check those top-grade medicinal materials. Originally, before leaving the palace, Huang Rong told him to let the water go. Now, the plate is for you. Su Fengnian, pour the water yourself. Just don't burn yourself to death. Su Fengnian was also stunned. Before leaving, Huang Wansher, the armor strategist, and his second sister Su Weisheng both asked him to show his attitude, to anger the Phoenix Kingdom, but to keep it to a certain extent, to observe the attitude of the Phoenix Kingdom court, to judge their true strength, and the true strength and limitations of the formation. But the attitude of these people in the Phoenix Kingdom is a bit strange. Put down 100 sabers. Let them test themselves. What does it mean? No one came to explain to him. Du and others have already begun to carefully check the medicinal materials sent by Ligua. Those that were of top quality were put back into the carriage, and those that were not of top quality were thrown on the ground, and thrown into a pile, and not thrown randomly. They did not bully others, and they never suffered losses. They strictly followed the inspection standards for medicinal materials in the Jiuzhou continent. 100 people worked together, and soon they checked the 2,000 kilograms of top-quality medicinal materials, and picked out about 50 kilograms of unqualified medicinal materials. Su Shitzi, there are 50 kilograms of unqualified medicinal materials. You can pay gold and silver as compensation according to the market price. Or you can purchase them again and make up for it. Or you can take them back first and redeem them when you are ready. Li Sun smiled and pointed at the pile of selected medicinal materials, and his smile was somewhat sarcastic, as if he was saying, look, this is the attitude of your Dali Kingdom. The sincerity of Dali Kingdom. Humph. According to the market price, this prince will give you another 50,000 taels of gold, and those fine medicinal herbs will be given to you. Let them go quickly. Su Fengnian's attitude was still impatient, but he was also a little annoyed. He was angry at those good-for-nothings in the Ministry of Revenue for not strictly selecting the medicinal herbs. Li Sun still smiled, pointing to the 100 white cloud swords stuck in the ground, and urged, Prince Su, test the weapons. Use your weapons to chop the white cloud swords. As long as you can destroy the white cloud swords within 3 hits, you will be qualified. If you can't do it, please go back and change your weapons, and come again. Okay. Someone come and check the swords. Su Fengnian has been looking at those white cloud swords for a while. He is an expert in using swords, and he has many top-grade swords in his hands. Naturally, he can judge that these swords look like they are just entering the top-grade weapons. It seems that the Phoenix country really has no intention of making things difficult for them. But he still feels uneasy. Clang, clang, clang. Dang, dang, dang. Dong, dong, dong. Swords. Spears. Clubs. Axes. Hooks. Hammers. A total of 8 kinds of weapons. But none of them can destroy the White Cloud sword within 3 strikes. Even if the blades are broken by each other. It will only be the weapons brought by the Li country. Those weapons, which Su Fengnian had personally checked, were top-grade weapons of the same level as Spring Thunder and Embroidered Winter, but none of these top-grade weapons could destroy the White Cloud sword that seemed to have just entered the top-grade series. Li Gua, this is too much. Until then, Li Sin's smiling face finally fell, and he shouted angrily. Do you? Send me away. You dare to resist, and I will kill you without mercy. If Li Gua has any objections, I will destroy it. Military Advisor Li, this is a misunderstanding. Our weapons are all top-grade weapons, absolutely genuine top-grade weapons. Su Fengnian panicked, and only thought of explaining at this time, but it was too late. Prince Su, you are not allowed to approach Military Advisor Li. Without waiting for Su Fengnian to approach, Tiyu's figure appeared in front of Li Sun like a ghost, and a divine weapon flashing with a faint blue light blocked Su Fengnian's way, not giving him a chance to explain. At this time, even Duyu's face was angry. White Cloud Sword is a top-grade weapon, a little stronger than the average top-grade weapon, but as the sword of the Phoenix Kingdom Jinui, it is mass-produced. There are at least 300,000 of them. They had also tested the top-grade weapons delivered by other countries before, and the average top-grade weapon can make a hole in the White Cloud Sword with 5 hits. The better one is that it can break the White Cloud Sword in 3 hits. The top-grade weapon sent by Qin State can even cut off the White Cloud Sword with 1 sword. Using the White Cloud Sword as a testing tool is not really difficult for Li Gua. It can only be said to be a medium standard. But the 200 so-called top-grade weapons of Li Gua are all inferior goods. There is not a single medium-grade one. That's too much. You are being used as a gun. Li Sun left this sentence, made a hand gesture, and did not listen to Su Fengnian's explanation. He directly moved the 2 Tianxiang Realm Grandmasters back to the center of Xinguang Emperor River. He was also supported by the 2 Grandmasters, and flew back to Yanjing City. Chapter 1003 confirmed. That guy is the reincarnation of an immortal. Am I being used as a gun? No, Huang Launcher might cheat me, but my second sister will never hurt me. It's because the forging technology of the Phoenix country is too good, and my forging technology of the Li country is not as good as it. Su Fengnian quickly found the reason, found an excuse to convince himself, took out the Wild Fox sword in his hand, and chopped down one of the 100 discarded Baiyun swords. Crack. Impossible, how could it break? Crack. 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 17 Baiyun swords were chopped off in a row, but the Wild Fox sword in Su Fengnian's hand was still intact. Now Su Fengnian had no doubts. He seemed to be used as a gun. However, he had experienced many ups and downs after all. And he was also the reincarnation of an immortal, so his wisdom and psychological quality were naturally extraordinary. He knew that now was not the time to hold those who prepared these weapons for him accountable, but to explain it to the Phoenix country and Huang Rong. Otherwise, it was very likely to cause a war between the 2 countries. It was just that he wanted to see Huang Rong, but it might not be easy for the time being. At this time, Huang Rong looked at Li Sun, whose face was a little pale, and held his big hand with her small hand, and the warm qi brought waves of warmth to Li Sun's cold body. Husband, what's wrong with you? Is that Su Fengnian so scary? The current Su Fengnian is not scary, but his original body is very scary. I can now be sure that Su Fengnian is really the reincarnation of an immortal. When Li Sun spoke, his body was still trembling slightly. When he met Su Fengnian, he felt that Su Fengnian was just an ordinary Grandmaster warrior, nothing special. At most, he was a little younger. So on the way out of the city, he secretly used the spiritual sense engraving array to engrave a simple Vajra array on the 100 Baiyun swords, which strengthened the strength of the Baiyun swords. At the foot of the Starlight Emperor River, no problem was found. It was not until Su Fengnian saw that the White Cloud swords were not destroyed by the top-grade weapons of the Li Kingdom that anger and panic rose in his heart, and a hint of obscure and majestic aura leaked out, which almost broke Li Sun's defense on the spot. He took the opportunity when Diu scolded Su Fengnian. Used spiritual sense control array to disperse the Vajra ray, and then left the words of discord, and withdrew directly. The majestic aura there was very similar to the aura of the 2 human ancestors last year, but it was more obscure and weaker. But Lee Sin's spiritual attribute is now 29,999 points. And he is sensitive. So he immediately caught the extraordinary. Is the immortal reincarnated? What should we do? Huang Rong was also shocked. And her warm palms turned cold in an instant. As a person blessed by the immortal, she has deeply experienced the immortal's invincible and inviolable power. Don't contact him. At least until we are strong enough. Don't contact him. It just so happens that I played a trick on him today. And Romer can directly use the excuse of leaving the country to deceive the Phoenix country and not meet him directly. Even if he comes with a new weapon, you can send him away in the name of not liking him and let the Ministry of Rights receive him. But will he see through our formation? Yes, that's a problem. Romer, you send someone to capture the two great masters of the celestial realm who were restrained by my formation and put them in the heavenly prison. I will hide the formation. Okay, I'll let you go. The two quickly calmed down their surprise and panic and arranged things in an orderly manner. Su Fengyan returned to Ligua with the things he had transported, feeling aggrieved and unwilling. Du did not take any medicinal herbs and fought them all back. Prince Su, my Huangwu does not care about the internal fighting in your Ligua. But please do not use my Huangwu as a stage for your internal fighting. Commander Du, there may be some misunderstandings. But can you let me redeem one person first? Su Fengyan's face was a little hot. He also felt that someone was deliberately making trouble for him this time. But he still wanted to fight for it. Sorry. This won't work. Your actions have made His Majesty angry. And all the ministers in the court feel fooled. They didn't send troops directly because they had to take into account the reactions of the other 9 empires. Otherwise, the generals in the Ministry of War would have been on their way to leave the country. Alas. Su, I'll take my leave. I hope to have a drink with Brother Du next time we meet. Haha. Brother Su is now like a human being. Not a disgusting second-generation rich man. Please forgive me. Brother Du, Brother Su. Please come back before the 9th day of the first lunar month. The old men in the Taichung Temple and the Imperial Observatory have already reported the grand sacrifice on the 9th day of the first lunar month. His Majesty has agreed and allocated a considerable amount of money. Thank you, Brother Du, for telling me. I am very grateful. As the protagonist of a novel, Su Fengyan, who is also the reincarnation of an immortal, has a magical personality charm. After 2 or 3 days of contact, Du has a great liking for him and can even call him a brother. When Lei Sin was listening to Du's report, he saw Du's genuine kindness towards Su Fengyan. This was incredible for a genuine leader who was engaged in intelligence, assassination, and even part-time framing. But it happened just like that. He had to sigh at the power of the protagonist's halo. Su Fengyan said goodbye and put the things he brought in Bisui City first, and then led his people to rush back to Ligua with a light load. Lee Sin was still looking forward to what kind of chaos, even war, he could bring back to Ligua. After dispersing the starlight from Emperor River, Lee Sin started a new round of formation transformation. For the past 6 months, Emperor River Star Formation had been fully operational to suppress Lao Ai and others. Now that they were released, he could repair and transform the formation. The previous battle still caused some damage to the formation. In the past 6 months, he also found some advanced formation materials from various materials in the warrior world, with spirit eye identification technique. Even if he didn't know the names of those materials, he could know their basic characteristics after identification, and then find suitable materials for formation with a little research. First, most of the palaces in the Forbidden City of the Imperial Palace were renovated. Strengthen the Emperor Jiang Star Formation with all your strength. This time, the Heavenly Man-level Strongman was fixed, which made him more confident in the use of the Emperor Jiang Star Formation. After further reducing the key protection range, the formation can trap 2 strong men like Lao Ai and 20 masters of the Celestial Realm, and it will not be broken. Then the entire Bianjing City was renovated. The main body of the formation in Sifang Street and Bagua Street cannot be changed. He and the formation masters of Long replaced all the previously consumed formation materials with high-level materials, and used all 3 methods of arrangement: drawing formation and carving formation. All the node buildings of the formation in the 64 squares were demolished and rebuilt with high-grade building materials, on the basis of the original formation. Without affecting the formation, a large number of protective formations were engraved to prevent the buildings from being destroyed as soon as the war started, and then destroying the entire formation. After this battle, Bianjing City will definitely be remembered by those who are interested. and protection must be done in advance. After the transformation of Yinjing City, the Dragon Kingdom Formation Masters will go to the 7 Acropolises that form the 12 Ancestral, which star formation to strengthen the formation. Lee Sin himself will start planting formations in the 4 farmland star formations outside Yinjing City. Before, they only dug ditches and planted spiritual crops, which had limited effect on the formation. This time, he will directly plant starlight plants to strengthen the 4 star formations and strengthen the formation amplification. Chapter 1004 Entering Winter, Eat Fruits. Gong in the north belongs to water. Near Luoha River, this farmland is densely covered with rivers, and mainly grows black grapes and mulberries. Black jade mulberry is planted on the riverbanks, and a small amount of water silkworms can be raised. The silk produced can be woven into top-quality clothing and armor. It can be regarded as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The farmland behind the riverbank is arranged according to the Gong star array, and only 1 plant is planted, pearl grapes. When the grapes are ripe, each black grape is like a top-quality black pearl. Pearl grapes there are 3 uses. After ripening, the juice is squeezed directly. The juice is sealed by the winemaker to make spirit wine. The seeds are filtered out of the leaves, compacted and dried, and then used as alchemy materials. The best seeds are selected to keep them for seeds, to expand the seed scale, and the ones with undesirable quality can also be used for alchemy. Generally speaking, grape seedlings propagated by seeds cannot bear fruit, or rarely bear fruit, but Lee Sin has the skill prosperity. If you use a few more skills, not only can they bear fruit, but they can also grow and bear fruit quickly. So when Lee Sin came to this vineyard, he saw a magical and mysterious scene. The winter sun, although not as blazing as the summer sun, penetrated the sparse clouds with its unique gentleness and sprinkled gently on the vineyard covered in silver. The grapevines, having experienced the baptism of the autumn wind and the severe cold of winter, still stubbornly entangled the support. A few leaves with green and the withered yellow still refused to leave the vines, as if telling the story of the years. The most breathtaking thing was the black grapes hanging on the branches, against the backdrop of the white snow. They looked particularly dazzling, like the brightest stars in the night sky, flashing a mysterious and attractive light. These black grapes, each of them is plump, and their skin is as deep as the night sky, as if they have condensed the essence of the earth and the mysteries of the universe. Their surface is covered with a thin layer of white frost, which complements the white snow in the surrounding environment, making it difficult to tell whether it is snow or the frost of the grapes. When you touch it gently, a clear chill penetrates your fingers, but it also carries the unique sweetness and fragrance of the fruit, as if it is the purest gift from nature. The black and white are dotted with dots of emerald green, which is not as seen in the mortal world. This is the magic of the formation. In the midwinter with heavy snow, it can still keep the pearl grapes alive. Anyone who walks into the vineyard will be amazed. Military advisor. You are a god. In just 2 months, grapes can grow from seeds to vines, and they can also bear abundant fruits. It's incredible. Today, the snow was heavy like goose feathers. Lee Sin was worried that the vines and supports would be crushed, so he simply picked the pearl grapes that were not fully mature in advance. The civil and military officials in the court heard about Lee Sin's magical orchard and volunteered to help pick them. It's okay. This year, it's a new seedling. Each vine has only 3 or 4 bunches of grapes. Each bunch weighs only 1 pound, which is much worse than the grapes in Bayun Mountain. Looking at the sparsely growing grapes, Lee Sin shook his head in disappointment. But he also understood that this is normal. After all, it's a fruit that has been quickly ripened in 2 months. It's good enough to have fruit. Everyone, you can eat the grapes as much as you want. But remember to collect the seeds. I will expand the planting after the spring. No problem. Slurp. It's refreshing. Sweet, crisp, sticky and chewy. It's so delicious. Slurp. Aren't the grape masters waiting for Lee Sin to say this? Everyone was not polite. They didn't even need to put the grapes into the basket. They just put them into their mouths. The spiritual plants that had just been planted did not have much spiritual energy yet, and were not very useful for the cultivation of warriors. But they tasted really good, a delicacy that no one could resist. However, the willpower of the grandmasters was still good. They stopped eating after eating a bunch and asked Lee Sin if they could take some back for their families to taste. After receiving Lee Sin's answer that they could take the seeds back if he asked, they all expressed their gratitude. As for the civil and military officials below the grandmaster level, they all stopped eating after they had eaten a vine and felt full. It can be seen how delicious the pearl grapes are. In half a morning, The entire Gonggong star array, a huge vineyard covering an area of 9.6 kilometers, was harvested. Everyone was so enthusiastic. Huang Rong kept the grapes for her and Li Qian until autumn, and the rest of the grapes were distributed directly to all officials of the Phoenix State with a wave of her hand, which was considered a benefit for them. Shurong in the south belongs to the fire element, and there are 4 kinds of fruits planted: lychee, longan, orange, and strawberry. 3 kinds are fruit trees, planted as array nodes, and strawberries are planted in patches outside the array nodes. After picking pearl grapes in the morning, after a simple lunch at noon, Li Xin brought all the civil and military officials here to sweep the snow. Under the effect of the fire attribute formation, the temperature of this orchard is much higher than that of the vineyard, but the continuous falling of snowflakes still has a significant impact on these green leafy plants. In just one morning, the leaves have begun to turn yellow. Everyone, first use your inner strength and true energy to sweep away the snowflakes, and then I will mobilize the formation to block the snowflakes. It's a small matter, watch us. The Grandmasters agreed, and began to use true energy to carefully grab piles of snowflakes and ice cubes, and throw them far into the snow truck on the road outside. They all saw the pink and white strawberries. Thinking about the pearl grapes they had eaten in the morning, they immediately looked forward to the taste of this equo strawberry. Some greedy guys were already drooling. When the snow and ice were almost cleared, Li Xin used his fingers to mobilize the formation to form a thin protective shield over the orchard. The snow fell a little heavily and a little suddenly, so Li Xin did not open the protective shield in advance. But letting the snow fall also has an advantage, which is that it can kill a large number of pests. As long as the ice and snow are cleared in time, it will only benefit the fruit trees and will not harm them. Okay. Thank you all. Wait for half a month or so, and then we'll come back. By then, everyone will have enough strawberries to eat. Haha. Thank you in advance. Li Junshi. Hearing that they can eat them in half a month, everyone's eyes lit up. Looking at those small strawberries, everyone's mouths were salivating. They were greedy. The western rookus belong to the metal element. The orchard here also grows fruits from all directions, including grapefruit, crystal pear, peach and honey melon, 3 kinds of fruit trees, and a kind of vine herb. The planting operation is similar to the Zhurong star array. The leaves of the 3 fruit trees had fallen off, and just fell on the white melons below, forming a protective film, preventing the white melons from being frozen. The next day, Li Xin brought people to clean up again, and opened the formation shield after snow removal. By the way, he picked more than 100 ripe melons to satisfy his cravings. A big melon in an armful, each weighing more than 50 kilograms. Such a big melon has never appeared in the world of warriors. Sweet, crisp, sweet but not greasy, a little sandy, and full of fragrance. So delicious. The Grandmasters ate the palm-sized melons with the skin in no time, praising them. If Li Xin hadn't emphasized the need to leave the seeds, these guys might have even chewed the seeds. Looking at the huge 9.6 kilometer wide orchard, he was looking forward to the time of harvest. When the time comes, he will definitely take one home to satisfy the cravings of the old and the young at home. In the afternoon, they took the initiative to go to the next orchard. Dongfang Jumeng belongs to the wood, which has the strongest vitality, and the formation shield has been opened, and the first sight is a green piece. They want to see if the fruits here are edible. This orchard also grows 3 kinds of fruit trees and 1 non-fruit tree, namely green olives, oil oranges, lemons, and sugarcane. Sugarcane belongs to the grass family, but it can also be classified as a fruit. When Li Xin planted it, he only considered the 5 elements, and did not consider the type of fruit. Therefore, the fruits here are 1 sweet and 3 sour. For the time being, only sugarcane can be cut. The other 3 fruit trees have only grown to about 1 meter, and will not bear fruit until next year. After checking the 4 orchards, the civil and military officials in the court were eagerly looking forward to the fruit harvest season next year. Instead, they ignored the increase in the power of the 12 ancestral, which star formation. Chapter 1005 Ligua redeems people for the second time, request. With the special fruits grown by Li Xin, the officials of Huangba have a particularly sweet life this winter. When the Ministry of Rights received Xiao Kai, the 3rd prince of Ligua, they were also a little more tolerant. After confirming that the medicinal materials and weapons they delivered were of the best level, they released the 2 great masters of the celestial realm. If they were not released, these 2 people would break through the space star power restriction set by Li Xin and recover their cultivation. If they wanted to restrict the 2 again, They would have to activate the formation again, condense the Starlight Emperor River to seal them. And they would have to waste a lot of formation power. The timely delivery of the ransom by Ligua also solved a small problem for Lee Sin. Thank you, Lord Ning. It seems that the Phoenix Kingdom really has no intention of making things difficult for my Lee Kingdom. Hee. Prince Zhao is overthinking. My Phoenix Kingdom is upright, and has never thought of making things difficult for anyone. We just want to live in peace with all the kingdoms in the world. Ning Xueli looked at the third prince, who was only a 9th level grandmaster, whose demeanor was a little worse than Su Fengyan, but whose attitude was more sincere than Su Fengyan, and there was some kindness in his eyes. Last time Su Fengyan said problematic weapons and herbs, all the officials in the court of the Phoenix Kingdom were very dissatisfied. Many people looked down on the internal strife of the Dali Kingdom, and also looked down on the third prince Zhao Kai. But after a few days of getting along with him, he felt that Zhao Kai was gentle and polite, knew when he was in moderation, and could sincerely admit his mistakes. He didn't seem like someone who would trip up Su Fengyan. Of course, he had a good impression, just a good impression, but he didn't let the ransom off at all. It was also because he was sure that the weapons and herbs sent this time were of the best quality that Ning Xueli accepted Zhao Kai's kindness, and was willing to be kind to him. Seeing that Ning Xueli's attitude was indeed friendly, Zhao Kai took the opportunity to ask, Sir Ning, I would like to stay and watch your country's 9th day of the first lunar month sacrifice. Is it possible? Yes. In fact, not only Prince Zhao, but also many envoys from other dynasties, have come to Bianjing to watch the ceremony. Ning Xueli would naturally not refuse his request. But he also added, Prince Zhao, please follow me to the Honglu Temple to register. Prepare to visit the ceremony, and then apply for a guest ID card. This time, there are quite a lot of people who want to watch the ceremony, so some restrictions have been imposed on the number of people. I understand. I understand this. I have learned about it before, and I will not make it difficult for Lord Ning. Zhao Kai nodded quickly, as long as he was not driven away by the Phoenix Kingdom. Then, they came to the Honglu Temple in the 64 wards, where there were still many people waiting in line to register. He was led by Ning Xueli, the Minister of Rites, so he saved the queue. The registration procedure was a bit complicated. First of all, it was natural to register the information of the spectators. Simple place of origin, appearance, and cultivation information. The spectators were also required to leave their internal energy on a maroon token, which would be recorded by a master-level official. And the personnel restrictions are relatively large. Empire-level forces can send 10 people to participate, Dynasty-level forces can send 3 people, and tribal-level forces can only send 1 person to watch the ceremony. There is no restriction on the cultivation level of the spectators, but the higher the cultivation level, the farther away from the altar they can watch the ceremony. Then, Zhao Kai gave Ning Xueli another big problem. What? Third Prince Zhao, are you kidding? Ahem. Please ask Lord Ning to apply to the Queen of Phoenix. Zhao Kai smiled awkwardly, scratched his head embarrassedly, and kept bowing to apologize. Prince Zhao San, do you really want to let these 2 great masters of the celestial realm enter the palace to watch the ceremony? Are you sure that if I submit this application, I won't be slapped to death by His Majesty? These 2 have been imprisoned by the Phoenix Kingdom for more than half a year, and their anger can ignite the city of Bianjing. Ning Xueli didn't care, and yelled back again. Don't worry, Lord Ning, we have seen the power of the Phoenix Kingdom's formation, and we will definitely not do anything inappropriate. The 2 great masters of the celestial realm who followed Zhao Kai knelt to Ning Xueli very politely, and even showed a little respect. They were really scared by Lee Sin's formation. It has been almost a year since Lee Sin used the formation to seal them. They are weak all over, even worse than ordinary people, and even have difficulty walking and eating. They definitely don't want to experience that feeling of powerlessness again. And the weird thing is that they don't know how Lee Sin sealed them, nor do they know how Lee Sin unsealed them. With just a wave of his hand, the sealing power on them completely disappeared. And that sealing power, they have been trying to attack for more than half a year, but to no avail. Even if Zhao Kai ordered them to cause trouble in Bianjing City, they would never dare to do so. Lord Ning, you can report it and try. Perhaps. Empress Huang Tian is not so narrow-minded. Ning Xueli suddenly choked. Perhaps. Zhao Kai was right. He glanced at the 2 Tianxiang Realm Masters, and turned to Huang Rong to apply. Tianxiang Realm Masters are watching this ceremony. They are really brave. Huang Rong's face was indeed a little livid when she heard this application. She knew the combat power of the Tianxiang Realm Grandmaster very well. If there was no limit to the full-strength burst, it would not be a problem to blow up half a city with one move. Rong. It's okay. Let them come. Li Xin, who was pulling his son Li Qian to learn how to walk, was not angry, but calmly persuaded Huang Rong. Husband, you are right. Right? Aren't you still worried about the huge consumption of star power and spiritual energy to open the Starlight Emperor River? Why did you agree to let the Tianxiang realm come to watch the ceremony? Huang Rong looked at Li Xin in confusion, but her anger had eased a lot. 1 or 2 Tianxiang realms are indeed not worth condensing the Starlight Emperor River. But if there are 118 Tianxiang realms, it is worth it. If we can take down all these guys, it will be even better. So, I am not worried that they will cause riots in the open. But I am worried that they will plot in secret. That's right. So many Tianxiang realms hiding outside the city of Bianjing. It really makes people nervous. So, it is safer to set rules for them and put them in front of us, Li Xin said, and told Ning Xueli several requirements and restrictions. He had already guessed that there would be a Grand Elephant Master to watch the ceremony. I have already thought about a rules of behavior. Grand Master of Tiansheng is going to watch the ceremony, but you can only watch the 60-4 squares in the city of Jingjing. Believe the strength of the Master of Heaven, you can definitely see the scene on the altar of the palace. At the same time, if they dare to have a small action, Li Xin can also use the formation method to leave them. Ning Xueli told Zhao Kai about the news later. He also notified several other national envoys, who were preparing to observe the ceremony. After all, it's best to treat this kind of thing. It is not necessary to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Zhao Kai was a little surprised to hear the good news. He did not expect Huang Rong to agree and directly notify people from other countries. Is she really not afraid of death? As far as he knows, just outside the city of Bianjing, there are more than 100 great masters of the celestial realm hiding in the dark waiting for the sacrifice on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Is the Phoenix Kingdom so confident? Not only Zhao Kai was surprised, but all the envoys who were notified were even more surprised. Chapter 1006. Masters from all walks of life gather. In Bishui City, Dafeng Inn, the Qin delegation has booked the entire inn. In the best room number 1, Fusu, the Crown Prince of Qin, looked at the policy explanation letter from the Phoenix State that he had just received, and still couldn't believe it. Is Huang Rong so confident? Or, Huang Rong intends to spread the procedures and methods of sacrifice? Your Highness, now you can enter Bianjing City openly. Is this the position of the chief envoy of the delegation? Next to Fusu is the nominal chief envoy of the Qin delegation, General Meng Rong, the 8th generation grandson of Qin General Meng Yi, and also a great master. As the Crown Prince, Fusu's cultivation has reached the late stage of the celestial realm. But this time he joined the delegation as an ordinary guard. Now he can show up openly. Fusu nodded and said, "Tomorrow. Let's go register. By the way, meet those old friends." As he said that, he looked towards the direction of Bianjing, and could directly and clearly sense the auras of more than 100 people whose strength was not inferior to his. Meng Rong asked carefully at this time, "Your Highness, do you think that the sacrifice of the Phoenix Kingdom can still receive the blessing of the immortals this time?" "Of course. But it's hard to say how much blessing it can get this time, without a celestial realm expert as a sacrifice. I wonder what sacrifice they are going to use." Fusu still values Huang Rong very much, and is very optimistic about her, and gave a positive answer directly. "Your Highness, if we ask the Phoenix country for the sacrificial method, will they give it to us? Although we also have a sacrificial method that has been passed down for tens of millions of years. Our 2 sacrifices this year did not receive any response from the heavens or the immortals. This sacrificial method of the Phoenix country is of great value. Right? According to the information brought back by Qin Xian and others, the biggest problem should be on the altar. That altar must have used something from Blue Star, which allows mortals to transmit the sound of their prayers to the ears of the immortals. And then, they can receive the immortals' blessings. We just need to politely ask Huang Rong for it. Whether we can get it depends on her purpose and pattern." Fusu's face was calm and indifferent, as if he really didn't care about this matter. But his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. He was looking forward to using that altar for sacrifice. Maybe just one sacrifice would allow him to break through the realm of heaven and man. Thinking of this, he couldn't sit still anymore, and stood up and walked out, leaving a sentence. "I'm going to see my old friend." He did not use his flying ability. Even though Bisui City did not ban flying, he did not fly. Instead, he walked slowly on the street, heading towards the Hanyan building not far away. As soon as he arrived outside the building, a servant came up to greet him respectfully. "Welcome, distinguished guest. My master has been waiting for you for a long time." "Yes. Lead the way." Fusa nodded. He was not surprised that someone was waiting for him. After all, he did not hide his figure, and even his cultivation aura was not completely hidden. There was a strong man in this restaurant who was as powerful as him. He walked up the stairs and went straight to the roof. It was the roof, not the top floor. A young man in a plain white gown sat on the roof, with several wine jars placed beside him. "Prince Fusu. Long time no see." "Hee. Prince Lucio. We just had a fight 3 months ago." "Not long ago." "Ahem. Fusu. You are still so dull and unkind. You will have no friends." Lucio, the young man in a white shirt, choked on the wine that was handed to him, and looked at Fusu with a look of resentment. Fusu rolled his eyes at him, and sat down beside Lucio. He opened a jar of wine and gulped it down. He drank a full 10 kilograms of wine in one gulp. "Lu Weishao. It's really good, but it's a little less." "Humph. You're wasting heaven's resources. My Lu Weishao is the tribute wine of the Han dynasty. The annual output is less than 100 kilograms. You drank 1/10 of it in one gulp." Lucio put 3 jars of wine behind him with a distressed look and handed another jar over. At the same time, he also asked about the business. "Fusu, are you going to watch the ceremony?" "Yes. You will go too." "Right. I will go too. But I won't reveal my true identity." Fusa nodded in understanding, and then asked, "Have you given gifts?" "No. I've prepared them. I'll give them when I visit my friends on the 2nd day of the new year." "What did you give?" 3 grandmasters. Grandmasters who escaped from Jin to Qin. "You are lucky. It will be easier to ask for something when the time comes." Fusa nodded and asked again, "What is your gift?" "What is it?" "Similar to you, grandmasters of the royal family of Song 5. You are luckier, but will you have the opportunity to use the sacrifice?" "It is difficult. The old man is not dead yet, and he doesn't want to die. I have to wait for him to die, or he will become an immortal, to have the opportunity to use it." "You are too good, so good that you are directly named Shou." "Uh-huh. You are better. Although your old man is also immortal, he is open-minded. Not only does he not suppress your cultivation and development, he also cultivates you." "It is difficult for me. My old man has always had a dream of immortality. If the ministers hadn't tried their best to stop him this time, he would have come to Huangwu in person. You and I, don't we both want to live forever?" At this point, the two fell silent at the same time, no longer speaking, but drinking silently, watching the lights of thousands of houses not far away gradually light up. In Bisui City, the delegations of other empires were arranged here, and the delegations with Celestial Realm Masters were also arranged here. At this time, the major forces began to visit each other. They tested each other. Those delegations without Celestial Realm Masters were also visited by Celestial Realm Masters soon, who said that they could join the delegation as guests and sit in charge of the delegation. Although they knew that these Celestial Realm Masters were not there for them to sit in charge, but simply wanted to occupy a place to watch the ceremony, they could only agree under pressure. The masters of the Celestial Realm in various martial arts sects all took action. Even some old monsters, who had been in seclusion for many years, came out after receiving the news. While various forces were anxiously waiting and secretly connecting, an envoy entered the Forbidden City Palace in advance and met Huang Rong. The chief envoy sent by the Tang Kingdom's envoy was the contemporary Princess Li Xioli, an old acquaintance who had a good relationship with Huang Rong. Once upon a time, Li Xioli was Li Sin's apprentice, but she didn't learn for long before she was taken back by the Tang Kingdom's royal family. However, in the process of Huang Rong's rise and becoming an emperor, Tang gave Huang Rong a lot of support and formed a relatively firm alliance. Therefore, Li Xioli was able to bring several members of the Li Tang royal family, who were below the level of Grandmaster, into the Forbidden City. "Sister Huang, this is my little nephew. So cute." In the Imperial Garden, Li Xioli looked at the baby, who was less than 1 year old, but could already stumble and trot on his own, with shining eyes and love for him very much. At the same time, she also had a daughter who was over 1 year old, and it seemed that they could be brought together. "The little brat is very cute, but a little naughty." Huang Rong smiled kindly. and couldn't bear to take her eyes off her little brat. Sister, my daughter is 1.5 years old, and she is very pretty. I will bring her to you later. Okay. Your daughter must be pretty too since your sister is so pretty. The two chatted about some random things. Until late at night. When Li Xiaoli said goodbye, the two didn't talk about the sacrifice at all, but just talked about family matters. But it did bring them closer. As for how outsiders misunderstood them, they didn't care. But the two of them had already achieved their own little calculations. Chapter 1007 Grand Sacrifice, Fushi returns. Bang bang bang. The year is over with the sound of firecrackers. The spring breeze brings warmth to Tusu. The sun shines brightly in every household, and the old charms are always replaced with new ones. Time flies to New Year's Eve. This year's New Year's Eve in Phoenix Country is still a grand banquet. The monster meat and magic beast meat replenished from Blue Star let everyone feast on them. Among the foreign delegations, only those with cultivation below the Grand Master level are allowed to attend the banquet, which is considered to further promote monsters and magic beasts in the world of warriors. Soon it was the day that everyone was looking forward to. The day that the entire warrior world was looking forward to. On the 9th day of the first lunar month. The dawn had just broken. The sky was still faintly blue-purple, and the Forbidden City was already immersed in a solemn atmosphere. The grand ceremony of the Phoenix Kingdom's heavenly sacrifice was about to begin at this ancient and sacred moment. Inside and outside the entire imperial city, there was a busy and orderly scene. In front of the Fengtian Hall, a golden carpet had already been laid on the wide square, extending all the way to the bottom of the altar. On both sides stood the imperial guards in gorgeous armor, holding spears, with solemn expressions, guarding this supreme ceremony. This time, all the imperial guards were served by Grandmaster warriors. Those who were not skilled enough were not qualified to enter the large square renamed Temple of Heaven Square. On the altar, the jade disc with 9 dragons circling shone brightly. In the center, offerings symbolizing the heaven and earth were placed. Incense curled up and swirled up, interweaving with the morning light to form a mysterious and solemn picture. This was carved from a huge piece of jade, a gift from Hotan Kingdom, one of the 100 dynasties. The carving was completed by Li Xin with the sculptors and grandmasters of Phoenix Kingdom. It was also a decoration with a hidden formation. Dang dang dang. With 9 long bell sounds, the royal guards slowly stepped into the square. They were all great masters, dressed in colorful dresses, held various ceremonial objects, walked in unison, and were magnificent. The aura of cultivation that was inadvertently emanated made the envoys of all dynasties outside the 9 empires secretly shocked. The strength of the Phoenix Kingdom is indeed well-deserved. Afterwards, Wang Rong, wearing a phoenix robe, wearing a crown on her head, was surrounded by all the ministers, and slowly stepped into the altar. Her steps were steady and solemn, and every step seemed to be on the magical veins of heaven and earth, leading the entire country to pray for blessings from heaven and earth. The ceremony of offering sacrifice to heaven officially began. The minister of the Ministry of Rites read the sacrificial text aloud. His voice echoed in the empty square, clear and powerful. This person, in order to keep up with the specifications of the sacrifice, was promoted directly from the 8th turn master to the Grand Master in 3 months. He was really hardworking. But it seemed that it was because of the blessing he received when he presided over the Double Nine Festival sacrifice last time. With such a rapid breakthrough, he did not have the hidden danger of unstable foundation. Nor did he have any other problems with his body and cultivation. This made him more active in presiding over this sacrifice. In the past 3 months, apart from practicing, he has been studying the sacrificial text. Wang Rong held the jade disc in her hand, knelt devoutly on the altar, and offered the ordinary sacrifices one by one, praying for the gods of heaven and earth to bless the country with good weather and good harvests, and peace and prosperity for the people. At the same time, the musicians played melodious ancient music. The melody was solemn and sacred, and it complemented the atmosphere of the heaven sacrifice. As the ceremony progressed, there seemed to be a strange phenomenon in the sky. The originally calm clouds began to surge slowly, and the sun shone through the clouds, adding a bit of mystery and solemnity to the entire heaven sacrifice ceremony. Everyone present was shocked by this spectacular scene, one after another to pray for blessings. My heart is full of my awe and gratitude to the gods of heaven and earth. But this is just a foreplay. The highlight has not started yet. In the first stage of sacrifice, there are actually programs of dance prayers. But see the faint vision of the sky. Wang Rong entered the next program immediately. Captive. The voice of Taichung Temple was excited and high. Everyone on the four-sided viewing board, stand up nervously, come here. Outside the palace, 217 great masters of the celestial realm suddenly flew up from the sky above the 64 squares, and also looked over with burning eyes. Under the altar, 81 warriors with the strength of the 9th Grandmaster were brought over and knelt under the altar. Behind them, 81 warriors with the strength of the Grandmaster wielded the ghost-headed knives high, and beheaded these warriors with one knife. The heads flew high, flew to the center of the altar, and built a Jingwan. The corpses below all rushed to the altar, and the blood flowed to the altar. Under the power of the magical formation, not a drop of blood flowed out, but flowed up to the altar, but did not enter the top ring. Offer sacrifices. As the guests and envoys, who were watching the ceremony, were expecting, the words spoken by the minister of the Ministry of Rites surprised them greatly. Will they only kill these 81 nine-turned Grandmasters as captives? No Grandmasters? They helped the Phoenix Kingdom capture hundreds of Grandmaster enemies, and sent them here. Why not kill them? Under their surprised eyes, 3 first-rank officials, 9 second-rank officials, and 27 third-rank officials of the Imperial Palace walked out from the crowd, entered the Fontaine Hall. One of them carried a tray, and walked up to the altar. They placed the offerings in front of the newly built Jingwan, and then knelt straight down. Huang Rong, who had just stepped down from the altar, walked up to the altar again, holding a huge tripod weighing thousands of pounds in her hand, and walked up with firm and light steps. After putting the tripod down, Huang Rong also knelt down. Kneel with the shouting of the minister of the Ministry of Rites. All the people of the Phoenix Kingdom in the palace knelt down. Seeing this scene, the foreign envoys, who came to watch the ceremony, also knelt down. Outside the palace, the people could not hear the sound, and they were still cheering and wandering around. Only the great masters of the palace stationed on Sifeng Street also knelt down. Most of the Tianxiang realm masters in the sky above the 64 squares stood firmly, and did not kneel down. Only 8 Tianxiang realm masters, who were relatively weak and urgently needed the blessings of the immortals, knelt down. But they only knelt in the air, and did not land. The next moment, colorful lights lit up from the altar, soared into the sky, and sank into the vast sky. Sure enough, there is a trick, all foreign envoys said in their hearts, confirming the specialness of the Phoenix Kingdom sacrifice. But it seemed that endless time had passed, and it seemed like the blink of an eye. A low muffled sound came from the sky, and the golden sunlight in the sky was stained with a hint of purple, and it continued to deepen and expand, until the sky and earth were completely covered by purple. Very good, you have listened to our words, and started to take action against the magic world. A majestic voice exploded between heaven and earth, echoing in everyone's ears. Everyone could hear the relief and praise in it. The younger generation of the human race pays homage to the ancestor Fuxi. Huang Rong remembered this voice, and excitedly saluted loudly. The younger generation of the human race pays homage to the ancestor Fuxi. Others also hurriedly shouted and knelt down. The great masters of the celestial realm flying in the air did not dare to fly at this time, and quickly landed and knelt down. Many people were already trembling with fear. No need to bow, stand up, people, we should stand tall and upright. Fuxi's voice in the air was a little serious, and seemed a little dissatisfied. Everyone stood up quickly, but they all respected Fuxi, the ancestor of mankind. Even more. I don't have much time, you remember. Find a way to kill the demigods, or even pseudo-gods of the magic world, and then sacrifice them to us, which can help us refine the heavenly way of the magic world faster. The younger generation will follow the teachings of the ancestor of mankind. It was still Huang Rong who answered loudly. This result, which was the best situation she and Li Xin expected. This is a reward for you. Keep working hard. As he spoke, Fuxi rolled up the 5-color light in the air, and disappeared in an instant, and countless purple air fell into Bianjing City, improving the cultivation and physical qualifications of the people in the entire Bianjing City. Chapter 1008. A great blessing from all, cultivation level improved. Bang bang bang. Purple air came from the east for tens of thousands of miles. Auspicious air was everywhere. The spiritual energy was endless. There was also a faint drum sound between heaven and earth, which stirred in the city of Bianjing. This drum sound was very strange. Some people could hear one. Some people could hear more than 10. When a drum sounded, the body shook, and gray-black impurities were immediately discharged from the body, and the martial arts aptitude was significantly improved. The more drum sounds you can hear, the more martial arts aptitude you will improve. purple air fell from the sky. And at the same time, a thick earth air of dark yellow rose from the ground. The purple air and dark yellow air first flowed into the bodies of those who could no longer hear the drums, and began to improve their cultivation. Those who had not practiced before, as long as they were over 14 years old, regardless of gender, age, instantly or at the entry level of the first turn of martial arts cultivation. As for the skills, they were the most impressive skills they had ever come into contact with, and they were completely comprehended directly under the magical power. And as the number of drums they heard continued to consolidate their foundation, although their cultivation did not further improve, their future cultivation path was extremely bright and broad for warriors who have already cultivated. According to the number of drum sounds they hear, each drum sound can increase their cultivation by 1 level. Whether it is a beginner warrior at level 1 or a master of the celestial realm at level 241. Each drum sound increases their cultivation by 1 level. This is an extreme fairness. People with high cultivation have also cultivated for decades or hundreds of years. It is more difficult to improve, and they actually gain more cultivation. Those beginner warriors naturally gain less cultivation, but their foundation is also consolidated and more solid. The number of drum sounds heard is actually a means of identifying the purple air left by Emperor Fushi. The better the cultivation aptitude, the more drum sounds one can hear. This operation is not fair, but Fushi's goal is to quickly select and train a group of masters to join their battle, or become cannon fodder. Lee Sun looked at his level 138 and was a little confused. He didn't expect that the blessing of the immortal this time would be so strong. He heard 18 drum sounds and directly had extremely powerful energy, which turned into experience points and pushed his level to 138. It was incredible. He was a professional from Blue Star, and he could be blessed. Too crazy. The power of the immortal was too terrifying. It was unpredictable, unimaginable. A large number of 9-turn grandmasters directly used the blessing of the immortals this time, and directly broke through to the grandmaster realm. The grandmasters of Phoenix Country also upgraded rapidly, ranging from more than 10 levels to 20 or 30 levels, directly saving them hundreds of years of hard training time. Ha ha ha. I broke through to the Heavenly Man realm. I also became a Heavenly Man, so this is the Heavenly Man realm, controlling the power of heaven and earth, to be a Heavenly Man. Wow. Ha ha ha. Proud, complacent, surprised laughter came from the 64 squares. 217 Heavenly Realm Grandmasters all broke through successfully, becoming Heavenly Man Realm Strongmen. But the Heavenly Man Realm is the current limit of the cultivation of the warrior continent. The last step is to break through and become an immortal. However, the last step requires understanding some rules of heaven and earth, defining these rules as one's own way, and firmly establishing this way, so that one can truly break through and become an immortal. These warriors in the celestial realm, who can cultivate to the celestial realm, are all extremely talented people. The drum sounds that can be heard are all 30 steps. There is no one who does not break through to the Heavenly Man realm. After breaking through the Heavenly Man realm, their cultivation can no longer be improved. They just hear the direction of future cultivation from the drum sounds, which is enlightenment. After realizing their own way, they can ascend to the immortal realm in broad daylight, and ascend to the immortal realm where the immortals are. Huang Rong's cultivation was also raised to the 249th level of the Heavenly Man realm. As the Emperor, who was the chief priest, she was also rewarded with some enlightenment by Fushi. After a while, she was the last one to wake up. The ceremony is over. Looking at her excited subordinates, and listening to the excited voices outside who were still laughing, Huang Rong shouted in a deep voice, which ruined the mood. Then she knelt down in a proper manner, and bowed 3 times, and kowtowed 9 times towards the eastern sky to express her gratitude to the immortal. All the civil and military officials, and personnel of the Phoenix Kingdom followed Huang Rong in kneeling down. The foreign envoys who came to the palace to watch the ceremony also knelt down after realizing it belatedly. The great masters of the Heavenly Man realm outside may have suddenly gained great power, and were floating. They did not kneel down to the heaven and earth, but turned around and scattered away, looking for a place to digest what they had just gained. After kneeling down, Lee Sun looked at the figures flying away, and felt an inexplicable pity for them. It seemed that these masters of the Heavenly Man realm were being targeted by some mysterious existence. After he knelt down devoutly, he felt that the mysterious gaze that had been watching this world disappeared. In other words, although Fushi left, his or their attention had never left. This was an intuition. An intuition that Li Xin had only after his spiritual attribute reached 30,001 points. Just now, his level was increased by 18 levels, but his attributes were only increased by 2 points in each of the 4 dimensions. It looked like an increase of 2 points, but he could feel that he seemed to have entered a new realm, and his entire senses had improved a lot. Before, he just saw the mountain as a mountain. Now he actually had a magical feeling of seeing the mountain as not a mountain. It was very magical, and very real. That was why he could feel the presence of someone watching him. After the sacrifice, it was the traditional program of the Phoenix, a large banquet. This time, everyone just hurriedly finished their meal, and hurriedly said goodbye and left, and went back to practice, including the eunuchs and maids in the palace. They quickly cleaned up the palace, and went to find a place to practice. Li Xin and Huang Rong handed Li Qian to Lu Kexi and An Miao to take care of him, and locked themselves in the room, and quickly began to practice. This time, Li Xin directly took out all the mythical demon pills and mythical magic crystals in his hand, and set up a spiritual energy dispersion array. The two sat in and immediately began to practice with yin-yang cooperative. Endless spiritual energy was absorbed by the two, and quickly transformed. The aura of cultivation was slightly surging, and it seemed that the two would be able to break through again in the next moment. At the same time, Li Xin's soul entered Huang Rong's sea of consciousness, and he and her comprehended the principle left by Emperor Fuxi. It was a mysterious, inexplicable principle of the operation of heaven and earth. Even the inheritance awarded by Emperor Fuxi was still so obscure and difficult to understand. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them briefly comprehended it, and then began to combine their own practice and experience to comprehend their own Tao. For Li Xin, his Tao was undoubtedly the Tao of formation, and Emperor Fuxi's Tao included the Tao of formation. Li Xin put all his energy and consciousness into the knowledge of the Tao of formation. In an instant, the movement of heaven and earth was constantly analyzed in front of him, and it seemed that heaven and earth became as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. The mysterious knowledge became simple and easy to understand, and quickly poured into his soul. It seemed that he would be able to fully comprehend the entire Tao of formation in the next moment. Chapter 1009 Enlightenment. Ascension to immortality. Alas, I thought too much. In a state of half sleep and half wakefulness, Li Xin woke up faintly, feeling a bit bitter. Emperor Fuxi showed a lot of formations in Huang Rong's memory, but they were incomplete formations. None of them were complete, and even the analyzed formations were obscure. At the beginning, he looked very simple and smooth, but only 1/10 was simple, and the remaining 9/10 were complicated and difficult to understand. It seems that Fuxi kept it to himself, or maybe he didn't show Huang Rong the knowledge of formations, and this knowledge was just incidental. Thinking of this, he looked at Huang Rong, who was bewildered, and moved his soul body closer to her. From his perspective, he could immediately feel that Huang Rong was surrounded by some rules of heaven and earth, and Huang Rong was trying to learn and understand these rules. Sure enough, these inheritances are targeted. What I can see is only the superficial knowledge, and what Huang Rong can directly feel is the rules of heaven and earth. They are incomparable. I just rubbed the surface of these rules. After having an accurate positioning in his mind, Li Xin no longer bothered about not being able to comprehend the formation successfully, but merged his soul with Huang Rong's soul, and began to use his mental power to help Huang Rong comprehend those rules. With his help, Huang Rong's comprehension of the rules of heaven and earth accelerated a bit, and Li Xin could also learn some related knowledge from the perspective of an observer. Gradually, the various colorful rules around Huang Rong, like the brilliant stars, gradually disappeared, leaving only the golden red and silver blue interactively shining, and the two rules entangled with each other. This is the Yin and Yang Tao. Huang Rong's original main martial arts was the 9 Yin Manual, a Yin attributed martial arts. Later, influenced by Li Xin, she practiced Yin and Yang mutual aid, and her martial arts gradually entered a state of Yin and Yang co-cultivation and Yin and Yang mutual aid. At this time, after reading many great ways, she also quickly recognized her true heart and firmly chose the path of Yin and Yang Tao. It happened that at this time, she and Li Xin were in a state of Yin and Yang fusion, or soul fusion. Li Xin's soul was fully assisting her, allowing her to fully comprehend the Yin Tao, allowing Li Xin to fully comprehend the Yang Tao, and then the two Taos merged into one. A mysterious aura, like the rising of the sun and the setting of the moon at the beginning of the world, and the alternating movement of the sun and the moon in the sky, which is the separation and combination of Yin and Yang between men and women. The aura of yin and yang enveloped the two, and Huang Rong's aura began to become majestic and supreme. Boom! Silent thunder sounded in Li Sin's mind, and then he was directly ejected from Huang Rong's mind, and woke up directly in reality. Success? He looked at Huang Rong with surprise, whose whole body was shining with golden red and silver blue light, and his face was full of expectation. As the light on Huang Rong became stronger and stronger, a gentle and huge force pushed him away forcefully and pressed him directly against the wall of Feifeng Palace. He quickly turned over and retreated from the window, and stayed away from her to avoid affecting Huang Rong's breakthrough. Suddenly, lotuses of golden red and silver blue rose from the ground, covering the Feifeng Palace and the outside of the Feifeng Palace, and were 99 feet wide. Golden lotuses rose from the ground. When the golden lotuses covered the area, a fine jade-colored spiritual rain began to fall from the sky. It looked gentle, but it only covered the central 99-foot area and did not fly out. Rain from the sky. Strange phenomena from heaven and earth. Is Your Majesty the military advisor going to ascend to heaven? At some point, Zheng Jinbao, Tang Tsong, Lu Keshi and other high-ranking officials of the Phoenix Kingdom gathered near the Feifeng Palace. Military advisor. Do you want to activate the formation to protect His Majesty's breakthrough? Military advisor. How about I mobilize the army to protect His Majesty? Several people looked at the movement in Feifeng Palace, and they were all surprised, nervous, and a little envious. Li Sin looked up at the sky outside the palace, felt the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and shook his head seriously and said, "We can't activate the formation now. Otherwise it may affect Ronger's understanding of the great way of heaven and earth." General Zheng, General Tang, you immediately mobilize the army to protect the entire palace. But remember, when you can avoid bursting out your true energy, you must never leak your true energy, so as not to affect Ronger. Yes, I understand. The two clasped their fists and saluted, turned around and ran out. Neither of them used the true energy of the Grandmaster to fly, but ran purely with the power of the flesh. But they were still very fast. In just 10 minutes, all the Grandmasters in Bianjing City surrounded the palace. The older and more trusted Grandmasters followed them directly into the palace, and carefully guarded outside the Feifeng Palace. The movement here quickly attracted the attention of the warriors inside and outside the Bianjing City. The people of the Phoenix Kingdom were more simple-minded and knelt down one after another, kneeling in the direction of the palace and praying for Huang Rong. It was Huang Rong who gave them a happy life and made them directly enter the martial arts. They all hoped that Huang Rong would be safe and hoped that Huang Rong could successfully ascend to heaven. Time passed slowly. The sun set in the west and the moon rose in the east, and the night fell. The strange phenomena in the sky and earth continued to expand slowly. Li Sin noticed that a silver-blue moonlight was attracted and fell into Feifeng Palace. "Yin," he whispered with a sincere heart, as if he understood Huang Rong's current state. The moonlight was like water, flowing slowly, and the moonlit night passed quickly. When the sun rose in the east, a golden red sunlight was indeed drawn from the sky and entered Feifeng Palace. Yang, seeing this, he could not help but raise his voice excitedly. Although it was not certain that Huang Rong would succeed in ascending to immortality, her understanding of the rules of Yin and Yang must have greatly improved. Even if she did not break through to become an immortal this time, she could break through again soon. The golden crow was speeding in the sky. Soon it was evening, and the sun was setting. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in the sky, as if they were generated out of thin air, and quickly dyed the sky above Feifeng Palace into ink. Everyone retreat immediately. Get out of the range covered by the dark clouds. Li Sin, who had read various novels about cultivating immortals, instantly thought of the Thunder Tribulation and immediately ordered everyone to retreat. Without any hesitation, everyone quickly left the Forbidden City and retreated 2 kilometers away. The range covered by the dark clouds. Li Sin simply converted it and knew it was 999 feet. A somewhat mysterious number. With the great master and army of the Phoenix country, and Huang Rong being extremely respected in the Phoenix country, no one was uncooperative, and the warriors and civilians in Bianjing City quickly retreated from the area covered by the dark clouds. Boom! A bright blue lightning as thick as an arm struck down, and the roof of Feifeng Palace was immediately blown away. All the onlookers were shocked, and their hearts tightened, no matter what kind of cultivation. When the lightning struck, there was a feeling that if you were touched, you would die. Everyone subconsciously took 2 steps back. However, There was no sound coming from Feifeng Palace. Obviously, Huang Rong took the thunder easily. Boom boom boom. 8 more thunderbolts struck, each more terrifying than the last. Huang Rong groaned 3 times from the back, and there was no other reaction. Then the dark clouds in the sky disappeared, and a soft jade-colored fairy light fell into Feifeng Palace. A mysterious and majestic aura came out from Feifeng Palace. Success? Your Majesty has ascended to heaven. It succeeded. It really succeeded. Countless people cheered in a low voice, excited in their hearts, but they did not dare to disturb Huang Rong, who had just become an immortal, for fear of being disrespectful. Everyone, whether from the Phoenix country or not, was sincerely happy. Huang Rong might be the first person to ascend to heaven in 1,000 years. From now on, the immortal path will be reopened, and everyone will have the opportunity to cultivate and become immortal again. Chapter 10:10 Half Immortal. The world of warriors has flaws in the way of heaven. The jade-colored fairy light was withdrawn from the sky. Huang Rong's figure slowly flew up. Although he was wearing a blackened phoenix robe, he still did not look embarrassed. Instead, he looked majestic after winning the battle against heaven and earth. Let's all go. Her voice was majestic and unyielding, still sonorous and powerful, and even more powerful than usual. It seemed that the thunder tribulation just now did not have any effect on Huang Rong, but it seemed to increase her strength. Your Majesty, I congratulate you on your ascension to heaven. Congratulations to your Majesty on your ascension to heaven. Congratulations to your Majesty on your ascension to heaven. The people and warriors in the city, including warriors from other countries, knelt down in awe and saluted Huang Rong with great respect. The Huang Rong in front of them was a great being who had withstood the terrifying heavenly tribulation and successfully ascended to heaven. Get up. The ancestor of mankind said, people should stand tall and upright. From now on, you don't need to kneel when you see me. Just bow your hands. As she spoke, Huang Rong gently raised her hand, and a powerful force filled the inside and outside of Bianjing City, and gently helped everyone up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone bowed to Huang Rong, to show their obedience and respect to Huang Rong. Then everyone began to disperse, each returning to their respective positions. Of course, the eunuchs and palace maids immediately protected Li Qian and hurried back to the palace, starting to clean up the palace that had just been messed up in the chaos. Li Sun rushed to Feifeng Palace as soon as possible, looking at Huang Rong, who was excited but could not hide her disappointment. What's wrong? Didn't Ronger succeed in breaking through? I succeeded in breaking through, but I am only a half-immortal now, or a pseudo-immortal. Huh? Is there a long level above the celestial being that needs to be upgraded? Li Sun was also shocked. As far as he knew, level 250 was an immortal. No. Now I am also considered an immortal. The levels have disappeared. And there is a new way to calculate the level of strength. But now the way of heaven has changed drastically. An immortal who breaks through level 249 is not an immortal, but a half-immortal. He needs to accumulate merits from heaven and earth to become a real immortal, which is a half-immortal. Is it so troublesome? Then has your strength reached the level of an immortal? No. Any immortal who became an immortal 1,000 years ago can beat me as easily as beating his grandson. The way of heaven in the world of warriors is not complete now, and the immortals who break through have flaws. Speaking of this, Huang Rong's face was full of helplessness. This situation was something no one had expected. It's okay, Rong. Even if your strength is not at the level of a fairy, but dealing with the heavenly warriors of the warrior continent, I'm afraid it's as easy as dealing with a grandson. Right? Yeah, that's true. That's enough. As long as Ronger, you are not forced to ascend to the fairyland, you are invincible in the human world, that's enough. For the time being, I can't ascend either. I need to accumulate enough heaven and earth merits to ascend. The current tip from the heavenly Tao is that there are 3 ways to improve heaven and earth merits. The fastest is to attack the magic world, collect the magic world's divine objects, and sacrifice them to the fairy. The second is to occupy the magic world and develop martial arts in the magic world. The third is to govern the world of warriors to improve the strength of the people, and to govern natural disasters and adverse environments. Understood? This is the method that the immortals came up with in order to devour the heavenly way of the magic world. It is probably the heavenly way rules that were modified not long ago. Li Sun raised his eyebrows and immediately understood the doorway. Now the heavenly ways of the 4 worlds are competing with each other, fighting for each other, and devouring each other. It may have reached a white-hot stage. Moreover, from the 2 times when Fuxi appeared in a hurry and left in a hurry, The heavenly Tao of the warrior world must be in an absolutely disadvantageous state, which is why it is so anxious. Even this time, the 217 Grandmasters of the Celestial Realm were directly promoted to the Heavenly Realm, which is also a strategy of the immortals. After thinking about it, she said to Huang Rong, "Rong, we don't have to enter Blue Star for the time being. But the news that there is a passage that can quickly lead to the magic world in the Luzhou area of Ligua can be announced. Well, I have the same idea. During the Double Ninth Festival last year, I proposed to work with all forces to investigate the passage to Blue Star. But so far no force has told me where the passage to Blue Star is. It is obvious that these guys are not prepared to cooperate. Then let's drop a bomb on them." When Huang Rong spoke, a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. "Okay. You spread the news. I'll go see the comrades from Longhua. They probably have upgraded a lot this time." Yelison quickly found the comrades from Longhua who had moved to live in Sifang Street. Understand their situation. A total of 6,894 warriors. 5,300 of them are professionals, the least upgraded by 8 levels, the most upgraded by 32 levels. They are simply monsters, but it is a pity that the chef is a 127 level chef with a 4th level upgrade. Except for increasing some attributes, other aspects are not much improved. 1594 ordinary warriors benefited more, under the blessing of the immortals, and the heavenly way of the Blue Star world. They all changed their jobs to become martial arts professionals, and their levels were all upgraded to level 20. And their original physical fitness has also improved to a certain extent, which is really a big profit. After understanding their situation, Lee Sin also found some warriors with the strength of about the 4th level in the Phoenix country, but with rich experience in teaching disciples to teach them martial arts. Although they cannot kill monsters to level up, but practicing martial arts is to practice skill proficiency, which can also improve strength and combat effectiveness. At the same time, he took out 2,000 fixing wind beads and gave them to the warriors, asking them to arrange someone to go back to Blue Star and report the situation here, in order to protect the soldiers from passing through the desert. Lee Sin went to Tang Tsung again and asked him to arrange a group of grandmasters to escort them. Tang Tsung was still very interested in returning to Blue Star. At least the meat of monsters and demon beasts could only be obtained from Blue Star for the time being. They immediately agreed, and he said he would let his uncle take people to escort them. He was busy arranging various tasks. When Huang Rong's subordinates asked about strength and ascension the next day, she told them about the merits of heaven and earth that she had learned from Tian Dao. "By the way, I told everyone about the tunnel leading to Blue Star in Ligua." The news spread quickly. Less than a month later, bad news came. The great master of the Celestial Realm could not pass through the tunnel. It is said that the masters of the Celestial Realm already have the power of heaven and earth. And once they enter the tunnel, they will be repelled by the space power in the tunnel. If they force their way in, they will be directly corroded by the space power in the tunnel. If they do not withdraw in time, they will even turn into blood and be directly absorbed by the tunnel. This was tested by a master of the Celestial Realm at the cost of his life. Therefore, many dynasties immediately suspected that Huang Rong was deliberately releasing a smoke screen in order to monopolize the secret of ascending to mortality. Huang Rong sneered at this and announced a piece of news. The biggest difficulty in breaking through the realm of heaven and man to the realm of semi-immortality is to comprehend one's own path. Everyone's path is unique. As long as one is determined in one's own path and persists, one can successfully realize the path. The biggest danger after successful realization is the heavenly tribulation. In order to show sincerity, and for the entrustment of the human ancestor, the Phoenix Kingdom will build a heavenly tribulation thunder platform outside the Bisui city to help warriors all over the world to overcome the tribulation. The words have been put out, and it depends on fate whether you believe it or not. Lee Sin and 1,000 formation masters set up a 9-palace lightning formation, which can effectively guide the power of heavenly thunder into the ground and store it in the demon pill. The first person who successfully overcomes the tribulation soon appeared. Chapter 10:11 The second half immortal. The strong men of the heavenly realm swarmed in. In the jade-colored light, Zhao Heng, who was charred all over, slowly recovered his normal skin color of red and white. There were no large pieces of black charcoal peeling off, but it was restored to normal in the jade-colored light. All external injuries were repaired, and internal injuries could be repaired directly as long as they were not too serious. The soldiers who had been prepared long ago pulled up the curtain, covering Zhao Heng's appearance that could not be exposed, and a soldier quickly sent in a new set of clothes. The calamity cloud Zhao Heng encountered was only 333 feet, which is 1 kilometer wide, and the power of the Calamity Thunder was obviously much weaker than the Calamity Thunder that Huang Rong had experienced. Even so, even if he had the 9 Palaces lightning array, and even if he had 9 top-grade weapons, he almost died under the Calamity Thunder. The power of the Calamity Thunder is not as harmless as it seems on the surface. The Thunder Calamity that Huang Rong passed through looked easy, because there were a lot of powerful defensive arrays arranged in Feifeng Palace. The jade-colored light only lasted for 1 minute before it was retracted into the void in the sky, which was the same length of time that Huang Rong had experienced. This time, Zhao Heng did not fly up to announce his successful breakthrough. Instead, he sat down on the ground and began to practice his skills to recover from his injuries. Your Majesty, Zhao Heng has successfully broken through. Will he rebel? Not far away. On the gate tower of Bishui City, Huang Rong and her trusted subordinates watched the tribulation together. Do you ask with some concern? Huang Rong saw Li Xin nodded to her confidently. She smiled slightly and said, Don't be afraid. I even look forward to him rebelling again, so that I can measure the gap between half-immortals. She was very confident in her own strength. And at the same time, she was very confident in Li Xin's soul mark in the air. When she broke through to the semi-immortal realm, she clearly saw the mark left by Li Xin in her soul. When she tried to destroy it, she had an intuition that if she destroyed it, her soul would also be broken. So she stopped touching the mark. The soul marks on Zhao Heng and the others were new marks that Li Xin had optimized and improved many times, which were more powerful and more difficult to destroy. After waiting for an hour and seeing no sign of Zhao Heng getting up, the group left and returned to Bianjing City. The repair and optimization of 9 Palace lightning attracting formation will be done after Zhao Heng recovers. Thank you, Queen Huangtian. 7 days later, Zhao Heng recovered. He immediately went to the Forbidden City to thank Huang Rong. Without Huang Rong's guidance, he would not have been able to realize the truth so quickly. Without the formation and weapons provided by Huang Rong, he would never have been able to pass the test of the heavenly tribulation. Stand up. You and I are now considered to be in the same path. No need to be polite. Huang Rong looked at Zhao Heng, felt his cultivation aura, nodded and said, Yes. Your character is forbearing, and it is very suitable for you to practice the way of earth. Your Majesty is too kind, and it is still thanks to your Majesty's guidance. Zhao Heng bowed again, with a respectful attitude. He also felt the faint aura of cultivation emanating from Huang Rong, which was the Yin and Yang Dao. Any of them was stronger than his Dao of earth. Not to mention that Huang Rong was practicing both Daos together, and this strength could completely crush him. The pride he had just gained from breaking through the semi-immortal realm was immediately gone. Zhao Heng, have you also received a hint from the heavenly Dao? I know. I have also been to a world passage in Xixia, but I couldn't get in. Now that my cultivation has further broken through, I can't get in even more. I wonder if your Majesty has any solution. We can't get through, but grandmasters below the celestial realm can get through. Let them get the spoils, and then offer sacrifices. But the altar. As he spoke, Zhao Heng looked behind Huang Rong, wanting to find Li Xin. He already knew that in the entire Phoenix country, even in the entire Blue Star, only Li Xin could set up that kind of sacrificial altar. He also wanted to use the altar in the palace, but he estimated that Huang Rong would not allow it. Sure enough, Huang Rong said lightly, 9 sacrificial altars will be built outside the Bishui City. Everyone can use them at will, and they can be activated without blood, as long as the demon pill of the demon beast or the magic core of the demon beast can be activated. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. The remnants of the Song Kingdom, I will leave them to you. You can arrange it yourself, but you must go through the tunnel on the side of the Li Kingdom. That tunnel connects the magic world and the demon beast world, which is very convenient. Your subordinate understands, and will not cause trouble for your Majesty. Zhao Heng understood Huang Rong's subtext. For the sake of his own unworthy descendants, he very humbly called himself a subordinate and recognized this monarch-subject relationship. Very good, you can go to the Ministry of Works to get enough weapons and armor to equip your men. As she said this, Huang Rong threw a bronze token over. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zhao Heng thanked him again. Today he was destined to come to thank you. After that, Huang Rong did not keep Zhao Heng any longer, and waved her hand to let him leave. At this time, Zhao Heng said, Reporting to Your Majesty, the world passage of Xixia Kingdom is in the northwest of Pengchao Wasteland outside Kailin City. Yes, I know. Zhao Heng took the token and went directly to Tianlao, brought out all the remnants of Song Kingdom, and went to the Ministry of Works to get weapons and equipment, and even a lot of carriages, and left Yinjing City at noon that day. As soon as he left the city, a master of the heavenly man realm came to visit him, and got the details of his enlightenment and tribulation. It turned out that in the past month, 8 masters of the heavenly man realm had completed enlightenment, but died under the heavenly tribulation. And these 8 people were all veteran heavenly man realm masters. Now the world really knew that Huang Rong had survived the heavenly tribulation. And there was a hidden story. And they also knew that what Huang Rong said was not a lie. Now it has also been confirmed by Zhao Heng. The situation of the half-immortal, and the problem of the heavenly Tao. However, someone came to ask for the use of the tribulation formation the next day. The visitors were the veteran masters of the heavenly man realm of Tang State, Qin Xiong and Yuqi Gong, who were still known as the Door Gods. Because of the old friendship between Li Xiuli and Huang Rong, the relationship between Huang State and Tang State had always been very good. Huang Rong naturally did not refuse the two of them when they came to visit. She just asked them to personally watch Li Xin and his team repair and optimize the 9 palaces lightning array, and then let them enter the array in turn to break through. Huang Rong also had a brief discussion with them before they entered the array. So the two of them broke through very smoothly, and they both recovered completely after only 3 days of breathing, which was faster than Zhao Heng. With the success of the first 9 palaces lightning array, Li Xin immediately led people to set up 8 large arrays. Then he built 9 sacrificial altars without stopping. With the successful breakthrough of Qin Xiong and Yuqi Gong, the whole world of warriors was boiling, and many half-buried old monsters emerged and rushed to the Phoenix country. They did not visit Huang Rong in Bianjing City, but gathered together to discuss the Tao. First, they were too embarrassed to do so. Second, they did not want to owe Huang Rong too many favors. And third, they were afraid that their Tao would be learned by Huang Rong. Huang Rong knew this very well, and simply replaced all the grandmasters who maintained the formation with ordinary warriors of the 3rd and 4th ranks, and let those old monsters in the heaven realm use the 9 palaces lightning formation. Those old monsters were indeed quite capable. After several failed attempts at enlightenment, someone succeeded in enlightenment in just 7 days. Then, they were struck to death by the heavenly calamity. Chapter 10:12 The warrior world is in motion. The heavenly tribulation once again teaches those confident heavenly realm grandmasters how to behave. The old senior, who is said to have lived for 3,000 years, is very confident. But after a divine weapon was destroyed by the lightning, he was also shattered by the lightning. Who made him so confident? Why not use the 9 palaces lightning array? Alas, I still owe Huang Rong, that little girl, at least one favor. The sword master Qiao Jianxiu from the Qin State Jixia Academy sighed, silently walked onto a 9 palaces lightning array, began to integrate the Tao he had comprehended, and began to break through. Boom boom boom. The same 666 Zhang calamity cloud pressed down, 9 calamity thunders struck down. Qiao Jianxiu, holding the magic weapon Emoli sword, easily dispersed the calamity thunders, and even used the calamity thunders to temper his body and the Emoli sword in his hand. Under the jade-colored light after the calamity thunders, he was full of majestic aura, giving a sense of sharpness that could not be looked at directly. Success. He didn't even need to rest, he was already in a full state. The 9 palaces lightning array, which had been optimized twice, continued to reduce the power of the calamity thunders as they fell, and it was reduced directly in proportion, which could directly reduce the power of the calamity thunders by 40%. And this part of the thunder will be stored in the demon den in the large formation. Provide 9 palace leading file for free. The Phoenix will not lose. The power of the example is endless. With the example of Qiao Jianxiu, not only the heavenly people in the Kyushu mainland, even the heavenly people of Shenwu continent came. The martial arts mainland is also a planet, giant planet. There are 2 mainland, and the islands with stars. The Kyushu continent is more than 4 times larger than the Shenwu continent. There are 7 empires above: Qin, Chinese, Tang, Phoenix, Yuan, Bright, Clear. There are also 36 dynasties, and hundreds of tribal forces. There are 3 empires in Shenwu continent: Dezhou, Dakun, Dayu, and 64 dynasties, and hundreds of tribes. Among them, Dezhou is the empire with the longest history. 3,600 years ago, it was the only empire in the entire Jiuzhou continent. However, it declined after its peak. 3,600 years ago, Jiuzhou continent could not bear its oppression, and many heroes rose up and defeated it. and divided it into the current 7 empires and many dynasties. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Dezhou, which withdrew from Jiuzhou continent, still has strong strength. It was able to conquer the Dezhou Empire, the first empire in Shenwu continent, between the 2 empires of Dakuan and Dayu. Its strength is self-evident. This time, the Great Zhou Empire directly sent 379 Heavenly Man Realm Grandmasters to Phoenix Country in order to break through the semi-immortal realm. This number is more than the Heavenly Man Realm Grandmasters of all forces in the entire Jiuzhou continent combined, and 217 of them broke through the Heavenly Man Realm not long ago with the blessing of the Immortal. With this strength, it is not a problem for the Great Zhou to sweep across the entire Jiuzhou continent. This makes people have to wonder, when the Great Zhou withdrew from the Jiuzhou continent, was it really defeated? Husband, are we receiving these Heavenly Man Realm? After Huang Rong left the court, she took the letter from the Great Zhou Kingdom and ran to the Bishui city to find Li Xin, who was optimizing the sacrificial altar. Let me see how we receive them. It would be best if we could invite them to a sermon. Li Xin looked at the letter and nodded, suggesting that he would then explain what he understood. If I am not mistaken, those people in the Heavenly Man realm must be old monsters whose lifespan is about to end and whose blood is stagnating. It was not that they did not want to take action, but that they did not dare to do so, did not want to die, and were reluctant to do so. Now that they have a chance to break through to the semi-immortal realm and increase their lifespan again, they dare to come out. This is their life-saving straw. And it may even be the last straw. If we do not receive them, they will definitely go crazy. As for whether he will take action against the Phoenix country after the breakthrough, there is no need to worry. These cowardly creatures, after extending their lifespans, will definitely think about extending their lifespans further, will not attack the Phoenix country, but will continue to gain opportunities to extend their lifespans through tricks. At that time, they will definitely mobilize their forces and break into the magic world. After hearing Li Xin's explanation, Huang Rong's eyes gradually brightened, and her previous worries completely dissipated. Okay, I'll make arrangements. I'll definitely hold a grand sermon meeting, Huang Rong said excitedly and left to make arrangements. During this period, the 7 empires of the Jiuzhou continent all sent people to persuade them. Huang Rong repeated Li Xin's words and proposed the location of the passage to the Blue Star world again. This time they did not refuse and shared the locations of all 32 tunnels. When Dezhou, Dakuan and Dayu Empire arrived later, they also told the locations of the 14 tunnels they found to show their sincerity. Huang Rong also shared the locations of the 3 tunnels in the endless desert with Li Xin's consent, so that everyone would know. The reason why Li Xin was so generous was that before coming to the warrior continent, the Dragon Kingdom had found 49 tunnels on Blue Star that led to the warrior world. Except for the Kangling Gobi Tunnel and the Wuha Rift Valley Tunnel, all other tunnels were sealed by them. The formation he designed, in the tunnel environment, could only be broken by more than 10,000 Grandmasters attacking at the same time. In the warrior world, except for the 10 great empires, no one could gather 10,000 Grandmasters to fight. The 10 great empires with such strength generally would not spend time and effort to attack the tunnels. It would be more cost-effective to directly use the existing safe tunnels. Now, with the number of tunnels in the warrior world combined, Li Xin can safely let all warriors go through the passage to leave the country. He immediately notified his comrades in the Dragon Kingdom in Bianjing City, and asked the diplomats there to directly put up signs, establish a diplomatic bureau, and communicate with all the warrior continent worlds about establishing diplomatic relations. After the death of a half-immortal who did not believe in evil, the work of establishing diplomatic relations between the Dragon Kingdom and the warrior world forces went very smoothly. Rong, how did that half-immortal die? With the strength of a half-immortal, he can run away even if he is defeated when he encounters danger. Right? This time, Huang Rong also participated in the exploration, and a group of half-immortals flew to the nearest Shixia tunnel together. It's the force of space. When we entered the tunnel, we felt a very strong force of space suppression, and we lost the ability to fly. As we went deeper into the tunnel, we would be subjected to stronger and stronger force of space corrosion. Because I had been in and out of Blue Star several times before, and I still had my husband's breath on me, the pressure I felt was slightly less. But after going 4 kilometers deep, I couldn't stand the suppression and corrosion of the force of space, and gave up going deeper. An old senior from Dezhou wanted to challenge himself, but he only went 100 meters deeper, and was injured and fell to the ground. When we wanted to rescue him, we were powerless and could only watch him turn into a ball of blood and be absorbed by the tunnel. As she spoke, Huang Rong's body trembled slightly. At that time, many people shouted, "Go! Go! Go!" Fortunately, she was worried and did not dare to take risks. So she stopped in time. It's good this way. Beings who are too powerful cannot enter other worlds through the tunnels, which makes Blue Star a little safer. Now we continue to promote the alliance between the warrior world and dragon country, and develop the magic world together. As the two of them set the policy, the warrior world officially began to invade the magic world. Chapter 1013. The President of the World Channel returned to Blue Star to strengthen the defense of the tunnel. Husband, I can't get through. On the Kanglan Gobi Desert, Huang Rong wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and was about to cry. Just now, she and Li Xin, wearing a lot of equipment and jewelry to restrain the breath, tried to return to Blue Star from this tunnel. But after the same 4-kilometer limit, Huang Rong's body could not withstand the corrosion of the Space Force, and had to withdraw quickly, and suffered some internal injuries. It's okay, if you can't get through, I will often accompany you in the warrior world in the future. Li Xin gently wiped the blood from the corner of Huang Rong's mouth again, and hugged her tightly to comfort her with heartache. Although I don't understand the principle, it is certain that it is inevitable after the struggle between the 4 worlds. It is the protection of each world. Otherwise, the heavens devour each other, restrain the power of the heavens and the gods, and send supreme masters into the other world to start a massacre. No one can stop it. Well, husband, you go back to Blue Star to strengthen the defense formations of those tunnels, and I will continue to promote the work of the various countries and dynasties to invade the magic world from the country of Li. Okay. The husband and wife are not fussy people, and they just separate and get busy. As soon as Li Xin came out of the Kanglan tunnel, a fighter plane immediately took him to Kyoto. The elders of Dragon Country and the leaders of each war zone were already waiting for him. Colonel Li Xin. So many super strong people suddenly appeared in the world of warriors. Will we be in danger? As soon as he entered the auditorium, before he sat down, Elder Wang Ping asked Li Xin anxiously. There will be no danger for the time being. The World Channel has some special defense mechanism. The strong people in the celestial realm cannot come through. Only the Grandmaster can pass through the tunnel. Our tunnel blocking formation is aimed at the Grandmaster. I came back this time to further strengthen the strength of the authentic formation. That's fine. By the way, you have come into contact with the immortals in the warrior world. Which one is more powerful? Them or the gods in the magic world? They are comparable. They have their own advantages and disadvantages. It's just that the gods in the magic world are faster and easier to mass produce, and the immortals in the warrior world are more difficult to practice. Can we effectively expand our influence in the warrior world, and then invade the heavenly way of the warrior world? Yes, I have a few ideas. As long as they are implemented well, the influence of the heavenly way will soon be invaded. At this point, Li Xin took out his tablet and linked to the video of the auditorium to start projecting. After more than a year of experiments and comparisons, I have determined that in places where basic science is developed and electrification is popularized, the skills and power of professionals will be improved, and the people in the warrior world will be willing to accept such convenience. The world rules in places where Blue Star people migrate on a large scale will gradually lean towards the Blue Star Heavenly Tao. The popularization of formations, especially various formations that have been improved by Blue Star or are unique to Blue Star, can also expand the influence of the Blue Star Heavenly Tao. The second is skills and culture. For more than 2 years, Li Xin has done all kinds of experiments, mastered a lot of data, and has his own plans. So, I suggest that we open the tunnel between Blue Star and Xixia, build a trade fair in the Pengqiao wasteland of Xixia, exchange what we have with the warrior world, and spread the science and technology culture of Blue Star. It just so happens that during this period, magic world items will be very popular in the warrior world, and we can use this to open up the market. Then he explained some of the current wars between the warrior world and the magic world, as well as some of his own speculations. Okay. Everything will proceed according to Colonel Li Xin's plan. I will notify the Southeast Military Region to open the tunnel with Xixia, and send a diplomatic mission to establish diplomacy. Elder Wang Ping made the final decision, and confirmed Li Xin's plan. Most of the officials and officers left, and Li Xin told the top leaders of Dragon Country, who were less than 10 people, about a backup plan he had left. Your thing is really domineering. Got it. We will move the deployment in Kanglan Gobi and Endless Desert as soon as possible. We have explored it. The other side of Endless Desert is Qin country. And there is a desert called Death Sand Sea in the middle. With your wind-fixing beads, we can also pass the Death Sand Sea. And we can now develop there. Wang Ping and Lu Pengjun both gave Li Xin a thumbs up. And they could not hide a trace of fear in their eyes. After deciding on the strategy, Li Xin didn't waste any words. And didn't even go home. And directly started to seal the tunnel. 6-in-1 energy storage formation plus empty mountain thunder formation plus positive and negative invisible defense formation plus 4-layer gravity formation plus extreme cold soul formation. He had been in the warrior world for a long time. And naturally knew what kind of formation was the most lethal to warriors. Especially Grandmaster warriors. The improved and strengthened formation combination could withstand the concentrated fire attack of no more than 20,000 Grandmasters. But in the tunnel environment, even if a long strip military formation was used, it would be difficult to achieve the concentrated fire of 10,000 Grandmasters, let alone 20,000 Grandmasters. Moreover, once the attack energy accumulates to a certain level, it can launch a fatal counterattack. The new defense formation retreated directly, abandoning the 4,500-meter area in front of the warrior world, focusing on defending the tunnels in the Blue Star territory, reducing the number of formations, reducing the difficulty of maintenance, and strengthening the power of the formations. After he demonstrated the formation layout of 3 tunnels, other formation masters, who had learned the formation layout in more than 40 tunnels, began to set up the formation at the same time. And the speed was still quite fast. In less than a month, the formation adjustment was completed. Afterwards, he went to the Wuha Rift Valley again. Senior Li Xin, you are finally here. Come and reinforce the 28 constellations formation here. As soon as he got off the plane, Su Wanjun came up to him excitedly. What happened? Those martial arts masters did not abide by the agreement and attacked our formation? Those bastards did not attack our formation directly. But every time they entered and exited the tunnel, they would inject powerful true energy into their feet, stomping on the ground hard, directly shaking the entire Rift Valley. Some of our formations that rely on the earth have been destroyed. Now only the entire 28 constellations formation is intact, Su Wanjun said with a bitter smile. They protested against such a situation. But those Grandmasters always apologized, saying that they had entered a new world and could not hold back their strength. It was difficult for Longwu to find a reason to pursue the matter, and they were not strong enough to beat the Grandmasters. So they could only bear it for now. Haha. These guys are a bit dishonest. Good. It's time to charge our demon pills. Li Xin smiled disdainfully, led the formation master, and set up the 12 ancestral witch star formation outside the 20 constellations formation, and let the power of the Emperor Jiang star formation fall on the Wuha Rift Valley. From now on, no matter how the Grand Masters mess around, even if the Celestial Realm comes, it's just to charge the formation. Awesome, Senior Li Xin still has a way. Haha, you are already at the 9th level, and you are an extremely rare 9th level immortal formation master. You will definitely grow higher than me in the future. Study more now, and the future is promising. Li Xin smiled, and patted Su Wanjun on the shoulder, and encouraged him. He was also very optimistic about Su Wanjun, and felt like an old father who had a successor. After solving the troubles in the Wuha Rift Valley, he had time to go home and spend time with his wife, and his 9 daughters. The second child of Yangmi, and the other 4 was also a daughter. After knowing that Huang Rong gave birth to a son, they were envious and frustrated. Fools, you have also received modern education. You should all know that the gender of a baby is determined by the male's genetic genes, and has nothing to do with the female side. Why are you so frustrated? Li Xin gave them a slap on the head, and then comforted them with the yin-yang mutual aid skill. Now his 4-dimensional attributes of the body have exceeded 30,000 points, which directly made the 4 girls unable to get up the next day and could not go out. After spending 8 days at home with his wife and daughter, and enjoying a few days of family happiness, he had to go out again and work. War came unexpectedly. Chapter 1014 A Sudden Battle. Buzz buzz buzz. 99 electromagnetic cannons fired frantically. Countless thumb-sized silver bullets formed a silver curtain wall, blocking the tunnel entrance of the number 17 defense zone of the Southeast Military Region. Boom boom boom. One after another, the shells were fired at full force in the gaps between the electromagnetic cannons, filling the ammunition, not asking to kill anyone, as long as they could stop the enemy for a short while. Military formation skill white rainbow piercing the sun. Fall down on both sides. The officer of the Dragon Kingdom shouted a little late. A piece of iron arrow shot out with silver white true energy, and instantly shot through the 60-meter wide artillery and electromagnetic cannon in the center area. The soldiers in charge of operating these weapons were shot into a bloody mist in an instant. It seems that the strengthening of the formation of the Wuha Rift Valley caused some misunderstandings among the high-level officials of the warrior world. They actually launched a surprise attack on the Shishia-Penkati Road, which had just reached a trade zone plan and whose formation defense was not fully activated, and directly destroyed the entire tunnel. Fortunately, the Dragon Army has always been cautious and did not give up the construction of the war fortress at the entrance of the tunnel because of the formation arrangement in the tunnel, and resisted the sneak attack of the warrior grandmaster in time. Distribute 10 fragrance softening powder and sad and soft breeze. Page Yaching looked at the thousands of soldiers who were injured. His eyes were red with anger, and he did not care about martial ethics and directly used poison. The projectiles soaked in poison were loaded into the electromagnetic cannon, and then they began to fire. Forbidden spell Despair Tornado. As the electromagnetic projectiles were fired, the magicians cast the forbidden spells that had been chanted and accumulated for a long time. And along with the projectiles, the poison in the projectiles was sent into the tunnel. Spiritual Sense Array. Among the high-level array masters who came to support, 3 of them comprehended the skill of Spiritual Sense Array, and immediately controlled the prepared array materials. While the martial arts master was resisting the 2 kinds of drugs, they landed on the ground outside the tunnel entrance, and quickly set up the array. Silently, 3 Lyoha energy storage formation were activated instantly, forming 3 layers of colorful shields, blocking the exit of the tunnel. Military formation skill Golden Snake Dance. Roar amidst a dull sound of breaking through the air. A golden chi spear that was almost condensed into substance pierced out. Crackling bang, the first layer of the Lyoha energy storage formation was directly blown up, and the second layer instantly dimmed. Fortunately, this attack was still blocked. Quick! Push up with the formation platform and formation plate. Page Yaching behind him screamed, wishing he could rush up himself. But he didn't know the formation, so he could only keep an eye on the battlefield and command the soldiers to adjust their defenses in time. 16 array masters immediately rushed forward, activating the 6-in-1 energy storage array layer by layer behind the third layer. Crack, crack, crack. However, the array activated by the array platform and array plate had limited power, and was broken layer by layer. It was impossible to defend, at all. Forbidden Spell Magician. Prepare the forbidden spells of electricity and fire. It's ready. Fire! Before the last layer of the 6-in-1 energy storage array was broken, the blue and red forbidden spells were finally cast. Fast Light Movie. Fire Dragon burns the city. Both forbidden spells were compressed with full force, and the range of the forbidden spells was reduced, and poured into the tunnel entrance, which was only 40 meters wide. Blue lightning as thick as arms circled around the 30-meter thick and 1,000-meter long Fire Dragon, and rushed into the tunnel in a rotation. This forbidden spell was launched by 2,000 forbidden spell magicians. It looked small, but it was extremely powerful. The space was distorted wherever the Fire Dragon passed. Although there was no space crack, it was extremely dangerous. Military formation skill Hunyuan shield defense. In the tunnel, the Grandmasters were caught off guard by the forbidden spell magic that rushed in at first, and 2 Grandmasters, who were the vanguard of the military formation, were directly killed, but they quickly launched a defense to resist this terrifying attack. Under the powerful attack of the combined forbidden spell, the Grandmasters, who formed the military formation, were directly pushed back to the depths of the tunnel. The 2 dead Grandmasters were directly burned to ashes by the subsequent magic power. The power of the forbidden spell is unquestionable, but Page Yaching knew that such a forbidden spell could not repel the attack of the warrior, and immediately asked another group of forbidden spell magicians to start chanting new forbidden spells, and at the same time asked the formation masters to prepare for the second round of formation arrangements. Forbidden spell. Absolute freezing. There were 2,000 forbidden spell magicians, working together to release a forbidden spell, compressing it and pouring it into the tunnel, the extremely cold magic air, carrying the water vapor from the sea not far away, rushed into the tunnel, quickly cooling the high temperature of the magic that just passed, and rushed straight in for thousands of meters, colliding with the Grandmasters, who had already stabilized their positions. Kill back. Military formation skill 9 Sun's Fiery Fire. The entire Grandmaster military formation instantly burst into blazing flames, blocking the cold air out. Crack, crack, crack. However, they only advanced 300 meters, and the space in front of them was already frozen, and the ice directly froze to the tunnel entrance on the Blue Star side, which was 700 meters long. The formation masters outside the tunnel immediately rushed forward and began to set up the formation. It was at this time that Lee Sin finally arrived. Don't set up so many 6-in-1 energy storage formations. Set up the soul-demanding Sanskrit sound formation and summon all the singers who have learned tension and can have a mental impact on the enemy. He has been in the warrior world for so many years and knows that warriors are very resistant to magic and spells. But their resistance to mental attacks is a bit low. Sound waves plus mental attacks are the most effective way of attack. Now we can't just defend blindly, but we must first repel the warriors, so that we can effectively regain control of the tunnel. After giving the order, he flew up into the sky, flew around the island, observed the terrain, and calculated the formation. He landed in just 1 minute, pressed the mythical quality demon pills he brought back from the Phoenix country into the ground one by one, and quickly set up a large formation. With a sizzle, a flash of lightning passed by, and a starlight fell in the daytime. Xiangliang Zhuwu star formation, it's done. The starlight and star power in the sky were gathered, and at the same time, the lightning energy within a radius of 100 kilometers nearby was also attracted. Commander Pei, let all power plants in the southeast region generate electricity at full capacity. I will continue to absorb electricity. Okay. I will notify you immediately. Pei Jiaqing made a phone call. All power plants in the southeast region immediately generated electricity at full capacity, and Lee Sin immediately used the formation to absorb half of the electricity from each power plant. Chang Liang is coming. The next moment, a 1,000-meter-high figure with a snake in his mouth, a snake in his hand, a tiger head, and a human body, 4 hoof feet, and long elbows. Xingwang Chang Liang was summoned, and continued to shrink under Lee Sin's continuous compression. It was also constantly solidifying. Bang, crack, crack. Lee Sin was fast, but the Grandmasters were not slow either. When Xingwang Qiangliang was reduced to 600 meters, the ice in the tunnel was broken. Buzz, 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 boom, boom. The cooled electromagnetic cannon and artillery were launched at the same time, blocking the Grandmaster warriors with flames all over their bodies at the exit of the tunnel again. Duh, duh, duh. Tens of thousands of machine guns also opened fire at the same time, focusing their fire on the tunnel entrance. Although the machine gun bullets could not cause any damage to the Grandmaster, the massive bullets soon formed a wall in the tunnel hull. The subsequent electromagnetic cannon pellets and shells will further compact the bullet wall, blocking the tunnel. This will buy time for Lee Sin to compress Xingwang Qiangliang. Soon Xingwang Qiangliang was compressed to less than 40 meters, walked into the tunnel, and shouted to the tunnel, "Who is responsible for this battle? Come and talk. Otherwise the Dragon Country will permanently block the passage to the Warrior Continent." Chapter 10:15. The Self-Righteous Warrior. Strengthen the blocking formation. Is it Lee Sin? You don't have to play tricks. You are the only one who can control something like the Starlight Giant. In the tunnel, a voice with obvious disdain came. It was obvious that the other party had investigated and came prepared. Lee Sin in the formation outside the tunnel rolled his eyes, pulled Pei Jiaqing beside him to stand in the center of the formation, and asked him to communicate. Pei Jiaqing's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood in the position that Lee Sin had given up, released his spiritual consciousness, and instantly mastered the Starlight Giant, who entered the tunnel. I am the commander of the southeast military region of Dragon Country. Pei Jiaqing. Who are you? What? You are not Lee Sin. A surprised voice came from the Grandmaster's army on the opposite side. And it was hard to believe that the person who controlled the Starlight Giant was not Lee Senator if it was not Lee Sin. It would mean that there were many people in Dragon Country who could control the Starlight Giant. And they could use the Starlight Giant to control all of them. At that time, Lao Ai led a group of Celestial Realm Masters to besiege Bianjing City, and was finally arrested. The whole world of warriors knew about it, and they were still afraid of the Starlight Giant. Now it seems that it is not a good idea for them to attack the tunnels of Blue Star. I am not Lee Senator, I will pass on my name. In addition, you must compensate our country for the damage and withdraw from the tunnels. Pei Jiaqing's attitude is even tougher than Lee Sin's. The entire tunnel has been attacked by the warrior army, and more than 10,000 people have been killed or injured. You know, They had just established diplomatic relations with Xixia and reached an agreement to jointly build Pengchao City in Pengchao Wasteland. They had just sent people to build the city, and these bastards attacked them right after, causing them to suffer heavy casualties. This is completely an immoral act that crosses the bottom line. Unfortunately, his anger was not recognized by the other party. Longhua people, open all your tunnels immediately. Otherwise our coalition forces will come and destroy your entire Longhua. Now, I will give you a chance to surrender. Idiot! Kill! There is no need to talk about this. Pei Jiaqing's consciousness moved, and Xinguang Qiangliang rushed forward directly. Without using any moves, he ran directly towards the Grandmaster's army formation. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Amid the continuous thunder and lightning explosions, Xinguang Qiangliang rushed directly into the Grandmaster's army formation. And with the assistance of the star power, the strong electric current ignored the true chi of the Grandmaster's army formation and rushed directly into the army formation, wrapping up several Grandmasters. Hurry up and save people. The commander of the Grandmaster's army was also shocked. He didn't expect that the Starlight Giant could do this. Then, a series of chi attacks fell on Xinguang Qiangliang. Then, the Grandmaster, who was wrapped in lightning, but not dead, was directly killed by the chi attack amplified by lightning. Of course, from the outside, it seemed that the Starlight Giant had launched an attack and killed several people. Pei Jiaqing was also ruthless. He used this trick to kill all the way, until he killed more than 200 Grandmasters, scared these Grandmasters, and made them turn around and retreat. Xinguang Qiangliang went deep into the tunnel for 3,000 meters, and only stopped when he reached the limit of the power transmission of a formation. Li Sun led the formation master, who came to support, and immediately entered the tunnel, and arranged the 4 large formations that blocked the tunnel. During this period, the warrior world continued to send Grandmasters to attack Xinguang Qiangliang. Even though Pei Jiaqing called for negotiations 3 times, the other party did not stop. This made Li Sun very worried about Huang Rong's situation. He was very worried that the Phoenix Kingdom was suppressed by other empires, or even destroyed. However, in his soul perception, Huang Rong was still alive and well, and was not even injured. This made him very confused. But it did not prevent him from directly notifying Wuha Rift Valley to open the 12 Ancestral Witch Star Array to summon the 12 Starlight Ancestral Witches, to directly kill into the tunnel of the warrior world, and block the tunnel. He knew that the warrior world was now eager to enter the magic world, to obtain items from the magic world to sacrifice to the immortals, and gain merit from heaven and earth. They would definitely not let the tunnel be blocked, and would definitely come to negotiate with the Dragon Kingdom. Putting aside his worries about Huang Rong and Li Qian, he went to Kangling Gobi again, and directly launched a backup plan prepared here. Then he strengthened all the tunnels leading to the warrior world again, and strengthened the attack power. As long as the warrior dared to attack, he would kill them. Things turned out just as he expected. Each tunnel was attacked by thousands of Grandmasters, and then they retreated in disgrace after leaving hundreds of lives behind. In the end, these Grandmasters had no choice but to come to Longhua for negotiation. General Pei of Longhua. This man is Xiongba, the leader of Taiangxiaohui. His Taiangxiaohui had entered Blue Star for more than 10 years before, and he had mastered a lot of knowledge about Blue Star. This time he tricked us into saying that Longhua was weak. That's why we had a conflict with Longhua. Now the culprit is in your hands. Let's talk. Xiongba? Okay, we believe this reason. Ah. Li Sun, who controlled Xinguang Qiangliang, said as he grabbed Xiongba, who had been acupunctured, and crushed him repeatedly with force, directly electrocuted him into charcoal, and then crushed him into pieces. He has never been a soft-hearted person. But he really believed this reason. Because before, Taiangxiaohui not only invaded Blue Star, but also took the whole of Africa into its pocket, but was later repelled by monsters, and harassed by monsters, so it could not continue to expand. But Taiangxiaohui is definitely the force that knows Blue Star best. Even better than Phoenix Country. It is reasonable for them to launch this attack. But Xiongba does not know how advanced Dragon Country's formation has become. Okay, what do you want to talk about now? After killing Xiongba, Li Sun continued to ask calmly. We hope that Dragon Country will continue to open the passage to leave the country. You can collect 30% tax. And we want 30% of your gains in the magic world. Impossible. Okay. Goodbye. After saying that, Li Sun controlled Xinguang Qiangliang to dissipate directly, looking like he did not want to negotiate. Since we know that it was Xiongba who came up with the idea, then Xiongba must have said a lot about the weakness of Blue Star. These Grandmasters may look down on the people of Blue Star. Then let them calm down. If there is no blocking formation of Lee Sin, it would be a disaster if the Grandmasters of the warrior world entered Blue Star in large numbers. Even if the existing formations are used, only 10,000 Grandmasters are needed. The current Dragon Country can be easily destroyed. Without the restriction of terrain, the speed of the Grandmaster warriors is so fast that even the current electromagnetic cannon cannot hit them. The existing defense formation on Blue Star will be broken when facing the joint attack of 100 Grandmasters above level 230. Dragon Country is indeed very weak, but now Dragon Country controls the rite of passage to the tunnel, and if warriors want to come in, Dragon Country people must agree. They want to command Dragon Country, and want to occupy Dragon Country, but they think too much. Tell Page Yacheng to leave these arrogant idiots alone. And Lee Sin led the Formation Masters to directly set up a super large 28 constellations formation on the entire Blue Star, which truly included the entire Blue Star in a formation. If it was before going to the warrior world to obtain the blessing of the immortal, Lee Sin would not have been able to set up such a large formation, but now his four-dimensional attributes have exceeded 30,000, and his spiritual consciousness is extremely powerful. There is also the passive skill Array Heart obtained at the 7th turn, which greatly improves the control and error correction capabilities of the array. This large array is no longer a problem. Moreover, all the satellites above the Blue Star have been replaced with higher accuracy, more accurate positioning, and the auxiliary array effect has increased several times. For transportation, there is also the Behemoth Beluga, and all conditions are complete. Chapter 1016 Super Array, controlling the entire blue planet. Tick 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 tick. In the universe, the small broken ball still quietly rotates around the sun, but the starlight in the universe falls on the small broken ball more densely and strongly than before. The rich, colorful starlight condenses into droplets as thick as water droplets, and when it falls into the small broken ball, there is actually a dripping sound like water droplets falling to the ground. After a seemingly disorderly roll, the colorful starlight slowly turns into 28 translucent nebulae with brilliant colors outside the small broken ball, wrapping up the entire small broken ball, with a sound of phoenix cry. 7 nebulae emitted fiery red starlight, and a phantom of a red bird emerged from the starlight, soaring in the universe while chirping, circling the small broken ball, and then diving into the nebula and disappearing. As the red bird disappeared, a blue dragon soared into the sky, also circling the blue star and falling back into the nebula and disappearing. Then came the white tiger and the black tortoise, flying in turn and making a circle, which was magnificent and magical. Lee Sin, who flew into space to activate the formation, was shocked by the magnificent scene in front of him. He had never expected that activating a formation would cause such a big scene. Let's go down and take a look at the properties of the entire formation. Lee Sin was the first to come to his senses. He woke up Sui Yifeng and others who were also shocked, and commanded Dubai to fall back to the ground. He immediately used the spirit eye identification technique on a formation node to check the properties of the formation. For spirits and 28 constellations formation LV-245, draws and absorbs star power and starlight, gathers spiritual energy and magic elements, and forms a formation covered by the power of the 4 spirits and 28 constellations. Attacks the enemy within the formation range, defends against the enemy, imprisons the enemy, assists in cultivation, and treats friendly forces. Array range, 10,000 to 10,000 kilometers. Array energy, 19.8 billion/960 billion. Skills, for spirits phantom summoning, summon Azure Dragon. Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Black Tortoise Phantom to help in battle, can attack, defend, and assist. Star Power Barrier, condensing star power into a solid barrier, defending against enemies. Defense Strength, 960,000 points per square decimeter. Consumes 600,000 points of energy per second. Star Power Nurturing, consumes a large amount of star power, slowly nurturing all human beings in the array, slowly improving the cultivation qualifications of the human race. It's done! Seeing the last skill of the array, Lee Sin couldn't help but laugh excitedly. Having received 3 blessings from the immortals in the warrior continent, he thought it would be great if he could also bless his compatriots on Blue Star. So this time when he arranged the 4 spirits and 28 constellations formation, he specially integrated the heavenly sacrifice formation that he had created in the warrior world into the formation. Unexpectedly, he actually created a star power nurturing skill. However, the star power nurturing skill cannot be used casually. It requires at least 600 billion star power points to be consumed at a time. And it cannot independently designate who to warm up. It can only warm up all the human beings on the blue planet together. The effect is naturally very weak and limited, and very slow. Although there are many defects, at least his formation has been successfully integrated. The future generations of the human race on the blue planet will benefit forever. And the entire formation has covered the entire blue planet, and it can automatically absorb 2.45 million points of formation energy per second. If the powerful absorption mode of the large formation is turned on, the absorption speed of 24.5 million points of formation energy per second can be reached. However, once the strong absorption mode is turned on, the blue star will fall into a dim state. After all, the starlight including sunlight and moonlight has been absorbed, and the brightness will naturally be greatly reduced. After the construction of the formation is completed, the blockade of the tunnels in the other world can be further strengthened. He directly reported to the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, informed the people, and told them not to panic, and then directly turned on the strong absorption of star power mode. In just over half an hour, 9,600 points of array energy were fully charged. For Spirit's summon, in order to test the limits of the formation, he directly summoned the phantoms of the four spirits, Suzaku, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Qinglong, and directly emptied the array energy completely, and continued to absorb star power. This time, the strong absorption mode lasted for an hour and a half before the array energy was fully replenished. In this regard, Lee Sin also understood that the previous absorption had absorbed most of the star power near the blue star, and it would take some time for the new star power to arrive. The Array Master Army took action, divided into 4 groups, and began to clear all the tunnels outside the Dragon Country, and blocked all the tunnels indiscriminately. Yes, the Array Master Army, which had been waiting for a long time, immediately gathered in groups. Each group followed a Holy Beast Phantom, and began to block the tunnels on the Blue Star. The Dragon Country Professional Corps will set off immediately to protect the Array Master Corps, and complete the blocking of the tunnels. The Aerospace Combat Force will take off and provide combat support at any time. Commander Lu Pingjun personally came out to command the Dragon Country Army to protect the 4 groups of Array Masters, and kill all the alien monsters that blocked the road and harassed them. This time, the Dragon Country will really clean up the monsters, and completely control Blue Star. In the past few years, the Aerospace Combat Force has not been idle. It has built a circle of 200,000 electromagnetic cannons on the back of the beluga whale, and has brought tens of thousands of forbidden spell magicians to launch a crazy cleanup and massacre of various monsters on Blue Star. The current 300,000 strong Aerospace Combat Force is all above level 200. The beluga whale has really become the real killer of the Dragon Country. In 5 months, all 234 tunnels outside the Dragon Country were successfully blocked. Among them, 31 are the tunnels in the warrior world that were blocked some time ago. The number of tunnels in the monster world has increased to 45 without anyone noticing. It can be seen that the heavenly way of the monster world is also accelerating its invasion of the heavenly way of Blue Star. The magic world still has the most tunnels. There are still 158 tunnels, and this time the Dragon Kingdom has also blocked them all. With the blocking of the tunnels, and the continuous construction of the teleportation array, although the legendary distance is only 600 kilometers, and there is a limit on the number of people, this is also the fastest way to support various places, and it will arrive in an instant. With the global support of the Great White Whale, Dragon Country has truly achieved its goal of controlling the entire blue planet. As for the monsters outside Dragon Country, after concentrating on cleaning up those monsters above level 160, they will no longer be slaughtered, leaving them for the newbies to upgrade. After almost cleaning up the monsters, the Dragon Country government announced this good news to the people of the country, which seemed like a fantasy to the people. In the eyes of most well-protected people, the blue planet outside the Dragon Country shield is still a dangerous place where monsters are rampant, and people's lives may be taken at any time. I didn't expect that the Dragon State government had done such a shocking thing without knowing it. Dragon State took the opportunity to announce the Blue Star Restoration Plan. Support the people to grab land outside Dragon State. Occupy as much land as they have the strength. Open up as much land as they have. And directly distribute the land to the people after reporting to the Dragon State government for registration. If you are confident in your own strength, you can directly occupy the land of a county or city as your own farmland. as long as you will not be killed by monsters in the wild. Many people directly cooperated with several families to start occupying land in the form of villages and enclosed land. Family consortium forces naturally also tried to enclose land in this enclosure. But most of their energy and strength were placed in the endless desert area outside the Kanglin tunnel, and they could not occupy much territory in this enclosure. Of course, the area that can be enclosed is outside the 5 Sacred Beasts Guardian Formation, and the area within the Dragon Country is not within the enclosure range. The Dragon Country is still the Dragon Country of the Dragon Country people, but the government is in unified management. After this action, Blue Star is truly controlled by the Dragon Country people. The entire Blue Star is the Blue Star of the Dragon Country people. Chapter 1017. Too fast? Walking out step by step. Too fast. Yes, it's really too fast, so fast that it's unbelievable. I even suspect that the government is tricking us out of the Dragon Country's defense formation to die. In the former Ugly Country's capital, Peanut Shield City, a group of Dragon Country people with yellow skin, black hair and black eyes, are working together to knock down the White House, preparing to rebuild their new home. Several people drove various construction machinery found in the Ugly Country's warehouse, and quickly cleared the area near the White House. Brother Wang. We checked. There are no other dangers nearby except for a few low-level monsters below level 40. After the land was cleared, hundreds of fully armed ordinary people came out of the nearby woods. It seems that the government has really cleared all the dangerous areas. But it's so incredible no matter how you think about it. It's too fast. Well, it feels a bit like a fairy tale. A group of people gathered to eat lunch, still sighing. At this time, an old man with white hair finished eating the compressed biscuits in his hand and said, "Actually, this is really not fast. Think about it. It has been nearly 10 years since we were able to block the tunnels. Right? It should be 12 years. Well, in the past 12 years, Longwa has blocked the tunnels in Longwa according to the degree of danger. The dangerous tunnels were blocked first, and the non-dangerous ones were kept for upgrading. The level of professionals in the government and the military has exploded, and their strength has been rapidly improving. This is a process of rapid accumulation. Hee. I know this. My youngest is in the army, and is in the aerospace combat force. He has been in the army for 5 years, and is now a super strong man of level 205. The upgrade speed is indeed faster than riding a rocket. And Uncle proudly talked about his son's record. But his companions next to him rolled their eyes at him. This was the 38th time he had said this today. The white-haired old man continued, in addition to the rapid upgrade of professionals, the greatest improvement of our Dragon Country should be the popularization of true universal cultivation. Whether it is martial arts, magic, or Taoism. As long as you are willing to learn. Even ordinary people who have not successfully changed their professions can learn without restrictions. Even complex knowledge such as formations can be learned at will. We can eat in peace now. Isn't it just setting up a maze formation in the woods? And all of us are ordinary people. At this point, everyone nodded together with a proud look. We ordinary people can already face monsters on our own. And the military and government personnel, who specialize in killing monsters, must have improved even more. So this time, the government blocked all the tunnels and cleared all the dangerous monster nests. Which is not surprising. This is the inevitable growth of accumulation. Listening to the old man's analysis, his companions nodded in agreement. The strength of Dragon Country did not grow overnight, but accumulated bit by bit. Lee Sin, who was walking through the woods with a team of formation masters, heard the old man's words and nodded in approval. They are right. Just for a tunnel blocking formation. Didn't we also go through 12 years of optimization? Ahem. Colonel Lee Sin, you have completed most of this optimization. And if you hadn't developed the blocking formation, our Dragon Country might have been destroyed like other countries on Blue Star. Besides, Lee Sin, an old formation master of level 219 looked at him with admiration. The old man was one of the first professionals after the coming of the Heavenly Tao. However, before you developed a series of blocking formations, I was unable to upgrade after upgrading to level 130. And I had already returned home to retire. After learning your formations, the old man is now also a strong man. Ha ha ha. Grandpa, you are too kind. The formation I studied is actually a combination of the formations of my predecessors. It's nothing. You can become a strong man because you have a heart of self-improvement. Lee Sin smiled and said modestly. The old man patted his shoulder and said with a smile, excessive modesty is hypocrisy. Your greatest achievement is the combination of formations. You have combined some formations that are completely unrelated, which has made the formations exert their true power. You are still flattering. Old man. I have not researched many formations myself. There are so many formation masters in Longwa, and many formations have been researched. For example, the 4 large formations that block the tunnels are the result of everyone's brainstorming. Don't be hypocritical. Ha ha ha. A group of formation masters laughed and walked towards the transport plane not far away, heading towards the next tunnel, continuing to check and strengthen the tunnel blocking formations as much as possible. The Dragon Country is growing. Not just Lee Sin, nor just the formation masters, but also all kinds of professionals and ordinary people. It has grown to the point where it can keep the enemy out of the house. Of course, the defense inspection of the tunnel cannot be neglected. The environment of the tunnel restricts the entry of the strongest people from the other 3 worlds, and also restricts the combat effectiveness of all people and monsters who enter the tunnel. Once a strong person from another world rushes through the tunnel, it will still cause great damage to Blue Star. And there may even be a situation where a strong person destroys the entire Blue Star. The Fishman god who sneaked in a few years ago is a lesson for us. If he had not been killed in time, if the non-infiltration divine thought he left behind had not been discovered in time, he might have grown into an existence that could directly destroy the blue planet. He personally led the team to inspect the formations of 234 tunnels, and strengthen the necessary ones. When Lee Sin returned to his home in the Northwest Military Region, it was already the Spring Festival again. On January 25th, 141 of the Tiandao calendar, the first day of the first lunar month of the Dragon Kingdom, Lee Sin was already 45 years old. His 5 older daughters were already 10 years old, and were already pretty little girls. When they saw Lee Sin coming back, they would still call him Dad sweetly, but they would not rush into his arms like little cannonballs as they did when they were children, but just hold his hand with full of attachment. Of course, there are also 4 little girls, who are not even 4 years old, and will come like little cannonballs. They are his 4 younger daughters, Li Huimei, Li Shuan, Li Qinglan, and Li Shiyun. The 4 little ones are as lively and cute as their 5 older sisters, and a little naughty. In addition to their mother's love, they are also loved by their older sisters, and their personalities are a little more naughty than their older sisters. Thank you for your hard work, husband. Haha. It's not hard. This time our battles are all crushing battles. Not hard at all. Lee Sin put the children down, and hugged Yangmi and the other 4 one by one. Yangmi, Feng Yaru, Wu Wanling, and Yi Weining were really wrong by marrying him. He often traveled around all year round, always leaving them alone to raise children, which was also very hard. However, Blue Star is basically safe now, and Huang Rong also sent a message to report that she was safe. Next, he should be able to rest for a long time, as long as nothing unexpected happens. Chapter 1018. 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. The warrior compromised. This time, there really was no surprise. In the next 3 years, Lee Sin lived the life of a retired veteran. He went to the Formation Academy for 2 classes every week. If he was in a good mood, he would take half a day. If he was in a bad mood, he would take an hour. The rest of the time, he would stay at home with his wife and children, and go out to play from time to time, relaxing and comfortable. Occasionally, he would have some work, that is. If there was a problem with the authentic formation, and other formation masters could not solve it, he would go to see and help deal with it. In the first 2 years, Li Shiyun and the others were still young and did not go to kindergarten. He took care of them, taught them some simple knowledge, and let them play around. In the second half of the 3rd year, the 4 little girls went to school. Yang Mi's 4 daughters were determined not to let him lead the children astray, because he was bored. He simply increased the classes in the Formation Academy to 10. 2 classes a day, from Monday to Friday. The 9 daughters went home on Saturdays and Sundays. He had to cook at home and prepare medicinal food for the little girls to reward them for their hard work in studying for a week. Too idle, he would also take the initiative to inspect the tunnels and test the formations. Among them, he could not avoid testing the sacrificial altar. But the heavenly Tao of Blue Star really had no wisdom. Sacrificing dead things had no effect. Sacrificing monsters could only get corresponding experience. And there were no equipment and prop cards that would be dropped by killing monsters. Then he asked people to sacrifice in the magic world, which could gain a lot of cultivation improvement. in order to increase the trouble of the heavenly Tao in the magic world. He even asked a large number of ordinary warriors to sacrifice the heavenly Tao and gods of the Warcraft and magic worlds, until no more sacrifices could be made. In just over 3 years, the warrior world could no longer tolerate Blue Star's blockade of the tunnels, and took the initiative to seek peace. In the southeast military region, in tunnel number 17, Lee Sin met his old acquaintance Ning Xueli, military advisor. His Majesty sent me here. Seeing the Starlight Giant controlled by Lee Sin, Ning Xueli directly called Lee Sin's military advisor. He believed that even if the Starlight Giant was not controlled by Lee Sin would definitely see and hear what he said. This time, Lee Sin did not change the control, but asked directly, have the people of the 9 empires and the 100 dynasties compromised? Well, for 3 years, no treasures from the magic world have been sacrificed. The immortals in the sky have become angry. All the half-immortals simultaneously felt the coming of the 5 decays of the celestial beings. And even His Majesty's hair turned white overnight. So Your Majesty asked me to ask the military advisor to persuade the high-level officials of Longwood to open the tunnel to leave the country. White hair overnight. How is Romer's cultivation? Is she injured? When he heard that Huang Rong's hair turned white overnight, Lee Sin's heart was instantly clenched. In the past 3 years, Huang Rong would send someone to pass on the news to Lee Sin every 6 months to ensure her safety. I didn't expect that during this new year, she would be punished by the immortals with the 5 declines of the heavenly being. Your Majesty's cultivation is still in the semi-immortal realm, but in a continuous decline, according to Your Majesty's calculations, she may drop to the heavenly realm next year. So I hope you, military advisor, will take more care of me. So that's it. Lee Sin thought for a while, and understood. The cultivation level of semi-immortals, like Huang Rong, came from the blessings of the immortals, and the immortals can take back their cultivation at any time. The cultivation levels of other semi-immortals were cultivated by themselves, but the immortals' power was overwhelming, and it was easy to curse them. Thinking of this, he said to Ning Xueli, I understand, you go back and tell those forces that attacked Punchao City before, to pay the compensation approved by the Dragon Country, otherwise this tunnel will never be opened. Wait here for a moment. I'll give you something. You can take it back to Romer and let him perform a sacrifice first. Okay. Thank you, military advisor. I will report your opinion to the 9 empires and the 100 dynasties when I return. Ning Xueli was overjoyed. He didn't expect Lee Sin to be able to prepare the sacrifice for Huang Rong directly. As for what price the 9 empires had to pay, he didn't care. He just needed to convey the message. Soon, an unmanned car drove in, bringing in a space ring and 3 magical creatures that were stronger than being tied up. Inside the ring are some unique magical equipment. These 3 creatures are the God-level Phantom Eagle Beast, the Magic God-level Half-Elf, and the War God-level Lion Warrior. They are definitely high-quality sacrifices. If the people of the 9 empires dare to rob, you can let Rona lead all the people of Phoenix to migrate to Blue Star. You know that. We now control a lot of places, which is definitely enough for the people of one empire to develop. Your humble servant understands that. People from other empires will definitely not rob. The 2 of them said this to the warriors of other countries in the tunnel. If they really broke off relations with the Dragon Kingdom, they would definitely suffer. After handing over the supplies to Ning Xueli, Lee Sin directly dispersed starlight power, looking like he didn't want to say anything more. The people from the 9 empires and the 100 dynasties naturally didn't dare to rob Ning Xueli, but they were very curious about whether the things Lee Sin said could be used for sacrifice, and what kind of blessing it could bring. So the emperors and high-ranking officials of the 9 empires personally came to the Bisui city of the Phoenix Kingdom to watch Huang Rong's sacrifice in person. A sacrifice was not much different from the usual sacrifices of the major empires. But after Huang Rong's sacrifice, purple air immediately came from the sky for 3,000 miles. In front of everyone's eyes, Huang Rong's white hair quickly turned black, and she looked much younger. At the same time, her cultivation had been rapidly weakening, but suddenly it increased a little, and her momentum was obviously much stronger than before the sacrifice. Now, no one doubted the effect of the sacrifice. A group of emperors looked at the Emperor Jiwuya of the Great Zhou Empire, and they all showed anger. If this guy hadn't said that they should conquer Blue Star, occupy Blue Star first, and then further conquer the magic world, they wouldn't have wasted 3 years in vain, and been punished by the immortals with 5 deteriorations of heaven and man. Jiwuya felt the anger of the other emperors, and said awkwardly, Ahem. My Great Joe will provide 10,000 gene of top-grade medicinal materials and 1 million gene of top-grade metal ore, which should be enough to calm the anger of the Dragon Kingdom. My Phoenix Kingdom will provide 10 top-grade pills, 100 medium-grade pills, and 1,000 low-grade 9-flower Jade Dew pills. As soon as Ji Wuya finished speaking, Huang Rong, who had completed her cultivation, opened her mouth to report her sincerity that she had prepared. After all, she had just accepted the resources given by Longhua, so she had to show some appreciation. Seeing that the two of them had shed so much money, the other emperors of the empires naturally did not dare to be stingy. However, they gave her medicinal herbs and minerals, which were the only two things from the warrior world that Longhua needed after they investigated. The resources they said were indeed quite a lot, and the senior officials of Longhua were surprised when they saw them, and almost said, "We can't take them all. We can't take them all." Of course, it would definitely not be enough to take the resources, as Longhua had a plan to expand the influence of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, Pei Jiaqing controlled Xinguang Qiangliang to go over and have another round of strong negotiations with them. First, a 100 square kilometer area was set aside in the Punchao wasteland for Longhua to build a city and trade goods there. Longhua is completely autonomous in this city. Not only does it not pay taxes, but warriors entering this city must abide by Longhua's laws, and Longhua officials have full judicial power. Secondly, no warriors are allowed to enter this Punchao road. Otherwise they will be killed without mercy. Pei Jiaqing was firm in his attitude, and he looked like he didn't want you to agree. However, the high-level officials of the 9 empires immediately agreed to it. After all, the land and the city they gave up belonged to Xixia, so they didn't need to pay any price. After the conditions were agreed, the warrior army outside the tunnel immediately withdrew and moved to Ligua, which was considered to be a show of sincerity. The Longhua army entered the Punchao wasteland through the tunnel to make sure that the warrior army had withdrawn, and immediately closed the blocking formation on the Wuha Rift Valley. Of course, this was just the closure of the formation, and it was not dismantled. If the warriors dared to go back on their words again in a short period of time, the Longhua would not mind launching a closed-door war. Chapter 1019. The teleportation array that is not adapted to the local climate, entering the magic world alone. Just after the new year, the snow began to fall again in Xixia. On the barren grass wasteland, a number of construction vehicles with black smoke roared. On the hard frozen wasteland, the new machinery of Longhua forcefully broke through the frozen soil, creating trenches more than 3 meters deep. Large trucks pulled the frozen soil out of the construction site, poured it into a huge furnace engraved with the array, and also brought materials from Longhua to melt them together. In just over an hour, blue bricks that looked like bluestone were fired. The forklift transported the blue bricks to the wasteland and placed them there to cool. On the wasteland, a group of new formation masters below the 3rd level were already carving formations on the cooled blue bricks with chisels. Their skills gradually grew from immature to mature, and there were also 4th level formation masters around to guide them. This place has become a huge teaching base. When the huge moat with a depth of 18 meters and a width of 100 meters in the outer area of the Punchao wasteland was dug, senior formation masters above the 4th level of 120 drove various machines and filled the blue bricks with 5 formations, including wind calling formation, rain calling formation, spirit gathering formation, living water formation, and wave raising formation, into the moat in an orderly manner according to the formation range. These bricks are all 1 meter wide cubes. They are large, and can be engraved with arrays on all 6 sides. Placing them requires more care and attention. There are senior array masters of level 180 or above who are in charge of the instructions. When the inner river of 8 meters deep and 30 meters wide in the city is dug, the bricks used will be replaced with rectangular bricks of 1 meter wide and half a meter thick. Then, 3 meters deep ditches will use 30 centimeters thick bricks, which are simpler to engrave arrays. Before starting to build the city, the array is built first. This is already a fine tradition of Dragon Country architects. Before the snow melted in the spring, a Kuishui Qianyuan defense formation was built. The subsequent city construction was also built on the basis of the Kuishui Qianyuan defense formation. A reinforced concrete city combined with a formation was built in just 1 month. This speed is absolutely worthy of the title of infrastructure maniac. Afterwards, high-power pumps continuously pumped up seawater from Blue Star and sent it directly to the Punchao wasteland through tunnels. Most of Blue Star is now flooded, and the land area has been reduced by nearly half. It takes a long time for so much water to rely on natural evaporation and circulation to reform icebergs at the poles. It would be better to extract a part of it first. Even so, it will not be exhausted in a short time. If Blue Star is short of water in the future, it can also use the same method to pump water back from other worlds. Don't worry. When seawater enters the wasteland, it will be quickly separated from the salt after the circulation of the formation, and the salt problem will be solved. Under the regulation of the formation, the water will fall within a radius of 100 kilometers, nourishing the entire wasteland, killing two birds with one stone. When Lee Sin came into the Punchao wasteland, it was already a green grassland. Master Lee Sin, our teleportation array is arranged in the same way as Blue Star, and we also took into account the spatial strength of the warrior world and increased the magic output, but it still cannot be activated, so I have no choice but to trouble you. Well, I'll take a look, but I guess there's no other way. Lee Sin nodded seriously, and went to the central square of Punchao City with other array masters to check the teleportation array here. The array layout was indeed fine, and it wouldn't be better even if he arranged it himself. Blue Star now has 60 teleportation arrays, and the Dragon Country array masters are even more skilled than Lee Sin. Even the interval of array transmission was optimized from 10 minutes to 7 minutes. The array masters of Dragon Country are not just for show. Lee Sin checked for a long time, but could not find any problem and finally came to a suspicion. He suspected that the world rules were different, and the principles and rules of the magic teleportation array were not consistent with the warrior world, which was why the teleportation could not be carried out. Uncle Chen, have you ever set up a teleportation array in the monster world? I have, but it didn't work. Sure enough. No need to try, it should be the inapplicability of the world rules, which caused the array to fail. But aren't our various magic arrays effective as long as they are modified and adapted? Can this teleportation array be modified to adapt to the rules of the warrior world? The person in charge of the array on the side asked unwillingly. I don't have the ability to modify it now. When it comes to advanced knowledge such as space rules, my knowledge reserve is still insufficient. Lee Sin shook his head and directly rejected the suggestion. He knew himself well. So he returned to Blue Star. After resting for more than 3 years, Lee Sin said goodbye to his wife and daughter, and went on a long journey again. After more than 20 years, he once again stepped into the elf tunnel of the 2nd Defense Zone of the Northwest Military Region. Lee Sin, are you sure you don't want someone to accompany you? It will be very dangerous for you to do this. Hearing that Lee Sin was going to enter the magic world alone, Li Wanbing hurried over to stop him. Lee Sin felt very warm about his obstruction, and explained with a smile, "It is safer for me to go alone. I left some ties in the Star Empire back then, and the princess of the Star Empire, and I signed a master-servant contract. It is safer for me to go alone. Bringing others will cause more misunderstandings. But the elves must know your identity and ability, and they definitely want to kill you. It is very dangerous for you to enter the elf world." "No, I am not dangerous." As he said, Lee Sin's figure began to shake, and he suddenly disappeared in front of Li Wanbing, and appeared 100 meters away, and then flashed around in the war fortress in an uncertain way, leaving a trail of afterimages. Hiss. When did you become so fast? Hee hee. I am the man of the Emperor of Phoenix Country after all. I can learn any martial arts I want. And you know the resistance of warriors to magic. I have martial arts skills now, and ordinary magic can't hurt me. Okay, it seems that you are well prepared. After some experiments, all the people in the war fortress could not catch Lee Sin. Li Wanbing had to smile bitterly, and agreed to Lee Sin's trip. By the way, remember to come back before August 1st. The military has confirmed your promotion to Major General. You will be awarded medals with other veteran generals on August 1st. Okay, I'll try to come back on August 1st. Be careful. I will. Li Wanbing couldn't stop Lee Sin. He also knew that Lee Sin's goal of going to the elves this time was to learn a more advanced teleportation array. The primary teleportation array, with a teleportation distance of 600 kilometers, was no longer enough for the Dragon Kingdom. Lee Sin slowly stepped out of the tunnel. Outside was the familiar jungle, which had not changed for more than 20 years. There was no sign of the elves, nor any magical beasts anywhere. Only lush flowers, plants and trees. However, his keen mental power could sense that there were several eyes watching him obscurely and secretly. He understood immediately that the elves used tree people and plant-type magical beasts to monitor and defend this tunnel. Then he shouted to the jungle in front of him, "Please tell everyone that the human race, Would like to see the Queen of the Star Empire, Her Excellency Alicia Benita. There was no response from all around. And Lee Sin did not care. He continued, please tell Princess Lavinia Benita that an old friend is here to fulfill the promise we made that year. Hu. There was still no response in the woods. But the sound of the trees shaking became louder. Chapter 1020 Return to the Starry Forest, seeing an old friend. It's you are really brave, daring to come and die. It's High Priest Osborne, long time no see. Lee Sin didn't have to wait too long, only 3 or 4 hours, an acquaintance came over. It was Osborne. A middle-aged beautiful woman, her cultivation level was still at the peak of the 200th level of the Sage, and she still hadn't broken through to the 201st level of the God of Law. This is a bit strange. At the beginning, Lee Sin obtained many of the skills blessed by the gods, but they were all plundered by her. Even if his cultivation level couldn't increase dramatically, he shouldn't be unable to break through the God of Law. Yeah, long time no see. How are you going to die? Haha, I'll see Her Majesty the Queen. If Her Majesty thinks I deserve to die, then I'll die. Lee Sin looked indifferent, and his tone was sincere as if he was ready to die, which made Osborne even more upset. Let's go, I'll take you to see Her Majesty the Queen. Thank you. His attitude was still polite, but he was also distant, and neither humble nor arrogant, which made Osborne even more upset, but he held back. This made Lee Sin have some guesses about the current situation within the Star Empire. After leaving the tunnel entrance and walking deep into the jungle for more than 3 hours, we did not see any elves or monsters along the way. This was to prevent Lee Sin from spying on the military situation. However, we were silent all the way. Soon we arrived in front of a teleportation array. The teleportation array was 100 meters wide. It was more complicated than the primary teleportation array that Lee Sin had learned so far. It was undoubtedly a high-level one. Standing on the teleportation array, Osborne raised the magic power in his hand lightly, and the two were immediately teleported away. The dizziness was obvious during the teleportation, but it was not serious. We arrived in a blink of an eye. However, this teleportation array did not directly teleport to the capital of the Starry Empire, the Starry Forest. After 6 teleportations, they finally arrived at the tall tree in Lee Sin's memory. As soon as they arrived, Lee Sin immediately felt several deadly threats falling on him. He looked up and saw that a circle of archers had already bent their bows and pointed their arrows at him. The human race who came to the elf forest were all dangerous elements in the eyes of the elves, no matter if they were kind or malicious. They had to keep a close eye on them first. Lee Sin did not move, lest he cause misunderstanding and lose his life in vain. Osborne glanced at Lee Sin, who was still calm, with a hint of surprise and recognition in his eyes. Don't worry. This is the Queen's guest. The archers around did not answer, but put away their bows and arrows in unison, but still looked at Lee Sin vigilantly. If he made any unusual movements, he would still be shot mercilessly. Lee Sin had no dissatisfaction with this. This was his job. A conscientious job. And there was nothing wrong with it. If an elf enters the capital of Dragon Country, there will be professionals watching nervously. As Osborne circled around the huge trees, the elves pointed and talked all the way, until night fell. Lee Sin was taken to the tree house where he lived. It's getting late today. If the Queen is free tomorrow, she will meet you. No hurry. Lee Sin was still calm, without any anger for being dragged for half a day. This made Osborne feel worse. He snorted coldly and turned away, without any intention of preparing dinner for Lee Sin. Hee. Woman. Looking at the familiar spotless room, Lee Sin knew that someone had been cleaning it for a long time. He turned around and sat on the bed. He could smell a faint fragrance at the tip of his nose, which was the kind of faint natural fragrance of plants and trees, with a faint mature smell. He chuckled, turned over and lay down, and fell asleep with peace of mind. Even if he was left out for 5 days, he was not in a hurry at all. He took out the books he brought with him and flipped through them. He did not leave this room. He had a lot of food and drink in his space ring. Finally, it was the Queen of the Elf who lost her temper first. Early in the morning of the 6th day, an elf maid came to pick up Lee Sin to go to the Elf Palace. The Elf Palace was a natural and gorgeous palace grown by various trees on the ground. Until then, Lee Sin knew that the Elf Palace was on the ground. He had always thought that the palace on the big tree was the Elf Palace. Greetings to Her Majesty Queen Alicia, meetings to all the elf warriors. When he arrived at the palace, Lee Sin clasped his fists and bowed, but did not kneel down. His greeting made the elf officials in the palace frown. But before any elves could attack, The elven Queen Alicia on the dragon throne spoke first. Human, tell me your purpose. I'm here to cooperate. Lee Sin didn't waste any words, and directly raised his hand to put out the things he had prepared. 100 martial arts secrets, 100 weapons, and 100 pieces of special minerals from the world of warriors. I have a sacrificial formation in my hand. Maybe I can sacrifice these things to the gods. Sacrificing these things to the gods may be good for you. For you. Sacrifice? Hearing Lee Sin's words, Alicia's expectant eyes dimmed, while Osborne on the side opened his eyes wide, and stood up and walked to Lee Sin, looking through 3 piles of things, but then looked at Lee Sin with a puzzled look. Are you sure you're not kidding? You want us to sacrifice these things? These things from another world? Yes. Lee Sin nodded affirmatively. Seeing Osborne's performance, Lee Sin knew that the situation of the Star Empire was really embarrassing. They might not even know that the heavenly Tao of the magic world and the heavenly Tao of the warrior world were fighting to the death. Of course, before he arranged the sacrificial formation in the warrior world and attracted the attention of Emperor Fushi and Emperor Shenong, no one in the warrior world knew that the heavenly Tao of the 2 worlds was fighting. But judging from the Silver Moon Empire's aggressive harvesting of the human race's awakening god blood, I'm afraid the Silver Moon Empire's elves know something. You brought these garbage here just to humiliate us? If so, you can die. As Osborne said this, he flipped his hand, and a beautiful magic wand as tall as a person appeared in his hand, with a green light flickering. She really wanted to kill someone. Wait a minute, Queen Alicia said in time to stop him. Lee Sin, are you sure that we can benefit from offering these things to the gods? Then which god should we offer them to? Your Majesty. Your Majesty? Don't believe this liar. This is just a dirty and quarrelsome human race. The words of such low-level species cannot be believed. Your Majesty, don't anger the gods because of this low-level person. As soon as Alicia finished speaking, the elves in the hall immediately objected. And many elves even took out their weapons and pointed them at Lee Sin. Lee Sin smiled slightly at this and raised his voice. Elves, where is your confidence? Where is your elegance? Why do you get so angry when you hear a word from me? His tone was sincere, but there was a strong sense of sarcasm in his words. You are looking for death. Thunder of punishment. Osborne's temper did not change, and she attacked Lee Sin directly. Of course, she did not dare to kill him. It was just a 4th-level magic, and the lethality was not great. Stop. A defensive magic flew in from outside the hall, and then an angry voice came in, and then a stunning elf with a cold temperament flew in quickly. Chapter 1021 Lavinia's sacrifice was successful. The elves' high-ranking officials were arrogant at first and respectful later. Lavinia arrived. Are you okay? I'm fine. How about you? Are you okay? I'm fine too. I'm now in the realm of the God of Law. I'm already level 203, and I'm already at the same level as my mother. Yeah, you're amazing. Lee Sin and Lavinia held hands without any scruples, and simply talked about the meeting. Of course, the current occasion was not suitable for them to say more or do unnecessary things. Lavinia turned her head and looked at Osborne, with a fierce look in her eyes, and said coldly, Osborne, first warning. She didn't say anything to warn him. But Osborne, the elder, trembled, took a step back, and didn't dare to refute a word. It seems that Lavinia has killed many people in the past 20 years. Lee Sin, is the sacrifice you mentioned really effective? Absolutely effective. As far as I know, the warriors in the warrior world are looking for various items from the magic world for sacrifice, and their immortals have already blessed them. Since you say it is effective, then prepare for the sacrifice. I will take care of any problems. If you dare not participate in the sacrifice, I will sacrifice alone. The half-sentence of survival was said by Lavinia while she looked coldly at the elf leaders. But her words could scare elves below the god level. But not a group of god-level elves. Lavinia, you must not use the elves' sacrificial formations when you sacrifice, and you must not sacrifice in the starry forest. Okay. She simply waved her hand to put away the things that Lee Sin had taken out, and pulled Lee Sin out. Wait, I'll go and see too. Seemingly inspired by Lavinia's bravery, the elf Queen Alicia also stood up from the throne, walked towards Lavinia and the others, and completely ignored the dissuasion of the elf leaders. In a subtle atmosphere, Lee Sin and his 2 companions took the teleportation array to leave the starry forest and appeared on a snow-capped mountain. Behind them, hundreds of god-level elves were teleported over. Lee Sin was supported by Alicia and her daughter, and flew to a slightly shorter snow peak nearby. Lee Sin, do you need to set up an array? No. I have already made the sacrificial array into an array platform. Can you try to see if it can be used in the magic world? He took out a 33-meter wide array platform. This sacrificial formation referred to the sacrificial formation he used when the elves robbed him of his knowledge. There was no problem using it in the magic world. Lavinia inputted mana to confirm that the formation could be used. She no longer considered anything else, and directly placed the things Lisan brought on the formation platform, and began to sacrifice. The formation was activated. A faint golden light lit up from the formation platform, which was different from the warrior world, where the light produced during the sacrifice was different shades of cyan. But the formation was indeed activated, and there were also magical changes in the sky. A pure white light, a fiery red light, and an emerald green light fell slowly onto the formation platform one after another. See the god of wisdom. See the god of forging. See the god of elf. As the sacrificer. Lavinia immediately knew the identity of the 3 light balls in front of her, and knelt down to pay homage. Lisan had had several experiences, and he also knelt down obediently. Beside him, the elf queen Alicia also knelt down and shouted the name of God. The high-ranking elves who were watching the excitement on the snowy peaks in the distance were also shocked by this scene. They didn't expect that Lavinia would complete the sacrifice without a prayer ceremony. They also knelt down after realizing it. If the gods consider it disrespectful, they may die on the spot. Very good, you have finally sacrificed some valuable sacrifices. In the future, please sacrifice more items from the warrior continent. We need them. We obey your command, and are willing to serve the gods. Lavinia answered respectfully, and was shocked in her heart. She didn't expect that these things were really what the gods needed, and that 3 gods needed them at the same time. You are an orthodox elf, and your aptitude is not bad. Keep going. A dark green light shot out from the emerald green light ball, and enveloped Lavinia. The other 2 light balls then shot out 2 lights. 1 white and 1 red, which fell on Lavinia. The blessing of the 3 gods made Lavinia's aura quickly become stronger. The 3 light balls did not stay for long, and rolled up the sacrificial light balls, and dispersed directly. They disappeared in just 3 seconds, as if they had never appeared. A gust of wind blew, and the formation platform, that had only been used once, collapsed into pieces. It disappeared as soon as the mountain wind blew. If Lavinia, who was wrapped in the light of the 3 gods, was not still upgrading, and her aura was still getting stronger, I am afraid no one would know that the miracle of the 3 gods had just descended here. Really? Yes, it's true. After making sure that the gods had left, Lisan stood up, and helped Alicia up beside him. Why do you want to help us? After a moment of distraction, Alicia asked this question directly without understanding. For the sake of balance, I developed this formation in the warrior world. The immortals over there are very interested in the items in the magic world. I suspect that they can analyze the rules of the magic world through these items. In order to prevent the way of the magic world from being swallowed by the way of the warrior world, and then threaten the blue star world, I decided to give this formation to you as well. As for why you chose the Star Empire, the reason is even simpler. You should love your own woman. Who is your woman? Alicia's focus was indeed off. Lisan smiled narrowly, and did not speak, but looked at Lavinia, whose divine light was slowly fading. Lisan, I've reached level 220. 17 levels at once. Mother, I'm better than you now. Hee hee. After the divine light was completely absorbed by Lavinia, she excitedly jumped up to report the good news. Level 220? That's great. Lisan said it was great. But in his heart, he was secretly complaining about the stinginess of the gods in the magic world. Back then, when Huang Rong made her first sacrifice, she didn't offer anything good, but she was directly promoted from 204 to 249. If it weren't for the need to comprehend the laws to break through the semi-immortal realm, the 2 immortals might have directly promoted her to the semi-immortal realm of level 250. Moreover, many people who were nearby were also blessed. When they arrived at the magic world, the 3 gods only gave Lavinia a 17-level upgrade. It was indeed stingy. However, her level was successfully upgraded, and the effect of the sacrifice came out. The high-level elves on the snowy peak next door all flew over, and looked at Lavinia with surprise and expectation. That was enough, and the purpose of Lisan's trip was basically achieved. After confirming that Lavinia's cultivation level had been upgraded, it was still real. Without any false upgrade, all the high-level elves were moved. An old elf with white hair and a youthful face walked up to Lisan, and first performed an elf noble etiquette before saying kindly, "Mr. Lisan, as the great elder of the Star Empire, I request to establish diplomatic relations with your dragon kingdom. We hope to obtain your sacrificial formation and the items of the warrior empire. Yes, we can build a foreign trade city and exchange what we have. Great kindness. Chapter 1022 The True Strength of the Star Empire. I am still anxious. What Lee Sin said to Alicia was the truth. He was just playing a balance. But the balance is still biased. For the warrior world, they all have black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin. He naturally has more favorable impressions. So he not only gave them the sacrificial formation, he also opened a channel. As for the magic world, he has no feelings. Even Alicia, Lavinia, and her daughter, who are related to him, he never took them to heart. Even when the two tribes really went to war, he could kill the mother and daughter without mercy. What he needed was the items that the elves sacrificed to the warrior world, to give the gods of the magic world a way to analyze the heavenly way of the warrior world, and to consume the power of the heavenly way of the warrior world. If the heavenly ways of the two worlds could fight to the point of mutual destruction, it would be even more ideal. The elves of the Star Empire discussed Lee Sin's conditions for 3 days before they agreed. The elves' lifespan was too long, and they were used to procrastinating. After returning, they analyzed and calculated all kinds of pros and cons before agreeing to Lee Sin's conditions. Now, Lee Sin could better understand why the Starry Empire was the last empire among the 3 empires of the elves. Procrastination was definitely an important factor. Mr. Lee Sin, we have discussed and decided that we can agree to your dragon country's conditions. But the trading city must be built on Blue Star. Our people must be able to enter and exit Blue Star freely. And our people must, listening to the elf elder's conditions. Lee Sin felt that he had found another reason for the slow development of the Starry Empire. Arrogance. That was arrogant arrogance. Even if they need to ask Lee Sin and Dragon Country for help now, they still maintain their arrogance. After the elder finished speaking, Lee Sin said in a steady tone, Elder, Dragon Country will only build a city at the entrance of the tunnel number 2, where I came out. The elves cannot enter Blue Star. This is not a discussion, but a decision. I came to the Starry Forest to inform you. If you disagree, Dragon Country will send others to negotiate with the Silver Moon Empire or the Golden Sun Empire. If the 2 elf empires still disagree, we will cooperate with the human empire. Before Lee Sin could finish speaking, the elder of the elves interrupted him rudely. No. The city must be built on Blue Star, and we must be able to travel on Blue Star. This is also our decision. Oh, that's a pity. Lee Sin shrugged helplessly, and said nothing more. According to the plan he and the Dragon Kingdom's top leaders agreed on, 7 days after he left, a diplomatic mission would cooperate with the Storm Empire and the Green Empire at the same time. At that time, the elves would be anxious. Anyway, he was not anxious. Seeing that Lee Sin was determined and would not be persuaded, the elf elder threatened again, Mr. Lee Sin, you must think it over carefully. You are in the Star Empire now. Aren't you afraid that we will detain you or kill you? Don't worry. I'm just a messenger. If I die, I die. But after I die, your attitude of the Starry Empire will be very clear. The high-level officials of the Dragon Nation will naturally no longer cooperate with your Starry Empire. It's that simple. Lee Sin shrugged indifferently. He was not afraid. At present, the strongest person in the Starry Empire is Lavinia. She is his servant and obeys his orders completely. If the talks really can't go on, let Lavinia escort him away. The negotiations fell into a meaningless deadlock. Lee Sin and Lavinia played around in the Starry Forest every day, enjoying the beautiful scenery, seeing the magical plants, tasting delicious fruits, and being at ease. It was just that he was busier at night. Lavinia and Alicia had agreed to come to his room to discuss cultivation knowledge. One in the first half of the night, and the other in the second half of the night. This made his body with 30,000 attributes a little sore. Of course, there were some benefits. Every day, he could increase his 4-dimensional attributes by 2 points. This had never happened even with Huang Rong. Lee Sin guessed that this was because the Yin-Yang mutual aid technique was a god-level technique in the magic world, and it had more magical effects on the elves who had a high affinity for magic. For example, a week later, Alicia upgraded from level 203 to level 204. Although this attracted some curious eyes, Alicia dismissed them with one sentence, God blessed her with some benefits. After hearing Alicia's words, the elders of the elves were a little nervous for a while, and began to procrastinate again. Lee Sin looked at Alicia with a bit of amusement and asked, You, the queen, seem to be a decoration. Ha ha. I am indeed a decoration, or the queen of the elves is the manager of the elves, and the real power holder is the elders. You know that the elves with the best cultivation qualifications are pure elves. That is, elves born from the tree of life. All pure elves can automatically break through to the god level before 1,000 years old, even if they don't practice. Those elves who can't break through to the god level before 1,000 years old can only come out to manage. This is a common practice in all elf empires. And even those small elf tribes do the same. Osborne and I are the only two elves of this generation who have not broken through to the god level before 1,000 years old. She became the high priest, and I became the queen. Well, I understand. After listening to Alicia's explanation, Leeson nodded. Now some unreasonable things can be understood. Then, the number of god-level elves in the Star Empire is definitely not the 300 or so on the surface, but more than 1,000 or even tens of thousands. After all, the Star Empire is a huge empire with a territory of more than 100 million kilometers. It is impossible that there are only more than 300 god-level elves. That's right. There are more than 30 subordinate races under the Star Empire, and basically each of them has about 10 god-level strongmen. So, its strength is indeed very strong. No wonder those elf elders are so determined and arrogant. They are full of confidence. Now, Leeson was more confident, and he just waited for the news from the Storm Empire and the Green Empire. This wait lasted another month and a half. Mr. Leeson, we agree to your terms. When can you, Dragon Country, trade with me at the earliest? When the new city is built. We can trade? Leeson raised a bright smile. He knew his plan was successful. Okay. Let's go to your number 2 tunnel entrance now. Okay. But I'm a little curious. How many masters have emerged from the human race? And how high are they? He simply nodded in agreement, but asked another question. A god, a princess of the Green Empire, became a subordinate of the god of water through continuous sacrifices. A real god, not those demigods without priesthood. The Green Empire is awesome. Hearing that the Green Empire had actually created a god, Leeson was shocked and admired the courage of the Green Empire. At the same time, he also secretly admired the courage of the leaders of the Dragon Country. If there were no resources supported by the Dragon Country, the Green Empire would not have been able to complete the creation of a god in a month and a half. Chapter 1023 Intermediate Teleportation Array Learning Arrangement. Leeson recorded a video and asked the elders of the elves to go to tunnel number 2. Soon, he got in touch with the Dragon Country military, and the new city began to be built immediately. And he himself couldn't leave for the time being, so he was considered a hostage. Of course, he was also happy to stay in the Starry Forest. In addition to having May by his side every day, he also got the diagram of the intermediate teleportation array that he had been thinking about. The elders no longer stared at him, so he took the opportunity to ask Alicia to see the diagram of the teleportation array, but he didn't expect Alicia to give it to him without any consideration. This trust surprised Leeson himself. But since he could learn the intermediate teleportation array, he naturally would not be pretentious and began to study seriously. Compared with the primary teleportation array, the intermediate teleportation array is more complicated and cumbersome. The use of space is more than 10 times more sophisticated and complicated, and the difficulty of setting up the array is increased by dozens of times. If Leeson had not mastered the primary teleportation array, he would definitely not understand it if he started learning from the intermediate teleportation array directly. Since this is a secret array diagram written in the elf language, Leeson had to ask Alicia and her daughter from time to time before he could learn it stumblingly. It took him 2 months to learn the entire array, and he barely learned it. Just when he wanted to continue to study in depth, the great elder of the elves came to chase him away. Ahem. Mr. Leeson, the new city that your Dragon Country named Unison City has been built, and the Dragon Country military requires us to let you go back before we start trading with us. So you should go back. Okay. Leeson also knew that business was important, and once the news that he was here was known to the Silver Moon Empire, they would definitely come to kill him. Lavinia, see you later. Alicia, see you later. Goodbye. The two women looked reluctant, but still smiled and waved to him. The emotions of the elves seemed to be very reserved, and they don't have too much emotion when they meet or part. Lavinia didn't look for her for more than 20 years before, and she just concentrated on cultivation. Of course they met, and the elves were more obsessed than ordinary races. During this period, his waist would ache at night. He was so straightforward and anxious to return to Blue Star. And there was also a factor that his waist was hollow. There was no accident when returning to tunnel number 2. He went straight through 7 teleportation arrays and walked for another hour to see Yunsan City. Last time, Osborne really took a detour on purpose. Senior Lee Sin, you're back. Yes, I'm back. The formation master in charge of the construction of Yunsan City is Su Wanjun. He was very excited to see Lee Sin come back. He stepped forward and held his hands tightly, while nervously looking at the group of god-level elves behind Lee Sin. Hee. Don't worry, it's all settled. They won't embarrass me. Nor will they attack the Dragon Country people without authorization. Yes. Although Lee Sin explained, Su Wanjun and the Dragon Country warriors in the city still stared at every elf entering the city vigilantly. I guess there was some conflict between the two sides before. In front of this group of god-level elves, he couldn't say much. He and Su Wanjun went back to the city lord's mansion and directly found the business personnel of the Dragon Kingdom government. They took out the prepared goods and traded with these god-level elves. Thank you. If your things are really useful for our sacrifice, we can become allies. If not, the Dragon Kingdom will bear the wrath of the entire elf race. Don't worry, since we have decided to trade with you, we will naturally not damage our reputation. We hope that the elves will not go back on their words. Lee Sin was also impolite. His distrust of the elves was written directly on his face. He was not afraid of facing god-level elves at all. Don't worry. We elves are the most trustworthy. After saying a few harsh words, the group of god-level elves immediately turned around and left for the Starry Forest. Lee Sin then looked at Su Wanjun and asked a question that was curious in his heart. Wanjun, what happened to the Greenfield Empire? How did they create a god? It can be said that it was an accident. We gave them a magic weapon and a great master warrior, and the rest were fine quality weapons and minerals. I didn't expect that the Greenfield Empire used their own sacrificial formation, divided into several sacrifices, and let one person sacrifice first, and receive the blessing of all the gods. Under this operation, a 6-turn magic that was originally only 117 was directly and quickly promoted to a god. Even the Emperor of the Greenfield Empire was very surprised. After that, the Storm Empire also started this operation, and no new gods were created. Well, after listening to you, I roughly understand. It is the gods of the magic world who are setting an example, not the amazing sacrifices made by the green fields. Haha. We also analyzed it this way. I am afraid that these elves will be disappointed. They should not be disappointed, but they should be anxious. I will notify the logistics department to reduce the transaction of high-level items when I go back. Let's go together. The formation here has been completed. I will pick you up. My mission is completed. Then let's go to Qingyan Tobacco Plain together. I have obtained an intermediate teleportation formation. Let's study it together. Intermediate teleportation formation? It's a top-grade formation. I must be included. The two met with the garrison commander here and left together. However, Lee Sin went home to report his safety before rushing to the Qingyan Tobacco Plain in the magic world to test the teleportation array. It is better to first test it successfully in the magic world, and then return to Blue Star to set up the array. The 680 array masters, who had mastered the primary teleportation array, who received the notice, went to Qingyan Tobacco Plain to wait for Lee Sin. It took half a year to successfully set up the array this time. It took Lee Sin 1.5 months to learn the array, while other array masters took 2 or 3 months to truly learn it. And then, they officially set up the array. The intermediate teleportation array is really powerful. 1 main array, 12 secondary arrays. The maximum teleportation distance can reach 3,600 kilometers. The distance between the secondary array and the main array can not only be adjusted at will, as long as the minimum distance is not less than 6 kilometers. And the secondary arrays can also teleport to each other, as long as the maximum distance does not exceed 3,600 kilometers. It is really much more convenient than the primary teleportation array. But it consumes more materials. After using up a lot of materials in the Qingyan Tobacco Plain to test a formation, currently we can only set up another formation in Longhua, and there is not enough materials for the second formation. Now, Dragon Country has a list of materials that need to be traded with the humans and elves in the magic world. Other materials can be put aside for now, and the materials for building the magic array must be given priority. Well, you mean, the Greenfield Empire refuses to trade these materials with us, and also requires our students and merchants to withdraw from the Greenfield Empire, or else they will sacrifice our people? Yes, the Greenfield Empire directly issued a formal letter of credence, and its attitude is extremely firm. Lee Sin, who was optimizing the intermediate teleportation array, was approached by the Minister of Foreign Affairs Zhao Ting. But, Brother Zhao, what's the point of you looking for me? I have no friendship with the Greenfield Empire. Well, didn't you set up a Mountain Thunder formation outside Greenfield City a few years ago? And left a back door? The opinion of the Council of Elders is to use the formation to teach them a lesson. No! The power of the gods is far beyond your imagination. You should notify them to completely cut off contact with the Greenfield Empire and everyone to withdraw to Qingyan Tobacco Plain. If necessary, abandon Qingyan Tobacco Plain directly. What? So serious? Li Xin's words shocked Zhao Ting. He didn't expect that a letter of expulsion from the Greenfield Empire was so serious. Yes. It's more serious than you think. Chapter 1024 General Offensive of the Magic World. Brother Zhao, please work hard. It will take a month or so. The test of the intermediate teleportation array has not been completed yet. 1 month should be fine. The Green Empire is still wary of us. We just dare not disobey the will of God. Okay. Then I will trouble Brother Zhao and the comrades in the military to work hard. I will improve the intermediate teleportation array as soon as possible and make preparations for retreat in time. We will do our best. Zhao Ting saluted Li Xin and walked away quickly. Since the Green Country Empire has sent a letter, it can be 100% certain that it is an order from the gods. However, the Green Country Empire owed a favor to the Dragon Country, so it did not directly send troops to attack, but sent a letter to notify them to leave first. I think when the time comes, the water god who has just become a god will personally take action. Time is urgent. Li Xin hurriedly led the formation masters to adjust the intermediate teleportation array with all his strength. In order to assist them, he directly transferred 20,000 formation masters from the Dragon Country to help adjust the formation. In just half a month, the layout plan of the teleportation array was completely determined, except for the adjustment of the transmission interval, which required a long period of continuous adjustment and optimization. He did not wait any longer and directly ordered the dismantling of the teleportation array. Yes, dismantle, not only the teleportation array, but also many other arrays that can be dismantled. The retreat is a foregone conclusion. Colonel Li Xin, the military has ordered, you must retreat first. That day, Li Xin was commanding the array masters to dismantle the array in the Silver Snow Mountains, when suddenly a soldier flew over quickly and showed a formal military order. What happened? The god of the Green Empire has been dispatched. Go, the whole army retreats. Li Xin ordered all the array masters to retreat without any hesitation. God, that is an existence that Blue Star professionals cannot reach now. Roar and kill. Kill. Don't let these people run away. Beast blood-boiling 10,000 beasts galloping roaring the world just as Li Xin ordered to retreat. The roar of orcs came from the surrounding mountains and forests, and the grassland in front. The sound shook the sky, as if countless beasts roared at the same time. Damn it! The scout should be shot. How come the orcs are so close that we didn't notice it? The soldier who delivered the order changed his face and cursed, and was about to pull Li Xin to retreat, but was blocked by Li Xin. Put the formation materials back immediately. I will explode the formation. It is absolutely a stupid idea to run away now. We must hurt these orcs, so that they can be frightened temporarily and retreat safely. The defensive formations outside the Silver Snow Mountain range are all disposable, and cannot be dismantled. Naturally, they were not dismantled. This will just be the right time to resist the first round of attacks from the orcs. Thunder explode the formation crash. Boom. Boom. When dismantling the formation masters still need to worry about the backlash of the formation. They have to take their time to restore the formation. The formation used to explode the formation is naturally extremely fast. It only took 5 minutes to restore the formation. Li Xin first activated the empty Mountain Thunder formation, and then exploded the formation immediately. All the formations in the Silver Snow Mountains all exploded at once. Instantly, the colorful formation light shot up into the sky, and then swooped down in all directions. Ah! Roar! 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 All kinds of beast roars were stuck in the neck after being emitted, and were directly torn apart by various attacks. The terrifying attack quickly spread over 30 kilometers, and no orc could survive wherever it passed, not even the god-level orcs. Retreat. The explosion of the formation is to explode all the energy of the formation together, a pure wave. There is no second chance to attack. Run after the fight. The group successfully retreated to Qingyan Tobacco Plain. The defense array here has also been opened, and is emitting colorful light. Outside the defense array is the human race. Looking at the dense crowds in all directions, that can hardly be seen from all directions, I am afraid that more than one green empire is attacking. However, that God has not made a move yet. It is obvious that the Green Empire still cares about some old friendship. Retreat! Page Yaching saw Lee Sin coming back, and shouted loudly, ordering a retreat. Lee Sin looked at the western sky. There was a distant and tiny figure that gave people an extremely majestic feeling. That God is coming. After taking a deep look, Lee Sin was suddenly stunned. A message was transmitted to his mind through the other party's distant eyes. Retreat quickly! He shouted, without activating the explosion skill, and left immediately. Although the explosion can kill a large number of human beings outside, it is very likely to anger this god, and they may not be able to retreat. The Chilean tobacco plane that Longwa has been operating for many years was just given up in such a frustrated way, or it was because he gave up because he was kind enough to help his fellow human beings. Seal this tunnel. Lee Sin gritted his teeth, ordered to seal this tunnel, and completely abandon it. After leaving this tunnel, he immediately went to the Goblin Forest tunnel. Arriving at the Demon Suppression Lake, feeling the demonic energy still surging in it, and the demon suppression plants that were growing vigorously and producing extremely high yields, he was a little confused, but still gave a harsh order: pick all the demon suppression plants and dig them up with their roots. Colonel Lee, are you sure? This will release the demons below. The station commander looked incredulous, suspecting that Lee Sin was crazy. It's confirmed. We are about to start a decisive battle with the magic world, and all the tunnels must be sealed. You guys hurry up and retreat. I still have to go to the slime basin. After saying that, Lee Sin turned around and left, and arranged for the formation master to come and strengthen the blocking formation. He ran into the slime basin without stopping, the magical world that was built by the Dragon Kingdom as the first retreat. Are you sure that the news that the Green Kingdom God passed to you is true and reliable? Yes, 100% sure. Well, then retreat immediately. It's a pity that we have been building and developing for more than 30 years. Elder Wang, if you keep the land but lose the people, both the people and the land will be lost. If you keep the people and lose the land, both the people and the land will be saved. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no need to worry about running out of firewood. Easy to retreat. In the entire slime basin, tens of millions of people retreated quickly and orderly. Just now, the message conveyed by the god of the Greenfield Empire was very simple. The gods of the magic world, the high-level gods, asked her and other gods who had not ascended to the god realm to conquer Blue Star as soon as possible, to assist the gods of the god realm, to swallow up the Blue Star Heavenly Tao. This is the signal for a decisive battle. The god of the Greenfield Empire still had some conscience, and owed Lee Sin a favor, and revealed this news to Lee Sin. The Dragon Kingdom was quick enough to retreat within 1 day, and strengthen the tunnel blocking formation on the morning of the 3rd day. Boom boom boom, quickly bring the demon pill to replace it. Magic crystal. I need to replace the magic crystal here. On the 3rd night, all the tunnels leading to the magic world were attacked at the same time, and the attack was extremely fierce. However, the soldiers stationed in the tunnels were not worried at all, but all smiled happily. This time, many races in the magic world launched an attack together, and the first one used was a long-range magic attack. Such power was still absorbed by the blocking formation and converted into energy for demon pills and magic crystals. This is to help Blue Star recharge. Chapter 1025 Lavinia becomes a god. The situation of the heavenly Tao in the magic world. Lee Sin, the warrior world requested us to open another tunnel, so that they can increase their strength to support the Wuha Rift Valley tunnel. Do you think you should agree? In tunnel number 2 of the Southwest Military Region, Commander-in-Chief Liu Pingjun came to consult him in person. No, I estimate that while the Heavenly Tao in the magic world launched a general attack on the Heavenly Tao of Blue Star, it must have weakened the attack on the Heavenly Tao of the warrior world, which gave the immortals in the warrior world an opportunity, and prepared to swallow up the Heavenly Tao of the magic world in one fell swoop. What we need is that the Heavenly Tao of the two worlds will suffer losses, not one side will win. Even if we cut off communication with the warrior world now, we must not agree to their request. Okay, I understand. What about you? What is the attitude of the Starry Empire of the Elf Clan? It's a stalemate. The Elf Clan elders of the Starry Empire want to attack us, but they are reluctant to give up the current transaction. The Elf Queen firmly stated that she would maintain a neutral trading relationship with us, and was reprimanded by the elders. This is already the best news. The elves of the Silver Moon Empire and the Golden Sun Empire have already attacked us in 31 tunnels. And the Goblin Jungle Tunnel has also been attacked by the Demon Clan. When you are free, go and optimize the formation. Okay, I will negotiate with the elves of the Starry Empire again today, and I will go there regardless of the result. Then I'll leave first. Lu Pangjun is now the commander-in-chief of the Dragon Kingdom's military. There is no time to stay any longer. So he turned around and flew away directly, and was busy with other things. Lee Sin thought for a while, and walked out of the tunnel, entering Yunsan City, and was soon approached by Osborne. Lee Sin, the situation on your blue star is not good now. As long as you give us enough resources, let us sacrifice 3 gods, Please go back. He interrupted Osborne directly, too lazy to communicate. Not to mention how much resources would be consumed to sacrifice 3 gods, after the other party becomes a god. They will definitely be controlled by the heavenly Tao to attack Blue Star. He would not create a strong enemy for himself. Lee Sin, the goddess of the elves, has given us an oracle, asking us to conquer Blue Star within this year. If you know what's good for you, leave the Dragon Kingdom to surrender to the elves immediately. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place under the army of our tribe. Are you done? What's your attitude? Get out of here if you're done. Lee Sin took a sip of the teacup in front of him, and then thought that the elves did not understand the tradition of serving tea to see off guests. He simply stopped talking, letting Osborne talk for a long time, and then left feeling bored. Soon, the person he was really waiting for came. Master, you, alas, Blue Star is doomed this time. Lavinia sighed, her face full of despair. Lee Sin was going to die, and she couldn't live either. I'll give you a batch of resources. If you can become a god after the sacrifice, please help me find out about the situation in the god realm and the situation in the magic world. Even if I don't have your resources, I will help you find out. But the oracle in reality is that we have to occupy Blue Star as soon as possible. Let's go. There's no time to lose. Lee Sin didn't have time to talk nonsense, and took Lavinia directly to a warehouse. A large amount of resources and 5 sacrificial array platforms have been prepared there. I have made 5 sacrificial platforms based on the previous sacrificial situations of the Green Empire and the Storm Empire. It should be possible to sacrifice sacrifices to 5 different gods. You try it. Yes. Lavinia looked at Lee Sin with surprise and gratitude. Lee Sin gave a few more instructions, and then took all the Dragon Kingdom warriors out of Yunsan City, entered the tunnel, and waited for the miracle. The golden light lit up 5 times, and responded with 5 colors of divine light: emerald green, pure white, black, dark blue, iron gray. Chirp, chirp, chirp. On. Hum, hum. Not long after the last iron gray divine light disappeared, there were sounds of birds singing, beasts praising, and heaven and earth cheering outside the tunnel. Lavinia slowly rose to the sky in the 5-color light. Endless magic power and emerald green life rules began to surround her, and poured into her body. Boom. The next moment, an emerald green flame burned out of her body, and instantly burned her clothes clean, and then began to perform a wonderful calcination on her body, sublimating her body and soul. Lavinia successfully accumulated enough energy to ignite the divine fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The huge movement here naturally attracted the attention of the elves. Soon a group of god-level elves flew over, and looked at Lavinia, who had broken through the myth realm, and entered the god realm. This is not an ordinary 250-level demigod, but a real god who directly ignited the divine fire, a subordinate god of the elf goddess. This is amazing. In the past 6 months, they have accumulated 10 250-level demigods through trading items from the warrior world with Dragon Country. They all suspected that the Dragon Country people kept it to themselves. Unexpectedly, the Dragon people really kept it to themselves, gave Lavinia the real good stuff, and succeeded in creating a god in an instant. The divine fire burned for 10 hours, and Lavinia fell down the next morning. Greetings to Lavinia when the divine fire went out. A majestic divine power rose from Lavinia's body, and a group of god-level elves immediately knelt down to pay homage. At this time, Lavinia fell down, and said in a cold and majestic voice, "You go back first, and mobilize the subordinate races to attack here in 3 days." Ah. Yes, sir. A group of god-level elves were stunned. They didn't expect that Lavinia's first sentence would be to mobilize troops to attack Yunsan City. Didn't Lavinia always stand on the side of the dragons? Does it mean that as long as she becomes a god, she will have to take action against Blue Star? Although the god-level elves were surprised, They did not ask any more questions, and quickly walked away for a distance, and flew away directly. 3 days. Is it possible that Lavinia wants the dragons to be prepared? As soon as the god-level elves left, Lee Sin quickly walked out, looking at Lavinia with a look of envy and relief. But also a little more vigilance. The master-servant contract between him and Lavinia had disappeared in the burning of the divine fire. Lee Sin. I'm sorry. I can't control the burning of the divine fire. It's okay. It's good that the master-servant contract is terminated. It will be good for your future development and growth. Yes. You should return to Blue Star quickly. I just became a god and received a strict order from the Heavenly Tao. If I can't take over the entire Blue Star within this year, my godhood will explode and my cultivation will be lost. So serious. Hearing this punishment, Lee Sin was also surprised. If a god like Lavinia loses his cultivation directly, I'm afraid she will die. Right? Very serious. The magic world Heavenly Tao, under the command of those old gods, launched an attack on the Blue Star Heavenly Tao and the warrior world Heavenly Tao from the beginning, and gained the upper hand. But now the Heavenly Tao of the warrior world suddenly strikes back. The Heavenly Tao of the monster world also presses forward, and the Heavenly Tao of the magic world feels dangerous, and is preparing to quickly swallow up the Heavenly Tao of Blue Star. At present, I am still conscious, and my body may be controlled by the Heavenly Tao after a while. So go back. Okay, I understand, you be careful. Lee Sin said nothing more, took out a set of jewelry for her to purify her mind, and turned away. Chapter 1026. I can't get in. I'm going to upgrade. Lee Sin. You are so mean. Lee Sin just smiled, and touched his nose to the ridicule of Lu Pengjun, the commander of the army, and did not deny it. The magic world's Tiandao suddenly went crazy, and he was definitely the biggest black hand. Not to mention the warrior world. The Tiandao of the monster world was originally the most Buddhist. You don't offend me. I won't offend others. But Lee Sin asked a large number of ordinary warriors to sacrifice monsters in the magic world, and pulled the Tiandao of the monster world into the battle group of the other 3 Tiandos, and directly made the magic world and the monster world confront each other. The magic world Heavenly Tao, who was outnumbered by 3, was naturally panicked. However, the series of sacrifices you arranged gave us more than 3,000 magic saints with no level but real strength, and completely improved the magic training system. Awesome. Ahem. I was just a little bored at that time, so I made a move, and I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Lee Sin smiled and shook his head, but he was telling the truth. And that time, the large-scale sacrifice of monsters in the magic world lasted only 2 months, and it was no longer possible, and I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Well, do you think we should sacrifice some monsters in the warrior world to cause some trouble to the heaven of the warrior world? Not yet. Let's stop the attack from the magic world first. There are still more than 7 months in this year. Okay. However, I'm going to the monster world to study and adjust the sacrificial formation. If I can sacrifice in the monster world. No! Don't go! After Lee Sin finished speaking, Lu Pengjun hurriedly stopped him. Under his strange gaze, Lu Pengjun said a little embarrassedly, Ahem. We have already tested it in the monster world. We can sacrifice things from the magic world and the warrior world to the heaven of the monster world. But the feedback is not cultivation, but beast transformation. All the people who sacrificed in the mirror image, whether they are professionals or ordinary people, have become monsters or half monsters. This is a bit perverted. Hearing this news, Lee Sin was shocked. When a person turns into an animal, a normal person would want to die. Right? But after thinking about it, he had another idea. Chief, we can let those intelligent and absolutely loyal pets sacrifice. Maybe we can improve the pet's cultivation. We are using this method now, but we dare not use it frequently. After those pets suddenly gain power, 80% will attack their owners. There will be a huge risk of rebellion, so we dare not use it indiscriminately. Oh! Lee Sin nodded. He still thought too little. The think tank of Longwa had thought of some things early, and put them into action. Boom boom boom. Just as the two were talking, there were continuous and fierce explosions from the number 2 elf tunnel, and the Star Empire also began its offensive. It has begun. Let the warriors increase their hunting for perfect quality demon pills. This is a very rare opportunity to recharge. Okay. After Lee Sin finished speaking, he went deep into the tunnel, keeping an eye on the situation of the tunnel formation at any time. Lu Pongjun left again. He needed to dispatch high-level professionals to hunt demons in the demon beast world. In the tunnel, the magic bombardment had only been going on for half a day, and a large number of dwarves rushed into the tunnel wielding hammers and smashed the defense shield. Bang bang bang. Silver thunder. Lee Sin waved his hand. A piece of silver lightning flew out and directly electrocuted the dwarf, who was swinging his hammer to counterattack into charcoal. Wind roll. A wind magician released wind magic to roll the dwarf's body and their belongings back into the defense array. This is money, cannot be thrown away. After watching this tunnel for 3 days, according to the agreement, Lavinia made 3 attacks, using magic, bow and arrow, and sword skills to attack from a distance outside the tunnel, but did not enter the tunnel. Even if Lavinia is a god with extremely terrifying attack power, the moment the attack enters the tunnel will glow with silver-gray light, quickly reducing the god-level attack to the god-level level. Such an attack landed on the defensive formation, and it was still enough to charge. Okay. I'm going to find a place to level up. After confirming that the gods could not launch effective attacks in the tunnel, Lee Sin also left. When clearing high-level monsters on Blue Star, the military revealed the job transfer certificates of the 8th and 9th spiritual formation masters. He had to upgrade and change his job. Seeing others upgrade quickly, he was a little envious. Yang Mi and Feng Yara have already reached level 201, and Yi Weiying is also level 199. She is consolidating her cultivation and preparing to break through the Grandmaster realm. Now his level is the lowest. He wants to upgrade quickly, and the fastest way is to plant and fertilize. The military and government gave Lee Sin the green light, sorted out the farms that needed fertilization and irrigation, and prepared the fertilizer. Lee Sin only needed to fertilize the farmland and orchards, and after gaining experience and skill proficiency, he could go directly to the next one. In just 1 week, he successfully upgraded to level 140. After the silver light covered him for 20 hours, he completed the 8th job transfer. My luck is a bit bad. Looking at the newly learned skills, Lee Sin couldn't help frowning. 10,000 arrays perfect LV1 can control up to 100 arrays at the same time, exerting 100% of the array power. Passive skill. This skill not only has no improvement for Lee Sin now, but is also a restricted skill. With his current consciousness, it is not a problem to control 100,000 arrays at a time. The 4 spirits and 28 constellations array covering the entire blue star is composed of 129,600 large and small arrays, which he can control and activate. Now there is an additional 10,000 arrays skill, which restricts his spiritual sense control array skill. He quickly tried his current ability to control the formation. Sure enough, I'm not able to do it. Once I control more than 100 formations, I feel powerless after losing my strength. It's too uncomfortable. He took out his phone helplessly and asked other high-level formation masters for advice on how to crack it. Lee Sin, this situation is not a problem with your skills, but you don't understand the correct way to use the skills. This kind of passive skills are often rarer and more powerful than active skills. 10,000 formations? This skill has appeared several times, and it's a good passive skill. Senior Lee Sin, I also understand this skill. The core is not to control how many formations, but to connect how many formations into a whole, to become one or several formations, and control them together. Sure enough, there is strength in numbers. Lee Sin asked for the correct way to use the skill 10,000 formations in half a day. This is the skill that emphasizes the unity of the formation and the fusion of the formation, which is very suitable for Lee Sin. Or isn't he the one who likes to use various small formations to form a large formation? However, when he manipulates the formation, he still doesn't break out of the rut, and often divides the formation in detail. The appearance of this formation made him realize some problems in his formation. Knowing the problem, he will slowly correct it next. Then he looked at the formation he comprehended this time. Fuck. Top-level Thunder Formation. Chapter 1027. My daughter has awakened successfully. Lee Sin successfully transformed into the 9 heavens divine thunder myriad tribulations formation, condensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the magic elements, forming the 9 heavens divine thunder to deal a fatal blow to the enemy. When the energy of the formation is accumulated enough, it can form the thunder of heavenly tribulation. The thunder of heavenly tribulation, that is the thunder with the rules of heaven and earth, which can kill even the warriors in the heavenly realm. If the thunder of heavenly tribulation is accumulated enough and strong enough, it is not impossible to kill immortals and gods directly. Instantly, Lee Sin's heart was burning. No. I still can't take risks. I have to get familiar with the formation first, and then I can do it. Otherwise, if I succeed in killing the gods, I will be watched to death by the two heavenly Taoists. Hold on. Hold on. Suppressing the heat in his heart, Lee Sin calmed down and continued to fertilize everywhere, and continued to upgrade. Of course, when he calmed down, he was running around every day, fertilizing plants everywhere, and was in the car when his mana ran out. Moreover, the more experience you need to upgrade, the longer it takes. That day, he received a call. Honey, Qingya and the others will participate in the professional awakening tomorrow. Do you want to come back? Hey, Qingya and the others have reached the age to awaken? I'll come back immediately. Is it Xining number 1 high school? Yes. Okay. I'll come back now. Lee Sin looked at his level of 158. Put down the sprinkler truck that was applying fertilizer. Said something to the staff of this farm. And immediately flew to the nearest teleportation array. And teleported directly back to Xining City. Time flies by fast. In the blink of an eye. It is already June 6th. 147th year of Tianao calendar. Li Qingya, Li Shiyun, Li Qiaoqin, Li Shaoxian, and Li Minwen are all 16 years old. And Lee Sin is 52 years old. Every June 7th and 8th are the days when the Unified Professional Awakening Ceremony of Blue Star is held. Don't be nervous. Relax. And keep a sense of relaxation. This is the best secret to a successful job change. Don't believe in those folk remedies among your classmates. Just relax. Lee Sin's family of 14 people, young and old, came to Xining number 1 middle school together. As an old father, he thought of his experience when he awakened, and everything seemed to be still vivid in his mind. Yeah. Although the 5 daughters all nodded, they all looked nervous. Lee Sin felt distressed when he saw their anxious appearance. He could only comfort them constantly and pass on his awakening experience. He also understood that, as the daughters of the first array mage in Dragon Country, they still had a lot of pressure in their hearts. They were worried that they would not be able to awaken and embarrass their father. In addition to comforting them, Lee Sin could not do anything. Especially in the past 2 years, although the attack of the magic world was completely blocked at the other end of the tunnel, the offensive of the magic world's heaven against the blue star heaven was constantly strengthening, affecting the awakening probability of professionals. The awakening probability, which was originally raised to 36%, dropped directly to 29%. Not even to 30%. The pressure on them was even greater. When they arrived at the school gate, Lee Sin and Yang Mi were stopped. In order not to put more pressure on their children, parents could only wait outside the school gate. And even Lee Sin, the first formation master of Dragon Country, could not enter. Lee Sin expressed his understanding of this. He still remembered that more than a dozen classmates jumped off the building when he awakened. It was just too much pressure. Lee Sin and his friends did not go in. But he took out a few invisibility beads, put them on himself and Yang Mi, and then flew into the air with Li Shiyun and the other 4 children, looking at the school's large playground, looking at the awakening stone platform, and watching the 5 daughters go on stage to awaken one by one. I also heard the principal announce their awakening results. Li Qiaoqin, 8th turn musician. Li Shiyun, 9th turn priest. Li Shaoxian, 8th turn fire magician. Li Qingya, 9th turn martial artist. Li Minwen, 8th turn blacksmith. All 5 daughters awakened successfully, although none of them awakened powerful special professions, nor did they awaken a formation master. But, as long as they can change their professions, their starting point in the future will be much higher than others. In addition, they have a good father, so they will not lack resources for leveling up and cultivation in the future. Seeing the 5 girls running out, Lee Sin and his 6 companions immediately went to meet them. Ha ha ha. Awesome. My daughters are awesome. Holding his 5 daughters, Lee Sin did not care about the unfriendly faces of other parents around him, and praised them with a happy smile. Let's go home. I'll cook for you today, and make you a big meal. Yeah. Dad. I haven't cooked for a long time. I want to eat prawns, thunder eagles, colorful starfish, and steamed white-headed eagles. The 5 excited girls chattered and named the dishes, which attracted a lot of envious and jealous eyes. The family walked home happily, and went to the vegetable market together, which was very joyful. The next day, Lee Sin continued to cook, and invited his familiar comrades to have a meal together. Of course, the main purpose was to formally introduce the 5 daughters to these comrades, so that if they got into trouble, these uncles and aunts could provide them with help. When they heard that the 5 people were at least 8-turn professionals, they all sighed at Lee Sin's strong genes. Then Lee Sin specially used the mythical demon pill to engrave the formation for them, and made 5 protective beads for them to keep close to their bodies. All 5 orbs can resist the full force of a 239-level Grandmaster without being activated, and can last for 10 minutes under ordinary forbidden spell attacks. After that, he did not give his daughters any more help. They needed to work hard on their own in the novice period. Of course, this was stopped by Yangmi and the other 4. Otherwise, Lee Sin, who was ready to become a daughter's slave, would definitely take them with him and use his formation to kill the 4 directions to quickly upgrade. As a good father, Lee Sin had to study medicinal food at home every day to nourish his daughters. This lasted for 2 months, until 5 people successfully completed the second job transfer and upgraded to level 41. And then he felt relieved to continue his upgrade career. It took Lee Sin another 8 months to upgrade from level 158 to the full level 160, because there was too much experience required for the later upgrade. After being wrapped in the silver job transfer light for 49 hours and receiving a huge amount of knowledge, he successfully transferred to the 9-turn spiritual array master. As the saying goes, if you keep thinking about it, there will be a response. The array he comprehended in this job transfer was the intermediate teleportation array. Teleportation array gathers spiritual energy and space power, arranges specific materials in a specific direction, breaks through space, and teleports to a designated location. This teleportation array is really just an intermediate teleportation array. But this array is not a magic array, but an aura array. He can use the aura teleportation arrays arranged in the Monster World, Warrior World, and Blue Star, compared to the magic array of 1 main array and 36 subarrays. The intermediate teleportation array of the aura system is more flexible. 1 main array can be connected to at least 1, and at most 49 subarrays. The maximum teleportation distance of the magic system is 3,600 kilometers. And the maximum teleportation distance of the spiritual energy system is 9,990 kilometers, which is more than doubled. Not only more convenient, but also more powerful. Now it is easier to rule the world of warriors and conquer the world of monsters. After sorting out the formation he had dreamed of in his mind, Lee Sin looked at the last skill that he could awaken as a professional. The next moment, his eyes widened, and he looked in disbelief. Fuck. The way of heaven is specially favoring me. Chapter 1028 Spiritual Array. Get it. Angels and demons join the battle. The skill obtained by changing jobs finally. The spiritual array that he has been thinking about all the time. Spiritual Array Myth LD1. Use the divine consciousness to control the array materials to quickly arrange the array. The attribute is very simple, but Lee Sin knows the power of this skill. Other perfect level, epic level divine array can arrange an intermediate array in 3 minutes. Don't be too fast and too convenient. His skill quality is mythical. As long as the skill level is raised, his array speed will be very fast, even reaching the mythical one thought array. Now, I am satisfied. Seeing the spiritual array skill, Lee Sin was very excited, and ran directly to the Shuanan plain in the monster world to start practicing the skill. On the vast plain, stones flew up, danced in the air, formed an orderly shape, and then slowly fell to the ground. Buzz! The farmland on the plain disappeared, and a vast forest suddenly appeared, as if the forest fell from the sky. A medium-level formation, Imu Kangmang formation, is completed. Time 5 minutes. Fought again! Lee Sin shouted excitedly, and immediately started a new round of formation arrangement. He did not need any advanced formation materials, only stones that could be found everywhere on the plain to set up the formation, even if there were no spiritual stones. As long as the formation was in the right position, he could activate the formation successfully by inputting a little mana. It is fast and convenient. If it is a stone with a little spiritual energy, he doesn't even need mana, he only needs a little spiritual consciousness to activate, and he can successfully arrange the formation. It is indeed the skill that all formation masters dream of. In just 1 day, he practiced the spiritual sense formation skill to level 10, and comprehended another formation. Lightning Array, condensing spiritual energy and magic elements to form a lightning to attack the enemy. This is a primary formation, and the attack power is not strong. But this is normal. The 10th level skill that can be comprehended is never very strong. After a half-day rest, he recovered his mana and spirit, and continued to practice his skills. It took him only 7 days to upgrade his skills to level 20. This time he set up the lighting array he had just realized. A primary array can be completed in 10 seconds. It is fast to set up, and gives more experience, so the leveling speed is super fast. The array he realized at level 20 is still a primary array, sinking array, condensing spiritual energy and magic elements, forming a water area, sinking the enemy into the water area. This is a water trap array, with weaker attack power and fewer application scenarios. But it's good to add a new formation reserve. Continue to practice skills. The level 30 spiritual sense formation finally gave a powerful formation. A desolate thunder formation, condensing spiritual energy, forming a lightning area within the range of the formation, and generating thunderstorm sound, attack the enemy. A mid-level thunder formation, also with sound wave attack, the lethality is considerable, but the formation material requirements are relatively high. Lee Sin wanted to set up the stone formation but couldn't. It must have materials with thunder and sound attributes to set up the formation. The spiritual consciousness formation was upgraded to level 30. More than 3 months had passed. He temporarily stopped the formation and returned to Blue Star to check on the battle situation. It's still the same. The creatures in the magic world are still attacking all the tunnels. They know they can't win, but they still insist on attacking. The great masters of the warrior world have entered the magic world through the Wuha Rift Valley tunnel in large numbers. Every day, a large number of items from the magic world are moved back to the warrior world. It seems that the warrior world has the upper hand. In the cafeteria of the Northwest Military Region, Li Wanbing was eating while talking, his face full of boredom and leisure. There have been no battles in the major military regions recently, and the most important task is to replace the demon pills in time. Have immortals appeared in the warrior world? It is said that no. I heard that it is difficult for immortals to practice, and the accumulation of heaven and earth merit is also very slow. The news from our intelligence personnel in Punchao City is that there are more than 2,000 semi-immortals in the warrior world, but there is no real immortal. Lee Sin nodded and picked at the food in the bowl in front of him, and his thoughts drifted to who knows where. He always felt that the magic world couldn't be so weak, so stupid. Knowing that they couldn't attack the tunnels controlled by the Dragon Kingdom. They didn't attack the tunnels invaded by warriors. It was weird no matter how you looked at it. He suspected that the magic world was ready to ambush the warrior world. There were gods walking on the earth in the magic world. I'm going to Punchao City. Commander, please notify the comrades in the Southwest Military Region and ask them to remind those warriors. I'll go there myself. I'm just too free during this period. The two finished their lunch and set off immediately. One to the southwest and the other to the southeast. When Lisa arrived at Punchao City, Du, who had been notified in advance, was already waiting in the city lord's mansion. Oh, old Du. You are good. You have already reached the heavenly man realm. You are just one step away from breaking through the semi-immortal realm. Right? Seeing Du, Lee Sin smiled and joked. Du scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, No. I understand the principles of the law almost nothing. His Majesty asked me to spend at least 10 years to settle down. To observe the world. To comprehend the principles of the world. And then to comprehend the martial arts. That's right. First comprehend the principles of the world, and then comprehend the martial arts, which can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Lee Sin nodded, and then told Du what he knew about the strength of the magic world, and asked him to go back and remind Huang Rong and other warriors not to be ambushed. Thank you for the reminder from the military advisor. Your Majesty and the emperors of other countries have also guessed this. After all, the strength shown by the magic world is too weak. It is a very obvious tactic of showing weakness to the enemy. So in fact, our warrior world is still prepared. That's good. But you still need to be vigilant. The average strength of the angels and demons in the magic world is at least the Grandmaster. They have not appeared yet. Once they join forces, the warrior Grandmasters will probably suffer heavy casualties. Got it. I will go back and inform them now. Hearing Lee Sin's reminder about the strength of the angels and demons, Du also became nervous and hurriedly flew back to Bianjing City to inform the information. In the magic world, in a hill, a group of warriors were marching forward in a team. Uncle Long, let's go slow. The half-immortal senior at home sent a warning again, saying that the intelligent races in the magic world will launch an ambush on us. Don't be afraid. This route we have taken is the 17th one. Every time we encounter magical creatures below the 5th level, there is absolutely no problem. But, I heard that a powerful magical race is coming here. It's okay. Devil whispers. Just when the group of warriors were about to say something, A purple-red light swept across, and the group of warriors composed of 7th-level warriors fell asleep without any resistance. A bunch of idiots. The 3 goat-horned demons made sure that no other warriors were approaching, then emerged from the ground, put the warriors into sacks, and dragged them away with magic. At the same time, in the hilly area of thousands of kilometers, tens of thousands of warriors below the 9th-turn Grandmaster level were knocked unconscious or abducted by various means. The angels and demons began to join this war. Chapter 1029 God-Killing, Success. The Redstone Hills are 3,000 kilometers in radius. To the south is the Camplain, to the north is the Bala Plateau. The angels are in the north, and the demons are in the south. They built the sacrificial formation one after another, and more than 5,000 warriors were piled up high on one side, as high as 7 or 8 floors. The sacrificial formation was activated, and the sacrificial light of other races was different. The angels were white, and the demons were purple-red. The 2 beams of light rose high into the sky, so that all the warriors in the Redstone Hills could see them. Brother Chien, the missing warriors must have been captured. The light pillars on both sides should be sacrificial light pillars. The intelligent races in the magic world are provoking us. Should we go over and take revenge? In the center of the Redstone Hills, a large city covering hundreds of square kilometers, full of Chinese-style buildings, is the first city built by warriors in the magic world. On the east side of the city gate tower, several great masters with strong auras and a faint murderous aura looked at the 2 light pillars, with solemn faces and murderous eyes. No. Notify all warriors outside to retreat to Redstone City, and prepare for battle. I also suspect that this is a trap set by the magic species, so I won't go. Dang dang dang. The crisp bell sound, with the blessing of the great master warrior's internal force, was transmitted directly for thousands of kilometers. It could be heard not only in the Redstone Hills, but also in farther areas. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All warriors who heard the bell sound immediately put down their work and retreated to Redstone City at a high speed. They were required to remember this bell sound when they entered the magic world. Once they heard this sound, it meant that there was a strong enemy nearby, which was very dangerous, and there was a huge risk of life. They had to retreat to the city immediately. Boom boom. While the warriors were still retreating, 2 explosions echoed between heaven and earth. 2 supreme and majestic auras emanated from the 2 beams of light. They could be heard as far away as Redstone City, which could make the warriors in the city feel like kneeling and submitting. Form a formation. Form a 7 stars God-Killing formation. In Redstone City, Qian Yu felt 2 terrifying auras, and his face changed greatly. That was a more powerful aura than the semi-immortals in the warrior world. Based on the aura alone, he clearly felt that he would definitely die if he faced it. Now, he could only see if the military formation carefully researched by the semi-immortals could really kill gods. The warriors outside the city rushed back faster. The warriors in the tunnel quickly notified the warriors behind to ask for help from the warrior world. The warriors in the city quickly formed a formation. The blue military formation light soon lit up, and as more and more warriors joined, the light became brighter and brighter. Even though the angels and demons were gifted and powerful, it took them 2 hours to ignite the divine fire and break through to become gods. These 2 hours were enough for the warriors outside to run back in time. This was also beyond the expectations of the angels and demons. They were confident that as long as they sacrificed, they would definitely become gods immediately. However, it was not easy to ignite the divine fire and forge a divine body, and it took a lot of time. As a result, they missed the opportunity to quickly kill and eliminate the warriors. Of course, at this time, the angels and demons were still full of confidence. In their eyes, the warriors who returned to the city were all lambs to be slaughtered. If they all returned to the city, they would save the trouble of looking for people everywhere, and they were happy to let the warriors return to the city and surrender or die. The newly promoted god of the angels flew over with 600 god-level archangels and stopped over the Redstone City. He did not immediately launch an attack, but opened his mouth to surrender. Birdman, stop being hypocritical. Just kill him. The devil's might is in the world. The demons had a bad temper. A single demon flew over, and as soon as he came, he opened his big mouth and swallowed the ground. It looked like the first to attack was the strongest, and the last to attack would be left with nothing. Humph. Barbaric thing. Judgment of light. Swish. 600 god-level angels attacked at the same time, and brilliant white light emerged from the swords in their hands, and all the power gathered forward, and gathered on the angel god in front. Then a huge lightsaber that spanned the sky fell from the sky, and slashed at the ground with unparalleled might. This attack not only included the hundreds of square kilometers of Redstone City, but also included the demon who had just broken through to become a god. Spear! You bastard! The demon who was trying to bite the warrior changed his face, and had to shut up, retreating, and out of the attack range of Judgment of Light. Boom! Crunch! Crunch! The angel god's determined attack was blocked. In the surprised eyes of the angel god, in the gloating eyes of the demon god, it was blocked by the warrior army. How is it possible? The army formation skill breaks the army. When the angel god was surprised, the warrior army below roared excitedly, and a Cyangold true energy was condensed to the extreme, shooting at the angel god, who was a little stunned. How dare you? Seeing that the weak human race dared to fight back, he became even more angry. His whole body was covered with white divine power, like a burning divine fire, burning towards the spear like Cyangold true chi. Although the great masters did not know how powerful the divine fire was, they also knew to avoid its sharp edge. The Cyangold true chi turned around to avoid the divine fire, and while the angel god was dodging, it directly nailed into his head. On no bang, the Cyangold true chi exploded, and directly blew the god's head into pieces. Kill! The warriors were also very surprised. They did not expect that they would hit the target with one strike, and blew the enemy god's head. But they all knew the principle of hitting a drowning dog. All the warriors instantly released all their true energy, and released it without reservation. Military formation skill domination fist. The blue gold fist soared into the sky, and punched the huge lightsaber that had not yet dissipated. Under the effect of clever force, the white lightsaber swept across the demon god, who was still in a daze. Swish! The demon god was directly blown up. It turned into black flesh and blood all over the sky. Damn it! Retreat! The angel god and the angel clan's team was exasperated. He was not dead yet. Kill! The warrior's Cyangold fist turned slightly, and smashed directly on the angel team that was about to turn. Puff puff puff. The angels that had not yet dispersed the formation exploded one by one, and the souls of the angels were exposed between heaven and earth. Angels, a race that can be reborn almost infinitely as long as their souls are immortal. Blowing up their bodies does not count as killing them. But it doesn't matter. The Cyangold fist swept back and forth, repeatedly blowing up all these souls. And even the souls of the demon gods that were quietly condensed were mixed together and continuously smashed. The demons on the camp-plane in the distance saw such a brutal scene, and they did not dare to come to rescue their god brothers. And they retreated quietly. Here, the ghost sealing pot, Li Qiong, who was invited as a backup, looked at the souls of angels and demons that were constantly reuniting and took out a magic weapon. Thank you. When Mr. Qian heard the word ghost sealing, he knew it worked. Military formation skill. The true chi handprint. The true chi in the air turned into a fist, and grabbed the already weakened souls in his hand, and then retracted his hand, and stuffed the pile of reuniting souls into the ghost sealing pot. I'll go back first. You keep the military formation and continue to defend. Mr. Qian felt the conflicting forces in the ghost sealing pot, and said something with a serious face, turned around and rushed into the tunnel, ran back to the warrior world, and began to sacrifice on the sacrificial altar outside the tunnel. He knew that he could never suppress the souls of gods, and only immortals could do that. Chapter 1030. The immortals are excited. The gods are angry. The blue sacrificial light shot up into the sky, and soon a purple light fell from the sky. This time it did not surge from the east, but fell directly from the void above, and quickly spread to the surroundings. Very good. This is the breath of the magic god. Although it is a new god, the soul is full of the breath and rules of the magic world. You have done a great job. It was not Emperor Fuxi who appeared in the air, but a mighty immortal. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot a purple light at Qian Lao on the altar below, and then disappeared with those souls that recovered quickly. There was an incomparably luxurious palace floating in the void of the universe, which was countless billions of miles above the warrior continent. In the center of the palace, a huge green light ball collapsed more than a dozen palaces and fell to the ground. The light ball was 3,333 feet wide, and it was no longer pure green. It was stained with black and white gold and light blue stripes. Around the light ball, in the sky and on the ground, immortals kept injecting their own magic power into the light ball. When their magic power was exhausted, They immediately fell into the palace beside to rest. The immortal who had just broken through the air and left flew straight over the palace group, completely ignoring the rules of the palace group, making the immortals on the roadside look unhappy. Here it comes, the soul of the god, which can allow the heavenly Tao to further analyze the heavenly Tao of the magic world. As soon as he approached the blue light ball, he shouted excitedly. His tone was quite excited. Good stuff. Quickly send it to the heavenly Tao for analysis. A white-bearded old Taoist sitting on the blue light ball suddenly opened his eyes, and the whole world was brightened. The faces of the other immortals, who were all solemn, also brightened up, and they looked expectantly at the black-white souls being sent into the cyan light ball. The next moment, the cyan light ball slowly lit up, and quickly swallowed up those souls, and they disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. The unconnected golden light spots in the cyan light ball slowly gathered together and became one piece. Dong with a faint muffled sound. The golden light spots were swallowed by the cyan light ball and digested quickly. When you get closer, you can see that in the deepest part of the cyan light ball, there are 3 light balls of different colors. You can't tell the size from the outside, and you can only vaguely see the 3 colors of gold, blue, and red. The 4 light balls were entangled with each other, plundering each other, and it was hard to tell who was better. But as the blue light ball absorbed the golden light spot, the blue light ball's plundering power on the golden light ball suddenly accelerated. It can be seen that the golden light ball suddenly began to accelerate, as if it wanted to get rid of the entanglement of the blue light ball. At the same time, the immortals in the entire palace group heard a consciousness transmission. Collect as many souls and corpses of gods from other worlds as possible. Yes, sir. All the immortals immediately bowed in the direction of the blue light ball, and then an immortal took the opportunity of offering sacrifices in the mortal world to pass on this order. In the Wuha Rift Valley, in the warrior tunnel, Lee Sin hurried over. Retreat quickly. After listening to his sister Li Qiong's excited narration, Lee Sin became even more anxious. He understood the temper of those guys in the magic world, and they would definitely retaliate after being wronged. Especially the angels and demons. The 2 strongest and most selfish races. But didn't we win? And the warrior grandmaster can use military formation skills to kill gods, so we should increase our efforts to kill more gods. Yes, just now there is good news from Lingua. Mr. Qian has successfully broken through to become an immortal, and he will be able to ascend to heaven soon. Mr. Lee Sin, please leave. Don't talk nonsense here. The warriors are so proud, and they can't be persuaded. He did not persuade them, and turned to look at Li Qiong and others. I order you to retreat immediately. It is not safe here. Yes. The special forces sent by the government to support still believed in Li Sin, and immediately called the team members to lead directly. However, Li Qiong and other Taoists still left the magic tools that can collect souls, such as sealing ghost pot and collecting demon mirror, to the warriors. They also hope that the warriors in the warrior world can win. The awakening rate of awakeners has been decreasing in the past 2 years, which makes them still feel a sense of crisis. After leaving the tunnel, Lee Sin did not leave, but immediately summoned the army of array masters to come over, while strengthening the defense of Wuha Rift Valley and engraving auxiliary arrays for all electromagnetic cannons, to increase the power of electromagnetic cannons. Retreat quickly. So many gods. How can there be so many gods in the magic world? In just 15 hours, the warriors who were proud and confident before retreated one after another. Hearing that the warriors retreated so early, Lee Sin was also shocked, and quickly directed the array masters around him to adjust their work. Quick, get on the wall, and carve a few more triple diamonds. Those who are good at the Lyoha energy storage array, find an open space, and set up a few more. Yes, I understand. The array masters who were still setting up the defensive array at the bottom of the valley immediately gave up their work, and quickly ran to the cliffs on both sides to carve arrays, and quickly dropped ropes on the top of the cliffs for them to use as leverage. The cliffs on both sides must be protected, and the 4 spirits and 28 constellations array and 12 ancestral witches array are arranged on them. We are not afraid of frontal attacks, but we are afraid that some special races in the magic world will use earth magic to destroy them. There is no blocking formation in this tunnel. The warrior army will definitely not be able to resist the crazy magic race. He quickly set up a spring breeze formation to recharge the energy on the ground, to help some warriors, but there is a disadvantage. The human race in the magic world can also be restored. This is a formation that all human beings can benefit from. The shouting and killing behind him was getting closer and closer. Lee Sin and the formation masters successfully set up the formation and retreated to the cliff. Senior Lee Sin, are the warriors doomed to lose? Well, the magic world has not sent out gods on a large scale before, because of arrogance. Now that they know that gods can be killed, that is fear. They will definitely fight back madly. Faced with Su Wanjuan's question, Lee Sin answered confidently, and soon the magic world's combat power proved his inference. Forbidden spell Endless Wind Blade. Forbidden spell Endless Wind Blade. Forbidden spell Endless Wind Blade. Forbidden spell. It was just one forbidden spell, but there seemed to be thousands of magicians using it, constantly casting the forbidden spell into the tunnel. The warrior grandmasters could not withstand the constant impact and cutting of the endless wind blades. The warriors have a very high magic resistance, but it depends on what kind of attack they are facing. Forbidden spell level, and it was a forbidden spell released by a magician at the level of a god of magic. Even a grandmaster would be injured. Retreat, retreat back to Ligua. Seeing the terrifying attack of the magician, the grandmasters decisively chose to retreat, and they did not worry whether the dragon country could withstand the impact of the magic race. In just a moment, all the warriors ran away, and the magic race rushed over immediately. The orcs and half-orcs led the way. All of them were war gods emitting dazzling light. There were tens of thousands of them at once, and they directly occupied the entire Wuha Rift Valley. The first tunnel on the left is the warrior world, and the second tunnel is the monster world. As long as you don't try to rush out of the tunnel, we will not interfere with your fight. Seeing that the half-orcs were about to climb the cliff and rush up, Lee Sin stepped forward in time to stop them. Humph! They are all human race. Kill! Just as the orcs hesitated, a six-winged angel flew out, looked at both sides of the Rift Valley with disdain, and directly issued an attack order. Chapter 1031 The Power of the Formation, Ceasefire. Alas! What a bunch of conceited fools. Looking at the orcs, who had already started to smash against the cliff, Lee Sin smiled bitterly and waved his hand. He directed the starlight to come over, mixed with the spiritual energy accumulated for more than 10 years, and fell on an orc and a half-orc. Power absorption. 12,960 starlights avoided elves, angels, demons, and other races that were good at magic, and only attacked orcs and other races that were good at fighting spirit, and directly absorbed the fighting spirit that he continuously burst out to resist the pressure of the starlight. Under the transmission of the formation, these fighting spirit energies will be transformed and charged into the demon pills, or magic crystal cores in the formation. This group of orcs are human chargers. Lee Sin has no mercy. He will not show any mercy. In just 2 minutes, all the god-level orcs have dropped below level 100. Magician Forbidden Spell Attack. Attack the cliff on the right in front, and concentrate fire. The six-winged angel has already commanded some magicians to rush into the warrior world. When he turned around, he saw that his orcs were actually fixed, and their cultivation was still declining. He immediately commanded the magicians who came in later to start attacking the cliff on the right. Countless colorful forbidden spells immediately flashed with destructive light, and smashed on the cliff. Pa pa pa. The forbidden spell was not extinguished, but it was immediately absorbed by the colorful 6 combinations energy storage array when it hit the cliff. This is why Lee Sin did not attack the magician, and suppressed the orcs with all his strength. Magic, for the formation on the cliff, is charging. The fighting spirit of the orcs can hurt the formation on the cliff. Damn it! Let the soldiers in the back come first, and destroy this cliff. The six-winged angel was very smart, and soon saw the secret of Lee Sin's formation, and immediately commanded more soldiers to kill. Fire! Buzz buzz buzz. Seeing that the magic world's god-level warriors were more powerful than Lee Sin could suppress, the Dragon Nation's artillery army, which had been waiting for a long time, could finally open fire. Countless silver metal projectiles attacked the tunnel entrance frantically. They didn't need to hit the enemy, as long as they shot in. Under the indestructible property of the tunnel hull, the projectiles could be continuously rebounded and shot into the depths of the tunnel. They didn't need to kill the enemy, but just block the god-level warriors that kept rushing out. That was enough. Send a group of them over. In 3 minutes, all the first batch of suppressed orcs cultivation dropped below level 100. Lee Sin immediately lifted their suppression, stopped the electromagnetic cannon attack, and released another batch of god-level warriors. Then, continued to suppress them, absorbing their cultivation and strength. Soon, the six-winged angel received instructions from the gods behind, and shouted loudly, "Blue Star people, please stop, let's negotiate. If you want to negotiate, retreat to the tunnel first." Lee Sin would not be careless. While answering, he also accelerated the extraction of the power of those god-level warriors. Such an opportunity is rare. We must earn back the energy for opening the formation first. Retreat. The six-winged angel had no choice but to order a retreat. His handsome and fair face was twisted and blue with anger. He was no longer as high-spirited as he was at the beginning. Seeing that he really ordered the whole army to retreat, Lee Sin also took back the star power suppression. The Wuha Rift Valley instantly returned to calm. The six-winged angel flew up again, until the star power barrier could no longer penetrate. And then stopped. He also saw Lee Sin standing proudly on the cliff. You are the strongest array master on Blue Star. Right? You are indeed very powerful. I will give you a chance. Join the angel clan. I can decide to let you enter the angel reincarnation pool and become a real angel. Hee, I am a good human being. I don't want to change my race. If you want to talk about this, please go back. Lee Sin glanced at the six-winged angel with disdain, turned around and was about to leave. Wait, you said before, as long as we don't attack you, you Blue Star will not interfere with our battle with the warrior world. Is that true? Really? But I have two conditions. Say it. I want Yunsan City, Jing'an Plain, Slime Basin 3 places, and to carry out comprehensive construction. Second, as long as you people from the magic world attack my city and my people, don't blame us from Blue Star for launching a counterattack. Hearing Lee Sin's conditions, the six-winged angel lowered his head in silence. He knew that this angel was applying to the angel gods with some special means. After a while, the six-winged angel said, Okay, but you people from Blue Star cannot take the initiative to attack our people. Okay. This is a relatively normal request. Mutual restraint. Lee Sin would naturally not refuse. And he had his own plan. Then he waved his hand, retracted the starlight, and let it fall back onto the starlight barrier above. Please. After saying that, he turned and left. He would not care about the battle below, but he immediately asked his formation masters to go to Punchao City to build a formation master academy. He did not care about the battle between the magic world and the warrior world, but that did not mean he could not do something. The dragon people could not kill magical creatures, but they could teach warriors to learn formations and defensive formations. The war between the two worlds was going back and forth in the two tunnels of the Wuha Rift Valley. Even the monsters in the monster world saw something unusual and stopped coming out of the tunnels and retreated. Lee Sin quickly rebuilt the 3 areas, and various modern buildings were built at a faster pace. He must now speed up the expansion of the influence of Blue Star Heavenly Tao. This opportunity is rare, and Dragon Country is building without scruples. If there are curious magic races who ask, they will also teach them at a very low price. The goal is to expand the spread of Blue Star knowledge and expand the influence of Blue Star Heavenly Tao. This is a rare period of peace between Blue Star and the magic world, and we must seize the opportunity. Those arrogant guys in the magic world, after Lee Sin suppressed all the more than 25,000 god-level warriors in less than 10 minutes, beat them to below level 100, they all took the Blue Star people seriously. This rare peace, the magic races immediately came together, and began to learn the magic and technology knowledge of Blue Star. The most active among them were naturally the Greenfield Empire and the Storm Empire. They all saw the power of the Dragon Kingdom, especially the Dragon Kingdom's heaven-defying formation, which made them extremely excited. After this peace, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely go to war with the magic world. At that time, it will be impossible for them to learn, so they have to seize the opportunity. In the 3 areas, Lee Sin began to continuously arrange formations, all of which were small-scale intermediate attack formations. He used the spiritual sense formation skill to quickly arrange the formations. Combined with the 10,000 formation skill, he could arrange more than 3,000 formations a day. These formations would be a strong backing after the fight with the magic world, protecting the Dragon Kingdom warriors from an easy retreat, and also giving a fatal blow to the magic race. As he continued to arrange the formations, his spiritual sense grew very fast, and his mental power attribute was also growing rapidly under the effect of returning to the hidden realm. This made him Divine Consciousness Array speed up, and he actually realized the fusion of Divine Consciousness Array and Divine Consciousness Array engraving. In the later stage, he could directly engrave the corresponding array into the materials while arranging the array, making the array power doubled. He began to look forward to the day when he would go to war with the magic world. However, he had to be patient first. The battle between the warrior world and the magic world was not fierce enough, and the damage to the heaven of the two worlds was not enough. We had to wait. Chapter 1032, The Great War Start. Magic Continent, regardless of race, all god-level magicians, all god-level warriors. Gather here. Having just reached a ceasefire agreement with Lee Sin, the god-level personnel of the entire magic world immediately had a sentence in their minds, and at the same time, there was a map information, marking a magic world purple book plateau. Oracle? God's will. Let's go! All the races of the magic world that have not yet joined the war, especially the vast number of divine beasts, immediately left their nests and gathered towards the purple book plateau. The gods of the magic world have always been walking in the world, and miracles never cease. Various races also obey the orders of the gods more, except for the magic beasts in the sea that cannot fly. The god-level warriors of other races immediately arranged their internal affairs and set off quickly. The demigods and gods who stayed in the magic world also soon appeared in the purple book plateau, which is the exit of the magic world in the Wuha Rift Tunnel. The god-level warriors of all levels who arrived, seeing 30 gods and more than 700 demigods in the air, all behaved like quails, and did not dare to make any small movements. Even if they saw a mortal enemy, they stood in line obediently. In just 7 days, the gods of all races in the magic world, with a radius of trillions of kilometers, gathered. It was convenient to have a teleportation array. When everyone gathered, 30 gods released their divine power at a certain place in the sky, and jointly opened a passage. A god with brilliant golden light all over his body slowly fell from the passage. Greetings to the sun god. Everyone, all races, knew the identity of the other party naturally when they saw this god for the first time, and immediately knelt down to worship. The gods and demigods who were leaning on the ground also landed immediately, standing on the ground and bowing their heads. This is one of the strengths and characteristics of the upper gods, naturally radiating divine power, allowing low-level life to automatically understand their identities and feel their pressure. The sun god was very satisfied with the performance of these low-level ants, nodded, and did not let anyone get up, and directly said, "The Lord God ordered that all god-level warriors who could enter the tunnel should rush through the tunnel and kill into the warrior world. Kill all warriors in the shortest time, leaving no one alive." Yes. Millions of god-level warriors responded in unison, with a thunderous momentum, and the clouds that had just gathered in the sky were instantly dispersed. The demigods on the ground also trembled. Such a powerful aura made even them feel the threat of death. Millions of gods shouted in unison. Even the sun god in the sky felt a little palpitation, but more of it was satisfaction and pride. This is the foundation of the magic continent, the strength of the magic continent. I will now teach you a set of battle formations. You should learn and comprehend them before going out. I will be here to command. Thank you for the gift of God. Everyone, including 30 gods, knelt down to thank the god of war for the gift. Surrounded by golden light, the war god, whose face could not be seen clearly, nodded with satisfaction. And then he waved his hand to sprinkle golden light all over the sky and fall on everyone's head. Even the warriors above the 5th turn present could receive a golden light. As the war god, he would not act rashly. Not only did he grant the battle formation skills obtained after studying warriors, but he also gave them all kinds of knowledge about marching and fighting. After that, he also summoned the forging race, taught the mechanical manufacturing race a variety of war equipment, and prepared the logistics. After more than a month of training and equipping, the Magic World Army, after notifying the Blue Star Army in advance, marched out in force at 10 a.m. on November 2nd, 148 of the Tiandao calendar. Millions of god-level magic races, without concealing their aura, filed out of the tunnel, startling the warriors of the Wuha Rift Valley. Even though they had been notified in advance, they were all sweating and frightened. The 28 constellations and the 12 ancestral witches were all activated, and the defense was activated to the maximum. 100,000 forbidden spell magicians were also in place, ready to release forbidden spells at any time. The electromagnetic guns were fully charged. The artillery was fully loaded, and they were ready to fire at any time. However, they did not dare to take action first, fearing that the anger of the magic world would be transferred to Blue Star. At that time, Blue Star might be directly blown up. After 1 million troops, the army of the magic world did not end. There were still countless magic races that continued to kill and kill towards the warrior world. In the Northwest Military Region, watching the real-time satellite broadcast, Lee Sin's face changed drastically. "I'm afraid the warrior world will be miserable this time. I wonder how prepared they are." Regarding the war between the two worlds, Dragon Country's bias was very obvious. So when Lee Sin received the notice of borrowing the passage from the magic world yesterday at noon, He immediately notified the warrior world. It was just that the people in the magic world were watching closely. They could not notify through the tunnel in the Wuha Rift Valley, but opened a tunnel closest to the country to make an urgent notification, which delayed a little time. I don't know if the warrior world is well prepared. Seeing the millions of gods in the magic world, and the endless war soldiers entering the warrior world, I am afraid that the preparations in the warrior world are not so sufficient. Lee Sin, should we send troops to help the warrior world? In the strategic room, Elder Wang Ping and Commander Lu Pangjun looked at Lee Sin nervously, wanting to get a suggestion. They are also very entangled now, and dare not make a decision casually. No need. This is our chance. The only chance. Lee Sin was also a little worried that the warrior world would lose. But he had to harden his heart, and let the warrior and magic worlds fight harder. I'll go to the Wuha Rift Valley, and the two leaders will continue to stay in the northwest. We must not send troops. But if the warrior world asks for help, we can provide some supplies below the legendary level. Okay. The three of them discussed it, and Lee Sin stepped directly into the teleportation array. And it took only 1 second to reach the Wuha Rift Valley defense zone. The L's army has not yet finished marching, and now there are magic technology races driving various war machines. This time, the magic world has really played all its cards. Lee Sin was secretly shocked. He quickly gathered his spirits, turned around and ordered Su Wanjun, Lu Peitiu and other high-level formation masters, leave 1,000 mid-level formation masters on standby. And Su Wanjun will dispatch the others to adjust all the tunnels leading to the magic world with the strongest blocking formation. Ah, Senior Lee Sin. Are you sure? Sure. This time, the magic world is definitely going to be 1-on-2. We must strengthen the blocking formation, and don't give them any chance. Okay. We understand. The Formation Master Army set off. Su Wanjun heard Lee Sin's words, without doubt, turned around and left with his men. Lee Sin thought for a moment, and looked at Lu Peichuan, who had not left yet. Teacher Lu, you lead a group of formation masters to garrison the tunnel leading to the warrior world. While checking the formation, once you find a large number of warriors or magical creatures entering the tunnel, you will call for help in time, and, if necessary, take the initiative to launch an attack. Haha. That's how it should be. I thought the leaders didn't dare to do it. Just wait and see. Lu Peichuan's silver hair and red face were very excited. For war, he was never afraid. It was because he knew that his teacher was also a warmonger that Lee Sin gave him this task to command. Next, it depends on how far the war between the warrior and magic worlds can go. Chapter 1033. The magician began to slaughter. The warriors scattered and attacked. Kill! Kill! Kill all these blasphemers. Kill for the glory of God. Kill to ignite the divine fire. The entire Ligua Luzhao land was filled with shouts of killing. Countless magic and fighting spirits shone in this world of warriors. Countless lives disappeared in this dazzling light. Boom! Another forbidden spell fell. An ordinary village was submerged by a huge fireball. The warriors and ordinary people hiding in the house did not even have the chance to scream and turned directly into ashes. At the same time, the poultry and livestock they raised were also reduced to ashes. As long as they were alive, they were reduced to ashes together. A magic crystal airship flew through the air, flying towards the next mountain village. The god-level magicians have strong mental power. Even if they hide 100 meters underground, they can be easily found by them, and then killed with a powerful magic. Behind the magic crystal airship is a joint team of 7th and 8th level magicians and warriors on the ground. They are responsible for cleaning up the ground and finishing off the enemies. When they see a living creature, whether it is a human or an animal in the wild, all living creatures that can move will be killed. If plants were not threatening, they also need food, and they might even burn all kinds of plants. Wherever the magic race passed, life was almost extinct. There were also warriors who constantly organized suicidal counterattacks, but they were often killed by remote magic attacks before they could get close. Even if the warriors wanted to poison, they would be quickly purified by various purification spells. Although they could not directly detoxify, it was definitely more than enough to ensure that the god-level magicians could cast spells and kill people. Groups of warriors were constantly killed, and the battle line kept moving back. Zhanbo City, the largest city in the Luzhao area, at this time. More than 30,000 Grandmaster warriors had gathered here. Not only are there Grandmasters, there are also Masters of the Celestial Realm and Heavenly Man Realm, and even 300 half-immortals have sneaked in secretly. Su Xiao, look at what you have done. Just because you said to retreat, in just one day, most of Luzhao has fallen, and more than 300,000 people have died, you coward, bastard, idiot, cripple. In the city lord's mansion, a group of local warriors from Luzhou pointed at the nose of the northern Liang king Su Xiao and cursed. But Su Xiao didn't say a word, and didn't even bother to raise his head. He was looking at the intelligence sent over, sorting out the enemy's route, and turning around from time to time to draw a line on the map behind him. Su Xiao, don't play dead. Give us an explanation. The great masters of Luzhou have gathered their true energy, and are ready to take action. The warriors of other countries just watched as if it had nothing to do with them. After all, it was not their people who died, and it was not them who died. At this time, Su Xiao said indifferently, yesterday, I asked you to evacuate all the people of Luzhou, and sent great masters to help with the transfer. It was because you, the people of Luzhou, were confident that you would not be harmed by the enemies of the magic world, and you were unwilling to move away. So, who should be blamed? Su Xiao's tone was cold, and a little complaining, which made the troublemaker choke. But then he complained again. Moreover, the people around him did not speak out to dissuade him, and even the other great masters of Ligua did not speak, which made him feel even colder. But he could only suppress his anger and continued, if you want to die, go and fight the magicians in the magic world now. I, the commander of the West Route, will not command you anymore. After speaking, he turned around and nervously marked on the map. Those who were shouting shut up immediately. Fighting against the magician? They didn't dare, they would die if they did. They were making a fuss, so that other grandmasters would go first, not so that they would go and die. They looked at the other warriors around them, who were all watching them with a look of watching a show, and naturally knew that no one would be fooled by them. The command room was quiet again, only the scouts kept coming in to submit intelligence, and the sound of Su Xiao writing and drawing on the map. After a full hour, Su Xiao spoke for the first time. The people of Haosan City are retreating. There are less than 3,000 god-level magicians chasing behind. We can have a bite first. Lord Kongjiogo, please take 6,000 grandmasters with you. Okay. In the corner, a half-immortal realm strongman stood up and walked out. Come here. Notify the other 3 commanders of our actions, and let them wait for an opportunity to attack. Yes, sir. After receiving the emergency warning from Dragon Country yesterday, the warriors immediately divided into 4 armies and retreated quickly, and also let the people of Luzhou retreat. They had fought with Blue Star professionals, and also with magicians from the magic world. They knew the power of the magician's continuous forbidden spell bombardment, and they knew they could not stop the surprise attack from the magic world. So they retreated very simply, due to the different factions and different relationships between the warrior kingdoms. They were simply divided into 4 armies and quickly assembled. They did not take the initiative to defend, but just let the people retreat. Let the people become bait, and constantly let the magicians disperse. Then the tactics they adopted now were to fight with more against fewer, and to fight with the weak with the strong. That is, many strong people gathered together, and it was not easy for him, a commander who had just entered the Grand Master stage, to command those semi-immortal strong people. Fortunately, as a half-immortal, they had received the oracle from the immortals in the upper realm, requiring them to destroy all the invading magic races. Even without Su Xiao's command, they would take the initiative to fight. That was the order of the immortals in the upper realm. If they dared not to obey, they would definitely die. Kong Jiogo was a half-immortal from the Great Zhou dynasty. He directly led more than 7,000 grandmasters and hundreds of heavenly realm masters from the 3 empires of the Great Zhou dynasty, Dakuan and Dayu, to fight together, and drew half of the forces from the west. The grandmasters flew at full speed, and the masters of the heavenly realm and the celestial realm worked together to increase the speed of the army. The army arrived outside Haosan City, 4,000 miles away, in just half an hour. As soon as they arrived outside the city, they were shocked. Boom! A huge fireball with a width of 10 miles, with the power to destroy the world, smashed down fiercely, and directly smashed the 1,000-year-old city Haosan City into ashes. Hold steady. First search the underground of this city. There seems to be people hiding underground. Kong Jiogao, who was hiding outside the city, heard the plan. His eyes lit up, and he used secret voice transmission to tell the plan. The light of the army formation converged, and the army carefully approached the ruins of Haosan City. Ah! Great fire element. Amid screams, the magician's forbidden spell chanting sounded again. Kong Jiogao quickly clenched his fist and shook it in the air, and the army immediately stopped. Boom! Another huge fireball fell. Huh? Kong Jioga waved his hand fiercely, and the warriors who formed the army formation immediately soared into the sky, and shot directly at the magician army flying in the air. Military formation skill stab. Defense. The blue army formation, with an indomitable momentum, stabs directly at the magician army formation, and before the opponent's defense formation is fully deployed, it stabs through. Puff! A blood mist floated up, and the magician army formation exploded directly. 1/3 of the magicians in the center were directly beaten into blood mist, and they were dead. Return. Kong Jiogo saw that the surprise attack was effective, and immediately turned the army formation and attacked again. After 4 rounds, the team of more than 3,000 god-level magicians and god-level warriors was directly wiped out. The ants on the ground rushed and killed for a while, and then left. The warrior army did not dare to stay for long and just killed for another minute. There were also many middle and high-level warriors from the magic world rushing over, but they did not kill them and ran away directly. The same tactics. The 4 warrior armies were deployed at the same time, killing those soft persimmons that could be killed, avoiding the magic world army, and constantly weakening the opponent's combat power. Chapter 1034 God's Response. Warrior asks Lee Sin for advice. Notify the god-level mages and god-level warriors in the warrior world to gather together, and kill through the entire warrior world in a straight line. Those below the god level should retreat to the exit of the tunnel, and start to build defense facilities outward. In the magic world, the sun god heard about the war on the front line, and immediately ordered a change in tactics. Divide and attack, and defeat each one. This is the most basic tactic, and he naturally understands it. It's just a trick, in the face of the great situation. See how I will deal with you ants. The sun god smiled with disdain, looking at the tunnel. His eyes were fierce for a long time. In one day, the warrior world used the tactic of outnumbering to eliminate more than 10,000 gods from the magic world. But they still had millions of gods, so it was no big deal. The total number of grandmasters in the warrior world was only 500,000, and they did not dare to confront them head-on. Even if they had the home advantage, they still had immortals, semi-immortals, celestial beings, and celestial phenomena, who were far superior to the gods. But they were too few in number, so they could only be crushed. They could only adopt harassment tactics, constantly using various long-range attacks, constantly delaying the speed of the magic creature's advance, and preventing them from causing greater casualties. However, in the magic world, they remained motionless, maintaining a stable formation, and constantly charging in a fixed direction, flying all the way. They killed people and dogs on the road? On the contrary, the warriors in the warrior world were constantly killed by magicians due to sneak attacks, and were completely at a disadvantage. Military Advisor Lee Sin. We would like to ask you for help. What is the price? 2 months later, Li Yan, the general of the Great Qin Empire, came out of the Punchao Road, went around and found the Wuha Rift Valley to seek Li Sin's help. However, Li Sin shook his head without hesitation and said, I can't do anything. None of us in Dragon Country can do anything. We have an agreement with the magic world. I can't put Blue Star in danger for you. Military Advisor Lee Sin. I'm sure you are familiar with the principle of lips and teeth being cold. Once the warrior world is destroyed, your Blue Star will be the next target. I understand. But the agreement is bound by the laws of nature of the 2 worlds. We were also trying to protect ourselves at the time. There was really nothing we could do. Lee Sin has now mastered the ability to tell lies without blushing or getting angry. As for the excuse, it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. What matters is what you say. Li Yan didn't believe it, but he couldn't expose it now. Instead, he changed the direction and asked, Does Lee Sin, the military advisor, have a plan to help us break the deadlock? Yes. It's very simple. Have you asked? Your army can directly capture the magical creatures outside the tunnel, and use those creatures to directly summon the immortals to come down to the earth and guard the exit of the tunnel. If the immortals can take action, let them kill and upgrade the magicians. If it's not convenient for the immortals to take action, you can only grind slowly. At least the backup and retreat of the magic world can be completely cut off. Like this? It's that simple? Li Yan looked at Lee Sin in disbelief. But Lee Sin rolled his eyes and asked, Have you ever seen an immortal who stayed in the mortal world for a long time? I haven't. It's really difficult. Li Yin realized that it was really difficult for immortals to come. They always left after they came. It seems that they haven't stayed for more than 3 minutes. This is the difference between immortals and mortals. Military advisor Li Xin's method is indeed a method. I will go back and inform His Majesty, and it will be decided by the other Your Majesties. Li Yin did not continue to talk nonsense. After thanking him, he flew directly to the southeast. He took the elixir and flew back to the Qin capital Xianying. At this time, the warrior army had already moved here. After hearing his report, Yingzheng, Wang Rong and others could not help but frown. As emperors, they had presided over several sacrifices, and they could feel the feeling that the immortals wanted to stay, but would be rejected by the whole world. It seems to be a kind of protection of the warrior continent by the heavenly Tao. Perhaps, we can take a roundabout route. Just when everyone was frowning, Ligua Emperor Zhao Yang suddenly spoke. Yingzheng immediately turned around and asked him, "How to roundabout?" You should have heard that. There are many Tianxiang realm masters in my Ligua who are reincarnated immortals. If we let them be responsible for the sacrifice, let them become immortals, and awaken the fighting power of their previous lives, can they stay for a long time? Maybe it's possible. What others were thinking, Wang Rong's eyes lit up, and she was the first to express her support. She clearly remembered that Li Xin had said before when he met Su Fengnian that this person was the reincarnation of an immortal, and that he was very powerful in his previous life. If they were promoted to immortals, they might really be very powerful. Yingzheng also nodded and said, "No matter what, we have no other options now. It's worth a try. Let's go." Without further ado, let's set off immediately. The other emperors were also good at making decisions, and they immediately bowed their heads. The army of the martial arts master was still deployed near Xianying, and they were openly preparing to continue the harassment tactics. And Qian Lao, who had just entered the immortal realm, also stayed to attract the enemy. The semi-immortal realm and the heavenly realm escorted the emperors and Su Fengnian, who had left the country. Wang Xianji, Qin Jibao, Hong Shixiang, and Zhao Ningxin quickly arrived at the exit of the tunnel of Luzhao. Immortal art Xuanfeng blows the soul. Immortal art being what burns the soul. 300 semi-immortal masters, divided into 2 groups, worked together to perform 2 immortal arts. The green Xuanfeng and the pink flames intertwined, gently passing over the magic defense line that had been built for thousands of kilometers. Just like being blown by the breeze. All the buildings did not change at all. And all the magic races who stood up to defend nervously did not change in appearance. However, their chanting of magic and martial arts stopped. And their running footsteps also stopped. Puff puff puff. Then, all the souls collapsed to the ground. Only some magic puppets continued to rush towards the warriors according to their master's orders. Kill! The Heaven Realm warriors did not rush out until this time, and smashed everything that could still move. Someone put the sacrificial formation platform in place. Someone quickly brought the corpses of nearby magic creatures over, and stacked them up, and someone threw 1,000 corpses of the god-level magic creatures they had obtained before on it. Su Fengnian, you go first. Yes. Su Fengnian, who had already reached the Heavenly Man realm, and was vaguely aware of the memories of his previous life, was the first to step forward and activate the sacrificial formation. A green light shot up into the sky. There was no purple air falling from the sky, but a white and green fairy light fell, enveloping him, making his aura continue to rise. Soon he broke through to the immortal realm, and continued to improve. I have never cultivated good deeds in my life. I only love to kill and set fires. Suddenly, the golden rope was untied, and the jade lock was torn off here. Hey, the tide is coming on the Qiantang River. Today I know who I am. Su Fengnian's temperament changed greatly. From a mature young man, directly turned into a middle-aged man with a little bit of old age. He had a kind of supreme majesty, supreme pressure, and a kind of fortitude that hated evil. He glanced at the people who had already knelt down and said, "Everyone, my strength has recovered, but my strength is too strong. I can only stay for 12 hours. You should discuss the strategy quickly. In addition, the 4 Taoist friends should also wake up quickly. It will be better if we attack together later. Your Majesty's immortal order." Everyone kowtowed with lingering fear before standing up, and quickly performed the sacrifice of the other 4 people. However, in the hearts of everyone, subconsciously felt that the awakened Su Fengnian was not as big as the 2 human races. Chapter 1035. The Immortals take action. Millions of god-level magical creatures are killed. Yingzheng, have you discussed how to fight? After Wang Xianji, Qin Jibao, Hong Shixiang, Zhao Ningxin successfully ascended to the immortal realm, Su Fengnian, the leader asked directly. Ingzheng did not hesitate and asked directly, Immortals, I wonder if you can kill all those 1 million god-level magical creatures? You can kill them, but not all of them. The power of heaven and earth that we pull is too strong, and will be rejected by the whole world, which will inevitably accelerate our departure from the warrior continent. Then I'll trouble the 5 immortals, kill as many as you can, and we will try our best to surround and kill the rest. In that case, we'll leave first. Su Fengnian nodded, and waved to the 4 immortal friends around him, flying towards Xianying. They dared not use the immortals' teleportation method. Once they used the power of heaven and earth of the warrior continent, they would be teleported to the immortal world. Or they used their powerful force to suppress the power of heaven and earth of the warrior continent, and the warrior continent collapsed directly. This is a kind of protection and restriction of heaven and earth. 5 people formed a simple 5-element army formation, completely eliminating the resistance caused by fast flight, allowing their speed to reach a limit, 100 miles in 1 second, 10,000 miles only took 2 minutes, and soon they caught up with the army of the magic world that had been advancing for 2 months. Jinwu conquers the demons. When he saw the army of the magic world, Su Fengnian said nothing, and attacked with all his strength. Countless sword chi flew out from the long sword in his hand, like an endless rain curtain covering the magic army. Sword chi across 3,000 miles. Hong Xixiang followed closely behind, and the LV Zhu sword in his hand suddenly enlarged, turned into a 1,000-meter-long sword, and pierced straight out, and instantly penetrated the magic army. White rainbow pierces the sun. Green chi purifies. Wang Xianji and Qin Jibao spread out on the left and right, and stabbed out with long swords in their hands, and 2 huge long swords, one white and one green, pierced through the sides of Hong Xixiang's giant sword. Thunder spells to kill evil. Xiao Ningxuan was the only one who used magic instead of martial arts. He was the slowest to attack, but his spells had the largest coverage, covering all the magic creatures scattered in Fong Bailey. Hiss. Crackle. There were no screams, because the screams of the magic creatures were covered by the sharp hissing of the sword, and the roar of thunder and lightning. Weakness and strength. The magic creatures hit by the sword died instantly. The powerful magic creatures, although not killed immediately, were basically seriously injured. Swish. The next moment, the 5 immortals instantly disappeared from their original positions, and were sent directly to the immortal world by the power of heaven and earth. The sword energy and lightning on the ground did not disappear immediately, but continued to kill the trapped magical creatures as they weakened. At the same time, in the endless void, a cyan light ball shone brightly, and held a golden light ball beside it, and continued to absorb the power of the golden light ball. The golden light ball would naturally not sit there and wait for death. It would transform the golden power absorbed from the past into a kind of infectious power, infiltrate the cyan light ball, and make the cyan light ball slowly change color. The heavens of the 2 worlds, both have a certain wisdom, and are controlled by a group of immortals and gods, and both use the death of nearly 1 million magic god-level creatures to attack and erode each other. When the warrior army of the warrior world was dispatched in large numbers, all the invading magic god-level creatures were killed. The cyan light ball directly contained half of the golden light ball, but its color also became half cyan and half gold. The golden light ball was only half golden, and the remaining half was contained in the cyan light ball, turning into half gold and half cyan. In this round of battle between Heavenly Tao, it seems that the warrior world has won a great victory. At least the magic world Heavenly Tao has definitely not won. The next moment, when the 2 light balls stabilized, the sky blue light ball beside them, which was only 2/3 of their size, directly approached the golden light ball and began to infect it. The blue star Heavenly Tao, which had been bullied for 148 years, and defended for 148 years, finally began to fight back. Its counterattack was not fierce, but in the fierce battle between the magic world and the warrior world, it infected the rules of the blue star Heavenly Tao into the magic world Heavenly Tao. Moreover, when the blue star Heavenly Tao used the magic world Heavenly Tao to counterattack the warrior world Heavenly Tao, it also infected the blue star Heavenly Tao rules. However, its actions were very slow, and did not arouse much attention from the 2 Heavenly Taos that were fighting fiercely. To be precise, the Heavenly Taos of both worlds noticed it. But the immortals and gods of both worlds did not care. They just thought that the Blue Star professionals took the opportunity to develop, and there was no threat. Mr. Li Xin, we hope that Dragon Country can open all the tunnels, so that we can attack the magic world in an all-out manner. Li Yin shouted directly to Li Xin in the Wuha Rift Valley. However, this time he did not call Li Xin military advisor. But Mr. General Li, didn't we have an agreement with the warrior world? opened the Wuha Rift Valley Tunnel, and established the Punchao City Trading Gateway. What? The warrior world is going to break the agreement? Lee Sin flew to the edge of the Rift Valley, his face gloomy, and anger brewing in his eyes. Ahem. Mr. Lee Sin misunderstood. It's not that we want to break the agreement, but now that the magic world has been severely damaged by us, it is a great opportunity to completely eliminate the magic world. We, the warrior world, invite the Blue Star world to destroy the magic world together. The benefits will be shared equally by all. Li Yin saw the obvious displeasure and anger in Lee Sin, and quickly put away his pride and corrected his attitude. Now the warrior world still needs the help of the Blue Star people. Especially Lee Senator 7 days have passed since the complete destruction of the magical creatures that invaded the warrior world. The warrior world organized a counterattack, but they couldn't even enter the magic world. Outside the tunnel exit were the gods and demigods of the magic world guarding, and as soon as the warrior grandmaster came out of the tunnel, he would be killed immediately. When the immortals couldn't enter and exit the tunnel, they couldn't rush into the magic world at all. Although the warrior world already has a formation for warriors to kill gods together, the space in the tunnel is too small to deploy the formation at all, and there is no way to deal with the gods outside. Even if they can kill 1 or 2 gods, there are hundreds of gods defending outside. And there is also a higher level god, the sun god, stationed there. So the warriors are really powerless. At present, the solution they can think of is to attack the magic world from multiple tunnels, rather than going out from one tunnel to die. After listening to Li Yan's explanation, Lee Sin did not agree to anything immediately, but retreated to the back and discussed carefully with the government and military leaders before coming back to answer. The Dragon Country has a way to widen the tunnel for you, and it can also open part of the tunnel to you. But you have to wait until we have arranged the formation. Mr. Lee Sin, why bother? Wouldn't it be better to open the tunnel to us directly? If the magic world Tiandao takes a break, it will be more trouble than gain. Li Yan was very dissatisfied with Lee Sin's answer, and his tone was accusatory. Lee Sin did not indulge him, and said coldly, "Go back and ask your immortals if you can cooperate. If not, forget it." After that, he turned and left. He had to go to the Hahai Desert in the warrior world. Chapter 1036. A vine, billions of kilometers long, whirring. The wind is still howling, but the yellow sand has disappeared, and the sky is clear. The yellow sand on the ground is covered with green, full of vitality. However, if you just look at the monotonous leaves and vines on the ground, you can find that this vast desert is covered by a vine. Moreover, this vine has completely stretched out of the range of the Hahai Desert and entered the endless desert area. Major General Lee Sin, these vines grow so fast. If we didn't know they were vines, we would have thought they were thousands of poisonous snakes walking on the ground. Chaodhua City. Outside the city, Qian Huafeng, the head of the Qian family, looked at Lee Sin with admiration and a little fear, although Lee Sin had come several times and specifically told them not to hurt these vines, and they knew that these vines would not hurt people. They were still extremely frightened. The growth rate of this vine is really too fast, and the properties of this vine are really scary. Lung Chui Tung Legend LV-133 absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and various toxins. A fast-growing vine. Note: the smell emitted may slow down the circulation of the warrior's internal force and true qi, and the fruit produced can speed up the warrior's cultivation. There are no extra properties, only one that limits the circulation speed of the warrior's internal force and true qi. But this is a huge restriction for the warrior, and it can even be fatal. Moreover, the fruits produced can speed up the training of warriors. It is really a treasure that makes people love and hate it. Now, Lee Sin did not let Lung Chui Tung emit a smell, but let it grow with all its strength with the energy it absorbed. Once the smell is released, it will surely make the warriors in the coverage area fall into terror. He looked at it for a while, shook his head with a little regret and said, "It grows too fast. It cannot grow into a satisfactory formation, and it is very troublesome to adjust. Master Qian, please notify others that I will command the Ling Chui Tung to grow into the form of a formation. If you encounter a vine that changes its route, let everyone make way. You can ask the military for compensation for all the losses caused, or you can ask me for compensation separately." Really? Hearing that he could ask Lee Sin for compensation, Qian Wanfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Okay. No problem. We will fully cooperate with Major General Lee Sin. Whether you want to destroy farmland or demolish houses, We will fully cooperate. Seeing Lee Sin nod firmly, Qian Huafeng patted his chest in surprise and agreed. Everyone in the Dragon Country knows that Lee Sin's formation level is superb, and any formation he arranges will have magical effects. The more things Lee Sin destroys this time, the more powerful the formation he will report back will be. Lee Sin didn't say much, jumped off the wall directly, and spread his wings of spiritual energy, walked along the direction of the vine's growth, stopped and checked the growth of the vines, and flew all the way to Xingqiu. At this time, people were coming and going in Xingqiu. Warriors were running on the vines that were more than 300 meters thick, looking for fist-sized lingsui fruit, and picking them. It was a fist-sized fruit that looked like a wax apple. On the ground, warriors from Xingqiu sect were carrying buckets of poison, poured on the aerial roots of the vines, irrigating the lingsui vines. They had discovered that the best fertilizer for the lingsui vines was poison. It was also with the help of Xingqiu sect warriors that the lingsui vines grew so fast. In 13 years, the main vines have spread out tens of thousands of kilometers. And there are thousands of main vines and hundreds of millions of other branches. If the length of all the vines is added together, it will definitely exceed 1 trillion kilometers. Looking at the busy Xingqiu, feeling the cultivation of these warriors, Lee Sin couldn't help frowning. The warriors on the ground are all above the 4th level, and there are estimated to be millions of them. The warriors on the vines are all above the 7th level, and there are nearly 100,000 people. There are also thousands of grandmasters patrolling back and forth in the sky. This strength is comparable to that of an ordinary empire. In just 13 years, Xingqiu has grown from a small tribe-level force of 3 great masters to this level. It is really too fast. Fortunately, I was careful and let the cold green vine release poisonous odor in the strong wind area of the desert section of the vast sea, so that the warriors of Xingqiu could not cross the vast sea desert. Otherwise, the dragon people in the endless desert area might have been captured by them as slaves. With the cover of cold green vine, he turned around Xingqiu and knew that Ding Chuanqiu had completely closed Xingqiu, and almost no one was allowed to enter Xingqiu. At the same time, the growth direction of the Lung Chui tongue in the Xingqiu section was also bent towards the direction of the Hanhai Desert. Bend? This is consistent with my goal. But your method is too crude. After a circle, Lee Sin returned to the root of the Lung Chui tongue, sat cross-legged, and his consciousness directly entered the core of the Lung Chui tongue. There was a huge emerald green light ball here, which could be regarded as the soul of the Lung Chui tongue. After 13 years of growth, even if Lee Sin suppressed it with all his strength, it had already been born, and the simple spiritual intelligence had reached the level of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Moreover, he could feel that this spiritual intelligence had a kind of obsession to devour everything and achieve its own growth. This is like the consciousness of its predecessor, the evil Jumang vine. He was worried that the Lung Chui vine would become a world-destroying existence. So he came to Xingqiu during the tense period of cooperation between Dragon Country and the warrior world. After finding the soul of the Lung Chui vine, Lee Sin moved his consciousness and took out a super-large silicon crystal chip that was 1 meter wide. Open, he pressed his hand on the vine and used his consciousness to directly open a channel to go deep into the core of the Lung Chui vine. He put the super-large silicon crystal chip into the huge light ball that was already 13 meters high, causing the emerald green light ball to tremble continuously. It's really smart. Luckily I came in time. Lee Sin smiled, pointed a finger at the super-large chip, and began to engrave the array outside the chip. Soul Transformation Array plus Soul Refining Array plus Soul Cultivation Array plus 6-line Magic Array, composed a slavery mark. Go in. After the array was completed, Lee Sin directly guided the emerald green light ball to continuously merge into the super-large chip. The light ball, which grew to more than 30 meters, quickly entered the super-large chip as if it was shrinking and disappeared. Fall. Grow. He placed the super-large chip in the center of the empty space, commanded the cold green vine to grow again, wrapped the super-large chip and merged it into the vine. Use your spiritual consciousness to set up a formation. When the vines wrapped the large chip, he immediately burst out his spiritual consciousness with all his strength, directly using his spiritual consciousness to control the plant fibers one by one, arranging them into soul formations. One end of the fiber was a port reserved on the large chip, a total of 486 ports on 6 sides, corresponding to the array eyes of 486 soul formations, perfectly forming a 3-dimensional slavery mark. In order to prevent cold green vine from escaping from control, Lee Sin exhausted his mind and tried every possible means. When the formation was completely arranged, Li Xin had been squeezed out of the Leng Chui vine's body and came to the surface of the vine. Done! Feeling that there was no emotional fluctuation on the Leng Chui vine, and that there was no wisdom, but only intelligent consciousness, Li Xin couldn't help but burst into laughter. This was stable. He looked around to see if there was anyone nearby, and immediately took out the elixir and ate it, meditating to recover, and preparing to proceed to the next step of the formation. After recovery, he pressed his hands on the Leng Chui vine, continuously outputting his spiritual consciousness and mana, and commanded the Leng Chui vine to grow according to the formation direction in his mind. Rumble. R. Chapter 1037 The Formation That Keeps Growing. Boss, that divine vine seems to have awakened. Should we stay away from it? No, observe it first. Send all the Grandmaster disciples out. Check if anyone has entered the Xingqiu Sea. Make sure no one finds the divine vine. Ding Chunqiu looked at the huge vine that was still rolling and moving, and was full of fear, but he still didn't want to give up this great treasure. In 13 years, from 3 Grandmasters to more than 6,000 Grandmasters now, he also broke through to the Celestial Realm, and didn't have to participate in the war with the magic world, all thanks to this divine vine. If he really couldn't save it, he would definitely destroy it completely. However, now everything seemed to have no effect on him. Even after the vines adjusted their growth direction, they still went towards the vast desert. However, the growth of the adjusted vines seemed to become very regular, just like the formation of Blue Star. Is this a trap set by the people of Blue Star? Ding Chunqiu guessed the truth, but his selfishness made him decide not to tell anyone about the sacred vine. This made it easier for Li Xin to operate. Leng Chui tongue continued to extend. One by one endless starlight gathering spirit formation, and one by one endless starlight gathering magic formation were continuously deployed. The star power, spiritual energy and magic elements between heaven and earth were continuously gathered, accelerating the growth of Leng Chui tongue. The fibers inside the Leng Chui tongue began to slowly change their growth direction. The formation stored in the super large chip guided the growth of these fibers, growing one formation after another. The whole Leng Chui tongue was like a super large formation collection. Hee. No one came to stop us. This is a pleasant surprise. Let's go. Xiaolong. Just let it grow, Li Xin said, turning around and leaving Xingqiu Sea. The formations stored in the super large chip are all unique to Blue Star. They are either formations generated by the Blue Star Heavenly Tao, or improved formations. They are all formations different from those in the monster world and the magic world. These formations grow silently in the warrior world, and they are also the continuous penetration of the Blue Star world Heavenly Tao into the warrior world. Since Ding Chunqiu cooperated, he gave up the idea of releasing the scent of Leng Chui vine and destroying the entire Xingqiu sect. Just leave a group of hard-working gardeners. It was 2 months after Li Xin returned to Blue Star. He also set up many formations in the Hahai Desert in case of emergency. Major General Li, your vines have formed formations. It's amazing. Incredible. He had just returned to Hahai City and met the heads of the major families and the presidents of the consortium. As soon as they saw him, they came up to flatter him. Using plants to set up formations is not a rare thing in Longhua. It is considered a basic skill of formation masters. However, letting a vine grow into formations is unheard of. Although there are only 2 formations, it is amazing that both formations are intermediate formations. What is even more amazing is that Li Xin did not direct the growth of the vines, but the vines still grew according to the formation patterns. This is a fairy tale ability. If they can learn this method, the strength of the family/consortium will develop by leaps and bounds. This is not some magical method. As long as you find a vine plant of relatively high quality, completely without intelligence, but with simple spiritual intelligence, and continue to tame it with spiritual consciousness, you can also grow vines that can grow formations. Li Xin looked at their eager eyes, and said the method directly without hiding anything. However, it is not so easy to achieve these conditions and grow special vines. Even if they break off the branches and leaves of the Leng Chui vine, they cannot cultivate new Leng Chui vine. If they can get the right vines, it is their own skill. Li Xin will not destroy them. It all depends on luck and ability. After briefly explaining the cultivation method, he was ready to leave. Finally, he reminded, in the formation area formed by the vines, you can build various facilities at will. But please do not destroy my formation. No, absolutely not. We will never destroy Major General Li's formation. We will try our best to maintain the formation and irrigate the vines. That's good. Lee Sin nodded, said nothing more, turned around and quickly entered the tunnel to return to Blue Star. He hurried back because he was worried that the formations of several tunnels that were about to be opened on Blue Star had not been built yet. Seeing him come back, Su Wanjun, who was organizing a large-scale project for the first time, explained a little embarrassedly, "Ahem, Senior Lee Sin. The construction of the formation channel is now proceeding in an orderly manner. But the distance of the ground formation channel is a bit far, so it will take a long time. There is nothing we can do about it. It doesn't matter. Before the warrior world urges you, just build it solid and safe. There is no rush for time." He was anxious himself, but he still comforted Su Wanjun not to worry. However, Su Wanjun said with a somewhat awkward expression, "The great masters of the warrior world have urged us several times. The gods of the magic world have already started to mass-produce god-level warriors. They can't afford to waste time." "Oh, then I will set up the formation. You ask people to prepare the materials for the formation and pass the formation diagram to me." "Okay." Hearing that Lee Sin was going to take action, Su Wanjun jumped up in surprise. The negotiation with the warrior world was to open 11 more tunnels. In half a year, Su Wanjun had completed the construction of 6 ground formation channels. The remaining 5 passages, with Lee Sin's help, were all completed in just 10 days, after he manipulated the cold green vine to form a large formation. His understanding of spiritual sense formation was greatly improved. At this time, the formation speed and range were greatly improved. Awesome. Seeing Lee Sin's formation speed and perfection, Su Wanjun and a group of formation masters were all impressed. "You should practice more and continuously improve your spiritual sense strength. And you can also reach my level. We will work hard." Although they knew that Lee Sin was just comforting them, everyone had a sense of confidence and was full of confidence in the future. "Wanjun, you go negotiate with the warrior world. Let them prepare for war. By the way, notify our government. Let them provide more material resources, so that the warrior world can hold on for a while longer." "Persist? I understand." Su Wanjun saluted and turned away. And Lee Sin was constantly strengthening the formations between the various ground formation channels, continuously practicing the spiritual consciousness formation and spiritual consciousness formation skills. As he practiced his skills, even if he saw the warriors running continuously between the channels, he had already turned a blind eye and entered a state similar to enlightenment. Gradually, he no longer needed specific materials to set up formations. He only needed to use his spiritual consciousness to attract endless star power, car formations, and imprint formations at the same time. An ordinary stone could be transformed into a top-grade material with both spiritual energy and magic elements. Large formations were set up in a moment. Although he could not achieve the legendary one thought to form a formation, he had initially reached the state where everything could form a formation. He could feel that at this time. The Blue Star Heavenly Tao had a magical infusion on him. Formations kept flashing in his mind, and he kept comprehending them. It was as if the Heavenly Tao was personally teaching him formations and instilling formations in him. It was just a pity that he was prepared to continue to comprehend the one thought to form a formation state in depth, but was still interrupted. Chapter 1038 Dragon Country joins the war. Lee Sin also wants to kill gods. Lee Sin, it's bad. The warriors of the warrior world have been beaten back again, and the gods of the magic world have declared war on us without declaring war. Yunsan City was directly destroyed, and tens of thousands of soldiers were killed. Upon hearing this news, Lee Sin was stunned for a long time before asking dissatisfiedly, "Didn't I ask the government and the military to withdraw all outside personnel? How come there are still tens of thousands of people in Yunsan City? Don't they know that opening the tunnel to the warriors is equivalent to declaring war on the magic world?" At the end, Lee Sin, who had completely exited the state of enlightenment, had anger on his face. Ahem. The leaders were preparing to attack the magic world from Yunsan City, and had already discussed the conditions and benefits of the alliance with the emperors of the warrior world. However, before the warriors set out, they were all killed by the descending gods. Hearing this, Lee Sin's anger basically disappeared, and was replaced by deep worry. He continued to ask Su Wanjun, who came to report the situation, "At present, has the magic world and us gone to war?" "Yes. It has already started a full-scale war. Our army has joined forces with the warrior army and started a large-scale attack on the magic world. And now the warriors have retreated, leaving us on the front line of the battlefield? Yes. Su Wanjun nodded a little embarrassedly. He also knew that the high-level officials of Dragon Country originally wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. But they didn't want to be tricked by the warriors. Well, it's not so easy to enjoy the benefits of being a fisherman. The high-level people in the warrior world and the magic world can see the Dragon Kingdom's strategy. This time, it's just going with the flow. It's not a surprise. It's just that the expected things happened earlier. There were unexpected casualties. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Can the blocking formation still work normally?" "The formation in the tunnel has been destroyed." The warrior said it was destroyed by the magician. But the magician thanked the warriors for destroying the formation in the tunnel as soon as he met us. The blocking formation outside the tunnel was still in operation. "That's easy, just seal the tunnel in front of you." As the two were talking, a large number of magical creatures also swarmed into the ground passage where Lee Sin practiced his skills. He raised his hand slightly and shouted softly, "Yin Yang Pole's Millstone Formation." The sunlight in the sky and the hidden moonlight suddenly lit up, and the yin and yang attributes of spiritual energy on the ground gathered from heaven and earth. With the two tunnel exits as the Tai Chi yin and yang fish poles, a huge formation slowly emerged, directly covering hundreds of kilometers. The yin-yang fish began to rotate slowly, with the supreme power of heaven and earth, suppressing all creatures in the ground array channel directly on the spot, slowly erasing them. In just 1 minute, all the magical creatures that rushed out of the tunnel were destroyed. Turn! The array, which was hundreds of kilometers wide, was shrinking quickly, until it was only 40 meters wide, sealing the tunnel leading to the magic world. "Let's go, the next tunnel." Okay. In about 2 minutes, Lee Sin dealt with the invasion that involved at least hundreds of god-level magicians and thousands of god-level warriors. Fast. Just one word. Riding on the teleportation array. In less than half a day, Lee Sin completely blocked the 12 tunnels. Su Wanjun swallowed his saliva and gave Lee Sin a thumbs up. "Senior Lee Sin, you are really amazing. Even god-level array masters are not as amazing as you." "It's still far from enough. My speed of setting up the array is still too slow. This time it's so fast because I have the foundation of the previous array. Otherwise, it would take me at least a day to set up such a large blocking array." Lee Sin still shook his head in dissatisfaction. Su Wanjun looked at the yin-yang fish that was still as steady as a mountain and slowly rotating under countless magic attacks. He could only give a thumbs up and was stunned. "I'm going to the Goblin Forest to test a formation." Although he had come out of the state of enlightenment, Lee Sin still had many ideas in his mind, which he needed to verify one by one. It was convenient to have a teleportation formation. With the magic teleportation formation and the aura teleportation formation, Lee Sin could reach any world tunnel within an hour. When the military heard that he was going to the Goblin Forest, they immediately dispatched 3,000 forbidden spell magicians. Under the crazy forbidden spell bombardment without sparing mana, the demons defending the tunnel were driven out in less than an hour. Lee Sin waved his hand at the exit of the tunnel, and his spiritual consciousness was released. 648 different array materials flew out. In just half a minute, a 6-in-1 energy storage array was set up. In another half a minute, a colorful array light unfolded, blocking the magic that was still coming. After confirming that it was safe, Lee Sin walked out leisurely, waving his hands continuously to throw out pieces of array materials, and a huge array slowly unfolded. The colorful colors between heaven and earth turned into monotonous black and white after the array unfolded. The top-level formation light and darkness, endless magic power gathering to generate a large formation was set up in front of a group of demons. It took 12 minutes. Walking to the center of the formation, Lee Sin took out a basin-sized legendary formation material Mingwang Jade and gently put it in. A white light lit up and flashed out, instantly covering a radius of 360 kilometers. Then the formation under his feet generated endless suction, and the demonic energy, dark magic elements, and negative energy between heaven and earth were all sucked in. "Go and kill this human quickly. He is plundering our magic power." A demon found something wrong and immediately commanded the demon army to kill Lee Sin, and countless magics were thrown down. Lee Sin stopped the magician's counterattack and led his men back to the tunnel, watching the demons outside attacking his formation desperately. However, Lee Sin's habit of setting up formations was to absorb the enemy's attack energy and transform it into energy to strengthen and upgrade the formation. The quality of the formation materials was gradually improved, with the continuous optimization and upgrading of the formation materials. The coverage of the formation was also rapidly expanding. Soon, with this special adjustment, it was directly connected to the demon suppression lake thousands of miles away, and the endless demonic energy in the lake began to be quickly absorbed. The dense demonic energy was directly drawn into a stream of ink-colored water, and it came across the sky. Where did you come from? You ants? You are looking for death. At the same time, the demon army also came across. All the demons in the goblin forest rushed over, and there were 20 of them with overwhelming momentum. The purple-red evil energy directly dyed the black and white world into red demigods. Suppress! Lee Sin was slightly startled, but his hands did not slow down. The power of the formation changed, and the power of suppression was added to the absorbed formation power. Boom boom boom. A group of demigod demons just rushed to the top of Lee Sin's head, were suppressed by him. Huh? Seeing that the power of the formation was so strong, it was a bit beyond his expectations. Lee Sin couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He set up the formation. He suddenly laughed, his consciousness burst out, and used those demigod demons as formation materials, setting up a new light and dark formation. With 20 formation eyes set, other god-level demons and lower-level demons were easier to manipulate. All of them fell to the designated positions under the influence of his consciousness and the power of the formation. No. 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 The formation was quickly arranged. A super light and dark formation with demons as the formation base and formation center. It seemed that all the dark attribute magic elements of the entire magic continent were pulled in, and were forcefully absorbed from tens of thousands of kilometers. The big commotion here naturally attracted the attention of Sun God, who teleported to the sky above the tunnel. Ants from the blue star, are you looking for death? God's punishment. A bright white light shone directly at Lee Sin in the tunnel hall. Harmony of light and darkness. Seeing the concentrated light attribute divine power, Lee Sin's eyes brightened. The light and dark formation on the ground burst out endless black light, wrapping up the fist-thick white light, and along the unbroken light column. It directly wrapped around the sun god. Damn blasphemer. How dare you use the disgusting dark element to contaminate the great sun god? This god will sentence you to eternal damnation. Lee Sin sneered. His divine consciousness burst out with all his strength, controlling the light and dark formation to continuously wrap around the sun god. He also wants to kill God. Chapter 1039 The Little Matter of Killing Gods. The Clear Instruction of the Blue Star Heavenly Tao. Hey. Explode. The sun god continuously exploded his own light power, trying to get rid of the entanglement of the dark elements, but he was entangled more and more tightly. The demons on the ground howled one by one, and pieces of light flames ignited on their bodies, burning them all over. Even the dark and ominous demons began to have a bright and peaceful aura. The light power that the sun god exploded, under the transformation of the light and dark array, became the power to refine the demons, refining from the inside out. At the same time, the white light that covered the sun god's body quickly disappeared, revealing his image as a 16-winged angel. Angels and demons are the two extremes of light and darkness, which are just right for this formation. The excitement on Lee Sin's face became even stronger. Comrades, forbidden spells other than light and fire, focus on this angel. Okay. The forbidden spell magician behind Lee Sin finally had a place to use his skills. Immediately took out the mythical magic crystal stone, and quickly cast a series of forbidden spells. Those who knew dark forbidden spells used dark spells, and those who didn't used earth and gold attacks. Human race, let me go. I will give you a chance to become a god. I will personally light the divine fire for you, and recast the divine body. Lee Sin's smile became even more disdainful. Black flames were already burning on the body of the sun god. The wings that the angels were so proud of had been burned into roasted chicken wings. Without any hesitation, he kept activating the formation, absorbing more dark elemental magic power, and refining the sun god with all his strength. Finally, after transforming 20 demigod demons, and most of the demigod-level demons into light elemental demons, he refined the sun god in time, leaving only a fist-sized godhead emitting brilliant divine light. Go back. With the godhead in hand, Lee Sin ignored the demons who were still fixed in place as the formation base, kept the formation running, and continued to absorb dark elements. This time he was going to refine these demons. He himself and the forbidden spell magicians quickly rushed back to Blue Star, took out the sacrificial array platform, and directly sacrificed. Ding! You sacrificed a higher god's godhood, and your level increased by 10 levels. And then, there was nothing else. Although he didn't get the heavenly gift he wanted, it was good to be promoted 10 levels. After completing the killing of this god, Lee Sin's confidence increased greatly, and he rushed back to the Goblin Forest again, urging the array to continue to attract the gods from the magic continent. Less than half an hour after he came back, a new elf god came. This time he did not refine it immediately, but used the formation to fix it. When it relaxed its vigilance, he directly replaced the position of a demigod demon, turned it into the new center of the formation, and put the pressure of the entire formation on him, so that he could not escape, and had to continue to emit divine power to resist the refining power of the formation. However, his divine power was transformed into the power of refining dark element magic to condense the power of mythical magic crystal for Lee Senator Lord Asa. We are here to save you, Lord Zwola. We are here to save you, Lord Ba and I. We are here to save you. I don't know if the gods have inexplicable confidence. And Lee Sin didn't need to use any tricks. All 30 gods fell into Lee Sin's trap. The power of the 30 gods was quite strong. Under Lee Sin's guidance, they directly burned and refined more than 3,000 god-level demons, and more than 20,000 demons below the god level, almost causing the light and dark formation to collapse. Fortunately, 10 more demon gods and tens of thousands of god-level demons came out of the nightmare channel in the demon lake, allowing Lee Sin to stabilize the formation again. Blue Star. You actually used the top formation I taught you to kill my gods? Just when Lee Sin was about to refine 40 gods together, a milky white crack appeared in the sky, and another 16-winged angel god descended. I'm honored to meet the God of Wisdom, and I thank you for your teachings. Seeing the god, feeling his aura, Lee Sin bowed and saluted to express his gratitude, and then changed the subject. But please forgive me, God of Wisdom. We are now in a war between two worlds. If God wants to kill me, I will kill God. Humph. You ant like trash. You dare to disobey God. Die! The bright divine light shot over, and Lee Sin kept bowing, as if he didn't react, standing still. But the divine light that gave people the feeling of colorful white light quickly dissipated in front of him, and turned into a shield to protect Lee Sin. His light and dark array is indeed the endless magic power of light and dark gathers to form a large array, but the core has been added with the bipolar yin and yang array of the spirit system of the monster world, and the bipolar dust array of Blue Star. It is no longer a pure light and dark array. Entangle. The light and dark light suddenly lit up, and when the God of Wisdom was disdainful of pride, it directly entangled him. Suppress. The position of the array center after the sun god was refined was still empty, and the God of Wisdom just filled the position. Refine. Light and darkness, yin and yang, water and fire, 6 kinds of power exploded at the same time and entangled the God of Wisdom. All the energy of these 6 elements in the heaven and earth within a radius of 100,000 kilometers was strongly attracted, and the God of Wisdom was refined violently and roughly. This person's attainment in magic arrays is definitely far beyond Lee Sin. It must be refined quickly and accurately. This time, it took 18 minutes. The God of Wisdom's godhead still had a clear shadow of the God of Wisdom. Lee Sin picked it up and flew back to Blue Star, and placed it on the sacrificial array platform that had not been put away yet. Another level 10 was obtained. He couldn't kill the God of Wisdom, but the Blue Star Heavenly Tao could. Back in the Goblin Forest, Lee Sin simply did not remove the light and dark formation, and caught the nightmares that kept coming out of the demon lake, and fixed them on the formation bases one by one, and continuously strengthened the power of the light and dark formation. 3 more gods from the God realm fell behind, and all were refined by Lee Sin, and became his level 30. It also made the Blue Star Heavenly Tao replenished. In the endless void, 1/10 of the golden light ball was contained by the blue light ball, and more blue light was mixed into the golden light. Faced with the attack from both sides, the golden light ball shone brightly, and began to contain the blue and cyan light balls in turn, as if it wanted to refine the 2 light balls directly. Bang! The blue light ball, under the hidden control of the golden light ball, collided with the cyan light ball. The cyan light ball also took the opportunity to burst out light and wrapped up the blue light ball, and some of the cyan light and the golden light collided. Under the attack from both sides, the blue light ball restrained its light, and just quietly and carefully immersed the blue rules into the 2 light balls. By the way, he secretly exerted his strength, dragged the other 2 light balls, and crashed into a pink light ball next to him that was 3 or 4 times larger than the other 2 balls combined. In the endless void farther away, there were other colored light balls, flashing colorful lights from afar. Is this the projection of the way of heaven in my mind? When Lee Sin sacrificed the godhood of the fifth upper god. Such a scene flashed in his mind. Then, next, let's solve the magic world first. That was a direct tactic. And it was also the best tactic that Lee Sin rationally judged. It was still the goblin forest. The demons had stopped coming out of the demon suppression lake. He quickly gathered the materials for the formation from Blue Star, and further improved the light and dark formation, expanding the coverage to 10 million kilometers. Whoa. The dark elements in the vast world continued to gather, and the negative elements of the demon world under the demon suppression lake were forcefully extracted. Ding ding dang dang dang. Mythical magic crystals kept falling like rain. Buzz buzz buzz. The engineering team of Dragon Country quickly built a magic power plant, and electromagnetic cannons were quickly installed, and a defense position without spiritual power and magic power was quickly set up. Lee Sin's operation was simple and rough, which was to drain the dark element magic power, and directly collapse the elemental balance of the magic world. Chapter 1040 The Magic World's Heavenly Tao Collapses. Come here, take this formation diagram back to Blue Star. Let the formation masters learn it quickly. After learning, immediately set up the formation in places that my formation cannot cover, and absorb the dark elements with all your strength. Understood. Come here, notify the warrior world, and quickly counterattack. We have temporarily controlled some gods in the magic world. Let them act quickly. Yes. Lee Sin, who presided over the light and dark formation, did not dare to leave rashly, but still seized the time, draw out the formation diagram of the light and dark formation, and handed it to the warriors around him, and then handed it back to Blue Star. After all, the magic world has a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers, which is too big. It would still be slow to absorb the dark element magic power by relying on his own formation. He needs more helpers to achieve his goal. As for whether the warriors come to counterattack the magic world, it is no longer important. He has found a way to collapse the entire magic world system. The focus of dark element absorption is not the magic continent, but the demon realm under the magic continent. It is said that the demon realm is underground in the magic continent, in the mantle layer. Whether it's true or not, it's worth a try. The Forbidden Magician Corps will blast open the demon lake and try to blast it underground. Yes, sir. The Forbidden Magician Corps, which had gathered 100,000 people, immediately became excited, passing by the living demons, rushing towards the demon lake, and blasting the mountaintop lake with forbidden magic bombs. Crash, crackle, crackle. A 1,000-meter-high mountain was razed to the ground in 1 minute. It took 10 minutes to blast down 1,000 meters, and blasted a large pit more than 2,000 meters wide. The inky black demonic energy and negative elements shot up into the sky, and were quickly pulled down and absorbed by the light and dark formation. This demonic energy is quite dense. It should be enough for me to absorb for a few days. I just wonder if there will be gods from the god realm coming down. Lee Sin looked up at the sky, expecting a little. He did not convert all the demonic energy into mythical magic crystals, but used 1/3 of the demonic energy to refine those demons. Refined all the god-level demons into demon demigods. Doubled the power of the light and dark formation, and strengthened the power of absorbing dark elements by 4 times. Kill, 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 kill all these foreign bastards. Destroy the magic world. At the other end of the magic world, Purple Book Plateau, 600,000 warrior grandmasters formed a huge army formation, returning the massacre of magic creatures in the warrior world before. The huge army formation, once opened, it will not be closed, sweeping all the way, slaughtering all the way, the same extermination policy of killing all those who can move, sweeping all the way. Behind them, there are high-level warriors, who transport the corpses of all magic creatures back to the warrior world for sacrifice. Batches of ordinary warriors quickly promoted and broke through, quickly creating Grandmaster warriors. As one side gained strength while the other lost strength, the magic world gradually withered. The 3 great elven empires gathered the remaining gods, and also launched a sneak attack tactic, and even asked the gods to descend. But they still failed to break the warrior army. However, the magic world is more than 10 times larger than the warrior world. It is also a huge project for the warrior master to sweep it all over, which cannot be completed for a while. The battle entered a stalemate again. On this day, a god came to the goblin forest, an old acquaintance of Lee Sin. Lee Sin, let go of the magic continent. We can join hands with you to destroy the warrior continent. Alas, You shouldn't have come. As long as you let go of the magic continent, I am willing to sign a master-servant contract with you again, become your servant, and disperse my cultivation to go to Blue Star with you, and my mother. Alas, I can't. You should leave, or ascend to the God realm, and don't care about the magic continent. Lee Sin looked at Lavinia and sighed deeply. He knew Lavinia's affection for him, but this was a race war between two worlds, and low-level warriors might have a chance to survive. The existence of gods at this level must be completely destroyed. Helping Lavinia to become a god was a mistake of Lee Senator. Alas, Lavinia glanced at Lee Sin, sighed softly, and her aura surged. A ray of emerald green light fell from the sky, leading her out of the magic continent. The god realm of the magic continent is a continent full of higher-level energy. But at this time, cyan and blue lightning kept falling outside the continent, shaking the golden shield protecting the continent. Before Lavinia could see the environment of this continent clearly, a majestic and indifferent voice came. New god of the elves, go and fill the gap yourself. Yes, Lavinia did not resist at all. Not only did she not have the strength to resist, she did not even have the courage to resist. This was the voice of the Lord God King. With an unmatched and irresistible will, she was a little confused and walked towards the outside of the Ascension Square. A white and gold vortex. The next moment, she woke up, but she had already appeared in the endless void, becoming a green spot outside the golden light ball, emitting divine power to protect the golden light ball. Poof. I don't know if it was just a moment, or after endless years. The green light on her body dimmed, and she was lightly brushed by the cyan light ball, and the whole god turned into nothingness, and fell completely. Crack, crack. The next moment, the golden light balls, which had already increased in many colors, were smashed by the cyan and blue light balls, and turned into light spots all over the sky, trying to escape into the empty space farther away. Buzz. The blue light ball, which had always been low-key and dim, suddenly became brighter, intercepting half of the golden light spots, and the blue light ball suddenly expanded, even a point larger than the cyan light ball that had intercepted 1/4 of the golden light spots, and grew a lot. There was still 1/4 of the light spot left, avoiding the pink light ball, flying to the light ball in the distance, and merging into it. Boom. Just when the blue light ball retracted its own light, the cyan light ball suddenly glowed brightly, completely covering the blue light ball. Magic World. Ding, the Magic World's heaven is destroyed. The rules of the Blue Star's heaven can be fully unfolded in the Magic World. The difficulty of upgrading all Blue Star humans is reduced, and the awakening probability of professionals is increased. Success. Hearing the prompt in his ear, Lee Sin was stunned and then surprised. His plan actually succeeded. Hundreds of light and dark formations were deployed, and the balance of elements in the magic world was quickly broken. The magic rules were constantly unbalanced, and the magic races fled everywhere, which really accelerated the collapse of the magic world. Order. All light and dark formations are put away, lest the entire magic world really collapse. Yes. Lee Sin looked at the cave that was already filled with the aura of light, and activated the power of the formation to refine all the demons that made up the formation, and obtained more than 40,000 semi-god godheads. His formation continued to operate for 2.5 years, directly breaking through all demons to the semi-god stage. If he was not worried that the gods could not control it, the energy of the formation could even produce several gods. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, countless sword chi, knife lights, palm winds, and fists attacked Lee Sin. The great master of the warrior world had long been ready to ambush Lee Senator. As soon as he received the prompt from the warrior world's heaven, he immediately took action. Chapter 1041. The Treacherous Warrior, Shattering the Heavenly Law of the Warrior World. Major General Lee? Protect Major General Lee. Bang bang bang. Puff puff puff. The Dragon Nation warriors rushed over one after another, using their bodies to block the attacks and protect Lee Sin. The blood mist in the sky blinded Lee Sin's eyes, and his operation of retrieving the formation was paused for a moment. Display. His face turned cold, and the godhead that was about to be taken back flew out again. Light and dark battle started again, protecting the warriors. Kill. The violent light and dark magic was like a spinning yin-yang fish, sweeping out wildly, cutting off the thousands of great masters who rushed to him 100 meters away, and then the light and dark forces entangled and directly turned their bodies into ashes. Not even a drop of blood mist was left. Go. The whole army retreats, taking the bodies of our comrades with you. Lee Sin chose to retreat without hesitation. His eyes were already full of murderous intent. Although there are still many god-level magicians and god-level warriors in the magic world, but they are already disabled. Without the blessing of the heavenly Tao, the power of their magic will be greatly reduced. Perhaps the magic of the current god-level magician is not as powerful as the magic of the previous 9-turn sage. Next, it is to destroy the warrior world. Woo woo woo. When they exited the tunnel, they heard a sharp alarm. Obviously, the Grandmaster of the warrior world has invaded. 3 years of close cooperation let the Dragon Country warriors lose a lot of vigilance against these comrades, who also have black hair, black eyes and yellow skin. Lee Sin didn't know when the warrior world started planning, and the entire Dragon Kingdom didn't even notice it. Even Huang Rong didn't have the chance to warn him. I'm afraid that there must be a high-level immortal who planned it and took action. But the warriors invaded Blue Star. Looking for death? The 4 spirits appear, and the world condenses. On, Roar, and Moo. Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, Black Tortoise. The phantoms of the 4 sacred beasts appeared one after another, appearing above Blue Star, and divided into 4 directions to guard the entire Blue Star in the center. Endless starlight. Infinite spiritual power burst out instantly, and the space of the entire Blue Star was solidified. Even the great master warriors were instantly unable to move. 28 constellations appeared to kill. The next moment, the phantoms of 28 constellation beasts appeared, and as soon as they appeared, they rushed towards the immobile warriors, and rushed through them. The appearance of all the warriors did not change, but the spirit in their eyes disappeared, and the brains in their heads were directly broken into paste. 1 hit to kill. Formation Master. Block the tunnel. Yes. Lee Sin's voice resounded throughout the Blue Star through the formation, and the Formation Masters of Dragon Country immediately came to their senses, quickly formed a team, and rushed towards the tunnels where warriors rushed out. Dragon Country has satellite monitoring, and can find out which tunnels have people in them at the first time. It was just that he was not on guard for a moment, and was attacked by the warriors. Now Longwei is defending with all its strength, and the warriors can't get in at all. Lee Sin and other formation masters and professionals were in place at the entrances of each tunnel. And then, they dispersed the spatial stagnation skill of the 4 spirits and 28 constellations formation. This skill is extremely energy consuming. In less than an hour, 80% of the energy stored for more than 10 years was used. Through the teleportation array, he rushed directly to the number 2 tunnel of the Southeast Military Region, and killed it with the professionals. Sure enough, Punchao City was massacred again. Warriors, treacherous people, should be destroyed. This time Lee Sin was really furious. These bastards were treacherous for the 3rd time, and they massacred Punchao City for the 2nd time. This time, no matter how much the immortals in the warrior world begged for peace and mercy, he would not be soft-hearted. 9 Heavens Thunder 10,000 Tribulations formation. He used a killing formation as soon as he made a move, and it was set up with mythical magic crystals and mythical demon pills. He knew that if the way of heaven in the magic world was destroyed, the way of heaven in the warrior world would definitely benefit, and it might adjust the rules of heaven and earth. So he did not dare to be careless. He persuaded the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, who were preparing to send troops to retaliate against the warrior continent, to let him carefully feel and study the changes in the rules of the world in the entire warrior world. Sure enough, the power of magic in the warrior world and the power of magic arrays were greatly reduced, and the power of all magic was directly reduced to 1/10 of the original. Forbidden spell magic in the warrior continent. It is difficult to hurt a 7th level warrior, and it is even more like tickling a grandmaster. At the same time, the radio transmission distance is halved, the power of artillery is halved, and the power of electromagnetic guns is reduced by January 3rd. The heavenly Tao of the entire warrior world, the defense against the heavenly Tao of Blue Star, has skyrocketed several times. Haha. Destroying the warrior world does not necessarily mean war. The Dragon Kingdom and the warrior world are at a standoff, with no communication at all, and as long as the warrior dares to enter the tunnel, they will be killed directly. Even if those immortals deprive Huang Rong of her cultivation, and return Lee Sin's son Li Qian to Lee Sin, the Dragon Kingdom has no intention of reconciliation. As for Huang Rong's cultivation, although it was abolished, she only practiced with Lee Sin for 3 days, and raised her cultivation to the realm of a great master warrior. However, further breakthroughs may be hopeless. Huang Rong didn't care about this. After so many ups and downs, as long as she could stay with Lee Sin, she would be satisfied. During the confrontation with Dragon Country, The warriors in the warrior world found a magic vine. As long as it was fertilized and irrigated, the vine would grow a kind of magic fruit, which could help people practice quickly and break through bottlenecks quickly, as long as they could eat enough magic fruits. Even if they didn't have any talent, it would be easy to practice to the level of a grandmaster. The immortals from the upper realm came to check and found traces of spiritual energy formations and magic formations. But no intelligence was present. They judged that it was a means for Dragon Country to cultivate warriors. There should be no danger. The more warriors there are, the more developed the martial arts civilization is, the more it can enhance the strength of the heavenly Tao, and the more it can devour the heavenly Tao of Blue Star. For this reason, the immortals also support the growth of the God Vine. After Ding Chuanqiu confessed, various poisons were continuously poured in, and the God Vine began to grow wildly. Seeing this scene, Li Xin was no longer in a hurry. He revealed some of his ideas to the senior officials of Dragon Country, and devoted himself to digesting the magic world. Directly adopted a mass extinction policy to directly exterminate all kinds of evil or races that did not conform to the rule of the Dragon Kingdom. 5 years, the extermination plan of the magic world had not been carried out much. A consciousness message came to Li Xin's mind. Growing, began to release smell. Ha ha ha. Leaders, change the battlefield, destroy the warriors first. Did your Lung Chui vine activate? Yes. The Ling Chui vine then has evolved to the mythical quality. Emits a smell, carrying the rule toxin, directly prohibits both internal strength and true energy. Killing warriors is as easy as killing chickens and ducks. Even if immortals come down to earth, their power will be restricted, and they will be killed by the Dragon Country's spiritual energy formation. In the endless void, the blue light ball has completely turned into a cyan gold color, emitting a domineering light that wraps the entire blue light ball. However, suddenly, the cyan gold light continues to weaken, and the light ball also begins to shrink slowly. Bang 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 in the void. A silent collision began. The blue light ball still has a restrained light, but it is extremely strong. The continuous collision directly smashed the blue light ball into pieces. Swish! The blue light ball did not release the blue light until then, wrapping up the fragments of the cyan light ball. But this time it continuously hit the cyan light ball, and its strength was weakened a little, and it only caught 2/3 of the light ball fragments. The remaining 1/3 of the light ball fragments also avoided the pink light ball, and flew into the distant void. The Dragon Country began large-scale immigration, transferring all the people in the warrior world to the magic world. They will not be allowed to learn martial arts, and can only learn magic or blue star technology. The intelligent races in the magic world are willing to obey the immigrant warrior world ruled by the Dragon Country. Those who are unwilling to obey will be killed directly, and the whole race will be exterminated. On the Blue Star, the awakening of the Dragon Country professionals has reached 80%. Not only can they awaken, but they can also practice. Professionals can practice faster while having professions and skills. Even if they do not awaken, they can practice martial arts, spells, magic and other extraordinary means. The entire Blue Star has entered an era of rapid development. Chapter 1042 ending. Yunin Valley, clouds and mists linger, mountains are green, as if it is the most exquisite handwriting of nature, gently sketching out an extraordinary painting. In the valley, there is a simple but elegant courtyard, near the mountains and rivers, surrounded by exotic flowers and plants that never fade in all seasons. The air is filled with a faint spiritual energy and floral fragrance, making people feel relaxed and happy. The well-arranged flowers and plants and the courtyard form a mysterious formation, so that people can't see this courtyard at all from the outside, as if it has been peeled off from heaven and earth. Hubby, the sisters are back for dinner. A clear female voice came. Li Xin, who was fishing by the river, stuck his fishing rod into the ground, and stood up and walked slowly towards the courtyard. When passing by the farmland, he turned around and went down to help Feng Yaru and Huang Rong pick up the vegetables they had picked, and walked towards the courtyard together. Now there are only 6 people in their family here. The children have grown up and successfully awakened their professions, so they don't need to worry about them. The heavenly Tao of the warrior world and the magic world has been absorbed by the Blue Star heavenly Tao, and the remaining heavenly Tao of the monster world, which the Blue Star heavenly Tao did not have a fierce conflict with, seems to have been left intentionally. Without war, Li Xin took his wives to live a leisurely life in seclusion. Every morning, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on this quiet valley, Li Xin had already gotten up. He would sit by the stream in meditation, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and cultivating his mind. Or he would hold a guqin and sit on the bluestone. The sound of the guqin lingering, harmonizing with the bird song and insects singing in the valley. Like the sound of nature, purifying every inch of space. Sometimes, when they were in the mood, the six couples would have a folk music ensemble. The guqin and the zither sounded in harmony, and they were so carefree. In the afternoon, he would stroll through the mountains and forests, collecting rare herbs to refine elixirs, which would strengthen his body and leave a blessing for his descendants. In the evening, Yun often stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the blood-red sunset and the rolling sea of clouds, with endless gratitude and awe for this world in his heart. When night fell and the stars twinkled, he would light a bonfire in front of the courtyard, chat around the fire, and share ancient legends and cultivation experiences with the spirit beasts that occasionally visited. Those stories jumped in the firelight, adding a bit of mystery and warmth to the quiet night. Everything is so leisurely and comfortable. However, it was agreed that Ding, the heavenly Tao of the world of the end of the law, is connected to the heavenly Tao of Blue Star. The new world channel is being generated. Please pay attention. Ding, the heavenly Tao of the world of the end of the world is connected to the heavenly Tao of Blue Star. The new world channel is being generated. Please pay attention. What's going on? Why is the heavenly Tao of Blue Star connected again? Is there another world invading? Hearing this voice, Li Sin, who was studying the method of yin-yang mutual aid, his face suddenly changed. Ding, the heavenly Tao of the world of the succubus is connected to the heavenly Tao of Blue Star. The new world channel is being generated. Please pay attention. Alas, it's a hard life. I can only continue to conquer the next world. Li Sin raised his hand, and another large formation, covering the world within a radius of thousands of miles, and then disappeared with his wives.